Warning: some contents may be disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised. This happened back in 2010 when I was 21. My best friend and I had blown off any sort of responsibility for a whole summer and chose just to party instead. It's probably no surprise that by the end of the summer, we were both evicted. We were roommates, and now we were condemned to our parents' houses until we got our shit together again. One night, we were at my mom's place playing Left 4 Dead until about 2 a.m. when Cam decided to call a cab and then head back to his mom's place. He had to use my phone to call the cab company because he forgot to pay his bill. Yes, I know. We were real winners at this point in our lives. This was also the days before Uber and Lyft, so you'd have to call the station and they'd send for a car over their CP thing. About 15 minutes later, we could see the cab waiting outside and he got in and left. 10 minutes later, I got a call on my cell phone from the cab company. I knew the number by heart, so I knew it was coming from the central station. And when I answered, there was a woman on the line whose voice immediately sent shivers throughout my body. "This is Badger Cab calling for Cameron. His cab has arrived." I was confused and responded with something like, huh? She said, "Tell Cameron to come outside, please." The voice was echoey and distant, like it was an auditory house of mirrors bouncing around a fog-drenched void. I wasn't sure why the voice was creeping me out so much, so I tried pushing it aside and just told her that he already left like 10 minutes ago. I glanced outside the window and saw a car idling outside on the street. It was parked a bit to the right of my house, so all I could see were the brake lights. I figured dispatch probably sent an extra cabbie on accident. I told her that I was sorry, but there must have been a mix-up because he already left. But the woman responded almost like she didn't hear me the first time. "Tell him to come outside," she repeated, but this time with a rigid bite in her tone. "He was already picked up," I repeated. There were a few weird noises for a second, like wind was blowing into the microphone. Then the call dropped. I redialed the number to the cab company and a man answered. I told him what had just happened, leaving out the creepiness of the voice, and let him know that they must have sent 2 cabs on accident. "I don't have any female cab drivers out tonight," the dispatcher told me. I thought to myself, maybe it was a guy with a high-pitched voice. He told me that the driver picked up my friend just fine a while ago, and that a cab driver wouldn't call through their landline like that anyways. When I told him there was a car idling outside and reiterated that there was 100% a woman calling and telling my friend to come outside and get in her car, he started getting very creeped out and worried. We both figured that someone must have had spoofed the cab company's phone number. It's actually pretty easy to do, but that didn't leave us with any comfort. Why was someone spoofing a cab company's phone number and waiting outside their customer's pickup location? How did she even know that Cameron had called for a cab? I hadn't talked to anyone, and Cam didn't have a phone. The dispatcher radioed his driver and made sure he had Cameron and that everything was fine. Then let me know that he was safe and almost to his destination. The dispatcher and I talked on the phone for a couple minutes, brainstorming what the hell could possibly be happening. And from his perspective, it's almost like someone is following and trying to lure a customer in their car, which is probably not good for business. After Cam made it to his mom's crib, he called me on the landline there to ask what was going on. And the only logical explanation he could think of was that it was this stalker that he's been dealing with for several years. He had a restraining order on her because she would follow him, break into his apartment, and wait for him to come home. I would do all sorts of weird, creepy shit like that. I'm not totally convinced that's what was happening though. How would she have known that he had just called for a cab on my phone? How would she have known where my mom lives? If he were leaving my actual place, or the place of one of our close friends, then that would be plausible. But we were pretty tucked away on the outskirts of town in a suburb, and my mom has a different last name than I do, so she couldn't have Googled it. But it's the most logical explanation either of us could come up with. So, it's the one that I'm betting on until someone throws out a better theory. This story goes way back to 1998 when I was 16 years old. I was with my two other friends, who I will call Ben and Jake for privacy reasons. So, it was a late summer evening on a Saturday, and I was sitting in my room listening to some 80s rock as teenagers back then would do. I got bored, and after some time, I went outside to meet Ben and Jake. We were chilling in Ben's garage for a while and drinking beer and smoking some pot. We got bored pretty quickly and went out to do some teenage shit. I remember we were walking down this narrow path by the woods and down towards a lake. Back in the late 90s, there was a popular hangout spot for teenagers there, so we were hoping for seeing some other kids there. But when we arrived, there was no one there except the sound of crickets out in the tall grass. We sat for a while on the bench and just talked for about 15 minutes. When Jake wanted to go to an old fishing hut by the lake, we all agreed on going inside and exploring it. We then entered the hut. While Jake and Ben were walking around and breaking shit, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. We went upstairs where there was an old wooden boat lying there, with a fishing net over it. We were kind of checking it out when all of a sudden, we heard the wooden door to the hut creak open. We could hear heavy footsteps entering down below, followed by heavy breathing, and we all stopped dead in our tracks and almost held our breath. There was around a 5-second break that felt like an eternity when suddenly, a man spoke in a drunken voice. "I know you're there. Come out, wherever you are, you little brats." The heavy footsteps started to walk towards the stairs as the old floor creaked underneath. Jake went inside the wooden boat and the rest of us followed, and we put the fishing net over our heads and didn't move. The man arrived upstairs and we could hear him stumbling around. "I can hear you." We were sitting dead still, but I could feel the fear in all of us. The man was walking around and moving stuff. I was thinking of a plan to escape without being caught, but we literally were like sitting ducks. Suddenly, we could feel the fishing net being ripped off. "Here you are." Jake reacted the fastest and pushed him away, so the man fell onto his back, and we all ran like hell out of there and through the tall grass into the woods. We could hear the man give a chase, but then he gave up, probably due to his drunken state. We all went back to Ben's garage and fell onto the couch out of exhaustion. Jake then told us that the man dropped the knife when he fell on the floor, and we all sat there in shock for the rest of the night. So to this day, I can't help myself but wonder, what would have happened if Jake didn't push the man? This happened to me during the summer of 2017. I'm a girl and I was 19 during the events. I am going to stay vague regarding the details, the country where it happened, the origins of the people, and the name of the places, because I don't want to be recognized or cause bad reputation to any community. It is not really scary, but it's still creepy, and at the end of the story is so crazy that I still can't believe it to this day. I was living in an apartment with my family. On the parking lot, there were always several guys repairing cars. I used to come back home pretty late, and often I see these guys just talking and sometimes saying good evening to me. And at one time I got as a joke, "We kept you a spot." But nothing really inappropriate, and I would just answer politely. I had noticed that one of them had a tuned-up sedan and must be living in the same building as me, but a different entrance because in the morning, the car was parked there. It was a really recognizable car. And one morning, as I was going to my work, I realized that this car is parked next to mine. Well, he doesn't live far, so it's not that weird. But when I started to sit in my car, I realized that the owner is actually sitting in his car and looking at me, smiling. Well, okay, it's 8:30 a.m., so why not? I start to drive to get to my work, and I'm in this special roundabout where you have to stop inside if a car on the right is coming, which is the case, so I stopped. I'm looking on the right to see when I can go, and realize that in the second lane, the car is there, and as soon as I take the road for work, he's just right behind me. Even when we get real close, he is still there. I was working in a mall with the biggest hypermarket of the neighborhood, so I thought maybe he was going for groceries. And I get in the underground parking lot and park. He does the same and right next to me. I chose to ignore him and go for the escalator. Well, guess what he does? He does the same thing and starts to talk to me. "Hello, I'm Steve, and you?" "I'm Anna." "How old are you?" "I'm 19. "I'm 27. Is that a problem?" No." "Okay, so you work here?" "Yes." "Okay, well, see you tonight. Bye." So at this moment, I realized that he was not speaking the language well. I answered the questions because he didn't seem scary, and well, I really didn't want to make a scene. When he said bye, I thought, yeah, I see him every night in my parking lot with his friends, so it's normal. But when I finished work, the exact same thing in the morning happened, and while I sat in my car, I realized the guy was right next to me. Since I was surprised and he seemed really eager to talk to me, I got out and was like, "What are you doing here?" "I have something for you." Then he smiles really big. "What? No!" And he gave me a red rose. Embarrassed and shocked, I refused it a couple of times, but he kept on insisting. And I knew the only way that I would get rid of him would be to accept it, which I did, and then he left. I kept the flower in my car so my family didn't realize that something is happening, and I threw it in the trash can outside later. So this was the beginning of the week, and he started to wait for me after work to give me drinks or to ask me out for cinema or to a restaurant. And I refused everything, but ended up accepting the drinks to make him leave. In the weekend, I had a second job, and I had these late shifts in a fast food. It was my first shift there since everything happened, and I was closing the restaurant with 3 other colleagues. Since it's pretty dark and late, there was a rule that one of us had to leave first and drive around the restaurant to make sure that it was safe for everyone. I wouldn't do that normally, but this night, I had a really weird feeling that he might be there. So I volunteered for the drive. And well, right on the spot, he was parked next to my car. It was 1 a.m., so how long was he waiting for? I told him to go a bit further, otherwise, we can't leave, which he did. After my colleagues left, I stopped next to his car and opened the window just to explain to him why I reacted like that. And before I knew it, he opened his car door and got into my car. I just want to remind you that this man knew where I worked, where I lived, what my car looked like, and who my family was, and it was a neighbor, and that's why I never wanted to make a scene. But at this very moment, I was scared for my life. A 27-year-old muscular guy that I didn't know was in my car at 1 a.m. in an empty parking lot. He seemed talkative, and I didn't have any other choice, so I decided to listen to him and learn stuff about him too. He said that he arrived in the country in 2014 at the capital. He stayed there 2 years, and in 2017, he got in our neighborhood. I did the math and realized that a year was missing. I asked about it, and he answered, "I was in jail." "Why were you in jail?" "Well, I didn't have papers, and I made a car accident." Okay, it wasn't that scary in the end, which reassured me, and the guy said goodnight and then he left. There were many times where I checked the inside mirror and would see that he was right behind me. I wouldn't know since when, and even to this day, I check really often to know if a car is following me. Once, I was washing the dishes during a late shift. I had my phone and I was texting friends, which were 2 guys, to let them know when I was finishing so that we could meet. And when I was working, I had to leave my phone. And maybe half an hour later, a colleague comes to me and says, "Hey, your friend ordered at the drive-thru and asked for you." "Oh, yes, I told him that I wanted to meet later." I then took my phone and said, "So you came by? Were you alone?" "What are you talking about?" And at this moment I knew. I rushed to my colleague and asked her to describe the guy and the car. And well, it was Steve. There were so many cases of things like that happening. He followed me to my friends, threatened to reveal stuff about a friend to his dad that he knew. Also, one of his friends, Carl, who I spotted on my parking lot, had followed me a couple of times too. A friend who knew who Carl was told me that he was married, he had kids, and was like 40, and I was so shocked. One evening, around 10 p.m., I parked and saw a friend or neighbor getting home. It's been a while since we talked, so he said he'll be back in 2 so we can chat. And while waiting, I'm getting my stuff in the trunk. This is when the car parked behind me. It flashes its lights at me, and I didn't have to turn around to guess who it was. I had been patient, since nothing too crazy had happened, and I didn't want to scare or create problems to my family. But this night, I was pretty pissed off, and it was happening right next to my place. I threw my stuff and I rushed at the car. Both Steve and Carl were there, and I told them to leave me and to stop following me. Steve didn't say a word, and Carl just smiled and said goodnight, and I didn't answer and left. And well, it worked, because they didn't bother me for months. Steve changed his car and now had a black one, which was still a really recognizable car. He followed me a few more times, and one day, he tried to talk to me with a friend that could translate well what he said. Again, Steve didn't really speak the language well. I explained well to his friend that I wasn't interested, and it was the last time that I talked to him. However, Months later, I see in my neighborhood this kid that I knew from sports, and I knew he lived in an apartment at about the same place as Steve. The whole thing was over, but it was always in the back of my head. I didn't really know who the guy was and didn't know if this would start again. So I was curious, and you know how curiosity is a bad thing. I started to talk to him. I was like, "Hey, do you know the guy that lives in your building?" I describe a physical trait of Steve to him. "Oh, yeah, this guy." And he also gives a description. I answer, No, the guy who owns a black car." "Oh, you mean my dad?" I froze. I have no idea how this conversation ended, since it's still a big shock even to this day. I know, I didn't tell him anything about his dad's behavior though. I knew this kid for so many years, and he was actually the son of this guy. And he had 3 or 4 brothers and sisters. Then I realized the guy had totally lied about his age because the kid was like 15, and I believed him like an idiot. But this is not the end of the stunning discoveries. A few days later, I met a friend who knows about these events and tell her that the kid, that she knows too, is his son. She looked at me so shocked and she said, "All this time, it was this guy? What? You know him?" "He left his country because he stole money from powerful people, and then he joined his family here, but he got in jail for suspicion of terrorism." "What?" And I remember that when he followed me, he would actually stop when I would drive in the direction of the police station. I just thought it was because he still had issues with his papers. She kept talking and showed me a video. "This is his wife here, and the second woman is his second wife. She was so tired of him talking to other girls that she went to their country to find a second wife." I just want to be precise here that my friend was coming from the same country as this guy, but she was born here, and that's why she had this kind of information. It's a small community, so they kind of all know each other. I was very lucky that nothing happened to me, and I still can't believe it. And I wonder how it could have gone if I acted differently. So this was 3 years ago, right before the pandemic hit, and it's now one of my favorite stories to tell, now that I'm no longer scared and I've moved 1,000 miles away and a few years' time has passed. So my husband was in the military during this time, and I was a housewife, due to work being hard for me to get in the area that I was in, as I can't drive and live off base. Well, any military person knows military schedule is pretty darn predictable, and much of our lives ran on an easy-to-memorize schedule, and to make matters worse, my husband was often gone for long hours. For about 2 to 3 months, I'd been seeing this guy wandering around my home and peeking in windows. Honestly, I didn't originally think much of it beyond being weirded out. We didn't have anything that would interest the robber. No TV, a single 7-year-old computer, a broken couch and a table, and a mattress on the floor. Literally nothing expensive in our home beyond a gun that was locked up in a safe that may have looked like it had stuff. But that's a lot of work for what looks like a home of people living in poverty. So I didn't think anything of it. Yet, he kept coming back when my husband was gone. I'd see him every few days or hear him due to my normally super sweet cat at that time hating him, hissing and yowling when he saw him, so I know that he was there when I hear my cat making an angry fuss. Well, one day, I went out with my husband And I guess I didn't lock the door or something properly, as our lock would be a bit funny and I was running late. According to our normal schedule, I'd have gone to base with my husband for family mandatory fun, and I'd have to come back home alone in an Uber, while my husband stayed on base to work or hang with his friends. What ended up happening was I fell sick with a migraine. I have hemiplegic migraine, so it can really be serious, and his sergeant told me to take me home and take care of me when he saw me. Now, before I go on, I should probably describe my old home. I lived in a 2-bedroom apartment complex in the mountains. It was a massive complex. My home layout was this. My front door led to my kitchen and dining area, and my kitchen and dining area wall next to my door was another glass door. Think a patio door. And across from my kitchen was my room. Then, you go down the hall and hit the living room that has another glass door wall next to the fireplace. And finally after that, you go across the living room at the end of the hall and you hit our guest room, or my plant room, cat's playroom or guest room, with yet another glass door wall. I was literally surrounded by giant glass doors. Then outside, we had a porch, and on the porch was a storage closet where I usually kept my bike as I couldn't drive due to my migraines and seizures. Now, back to the story now that I've set the scene. So when my husband brought me home again, not per our normal schedule, we came home to find our doors slightly ajar. We gave each other a look and went inside anyways, with me mumbling how I must have not locked properly due to us being in a rush that morning. We walked into the kitchen, where my husband immediately went to the fridge and started looking around for water for himself and me. He then spoke for the first time while in the fridge. Honestly, I don't remember what he even said. But then we heard something, maybe a few seconds after he spoke. Our porch glass door in the back of our home moved. We both knew the sound really well, as I liked to sit on the porch reading for hours, so I was always coming in and out. He then grabbed my shoulder and whispered to grab his gun from our room, and he then grabbed a butcher's knife and went towards the living room. I went and grabbed the gun, noticing on my way into our room, our living room glass porch door was wide open. Upon giving my husband the gun and following behind him, as I dialed 911 in my panic, saying that I had an active break-in, while my husband did a sweep of our home. And while I was on the phone upon coming back down the hall towards the kitchen to see if he went around back up and to the front, as we lived on a literal mountainside, and one side was blocked off out back. We heard our storage door out back that we forgot to shut slam open. Me and my husband ran out back where I found our storage door swinging open and just barely saw the same guy who had been spying on me in our home. He didn't end up coming back that day. I also later found that only things missing were some of my clothes, lingerie, and bathroom care products. The police showed up 4 hours later and took a statement from me and my husband. Eventually, my husband had to return to his normal schedule. I was terrified and he didn't like it, but we had no choice till we could find a new place in 3 months when our contract ended. The first week things were fine. He didn't come back yet, and my cat didn't yowl or throw any fits, so he didn't see him either, and things were fine that week. Then another week went by. I started to think maybe the gun we brought out scared him. Yeah, no. The 3rd week, he ended up coming back while my husband was at work in the morning. He first tried the door and was trying to force it open, and then started banging on the glass next to the door. I put 911 on speaker and texted my husband while I panicked and cried. And while I was on the 911 call, he ended up leaving and giving up. And when I voiced that he walked away from the door, The 911 dispatcher lady spoke to me like I was being ridiculous for freaking out this badly over someone trying to get in my locked door. I hung up and finally called my husband while I had a full-on panic attack, and it turns out that he was already coming home with a car full of his and my friends, also in the army, whom worked with him, as they turned around towards me soon as I texted what was going on. He ended up going to the back door and trying both glass doors there as well, before finally giving up. And about 4 minutes later, my husband and his friends arrived and found me clutching my cat and crying. They ended up scanning the area and still didn't find him. The cops showed up 7 hours later, and I, very angry this time, gave another report. I ended up with 3 of the guys sleeping over in the spare room, and my husband and me slept in our now locked and bolted bedroom. Then the next day, me and my husband's friends went out and got and installed cameras in all our doors and window areas. After this last time, beyond him going back to looking into our windows 3 more times, I had never had another issue till I moved out shortly thereafter this, and since, I never saw him again. This happened last month. The area that I go to the gym in has good and bad parts. I am in the good part, but over the last month now, I'm not so sure anymore. I will also say that the area that I am in at the moment, we have had an issue with a guy who lives around the gym and likes to tailgate women and chase them in his car, and he seems to only do this when they are alone in the car. So basically, I had a guy follow me when I was walking home at night, but as someone who used to volunteer at an AOD center, nothing really phases me, and I am rarely scared. So there is me walking home, and as I am walking home, or at least around the corner from the gym, some guy in his 50s and 60s starts following me, and so I go a different route, and I lose him. I come back to the gym a few days later, and this time much earlier, but the guy is back again, wandering around aimlessly drunk near the gym, buying pizza next door. I am thinking, shit, okay. So he then afterwards decides to start looking into people's cars. I was thinking, hell, this guy might want to break into the cars. I am with a friend, and at that time, I noticed that he is looking at his car. I warned him, and he leaves the gym and goes into his car. He then drives home, and I notice that he isn't wanting to break into people's cars, but instead something else. By that point, I am thinking that he wants to look for my car even though I walk to the gym. I am on the elliptical machine, and I feel safe in the gym even though he is outside, because no one can come into the gym unless you're a member. Otherwise, the alarm goes off if you try to open the door. To get into the gym, you would need a key card. This would give you a better understanding on how I felt safe. I also had other people around me, and I wasn't alone in the gym. So lo and behold, this guy looks at me through the glass window, and I am facing the window. So he waves at me and writes down his name and number on a piece of paper and shoves it against the window that I am directly facing. I shake my head going no, and he leaves. I am thinking, this guy originally came from the pub nearby, as we do have a habit of dealing with drunk people from the pub. Doesn't help that there's a bottle shop nearby and a kebab place, as well as the pizza place that I mentioned. I swear, my best guy friend lives in that suburb, and he keeps telling me how it's changing due to the number of halfway houses nearby. Honestly, my story is not too bad. though I would still rather never meet this person again. I was stalked, but not because they were into me, but because they were into my best friend, Emma. Emma is gorgeous, like to the obscene level, and has always had guys and girls fawning over her. And she had a friend named Mike, and Mike is who this story is about. I met Mike through Emma, and it was clear immediately that Mike was obsessed with her. She was actually into him for a bit, but she wanted something that's not serious. But Mike came on hard and heavy, so Emma distanced herself from him. And she distanced herself even more after he made some shocking comments about his opinion on sexual assaults mostly being fake. When Emma and I graduated high school, we had planned to move in together, but due to a family situation, she only stayed at our place about 2 days a week and never on a set schedule. She also could not keep a job to save her life. Her family life was chaotic and made it where she would have to leave at a moment's notice. Emma also had several places where she crashed at. Family, friends, my family, and it depended on her situation and any odd jobs that she was working. She did a lot of odd jobs: babysitting, yard work, elder care, catering, and etc. Nowhere stable, and often she wouldn't know what she was doing until that day. After Emma distanced herself from Mike, I started to realize that he was at my work often, like 3 or so times a week. It would have not been too weird, except my work was a department store for women and children. No men's clothes at all in the store. At first, Mike would just come in, do a lap, and then leave. It was weird, but I honestly just thought that he was walking the mall. Lots of people do that, as my town has practically no entertainment. Then Mike started hanging out in my store and talking to me while I worked, always talking about Emma. How is Emma? Why is she avoiding him? Those kind of questions. I was evasive, giving one-word answers, trying to tell him that I needed to work. My manager even scolded me for having friends hanging out while working. And when I explained that I did not want him there and that he wanted to know about my friend, my manager asked if I wanted him to talk to Mike. He was actually a pretty awesome manager, and I definitely said yes, and I felt relieved. After that, Mike went back to doing a lap and leaving until my manager eventually stationed a big loss prevention guy at my register as a deterrent. And it worked. No more Mike at work, and I felt that I had won. Except, I had not counted on Mike being extra creepy. He started showing up at my house. Couple of points: Mike did not have a car, and I lived in a different town than Mike. My family and my job about 20 minutes by car away. No public transportation in my town or in his. Uber did not exist in this area then either, and Mike didn't have a job as far as I knew. Mike knew where I lived because when I first moved in, we had a housewarming party and accidentally made the Facebook invite public. Mike started coming over at random times, sometimes early in the morning, sometimes in the evening, always asking to speak to Emma. I always told him Emma wasn't there, and even if she was, for her safety I advised her to not come to the house anymore, and to tell Mike that she wasn't interested, which she did. Bluntly no more distancing and blocked him. And this time, I moved in a new roommate, a coworker, who while also female had a gun and a big boyfriend. Mike started coming by less frequently, and anytime he did, I would tell him that he wasn't welcome. Now, I know I should have called the cops, but there were 2 things preventing me. 1, I was from a not grand family who avoided cops for the most part. And 2, my new roommate was a criminal law major, and she was already concerned about how that would appear for her career. Not great reasons, but for a 19 to 20-year-old, it was enough reason for me not to mention it. Eventually, I stopped seeing Mike, but I would still occasionally spot him in places that I was in. The mall, my town's grocery store, and my dog's favorite park. So, I stopped posting on Facebook around this time, because even though Mike was blocked, he was clearly still able to see my post. I also got the creeping suspicion that he was coming by my house sometimes. My stuff on my porch would be moved, and at night, my motion sensor lights would go off. I kept finding Mike's cigarette butts, but at least it was the same kind that he smoked. My roommate had been there about 4 months, when one night, she had her boyfriend over when someone started pounding on the door. When her boyfriend answered, he saw someone who looked like Mike running away. The next day, my roommate and her boyfriend went out of town for a concert. She gave me her gun, even though I already felt safe because she had gotten a dog that she was training as a guard dog. I started watching a cooking show in the living room, and at some point I fell asleep. In the middle of the night, I woke up to my dog and the guard dog losing their minds, barking like mad at the window. There was a tall figure that bolted as soon as I sat up. I grabbed the gun, opened the door, and yelled, "I know that's you. I have a gun, and I'm calling the cops." Which I didn't do. I just locked me and the dogs in the bathroom and then called my dad, who luckily was not angry about being woken up in the middle of the night. He drove over and advised calling the cops and filing a restraining order, which we called the cops, but they said since nothing was broken and there was no evidence, there was nothing to be done about it. Luckily after this, I heard through the grapevine that about a week after the incident with the dogs, Mike's family sent him to live with a relative in a different state. He did come back a couple of years ago, but he was wise enough to only contact me once. And when I got to tell him that Emma was not only happily married, but not at all interested in talking to him, I reminded him that I was willing to call the cops if he ever came near either of us again. And he never did, and I didn't see him anymore. Though he did try to befriend my husband on Facebook, all it took was another block for him to go away. So, it's been about 5 years since I last saw you. Mike, let's not meet.
When I started high school, I feel I had some pretty close encounters due to my naivety. I'm a female and had very poor self-esteem, so while I did have some close friends, I was also quiet and reserved. However, as I was going into a new school, I wanted to put myself out there more. I wanted crazy memories with my friends. I wanted to try new things and maybe get my first boyfriend. So in order to do this, I wanted to change myself so I could be happy with who I was. My birthday was over the summer, so I saved up as much money as I could and finally convinced my parents to let me dye my hair a deep purple and black, and even started doing some of those makeup tutorials. I know it may sound stupid to some, but I know there were a lot of girls that felt the same way as me at the time. Again, I know it sounds stupid now, but it really made a difference to me. I walked into that school for the first time feeling like a different person, except I was still the quiet, smart girl in the back. The first few months were not unusual. My friends and I hung out between classes. All 4 of us were able to dye our hair, so we had a bit of an ego boost, and we did have some people notice too. There was one girl in particular, Shelby, that was on the choir team that complimented my hair, which made me feel great because she was one of the more charismatic girls. She wasn't the mean and popular type because she was genuinely friendly with anyone, and she had a lot of friends, but she just never really talked to me except for in passing. That's where things started changing for me. While my friends and I were leaving PE, we were singing some stupid song when Shelby complimented me on my voice. She was in the same class, so she could hear us. She said I should try for choir next year, which I never would have thought about being the person I was. From there, she began talking to me more. I would help her on assignments in class, and she even brought in her makeup once to do mine before first period. We started hanging out outside of school and became pretty close friends. Me hanging out with Shelby also meant I was around more guys than just my brother and his friends. The ones she hung around started paying attention to me, and I didn't dislike it. It was different and something I wanted out of high school. One night, Shelby was staying over at my house and helping me dye my hair again. While we were waiting, we started messing around on my laptop. She showed me her Facebook page and a few other sites that she would go on, and showed me another website that I had never heard of before. To explain it the best I can, it was supposed to be like a blog targeted towards teenagers as a safe place to talk about your concerns, fears, things like that. You could vent there or just share your creativity. It was all text-based, so you couldn't send or receive pictures. Shelby posted a lot of lyrics to her favorite songs or poems she wrote. She said there was a private message option, which was like an email, but still no media could be sent or received. She said she used this a lot since her parents monitored her email too. So I followed and set up an account as well. She helped me set up her personalized wallpaper and bio, and pretty quickly I had a lot of supporters, which were like friends or followers. I started using this daily. I would post music lyrics, poems, or songs I wrote, little tidbits about my day, and so forth. I even tried helping others that were not in a good state of mind when I could. It almost became like a job for me. That was the problem, though. I do admit I had been told by teachers on a few occasions to put my phone away, and once had it taken away by a teacher. It was my English teacher. He was weird in the sense that he was always cheerful to talk to, especially when we first got into class. If you needed help with something or needed more time on a project, as long as it wasn't abused, he was willing to help. But if you interrupted him in even the slightest during lecture, he seemed to come unglued. He would slam his hand on a desk, do that ear-piercing whistle thing, and I, unfortunately, got caught on my phone and he took it from me. I had to get it back from him at the end of the day. I was more careful with having it out, especially in his class. Going back to this site, other than what it was intended for, some people used it to set up fights. It unfortunately was not blocked on the school's network, so when one larger fight took place, they were able to check the history under their logins and see this site. Because of this, the site was blocked from the school network, and the teachers were not very well aware of this too, and started monitoring harder for phones that were out. I was not a fighter, so I never used it for that. But I did on occasion have a few guys on there that I talked to and flirted with. There was even a new section added where you can give people virtual gifts for points, which you earn for doing certain tasks, such as logging in, making a post, things like that. The gifts can then be sent with a name, or you can send it anonymously. I got a few from people I knew, but then I started getting ones weekly that were anonymous. I thought it was cool and showed my friends to gauge if they were doing it. They claimed they didn't and were just as excited and curious as myself to know who it was. I figured if not them, maybe it was a mutual friend, or maybe I really did just have an admirer. So I made a post about it, saying something about how I appreciated them. The next day, I got a response from a username I wasn't familiar with, saying it was them and that they were happy I liked them. My friends didn't recognize the name either, so me being me, deduced it as someone who did actually like me. From then on, they would reply to all my posts with a compliment on it, then would call me beautiful, gorgeous, etc. I really didn't mind it for a while. I started getting private messages from the same person saying I was perfect for them. I tried asking who they were, but all they would tell me was that they went to the same school, but were too scared to approach me. I tried to convince them to, but they always refused, but the messages didn't stop. Hello, beautiful. Good morning, princess. I hope my goddess has a great day. I remember the messages like that because they creeped me out to this day, and I have troubles with hearing it now. This went on for a while, but it started getting old. That's all they ever did, so I started ignoring it. I don't think they liked that though, because they began to beg me to acknowledge them, and they finally got that when the messages became more explicit and vulgar, started talking about my body and what they would do to me. I still didn't have a boyfriend, so I didn't even know how to react to that. So I just decided to block that person. After about a week or so, I started getting the same type of messages from a new name, so I immediately blocked it too. Thinking they may have gotten the hint, I moved on as normal. Towards the end of the semester, PE then had swim classes, and since it was my last period for the day, sometimes I would just walk home in my swimsuit and cover up. By the time I had gotten home and showered, I had messages from a new person that specifically mentioned my swimsuit and something along the lines of how it was hard to resist not snatching me up from the name of my street. Now, this made me panic a bit because now I am really being followed and they know where I live. I just sent them a message saying to leave me alone and blocked them again. They didn't stop. I can't tell you how many more this person made and how many more messages I would get where they just got worse and worse. They would describe what I was wearing or where I was when they saw me, what they wanted to do to me, and even kept saying they were going to take me away and kept putting the date and counting down the days. April 17th. I hate that day now. There's always something there that makes me think I need to watch my back on that day. This all started to crash down when we were in study hour, and Shelby asked me about going to her birthday party, and it was going to be the weekend of April 17th. I lost it. I felt horrible, but part of me thought it was her screwing with me this whole time, and I started yelling and crying. The teacher walked me to the counselor's room where I told her everything that was happening. My parents were called in and they called the cops to have it all reported. They weren't upset that I hadn't told them about it, but were more so concerned about finding out who did this to me. Since they thought it was a fellow student at first, and they knew the students had access to the site at the school, they began trying to trace back the usernames that were messaging, so I had to go back in and unblock those names as well. To my surprise, they were eventually able to find out who had created those and who was messaging me. It was our English teacher. This sick freak was messaging those explicit things to me, and after checking his computer, they found out I wasn't the only one. He was definitely arrested and is in prison now. The website is gone too. It only got worse from there, and it ended up being shut down, thankfully. I wouldn't wish that on anyone. Feeling like you have to look over your shoulder everywhere you go is just an awful way to live. And parents, no matter how much they may hate you for it, monitor what your kids do online. You have no idea some of the things that can and do happen right under your nose.
This happened a few years ago when I was in my early teens. I recalled these events recently when a friend reminded me of them, so I apologize for my fuzzy memory. For context, I am a female living in a relatively safe country with low drug use. This led to me not worrying too much about my safety when I was out alone. Well, until I met him. After school, I would take the bus home. Depending on the bus I took, I had to cross at a traffic light. I was waiting to cross the road when I felt like I was being watched. At first, I was confused as this was in the afternoon with a decent amount of traffic. But then, I locked eyes with him, and I immediately felt unsafe. He was significantly older and bigger than me. From across the street, I could see his eyes were bloodshot, and he looked at me with such rage that I froze. Then, he started walking toward me through the rush of cars, almost getting hit in the process. This did not stop him. It only made him angrier, and he moves towards me faster. This snapped me out of my shock, and I walked as fast as I could away from him without running. I was convinced that if I ran, he would start running after me. I never imagined myself in this situation and panicked. I knew that I could not lead him near my house, so I tried to lose him in between a random stretch of houses. This worked, as he could not keep up and eventually lost me. However, without the sound of traffic, I could hear him speaking. He repeated things along the lines of, "Just wait till I get my hands on you," and "Girls like you are only good for one thing." I was in a school uniform, so I don't know how he arrived at that conclusion. When I got home, I broke down and I called my parents. I was convinced that he would find me home alone, and we tried to file a police report that day, but could not, on the account of him not actually being a threat and him having a record of mental illness. I found out that he lived near my neighborhood, which made me even more uneasy. I did not see him for a few days as my classes would end at different times. I thought that this was a single incident, and I hoped not to see him again. However, the next week as I alighted at a different bus stop, he saw me. I think this helped him find the general area of where I lived, and I started seeing him around more. I would see him around after school, when I went out on the weekends, and eventually in the morning before school. This went on for about 4 months. Usually, he would come toward me in the same manner, with the same rage and intensity as the first time. But I realized he never closed the distance between us. I think he simply liked seeing people scared. My parents again tried to gather evidence of the stalking to take legal action, but it was brushed aside. They then tried to find the man themselves to confront him, but strangely, he never showed up when they were around. I believe he watched me, and he learned my schedule, as he would appear at places where I should be, but only show up when I was alone. What still scares me is that this makes him seem more intelligent than the authorities believe him to be. And I thought this nightmare would never end, but one day, he just disappeared. No one saw him for a couple of years, and in that time, I pushed the stalking out of my mind. However, I crossed paths with him near my house 2 years ago, and I don't even know how to describe the exchange. My mind literally went blank, and I don't remember most of it. It was his voice that I first recognized, and what happened next was a blur. I can only describe it as a fight or flight response. The years' worth of anger and fear took over, and my mind literally blanked out. He locked eyes with me and started coming towards me the way he used to. Except this time, instead of trying to get away, I went towards him. This, I assume, caught him off guard as he froze. I have no recollection of doing so, and the only thing I can remember is physically shaking and feeling cold from the anger. I heard myself yell something at him, but I don't process what it was. He then refused to make eye contact, and I watched him walk past me. I saw him once again after that, and he simply ignored me. And thinking about it rationally, I know what I did could have ended badly, but I really don't know what came over me.
This actually happened to me a few years ago. I started working at a local gas station part-time after high school. I figured if I'm staying home, might as well do something productive and make my own money too. Most shifts were at night, so they were either dead or full of drunks, but I usually worked with one other person, so it wasn't too bad, especially when we had people get out of hand. I actually liked it for the most part. On the slow nights, I let the neat freak come out in me, and I started to organize the shelves better so that everything is lined up right, not scattered around and piled up. There was one guy, Mark, that usually worked the night shifts with me, and he'd play music on his phone, so it wasn't completely silent, which was nice. One downfall, though, was that I didn't have a car anymore, as mine finally died on me, so I had to rely on rides from my parents, friends, or sometimes an Uber to get me to places. Still, it was manageable because I only lived a few miles away from my home, so I could even walk there. I believe it was in late September when this happened because it wasn't too hot, but it started getting cooler overnights. I had decided to walk to work since it was nice out and my parents weren't home to take me anyways. It was a normal shift, except it was also football season, so we were a bit busier before games started, dead while it was on, and then we'd get a quick burst of people at the end. As I'm ringing people up, I looked up to see my line, and I noticed a guy in basketball shorts, socks with sandals on, and a shirt that said something about a gun show. Eye roll, am I right? He was looking right at me and smiling, so I just smiled back and continued working on the line. After a few, I looked back and noticed the line wasn't going down, so I called for Mark to come up and help. Sandal Guy was up next. I noticed he had one of those tall cans of tea and nothing else, and he was still smiling, so I just said, "Sorry you had to wait for just this." Without taking his eyes off of me, he said, "Oh, it's all right, sweetie, as long as I get to see your beautiful smile." I haven't really dated much, nor have I had much experience in flirting, so I didn't really know how to react. Not to mention, he had to be close to my parents' age, so I just made some weird chuckle sound and didn't say another word. He paid with a card. I handed him his receipt without saying another word to him, and he said, "Good night, sweetie," and walked out. I didn't have time to process what happened as I had a few more people in line, so I just continued until we cleared out again. When I was done, I was about to ask Mark to help me with something when he said, "Oh, sure, sweetie." He was a nice guy. We never had problems with each other, so I knew he was teasing, but it snapped me back to that when I started laughing and asked, "So you saw that too? Was that not weird?" He said he thought the dude was weird, but the flustered side of me was adorable. Funny to him, but I didn't know what to say, and the guy was just off, so none of that was enjoyable. Our night went back to normal for a while. He was in the back again as he did some of the bookwork while I was messing with the shelves. We were kind of shouting back and forth about something that we were both really involved in when someone came in. I started walking back around the corner when I noticed it was Sandal Guy again. He noticed me and waved, so I waved back, and he started quickly walking towards the coolers in the back. I quickly made a comment to Mark about him being there and just waited for the dreadful checkout. He walked up to the counter and said, "I forgot to get gas." If that was the case, why did he walk to the back? I just smiled and rang him up. As I handed him his receipt, he made sure to reach further in to touch my hand and said, "I'm glad I decided to stop here tonight. and smiled as he shook my hand. My hand was limp because I wasn't interested in this at all. At this point, Mark had walked out from the back and said, "Hey Kate, my part's done, I'll take over." Thank God. I pulled my arm back real quick and dashed to the back and waited. I didn't hear another word from the guy, but I heard the bell on the door, and then Mark walked to the back. He said when I turned around, the guy cocked his head like he was trying to look at my ass when he walked in front of his view. He said when he noticed this, he grabbed his candy and dashed out the door. Who does this right in front of people? Anyways, the rest of the night was okay again. Had some lady come in singing and got Mark to sing, so that was funny. So we were having a good time. It was getting close to closing, so Mark had taken the trash out back so he could smoke, and I was up front again reading a magazine. To my surprise, Sandals walks in again. It had to show on my face that I was not okay with this, but he again immediately smiled and was looking around quickly like he was trying to find something. That's when he grabbed another candy bar and said, "For you, Catherine Lee. I can't stay away. Can I give you a ride home so we can talk?" I was shocked. My name badge says Kate. I don't go by Catherine or my middle name, so how would he have known that? I didn't know how to reply, so I just said, "No thanks, I have a ride." To which he said, "But you walked here, right?" How would he have known that? I just told him I had a ride and he wouldn't stop, saying he wanted to get to know me more and take care of me. I remind you, I was around 19 years old, and this guy could have been my father. I tried cutting him off to ask him if he was going to purchase anything when he tried to reach for my hand again, and I pulled back. At this point, Mark walked back in right as he started pleading. Mark immediately walked over to the guy, telling him he needed to leave. He started shouting as he was being pushed out that he'll wait for me. Mark locked the door and made sure I was okay, but I was just more shaken up than anything. He had me doing some other things from there, like more organizing, stocking anything that was empty, and mopping while he watched the door. He would unlock the door to let people in, then lock it again. At closing, he was finishing the last thing, so I had pulled out my phone and opened Facebook when I noticed I had a friend request. It was Sandals guy. That's when I figured out where he knew my name from and also realized that my address was on there. I told Mark about this and he suggested he take me home. I did not refuse either. As we left, I was looking around to see if he was waiting, but I never saw anyone. As he was driving, he tried to loosen up the tension and joke with me, but I think we were both worried about it still. Once we got to my place, the lights were on, so I knew my parents were still up, thankfully, and I noticed Mark was still there when I had gone in and locked the door. I thought it was just to make sure I got in okay. After I was in, I changed clothes and went to get something to eat when there was a knock on the door. It was the cops. They were explaining that there was a report of a suspicious person and gave a description of the vehicle and then the person. You know it. It was the same guy. So I had to explain to the cops and my parents what had happened. The cops said they would drive around a few times to make sure he didn't come back, and thankfully he didn't. But they did tell us that if he came back, to call them again. Unfortunately, there was little they could do since he hadn't actually done anything. The next time I worked, though, Mark explained what had happened. He said he noticed a car following us, but didn't want to say anything and scare me. After I got inside, he saw the truck turn the corner onto my road, so he got out of his car and noticed it was the same guy as he was driving by. He said he thinks he recognized him too as he started to speed up. So he had called the cops to report it for us. I was so incredibly thankful for what he did too. Thankfully, we never saw the guy again, so hopefully he got the hint, but you can bet I did a lot of cleanup on my Facebook too.
This story began when I was 19 years old. I was living in a large Canadian city. I had graduated high school the year prior, and I was struggling to find a job while deciding what I wanted to study in college. For context, I was living in a crowded neighborhood, and just a 5-minute walk up the street, you would reach a busier road with lots of little cafes, small markets, pharmacies, bars, restaurants, parks. Pretty much everything you needed was nearby, and everybody knew everybody. My father spent his retirement days taking a walk up the street to meet with his buddies at a bar. One of his close friends worked as a janitor at the pharmacy just across the street, and due to his troubling back pains, he offered me a job to help him clean the building after hours to help ease the pain off his back, and he would pay me cash every week. Of course, I accepted. It was short hours, easy cash, and very close by. And best of all, I would have an empty building to work in and did not need to interact with people. Since the pharmacy building was just across the street from the bar my father would most likely be at, I would stop to chat with him before going to work. One of my father's friends, let's call him Frank, was a 60-year-old man. He was having a beer with my father one afternoon. Frank was always really friendly to me, and I didn't mind interacting with him. However, things have shifted, and I started feeling afraid of Frank. One evening as I'm working in the pharmacy, clearing out the trash and mopping the floors, I glanced out the front doors, which thankfully are locked by this hour, and I noticed Frank pacing back and forth right in front of the building. I thought nothing of it, and I just continued cleaning up. An hour later, I passed by the front doors again and noticed Frank is still standing outside. By this point, it's nearly 10 p.m. and it's dark outside. I unlocked the door and asked if he was okay. He responded by saying that he wanted to know what time I got off work. Being young and naive, I thought that was okay to ask since I knew him, and I told him that I finish whenever I'm done cleaning up. But I did not mention that I was nearly done for the night. Luckily, by the time that I was finished and I was ready to head home, the street was completely dead silent and deserted. The very next night, I headed out to work at 5 p.m. and began cleaning up. This building is divided into 2 separate buildings. The main one and the one office next door has a different address. This means sometimes I need to exit the main building and walk outside to get to the other building. This night, I had my mop with me and a few garbage bags heading into the next door building. And as I stepped outside, there was Frank standing around again, facing the building as if he's waiting for me. I felt uncomfortable and a little bit afraid. He tried talking to me, but I can't remember what he was trying to say as I was too confused and I was just hurrying over to the next building. I got inside and I locked the door right behind me, leaving Frank outside. It was a small office building, so I was done within 30 minutes. And as I headed to the door to head out, Frank was still standing there. I did not want to leave until he was gone. And at some point, my boss calls me on my cell phone to ask why I was taking so long. And I couldn't help but explain to him that Frank, which is also his friend, was standing outside waiting for me. And a minute later, I heard my boss come outside and yelled at Frank to leave me alone while I'm working. Thank goodness. I finished my work for the night and I peeked out the doors to see if the coast was clear before heading home. I was relieved to see that not a single person was out there. Then again, it was beyond 10 p.m. I walked up the street to wait for the crosswalk to turn green so I can cross and head home. and as I am waiting, I hear someone behind me. I turn to see who it is, and sure enough, it's Frank. I wanted to cry of frustration and fear. He approached me and began a normal conversation, pretending that he wasn't being creepy at all. He was telling me that he wants to take me to the movies that night. I laughed and I was too shy to tell him to F off, and I said, "What? It's late already." He said it's okay, that there are movies that late at night anyway, and insisted that I went home to change, meet him back at the corner, and he would take me to the movies while he waits there for me to come back. He asked for my phone number, and being too scared and stupid, I began giving him my digits. And luckily, I snapped back into focus mode and changed the last 2 of my digits. I pretended to go home to change and then to meet him later. I hope he waited there all night because I went to shower, I got into bed, and I went peacefully sleeping. A few days later, I went up the street to visit my dad at the bar before my next shift. The store connected to the bar and had a shoe sale going on, and had set up a table full of shoes outside to attract more customers. I walked past, not interested anyway. But there was Frank, just outside the bar. He stopped me and guided me to the table full of discounted shoes and said he wanted to buy a pair, whichever one I liked. But by this point, I was fed up and ignored him, and I entered the bar. I approached my dad and he noticed Frank talking to me outside and asked what we talked about. I was too embarrassed to tell him the truth, so I said, "Oh, nothing really." And right after I answered that, Frank was standing at the doorway of the bar talking to some guys, and my blood started to boil, and I ended up telling my father the truth instead. Actually, he offered to buy me a pair of shoes. Absolutely enraged, my father stood up tall in his chair and gave me a look of, "What did you just say?" And I then told him everything. Frank has been waiting for me outside of work too, and then he tried taking me to the movies late at night one night. My father did not even waste another second. He walked up to Frank and right away punched him right in the neck in front of a crowd of people. "Don't you ever speak to my daughter again. Don't you ever approach her, you son of a bitch," he yelled. Frank was shocked, apologized to my dad repeatedly, looked me right in my eyes and apologized to me, and then he walked away. I thought that that was the end of it, and I hadn't seen Frank anywhere for a few weeks after that. When suddenly, my father started going to a different bar, just 10 steps away from the first one. It was a much darker, quieter, and really just depressing looking bar. The further in you go, the darker it gets. My father and I sat at a little table and started chit-chatting, and from the top of his shoulder, I noticed a man sitting in the far end of the bar in almost complete darkness. I knew it was Frank, but I did not panic, nor did I mention it to my father, because I knew he was staying away after being throat-punched in public. Eventually, my dad moved to sit at the bar instead of the table, so of course, I followed. Frank then sat a little bit closer to us, still keeping a distance though. And after starting to feel uncomfortable from Frank's stares, I asked my father, "Can we sit at the front of the bar? I just want to be closer to some sunlight." He agreed, so we moved again to the very front. A minute later, Frank changed tables again, closer to us once more, and he looked really angry and revengeful. I can't explain it. He just looked very pissed off, unlike the Frank that I knew beforehand. After a while, we decided to head home. It was a 5-minute walk for me, but my father, being elderly with physical issues, he needs to take a few breaks here and there to rest his back and then catch his breath again. And while we were walking, he needed to take his first break, so he sat down on the edge of someone's concrete fence. And as I waited for him to rest, I noticed in quite some distance behind us, Frank is heading our way, but he was stopped, standing in the middle of the sidewalk, just staring in our direction. He was far enough away that I wasn't too worried. Then my dad got up and we continued walking, having no idea who was behind us. A minute later, he needed to rest again. I turned around to check, and of course, Frank is still there. He seemed to stop walking every time we stopped walking. And this happened a few times, and I was getting more and more freaked out. Frank did not know where I lived, and even though I lived so close to work, where he was stalking me, he never really followed me home, thankfully. Well, until that day. We got really close to the house now, and Frank was catching up behind us. I did not want him to know where I lived, so I lied to my dad and I said, "I really need to use the washroom. Do you mind if I go ahead?" Of course, he had no problem with that, and I hurried up home. I wanted to get inside before Frank saw which house I went to, and I immediately went up to my bedroom window, which faces the road we were on. This is when I noticed that my hurrying home makes no difference because Frank could just wait and see which house my father goes into. And as I'm watching through my bedroom window, I saw that my father noticed who was behind him. He yelled at him to F off. I guess my father protected us also and stood there until Frank went away beyond him so he doesn't see where we live. After a while, Frank very slowly walked past every house, and my father standing a dozen feet behind him, waiting for him to leave. He looked at every house trying to see if he could see me through a window. I was well hidden, and he would not have seen me, and as he continued making his way down the street, he got so frustrated that he started punching himself in the head a few times. I can't help but wonder what his plan was if he was so angry and following us home that day for the first time with a face full of rage. That was the last that I ever saw of him before I learned years later that he got severely mentally ill and was put into an institution. So Frank, let's never ever meet again.
My story is one that is pretty messed up, and I'm not saying that lightly. This was probably the lowest point of my life and was absolutely something that gave me some sort of PTSD, but it's an important story for me to tell to the world, in my opinion. I was abused and mistreated by this person, and it's a bumpy ride, so if that's not something you can stomach, I don't recommend reading the rest of this. I dated a guy named Cole for most of my time in high school. I met him at the end of my freshman year, and we actually started dating at the beginning of my sophomore year, and we were together until we graduated. Neither of us was one of the popular kids, and neither of us really stood out of the crowd, so we just kind of really enjoyed each other's company and being together with someone that was like me and really nice. Well, that's what it was on the outside, at least. To everyone in the school, my parents, and the public eye, we were just two shy high school kids that liked to hold each other's hands. In private, however, he was emotionally manipulative and horribly controlling. My home life wasn't great. My parents argued nonstop, and they were always so aggressive with each other, so I guess as I was growing up, I kind of connected that to love. So when Cole started doing the same thing to me that they did to each other, I thought it was normal. It didn't take long for that emotional manipulation to turn into physical abuse and then sexual abuse. Basically, if he wanted to do something, we would just do it, and I had to accept it because he loved me, and that was that. This went on for over a year and a half, until spring break of my senior year. I spent the week over at my grandmother's house in an attempt to get away from him, even for just a little bit, though I framed it that I hadn't spent time with Granny for a while, which was true. While I was there, my grandma actually saw a bruise that was on my inner thigh, and the whole thing spiraled. I broke down and told her everything. She was horrified to hear what had been happening between us, but once she calmed me down, she basically told me that I needed to exit the relationship as quickly as I could. We talked about it some more, and I agreed with her. She had convinced me that I needed to get away from Cole, and I needed to get away as soon as possible. Once spring break was over, he came over to my house, and I was adamant that we needed to spend time in the living room instead of my room, because I knew what would happen if we went behind closed doors. Throughout the evening, I just kind of sat alone on the couch and kept my distance while I prepared for what I had to do, and then, once he had to leave, I ended up telling him that I thought we should take a break from each other. I saw by the look on his face that he wanted to smack me, something he had pretty much turned into his rebuttal when he thought what I said was wrong, but he didn't, because my mom was in the other room and he had to keep up his good kid appearances. He asked me if I was sure I wanted to do that in a way that almost sounded threatening, but I nodded and said that I enjoyed our time together, but that I needed some time to think things through. He basically just left after that, but he did not leave me alone. He was dead set on winning me back in some way, whether that meant by telling me how much I meant to him or telling me that I would be sorry for what I had done. I tried my best to ignore the notes, the letters in the mailbox, the constant phone calls, but I couldn't ignore the literal brick through my window. Yes, he literally threw a brick through my window, complete with a small note that said, "I love you, Kayla, and I will die without you," complete with his signature. Thankfully, that was enough to make this whole thing a lot easier, as my dad called the cops and he was subsequently arrested because he admitted that he did it. I was actually happy that this happened because I would be able to move on, focus on school, and he wouldn't be there to distract or bother me. I thought that was where it would all end. He was charged, told to stay away, and I finished high school without any issues. After I graduated, I moved out and then moved in with my grandparents and went to college. I spent 4 years furthering my education and lived with them, then went and got my own place a few miles from their house at an apartment complex down the way. I lived there for 6 years, so at this point, I had been on my own for a decade, had started my own career, and had met a guy that I was dating, and things were pretty serious. Basically, I had moved on with my life, and I was happy despite what I had gone through. Recovery was difficult, but I felt like I had successfully managed to do so. Unfortunately, things went south really fast one random day when I got a phone call from a number I didn't know. I answered it, and I wish that I hadn't. As soon as I said hello, the voice on the other end said, "Hey, Kayla, it's Cole," in a tone that was way too excited to be on this call. As soon as he said my name, my blood ran cold, and there were legitimate chills running down my spine. This was a voice that I never wanted to hear again, and the fact that he had somehow found my phone number was something else altogether. I kind of sheepishly said hi, and then asked what he wanted. He laughed when I responded, then said something like, "Don't sound so excited to talk to me," then started in with what he was calling for. He asked me if I would be a reference for a job that he was applying for because he needed someone to tell them that he was a good person and willing to do the work. I basically just said okay and wrapped the call up as quickly as I could. The feeling in my stomach was literally the worst thing that I had felt since he and I were together. I ended up telling my boyfriend what had happened, and thankfully he was fully supportive and willing to keep me calm and talk me through the situation. At the end of it, he pretty much told me that I should just not answer any numbers that I didn't recognize and just move on and pretend that it never happened. He then said that if I wanted, we could go up and change my number. I told him that it was okay and that I would just not answer any more calls that I didn't know. That would have been a great solution and would have been enough if what happened next didn't happen. About a week after that happened, I went into the office to work, and sitting in the lobby was Cole. I opened the door and literally just froze the second I saw him. My heart was racing, and I'm pretty sure I started hyperventilating because I was feeling dizzy. As soon as he saw me, he stood up and walked over to me, grabbing me and pulling me into a hug. I had no idea what to do. I just stood there, frozen, with his arms around me and not letting go. I wanted to cry. I wanted to throw up. I wanted to literally just stop existing. He was talking in my ear about how much he'd missed me since high school, how happy he was to see me. He said that he was there for an interview to work in the IT department, which was the department that I worked in, and said that he was so excited that he may be working with me. Then what he said made my heart stop. It could be just like old times. As soon as he said that, I immediately pulled myself away from him and walked away as quickly as I could to go and talk to my manager. I walked into his office and I knew that he could see something was wrong because he stood up and asked if I was okay. I let loose, asking him if there was someone named Cole that was there for an interview. He told me that he was, and that he was there to interview for a position that was on our team, and then asked if I knew him. I explained everything to him. I pretty much just dumped the entirety of my trauma on him and told him that Cole was the cause of it. He then followed that up with saying that he would keep that in mind and asked me if I had a restraining order on Cole. I knew what this meant. It meant that he did not care and that he was going to proceed as if I never told him any of this. The restraining order question was a matter of covering himself legally. I told him no, and he ended the conversation pretty much right away. I went back to my desk, but I think I spent most of that day in the bathroom just staring at the wall and having a panic attack. That was the last day that I worked there, because I knew what was going on. Some of you may say that it was purely coincidence that he was interviewing for the same company that I was working at, but it wasn't. He didn't seem surprised to see me. He never once said anything about not knowing I worked there, and his comments made me feel more like he knew it, and he was trying to pretend like he didn't. I know it sounds paranoid, but he got my number. He went to my office. He interviewed for a position on my team. None of this was a coincidence. Like I said, I ended up quitting that day. Didn't even put in my 2 weeks just in case. I wasn't willing to give him any more time around me. I also went and changed my number after that day, so he didn't have it. Thankfully, this time around, I had more of a support system in place. My boyfriend, my grandparents, and a few friends. They all supported me in my decision, and they helped me get my mind straight. So that's it. That's the story of my horrible ex that showed up randomly in my life 10 years later. It was hard to get through, and I still feel like someday he's going to show back up in my life to cause me more distress. Thankfully, he hasn't. If he ever does, I'm honestly not sure what I'll do or what it'll do to me.
I was always an extremely small and sickly child. I look young for my age, and my family and I lived out of town, about 8 miles out. Our little community was next to a highway. The school bus would drop me off 2 blocks away from home. One day, I noticed a red truck following slowly behind me. So slow that I figured they were just looking for a house or something. I ignored it and I walked to my house, and that was the end of that. Consistently, this truck would follow slowly behind me, and after a couple days of this, I walked into my house and I looked out the window. Inside there was an older man in a black lab. He was staring at me, idling inside his truck, and then he pulled away. I decided that enough was enough. I told my parents, and of course, my sister was quick to jump that I was lying, but my mom thankfully believed me. She drove me to the bus stop the next morning, and the red truck was there, across the street at the gas station, pointing towards the bus. I got on the bus and my mom decided to drive around the truck. She described the scene. The man was disheveled and dirty, hunched over in his seat just staring at the bus. His license plates were caked in mud, so she couldn't make them out. It freaked her out so much that she called the police and the school. I went to school and I was quickly pulled into the office, and the man had been spotted at the school waiting in his truck. That day, I rode the bus home. This time, the truck was parked alongside the street. That means that I would have to walk past this man's driver's side door so that I could get home. I debated considering running for it. But apparently, this man was getting desperate now that he was spotted. A police car showed up and I talked to the policeman. They went to go to talk to the man and he quickly pulled away from the curb and took off down the highway. I never saw him again, and I don't believe he was ever caught. But because of this experience, I am extremely guarded and paranoid with my own daughter and her soon-to-be sibling. The world is a terrifying place these days, and children go missing so easily. I don't like to think about if I had been grabbed, I wouldn't be here typing this, and my kids wouldn't exist. I was lucky. Many children aren't. So, stranger, with ill intentions, let's not meet. It happened in 2002. I was living in a ground floor apartment in the corner of an L-shaped building with a living room, kitchen, parents' bedroom on the garden balcony side, and my sister's bedroom and bathroom on the parking side. I was 7 years old at the time of the facts, and all this happened over several weeks, maybe months, but I hope not. At the beginning of the summer of 2002, I was often playing in the common gardens of the building with other children of the building, when one afternoon, my mother called me and my friends to ask us if it was one of us who, to play, would have taken one of her panties that was drying on the floor of our terrace, and that it was not right to play with women's underwear. But it wasn't us. And as the weeks went by, several similar cases were reported to us, but always without explanation. Sometime after these events, my father, not being able to sleep, one evening decided to smoke a cigarette at the kitchen's window, which was at the side of the garden. And he was just looking around to clear his mind. As he looked closer at our right neighbor's terrace, my father saw a man standing there, not moving, and looking into their apartment. My father thought that it was the neighbor and said, "So, what are you doing, bud?" The person turned around and looked at my father. The man was touching himself. Then, without saying anything, the intruder ran through the hedge and left through the common gardens. The whole neighborhood was informed, and this could not last any longer. We children were forbidden to play outside in the evening, and a feeling of fear settled in among the people of the ground floor. During the year, a new neighbor moved in alone in the apartment, which was above ours. Alerted and a little shocked by the incessant theft of women's underwear in our building, my neighbor legally, and with good reason for my part, bought a dissuasion gun, which shoots and weighs like a real one, but actually shoots blanks, and she kept it in her bedside table. This neighbor loved animals and had 2 parakeets, which often made noise in a birdcage on her balcony. She had cats, fish, and etc. One evening, this neighbor came back from work. She put her things down and went about her life normally, like any other person coming home from work does. But that evening, she saw on her balcony that unfortunately, the bird cage had remained open and that her parakeets had disappeared. Thinking that it was her own mistake, she was sad, but there was no reason to be afraid at all. After having made her evening, she went to bed and fell asleep. But something woke her up during the night. First, she felt her comforter pull slightly. Thinking it was a cat, she held the comforter tightly, but it still pulled. Then she felt the bed move and a breath behind her. There was someone in her bed. The feeling of fear took a hold of her. She jumped out of bed while opening her bedside table and took out her pistol and fired twice in the direction of the man, who fled by jumping out of her bedroom window, which was open. The whole building was awakened by these shots, including my father, who saw a man land in front of our terrace and run into the gardens. He grabbed what he could and then chased him. The police stopped my father, who was running in his underwear with a golf putter, and of course, he had to prove that he was a neighbor afterwards. A couple minutes later, the police informed us of the arrest of the man in the housing estate next to us by a patrol that was watching our neighborhood after his thefts of underwear. Our surprise was not the least when we learned that the pervert was a man of 45 years, married, father of 3 children, and in recidivism of several acts of voyeurism and break-ins. He had even entered a lady's house by climbing up the balconies while she was living on the 4th floor. Later, we learned that no charges would have been retained against him because number 1, he did not break into my neighbor's house. He did not assault, rape, or even touch my neighbor. And they're not even sure that the thefts are necessarily attributed to him. So, here we are, living in a country where a person with serious voyeuristic urges that lead to other more serious things cannot be supervised by prison or hospital staff because technically he didn't do anything. Stalker at Kmart. I'm dating myself there with that department store reference, but I'll do one better. When I was in my early teens, I'm a male, and I would ride my bicycle there to look at and buy model cars and supplies. That was my thing back then, building model cars. I can't say if I was in any real danger, as per the TOU on the sub, but basically, I was stalked. And while I'm deciding between the 66 Chevelle or the 85 Camaro, I see this man, mid-30s, walk past the aisle that I'm on. Then, he passes the same aisle from the other end. Once I'd made up my mind and leave the aisle, he's on the far end and starts walking the parallel aisle to me. I'm not weirded out yet, but I make a detour down another aisle to ditch him. Or so I thought. I doubled back and got to the main aisle that heads towards the front, towards the registers. He pops out another aisle further up facing me, then turns down the next one. Each time that I encounter him, he smiles, making eye contact. So, I put the model down and turn 180 degrees, head towards the back of the store. There's a service entrance back there, so I make for that, thinking that I'd lost or confuse him. And I still wanted to build that Camaro. So, I went back towards the front. And there he is, sitting on a bench in the lobby, still making contact, still smiling. Now, at this point, the obvious answer would have been to just turn and bolt. But in an effort to keep my bike from getting stolen, I'd secured it to the railing inside the lobby, and I didn't want to stand still in his presence. I quickly went back into the store and zigzagged the aisles trying to lose him. By now, I was sufficiently freaked out, but still didn't want to make a scene. Every single time that I made my way back out onto the main aisle, there he was. I'm walking at a brisk pace, and he's just casually strolling, but always in my direction. And at one point, I pass the sporting goods, so I pick up and start carrying a baseball bat. I pass the main aisle on purpose now, showing him my weapon. He's unfazed, just casually making his way up and down the aisles, still smiling, still eye contact. I'm just short of running now, almost back in the service department, when he's given up the subterfuge of chance encounters. He's directly following me. He's not at my pace, but manages to keep up. I give up. I toss the bat and make for the service clerk, a relatively stout African-American man, and I say, "Hey, I think this guy is following me. Can you call someone?" And I'm throwing my thumb in his direction. He hadn't come around the corner yet, so I never saw his reaction. But we heard a crashing and heavy fast footfalls. He had run towards the service entrance, knocking over a display on the way out. The service rider stood by with me while the police were called. And once there, the cops took a statement, did a walk around, but he was long gone. Then, they put my bike in their cruiser and then drove me home. I didn't go back to Kmart on my own again until I was old enough to drive. And I still never went back for that model Camaro. Damn it.
Stalked me using technology. When I was in my early 20s, I dated a friend of a friend. We were mutual friends. We saw each other before, but we never really interacted. We certainly knew each other by name. We met at a party and he was great at first. He was friendly and made good conversation and was pretty good looking too. I was instantly interested in him and we had great chemistry with each other. We met up constantly and I was so happy I decided to give him a chance. Months in, we decided to go steady and be exclusive with each other. We set our statuses on Facebook and some other places too. We took so many pictures together and posted them on social media. And for nearly 10 months things were going fantastic. He slept over my place plenty of times and I stayed at his too. I really enjoyed being with him. One day I wasn't feeling the best, so I told him I wanted a quiet day and spent the day on my computer in a video call with my friends. We were all laughing and watching a movie together. It was so good to have some girl time together because I spent so much time with my boyfriend. One of my friends, I'll call her Dana, made a comment about missing me and jokingly said that I was spending way too much time with him. The next day I didn't hear from my ex, and it wasn't like him to not send a message by now. I messaged him and said good morning. He looked at it and left me on read. Weird, but maybe he was too busy to answer. and I didn't worry about it. I waited a couple of hours and sent another message to ask if he was okay. He told me he was fine, and I knew he was clearly not fine. He'd never acted like this before, and I was surprised by it. I told him if he was angry with me, I'd rather he told me why. He asked how sick I was, and I told him it must have been a temporary stomach bug. And that when I felt a little better, I went on a video call with my friends and we watched a movie. He seemed satisfied by my answer, and at the time I wasn't exactly sure why. I was just happy that he had calmed down. Things were good again, but months later we had some more relationship difficulties. He told me he didn't like some of my friends and that he didn't want me to see them anymore. I asked him exactly what he didn't like about them. He just told me he didn't think they were a good fit for me, but wouldn't explain exactly why. There was one person in particular he didn't like, and that was Dana. He always made little nasty comments about her, implying that she was a bad person. I told him I needed a reason why he wanted me to cut them off, and I didn't like him interfering with my friendships. He scowled and didn't speak to me for a couple of days. I talked to Dana about it, and she wasn't sure where the hostility was coming from. She'd always been civil with him. I thought that would be the end of it, but no. He slipped one time and mentioned something I told Dana in private. I thought maybe Dana said it to someone else and asked her about it. She denied it. I was angry about this and he supported me, told me to stop being friends with her, and if I loved him, I would do it. I hated that. I vented to some of my friends both on my phone and on the computer about it. I said how frustrated I was, that he had no right to do what he did, and that it wasn't fair of him to do this. When he confronted me about it, he knew near enough everything I said. I doubted all my friends would have run off to tell him, and some of them barely knew him, or only knew of him. I asked how he knew and he got incredibly defensive. This went on for months, and whenever we had any issues he would always know about them. It turns out he put spyware on my phone and a keylogger on my computer, probably when I wasn't looking or he needed to borrow my phone or computer for something. I confronted him about this massive breach of privacy and he said it was normal. That all couples do this. I screamed at him this wasn't normal at all. He told me that all his exes had been fine with it. And I reminded him that he never even mentioned it to me. And I certainly wouldn't have agreed. Nor did he ever offer to show me his phone or other devices. I got my computer and phone cleared of any nasties, changed passwords, and did everything I could to protect myself. I made sure I changed all my passwords at a friend's place too. After a while, I couldn't relax, so I ended up getting a new phone and computer when I could. I couldn't shake the feeling he was spying on me for a long time after. I make sure to lock all my devices now. I also regularly check to make sure my information hasn't been leaked, and made sure there were no changes to my private information. It has been so stressful and it could have been avoided if I was more careful. What was even creepier, he left hidden cameras in my room at some point. I'm terrified what he did with those pictures or videos. I change in there. I have so many private moments in there. It's supposed to be my sanctuary. Sometimes I can't escape the feeling I'm being watched. This story won't be the worst story on your list, I guess. I don't let my partners use my devices anymore, unless I'm there to keep an eye on what they're doing. I don't like how he invaded my privacy, and had access to my information without my permission. I don't even like inviting people into my room anymore. I just want to feel safe again. Keep an eye on your devices, people.
So I'm a 28-year-old woman, and this happened to me when I was 13. I'm an adult now, and still kind of traumatized. For a little context, at 13, I transferred schools because of a lack of money. The school that I went to was a cheaper private school because where I live, the public ones kinda suck. I didn't have any friends for at least the first couple of months. I then started noticing this boy, Victor. He was always staring at me during classes, in the hallways by the window, and at lunch. It was an everyday thing, but I didn't care because as a kid, I only thought of stupid stuff like dolls or whatever. Oh, and one more thing. I was flat as a table back then, so totally looked like a small child. The girls in my class started saying that Victor had a crush on me, which creeped the hell out of me because he was 18. I was creeped out but still didn't care as long as he didn't approach me or anything. But things escalated quickly. Victor would follow me home every day, and thank God I moved since then, and he doesn't know where I live anymore. The most annoying thing, however, was that he constantly asked his friends to try to talk to me and try to convince me to go out with him and make out with him after school. These talks would usually take about 30 minutes of them trying so hard to convince me to agree with this, while Victor was behind them, just watching the conversation like a freak. Obviously, I rejected him all the time, but being the nice guy that he said he was, he spread rumors about us making out anyway. Nobody believed anyway because he was such a weird guy and the whole school knew it. The final straw was when our school had a trip to a book fair. I was super excited. At this point, I had made a couple of friends, and on our way to this fair, I was on the bus with my friend and Victor was on 3 seats behind us, and I could feel his eyes on me the whole way. And out of nowhere, he came and asked for my friend's cell phone and she gave it to him. So stupid of her. And he returned her cell phone not even 2 minutes after. She checked the cell phone and showed me that he had taken a bunch of photos of me. I guess this was his way of saying that he had already done this at some point. She got so pissed and went to go talk to him. And when she returned, she said the creepiest thing I've heard in my life. She said this with a very scared face. He said to me that when you least expect it, he will push you in a bathroom and rape you today. The only thing that went through my mind was, what should I do now? I looked at him and he gave me a creepy smile. After this, I spent the whole day looking behind my back, not leaving the side of my teacher. She didn't even understand why that I didn't want to walk around the fair. I was in alert mode all the time, and thank God, nothing happened. And when I came home, I cried in my room like a baby. This was at the end of the year, and thankfully, I switched schools again. I told this to my mom last year, and she was like, yeah, it happens. It happened to me too when I was your age. So shocked about how this is a common thing. I'm now 28, and I still see Victor on the streets. He has followed me around a few times, and I always walk in circles until I lost him. But sometimes, he waits for me outside the stores or restaurants. I think about what would have happened to me in that book fair if I didn't have my teacher next to me the whole time. And I wondered if one day he'll do something or just keep this creepy behavior. Back when I was attending a university, I used to work on campus at one of the dining halls during the dinner or night shift. I lived in the next town over since it was cheaper to live in a crappy little apartment out of town than to live on campus in the dorms. But I didn't own a car, so I had to take the bus. One night, I had just gotten off a shift at work. My feet were killing me, and I was completely exhausted as I slowly made my way to the bus stop. I noticed a man, much older than me, sitting on one of the two benches at the otherwise empty bus stop, but I didn't pay too much attention to him. I simply sat down on the second bench and listened to some music while waiting for the bus to arrive. The first sign that things were starting to get weird was when I kept noticing out of the corner of my eye that he was staring at me. At first, I thought I might be imagining it, so I looked over and caught him quickly turning his head to look away. Okay, so he was staring at me. This wasn't completely out of the ordinary, since being a young college girl seemed to gain me a bit of attention from older men. So just like usual, I just ignored him. Well, that was a mistake. Again, out of the corner of my eye, I saw him look at me. But instead of just staring this time, he got up and walked over to sit next to me instead. I continued listening to my music, hoping that he would see the earbuds and take the hint that I wasn't interested in having a conversation. But instead, this man literally took the earbud out of my ear. "Hey there, sweetheart," he said, as my head snapped to look at him in shock. I should have told him off for touching my things and demanded him to leave me alone. But I was sort of frozen, and I didn't want to make him mad. Hi," I replied quietly. He started introducing himself as Mike and telling me that he lived in the area and it was always nice to see pretty girls like me at the university bus stop. He explained that he was a real man and liked the boys that I went to school with and that I should go home with him that night. I was a shy, scared virgin who had never had a man be as bold as this to my face. And I say to my face because I had certainly gotten my fair share of unsolicited private pictures online by that point. But I digress. I didn't know how to respond, so I didn't. But that didn't stop Mike from continuing to explain to me all of the fun things that he wanted to do with me at his place that night. He got into graphic detail. The things he described started out with the basic things you'd expect, and then escalated to him asking if I liked being choked until I turned purple and passed out in bed. I wish there was anyone else at that bus stop, but it was just the two of us, in the dark alone, as I counted the seconds until the bus would arrive. Then Mike took things to a different level of shocking by telling me, "Listen, the demons want me to ask for your phone number, and they say you should give it to me, or you won't like what happens." He actually had the audacity to start stroking my hair. His hand was gentle, but I didn't want him touching me at all. This was shocking for a number of reasons. The demons? I wouldn't like what would happen? Why was he touching me? What the hell was this guy talking about? And as though he could read my mind, Mike went on to explain. "My therapist knows the demons are real. I told her about them, and she says I'm not crazy and that demons are real." He laughed, then abruptly stopped and said, "Now, give me your phone number like they said," he demanded. And as his hand stroked my hair for the last time, he stopped and gripped the back of my neck, still gentle, but even more terrifying. I was scared and obviously didn't want him to have my phone number, but he was taking out his phone, and I knew that he was going to call the number I gave him to make sure that I wasn't lying to him, and he still had his hand on the back of my neck. So, I reluctantly gave him my real phone number. Stupid, I know, but I was right, and he immediately called to check. All I could think about was just not making this guy angry. long enough to get away from him, and then I would block his number. Thankfully, the bus came moments later, and I sat down as close to the front of the bus, near the bus driver, as I possibly could, since the bus was basically empty. Mike decided to sit directly across from me, and at this point, I had tried listening to music again, hoping that being on the bus and him having my phone number would signal to him the end of our conversation. However, he decided to reach over and unzip my sweatshirt, revealing my work shirt and the name tag, which I had unfortunately forgotten to remove in my haste to leave work that night. I hadn't told him my name yet. Abigail. What a beautiful name. Our daughter will be named Celeste. I shouldn't have been shocked at this point, but I was. I had stopped listening to music again and zipped my sweatshirt back up, which made him laugh. You won't need that soon anyway, he said, and winked at me, implying how he'd planned to undress me even further that night. At one stop, Mike tried to convince me to get off the bus with him. I told him no, that I was tired and I just wanted to go home. So he said okay and then stayed on the bus. I knew that had been his stop, so the fact that he was staying on the bus worried me. I was sure this meant that he was planning on coming home with me instead. Baby, Mike whispered to me. I tried to ignore him, but he repeated himself louder. Baby. He had the most unsettling smile on his face, and I asked, What? He laughed and told me, The demons say you smell nice. I was terrified, and I felt like I was going to throw up by the time that my bus stop arrived. I lived in an apartment alone, and I didn't want him to know where I lived. Despite my body being exhausted and sore from work, adrenaline kicked in, and I bolted off the bus and ran straight home. I made it inside and then locked the door. I looked through the peephole, and I didn't see him, so I went to carefully peek out of my window and saw him standing near the bus stop, just looking around. He took out his phone, and sure enough, I started getting a call from an unknown number since I hadn't saved his number. I ignored it, and when he hung up, I started getting several texts asking where I'd gone and how he didn't like hide and seek, and how the demons just wanted to have fun, but I was being a little bitch about it. I was so scared because he knew which apartment building I lived in, where I worked, where I went to school, my phone number and my name. The only good thing which made me feel slightly relieved was that he didn't know which specific apartment number I lived in. That's when he started yelling outside. There were no specific words said, just wordless yells of what I can only assume were frustration and anger. I blocked his number, and I kept all the lights in my apartment off as I cried with my back to the front door. Maybe I should have called the police, but my brain was so frazzled that I didn't even think of that until the next day. And by then, all I knew about him was that he was a mentally unstable man, probably named Mike, who hadn't actually done any physical harm to me, so I didn't think it was worth it. In hindsight, I know that I made a lot of stupid mistakes during this experience. I ended up moving away entirely at the end of that term of school, for unrelated reasons. But until then, I switched to day shifts at work, and I was paranoid every single night. Thankfully, I never saw the man again though. So Mike, the scary guy from the bus stop who tried to follow me home, I never want to meet you or your demons ever again. I'm a 30-year-old male. I was having a bit of a dry patch with dating. I broke up with my fiancé and I was absolutely crushed by it. I found out that she had been cheating on me through the last 6 months of the relationship. I didn't want or need anything serious. Mainly, just wanted to see what was out there. Maybe find a friend or something. So, I made my profile, matched with a couple of women who I was attracted to, and I liked their profiles. It was a mixed result. Some of the women seemed to like me, and others weren't really all that interested. It happens though. One of the women seemed nice at first. Let's call her Julie. She worked as a nurse and was pretty busy. Given my job and other commitments, that worked well for me. I didn't want someone who could potentially become too clingy. Julie and I messaged each other, exchanged some pics, and talked to each other. She had a nice voice. I didn't tell her where I worked, but I realized she managed to find out where I worked. I worked as a lawyer in a local law firm, and she came to my workplace. We hadn't even gone on a date or met up yet. I wasn't happy to see her. I came out and spoke to her, and I politely asked her to not come to my workplace again, and that it made me uncomfortable. She agreed that it wasn't the best, and things seemed to go okay. I was completely put off by her behavior that I decided not to have anything to do with her. And I sent her a message later that day and told Julie that I didn't want to talk to her anymore. Looking back, I should have just ghosted her and left at that. I should have removed her and just blocked her. The next day, I go to the office and the security guy walked up to me. He told me that my friend was back again. When I turned to look at her, she was waiting outside the company property. She was just staring at me. I told the security office that I wanted nothing to do with her and to keep her away, and he agreed. I started noticing her around more and more. Eventually, I put her out of my head and I found a woman that I got along with. She always made me smile, and I decided that it was time to give it a go. We went out on a couple of dates together, and after a month or so of dating, we decided to make it official. Things were going so well, and then she called me and sounded upset when I answered. She asked if I was cheating on her, and this took me by surprise. No, I answered her. She told me that someone called Julie messaged her on Facebook and told her that we were together. My girlfriend believed me and told her to fuck off. She kept trying to contact her, and then she disappeared. It took months of Julie harassing my girlfriend before she finally disappeared. I don't know why or how, and I don't care. All I'm happy about is Julie being out of my life. This happened at my previous job, and it's a bit long, so bear with me. I'm 24 and female, by the way. Howard was a senior in my team. One day during chit-chat, he asked me to recommend some colognes to him, as I know a lot about perfumes and fragrances. I recommended some, and then he asked me to help him buy it. I suggested it's better to try it out in person before buying for colognes. But he insisted many times that I buy my recommendation for him. So I did eventually. And after I bought it, I WhatsApped him the receipt, and he texted back, "Thanks, I'll treat it as a gift from you." He did pay me back later, so I thought he's just making a joke. The manager of my previous team, Alfred, asked me to go grab a drink after work another day, as he noticed that I was frustrated at work lately. He also said that I could invite more people if I wanted. So, I invited Kate, my closest friend in the company, who was also in Alfred's team. Kate suggested to me to invite one more colleague, as she believed it was better to hang out in a group of 4. I think for a bit, and then I invited Howard, as he had worked under Alfred before. I told Howard that Alfred wanted to buy all of us drinks. I have drinks with Kate and another colleague, Aiden, together regularly after work, so that was the first time that I hang out with either Alfred or Howard. After the drinks, we decided to take the last scheduled subway home. Only Howard and I live in the same direction, and I knew he lived near stop A from previous chit-chat, which is about 10 stops before my stop. I live quite far away from the subway station, around a 1-hour walking distance, so I planned to take taxi after getting off at my stop. After we got on the subway, Howard started to say things that made me uncomfortable. For instance, he asked when he could become as close to me as Aiden, or whether Aiden had been ever to my apartment. To be honest, I wasn't even that close with Aiden, and we were more like work friends. I was annoyed by all those questions, but I thought to myself, it's just a few more stops till stop A, and I'd have my pee soon. Well, Howard didn't get off at stop A. I asked him about it, to which he replied that he had some errands near stop B tomorrow morning, so he would be staying at a friend's near stop B. Stop B is just 1 stop before my stop. Luckily, Howard shut up soon, probably because of my lack of response, so I just looked at my phone in silence. I just noticed Howard was still there when I was about to get off at my stop. He followed me off the subway and offered to take taxi together. He said he would drop me off at my place and then go to his friend's place, which would make no sense as these 2 drop-off points are in complete opposite directions at my subway stop. So I declined by saying that I planned to walk home. Then, he offered to walk me home. I said it's an hour away, and I persuaded him to just get a taxi outside my subway stop. He finally budged and called a taxi through the app, which shows the estimated fare. I overheard him murmuring the amount, which was definitely more than traveling from my subway stop to stop B, more like traveling to stop A. I suspected that the stay at his friend thing was a lie all along, just to follow me home. A week later, Kate told me that she overheard Howard insinuated to Alfred that we were in a relationship. We were in a profession where relationships between staff are required to be reported, and spouses cannot work in the same team. I was creeped out by Howard, but didn't bring it up to Alfred, as he didn't ask me about it either. A month later, Alfred invited his team and a lot of other people that he previously worked with to dinner, just to celebrate the end of a project. And after the meal, Alfred asked me where I was heading to, as he knew I have 2 apartments. Kate and Howard were walking with us. I then told Alfred that I'm going back to the apartment in the same direction of Kate's, which was in the opposite direction as Howard's. Howard joined in the conversation and said that he's going to that direction too, as a friend was hosting a party there. Kate and I were doubtful surely. On the subway, Kate asked him where the party was, and Howard replied at stop C, which was exactly my stop. So, Kate and I pretended that we had other places to hang out, and that I was not getting off at stop C. Howard got off at stop C, and eventually, I rode with Kate to her stop and then got on another subway back to stop C. I avoided him as much as possible before I could quit my job since then. I've quibbled with the thought of publicly sharing my story for a while now. Recently, I've arrived at a place where I think the benefit of sharing outweighs the risk. So, I'm taking a chance and just putting it out there. Maybe it will help someone. Many times I've looked back on the odd events leading up to the scariest night of my life, October 5th, 2015. I'd like to say that I did everything right, but honestly, in hindsight, I should have done more. I am convinced that my son, who was 3.5 years old at that time, actually saved me from harm that night. I could have easily become another statistic in the crime database, and although my stalker did not hurt me physically, it took me months to get past the psychological damage. So, here's my story. In May of 2012, I temporarily exited the workforce following the birth of my son, Chris. He was born with a physical birth defect that would require multiple corrective surgeries during his first year of life. He was also born 2.5 months early, which had complicated things further. Chris's father, Aaron, agreed that I should stay home with our son until he was 1 year old, considering our circumstances. In May of 2013, I felt comfortable enough to leave my son with a babysitter, so I went job hunting. I ended up being hired on the spot as a waitress at a small but very popular chain restaurant in my little town. Let's just say that this little diner is widely known for their waffles, and let's just leave it at that. I was hired on to work on the second shift, and after 2 months, I had worked my way up to the first shift. By the summer of 2014, I had a long built-up clientele of regular customers that enjoyed my service and tipped me well, enough for me to have a little putback in savings, which came in handy when Aaron and I broke up. I ended up moving out of our apartment with Chris and renting a small 2-bedroom trailer in the same town. It was mid-November of 2014 when I first met Ryan, the man who would later stalk me. It was an abnormally slow Saturday morning shift at the diner. 2 men, one late 40s, early 50s, and the other maybe early 20s. They walked into the diner together and sat down in my section. They were my only customers at that time. So, when the older man of the two started making small talk, I had time. The older man introduced himself to me as Ryan, and the younger man with him was his son. Right away, by his body language and tone, I could tell that Ryan was being flirtatious with me. He even cracked a cliché joke saying, "Nah, there's no way you work here because you're too pretty and you have all your teeth." Honestly, I wasn't super amused with that tired kind of humor. And while Ryan was decent in the looks department, I was a little annoyed with being casually hit on by him. I was 25 years old at that time and much closer to his son's age. But nevertheless, I faked merriment because a happy customer equals a better tip. It's just part and parcel to the job. Suffice to say that my fake laughing and smiling paid off, earning me a $10 tip on a $20 ticket. They were only there for 30 minutes too. Not too bad, I thought to myself. The following weekend, Ryan came back to the diner. This time, he came alone. There was nothing unusual about this interaction than from the last. I took his order, we chit-chatted when I had time, and I kept his coffee refilled, and that was it. But apparently, he enjoyed his experience because again, he left me a $12 tip on an $8 ticket. Ryan began visiting the diner every weekend from then on, up until the end of December. And by then, he had started coming 2 to 3 times per week. At this point, he really started showing an interest in getting to know me. Now, that's not something unusual per se. I had some other regulars that I actually developed friendships with, some even getting me Christmas gifts and such. So, I did tell him things about myself in casual conversation during his visits. Just normal things that normal people talk about. And one of the things that I eventually told him about was the medical miracle that is my son. I even bragged about the fantastic job his doctors did, showing him the before and after photos of his surgeries. And over those past several weeks, Ryan's attitude towards me had changed. He was no longer this annoying, flirty middle-aged guy, but rather a seemingly caring person. Maybe I was naive, but I genuinely appreciated his kindness, and I did not interpret it as romantic gesture at all. And Ryan continued coming by on my shifts for breakfast 3 times a week. February of 2015 is when the first strange event occurred, which was soon followed by a string of more. It was a Tuesday afternoon, and I had picked Chris up from the babysitter, and I was heading home from work. Now, where I lived was on a small uphill dead-end road. As you pulled onto my road from the main highway, you could easily see my trailer on the right side at the top of the hill. It was positioned perpendicular to the road, and the back side of it is visible as you drive up the road. And as I eased my way up the hill, something immediately caught my eye. I could clearly tell that my back door was open. I put the brakes on immediately and tried to figure out what to do. I literally never touch or unlock that door, much less open it. So I knew something was off. A door is not going to unlock and open all by itself. I ended up parking my car off to the side of the road and calling Aaron. At this point, we were on good terms and co-parenting our son very well, and Aaron came straight over and checked out my trailer, while I remained back in my vehicle with Chris. About 5 minutes after entering, he called me and told me that it was all clear. So, I made my way up the hill expecting to have been robbed or something, but nothing was missing. There was no damage to the door, so Aaron basically brushed things off saying that I must have forgotten to close the door myself or something. I knew better, but since there was no sight of a break-in, I let it go. 2 days after that, so on Saturday afternoon, I'm off work. I'm heading uphill on the road toward my driveway. My son is spending the weekend with his dad, so I have the house to myself that evening. A wave of relief washes over me as I see that my back door is still closed. Now, I don't know why I decided to do this, but something compelled me to actually inspect the door up close. I needed to also make sure that it wasn't tampered. But to my horror, I discovered that it had. There were pry marks along the edge of the door jamb. I immediately went inside and unlocked the door so I could open it and inspect further. The edge of the door was bent to hell and back on the inside where the doorknob met the jamb. That damage wasn't there 2 days ago when Aaron installed the new lock. I deduced that someone had probably been using that credit card trick to easily break into that door, since the way it locked was by the knob. And when they figured out that would no longer work, they tried to open it, not knowing that a new lock was on the other side of the door. I'm thankful that lock held. At this point, I called the police and made a report. They basically told me that there wasn't much that they can do in this instance, other than document the incident, and they told me to call if anything else happened. Needless to say, that wasn't satisfactory to me, but I didn't know what else to do. I didn't feel comfortable sleeping at home that night, so I ended up making the hour drive to my parents' house and crashing there. Nothing else happened for a little while, and by March, I had been able to put February's events behind me and feel secure in my home again. I was working and going about life as usual, and at this point, Ryan had begun visiting the diner 5 days a week. Oddly enough, he was there each shift that I worked, and it became a running joke with the other waitresses, and in a funny way they teased me about having a stalker. Well, I would soon find out just how true that actually was. Because in April, things got weird. I came home from work one day to find my grass had been mowed. Now, I usually paid a neighbor to do it for me since I didn't have a lawnmower. My yard was small, but maintaining it was a requirement for my lease agreement. My neighbor didn't charge much to mow it, and he needed the extra cash. So it was a win-win for us. But I knew that I hadn't asked my neighbor to mow recently, so I thought that it was strange. I asked him if he went ahead and decided to do it anyway, and he said that he hadn't. So I called my landlord and asked her if she had mowed my grass for some reason. I knew my grass hadn't been high enough to warrant that, but it was the only possible explanation. Of course, she said no. She hadn't mowed my grass and I was stumped. I then assumed that an anonymous neighbor must have mowed my grass out of the goodness of their heart. You know, like a pay it forward kind of thing. I mean, what else was I to think? And all throughout April and the beginning of May, my grass was being anonymously mowed once per week. I know it sounds strange reading it, but at that time, I genuinely thought a neighbor was just doing neighborly things and didn't want to be recognized for it. On May 5, 2015, Aaron and I decided to take Chris to the zoo. When we got back from the zoo late that afternoon, we discovered that my front door was cracked open. Now, my front door did have a deadbolt, but I must have forgotten to lock it. How freaking stupid of me. You can imagine how upset I was due to my back door being tampered with multiple times back in February. I just didn't understand why this was happening again. And like all the other times, nothing was taken. My belongings seemed untouched. Yes, I was feeling targeted, but I didn't call the police because I felt like I technically had nothing to report. There was nothing stolen or vandalized, just an open front door. So, I let it go again. And 2 days later, I would discover the depth of things. May 7, 2015. It was one of my rare off days, and I was at home relaxing with the diner called me. I answered thinking maybe my boss wanted me to come into work. Well, it wasn't my boss, but my co-worker Celia. She stated that someone named Mary called the diner asking to speak to me. Mary had asked for me by name, and since I wasn't at work that day, Mary left her phone number and requested that I call her as soon as possible. I thanked Celia for relaying the message, and I ended the call perplexed. I didn't know who Mary was, but out of curiosity, I gave her a call, and Mary ended up being Ryan's estranged wife. I didn't even know he was married. She informed me that Ryan had a nervous breakdown while they were arguing earlier. He started raving like a wild man about how I'm a better girlfriend than she is a wife. He told her that we were in love and that he had been taking care of me and my Down syndrome son for months. My son doesn't even have Down syndrome, by the way. My son's not mentally impaired. She initially thought that it was all just crazy talk considering his mental state. He mentioned where I worked, he said we were going to get married, and he said that I had asked him to adopt my son. He said that he was going to run away with me in order to get away from her. He even told her that he started visiting me after following me home one day. And when he said that, Mary knew that something was very wrong. Ryan had somewhat of a history with mental issues, and Mary was used to him weaponizing things to hurt her feelings during arguments, even if those things are lies. But she said that this time was different. She knew that he had started frequenting the diner, and red flags went way up for her when he admitted to following someone home. So, she decided to call the diner to see if anyone by my name worked there. When Celia confirmed this, Mary perceived the possible danger, and she left me her name and number requesting a callback. My head was spinning at this point. While things were finally starting to make sense, I was still gobsmacked. And at one point in the conversation, Mary mentioned my grass being mowed. Yes, Ryan even flaunted the yard work that he did for me in her face. It was all very strange and very surreal. Basically, Ryan has been obsessing over me for months. He became delusional and had created a whole relationship between me and him in his mind. And it was all in his head. And obviously, he was the one that was breaking into my home when I was gone. Why he did it, I still haven't pieced that 100% together. He never took anything, and I imagine he was mowing my grass because that was his little way of taking care of me. Anyway, by the end of the call, I decided to go to the police department in person to file a report about Ryan. I thought that at the very least, this is harassment, and I needed it documented. Maybe I could even get a restraining order. Mary offered to provide an official statement to the police as well, to which I thanked her. The PD took our statements, and the harassment complaint was filed. And although I couldn't get a PO based off my statement alone, the officer did assure me that he would personally go talk to Ryan. I then went straight to the diner to inform my boss Chase about the situation. Now, Chase took this very seriously. Just that morning, a third shift waitress actually brought up to Chase how a man came to the diner very early, at around 4 a.m., and this man was trying to get her to tell him which days I'd be working that week. She told Chase it made her uncomfortable. So when I told Chase about Ryan, he went back and looked at the cameras from that morning. And sure enough, the man that was bothering third shift for info about me was Ryan. So Chase initiated the process through corporate to get a permanent ban on Ryan from the diner, and it was approved at a later date. I was scheduled to work the following day, and I was nervous throughout my entire shift. But thankfully, Ryan didn't show up, nor did he show up the following day or the next day after that. And all was quiet at my home as well. The officer showing up at Ryan's house to speak with him must have spooked him enough to stop. Weeks, then months went by, and no Ryan in sight. No vandalism at my home. No mysteriously mown grass, nothing. My life had completely gone back to normal. But things changed again in October. October 5th, 2015. It was around 8 p.m. My son Chris fell asleep on the couch while watching a movie, and I had dozed off as well, until I heard a few very light knocks at my front door. I then walked to the kitchen and looked out at the only window that faces my driveway. No cars there except my own, so I figured that the light tapping that I had heard at my door was either just the TV or my half-asleep brain playing tricks on me. I then returned to the couch and started playing a game on my phone. But about 5 minutes later, I heard a few light knocks on my door again. This time, I was wide awake, so I knew that my brain wasn't playing tricks. So I walked back over to my kitchen window to double-check the driveway to see who was there. Again, my car was the only one in my driveway. And right as I go to close the kitchen window blinds, loud knocking suddenly erupts at my front door. And I mean loud, angry banging. I guess my instincts kicked in, and I sprinted to the couch. I scooped Chris up into my arms, and I ran down the hallway to his bedroom. I did the only thing that I could think of in that fraction of a moment. He was groggy and confused, but he listened to my instructions. I said, "Get under your bed and stay under your bed and don't come out until I tell you to." I then ran to my kitchen and grabbed a knife while dialing 911. I actually screamed at the door that I was calling the cops in hopes that it would scare them away. I positioned myself at the end of the hallway, which connects to my son's room to the living room. This way, I'd have a clear view of both the front door and my son's bedroom doorway. As the operator picked up my call, the banging on my front door was getting even louder. 911 said she was dispatching police right away, and she instructed me to stay on the line until they arrived. About 12 minutes into the call, the banging got more violent, rattling pictures off the wall, and I thought for sure that they would break my door down at any moment. 911 asked me where I was located in the home, and I told her. She asked me if I could hide somewhere, and she told me not to put myself in danger. And in that tiny moment, I felt enraged. Hell no, I'm not going to hide. I'm not taking my eyes off my son's bedroom under any circumstance. Where are the cops? And besides, I lived in a small trailer, and the only hiding place for an adult is my bedroom closet, which I'd be easily found. So, I just interrupted over the phone. "Look, lady, I'm a single mom. I have no man, no gun, and no place to hide. If he breaks this door down, what am I supposed to do? Throw this knife at him? Where are the effing cops?" She assured me again that the cops were on their way and to stay on the line. More banging, but this time, it moved to the actual side of the trailer. It sounded like they were taking a baseball bat and beating against the outside of the trailer. At that moment, Chris started shrieking. I ran the few steps over into his room to check on him. The loud commotion had just pushed his fear gauge over the edge, and he was screaming and crying incessantly under his bed. I quickly ascertained that he was physically okay, and I returned back to the end of the hallway to check on the front door. As I was explaining to 911 that my son was okay, just scared, I noticed that the banging had suddenly stopped. I waited another minute or so, trying to listen out for any sign of further escalation, like maybe a window breaking or something. But all I could hear was sobs coming from my son's room. All in all, it took the cops 23 minutes to arrive, and by then the perp was long gone. For reference, I live about 10 minutes away from the police station, and 911 even called it in as an active home invasion, and I was livid about the response time. My front door was made out of some type of metal, just a cheap generic trailer door, but now it was covered in dents. There were noticeable scratch marks on the lock, and the siding of the trailer was damaged where the perp had hit with something. Given the history, I immediately suspected Ryan was the perp. The police said that since I didn't actually see the person, then they couldn't arrest him without an eyewitness. The most that they could do was make a report, and they did end up canvassing the immediate area in case he was on foot. However, there was no sign of him or anyone around and about. I deduced that he probably had parked nearby out of sight. That way, his vehicle wouldn't be spotted or recognized at my home. My home was situated next to a thin patch of woods that has public access roads on the other side. I also am absolutely convinced that Ryan had nefarious plans for me that evening, but when he discovered that my son was at home with me, he bailed. He stopped trying to break into my home that moment that my son made his presence known. For whatever reason, Ryan always lit up when I talked about my son. He used to initiate conversations about Chris just to watch me dote over him. And looking back, I guess it was his morbid way of bonding with my child. And I think in his own warped way, he grew to care about him. So when he heard Chris scream, he decided not to follow through with whatever his plan was for me. I ended up taking a few days off work because I was so shaken up. I stayed at my parents' house during that time because I was afraid to go home. And my landlord had the damaged store replaced while I was gone. Realizing that I had a job and a life and that I couldn't stay gone forever, I knew that I had to go home. So I got a gun, a small caliber revolver, but it would do the job. And then I went home. I lived in that trailer for another 4 months before I saved enough money to move. It was totally peaceful during those months, with no further events or altercations. But I just couldn't stand being there anymore. And since then, I had changed jobs, met someone special, got engaged, bought a house, and then got a dog. No further sign of Ryan anywhere during any of these life changes. And it's been nearly 7 years since any sign of him. Ryan seems to have disappeared out of my life in the same manner that he first appeared, out of nowhere. And I couldn't be happier that he's gone. Hopefully, it stays that way. I had a childhood friend who turned my life into a living nightmare, and I'm just going to call him R. We met at primary school, and we got on well straight from the get-go. We ended up going to the same middle school and high school. It was great because we both got along very well. We used to walk home together, and sometimes we went to school together in the mornings. My parents didn't even complain when I had him over. We weren't dating or anything, but I guess that it could have looked like we were. I didn't see many other girl-boyfriend combos at my school, and he was to me a very good friend. Because he was such a good friend, I told him when I entered into a relationship with another boy. I was nervous of telling him. I was thinking, will he make fun of me or will he support me? How is this one going to play out? I told him, and initially, he didn't react much, but later that day at lunch, he punched through a window. I felt awful, but I didn't know if he did that entirely because of me. It was after that point that R's behavior began to drastically change. He became very clingy and needy. He would stick by my side every break we had between classes. He would wait for me in the morning and after school, and every night he wanted to come to my house. It wasn't just in person. He was bombarding me with emails, texts, and calls every single day. If I didn't reply, he would send even more. I am older now, and I can see how naive I was being every time I replied to him. I should have just cut ties. Well, that's hindsight for you. I shouldn't have given him the oxygen that he needed to continue. Things started to get pretty creepy when I would wake up and I would see him right outside our house. I took the advice of some of my female friends and I confronted him one morning. I said to him, "Hey, you know I said I had a boyfriend, right? So maybe we should keep a little distance between us." And the second that I said that to him, he flipped out. "Why? I am the one who has been with you this entire time. I understand you way more than he does, and I appreciate you more. So why him? Why not me?" Then he turned to try and put his arms around me, but I saw it coming in the nick of time. After that, he would appear whenever my boyfriend and I went out on dates, and sometimes it felt like he would try to sabotage them. Whenever my boyfriend would come over, he would turn up at my house and start ringing the doorbell. I didn't know how to deal with someone like that at that age. He was relentless. I swear, one time, when my parents were out and it was just me and my boyfriend, R tried to break in. I heard several thuds and bangs coming from the front door. he would do other things too. He started spreading lies, specifically ones about my boyfriend at school, and it seemed like he was hell-bent on breaking our relationship. Things went downhill for R. He stopped going to school so much when he realized that he wasn't going to break us up. And apparently, he gave up on going to college too. He still harassed me though, only digitally. I quickly learned to block all unusual friend requests and all the weird emails. I heard a rumor before I left my hometown for college that he wound up in a mental asylum. I can't put much faith in that rumor though. I hope that isn't the case because even though he turned into a crazed stalker of a friend, he was at one point my best friend. After graduation, I rented an apartment with a boyfriend that I made at school, and I still live with him. I really don't know what happened to R, but I often think to myself that he's still out there. I try not to share too much personal information online. He was bad as a teenager, and he could be worse as an adult. When I was at university, I had a good friend who was really good looking, but she never had a boyfriend or showed any interest in men. I was very curious about this, so I asked her the reason why I never saw her with a boyfriend. She said there was 2 reasons why. She told me that she had a boyfriend in high school who became obsessed with her, and when she couldn't take it any longer, she spoke to him about mutually ending the relationship. But he exploded with rage and then attacked her. And the second reason was, before university, she commuted to school on the train. One day, she found something in her bag, a mysterious sealed envelope. She guessed that someone slipped it in her bag on board of the crowded train. The letter was very simple. It only had a few words. Love at first sight. It was a creepy kind of love letter. It wasn't addressed to her, and it didn't have her name written on the envelope, and it really creeped her out. Thereafter, she found a new letter in her bag each week. She said that she did nothing to encourage these letters. Since this freaked her out, she decided to quit traveling to school on the train. A few days after she stopped commuting, she received a phone call from a number that she didn't recognize. Oh God, she thought. This is freaky. She didn't answer the call but saved the number as stalker. A few days passed. She set up an answer phone service to see if the stalker would leave a message, and she was surprised to find that they did. Her hands were shaking as she listened to the message. Why did you go away? Why did you leave me? She said that she began to develop a fear of leaving the house and then a fear of men. It took her years to recover from the fear instilled in her from not only her ex-boyfriend, but the trained stalker too. And once she had her confidence back, she attended university. I wanted to help her get a sense of trust in men again, as there are so many good men out there. I knew that I was meddling, but I wanted to help. So I thought that I would invite her to a party with male and females attending. I floated the idea to her, and she reluctantly accepted. The day of the party arrived. I invited some of my best friends and male friends that I trusted. I warned them all that my friend was nervous and asked them to be on their best behavior. My friends understood and promised to make the atmosphere great for the party. The party was held by our college mentor, and I was so proud of her because she spoke to a man for the first time in a long while. They had a lengthy conversation, which was really good to see. The guy she spoke to had the exact same taste in music and the movies as she did, to the point where they had the same favorite song. They even came from the same area. They could have talked all night because they had so much in common. and I felt like it was fate that brought these two together. When the party was over, he asked for her contact information. I knew this would be a big step for her, and I could tell that she was happy with this, but she was too shy to show it. She said to me after the party on the way home, "I'm so happy I can fall in love like anyone else now." And I was so happy for her, and I felt just as excited as she did. A couple days later, she received an email from him. She was pleased, as you can imagine, and I respected him for taking things slowly. After about a week of emailing, she came running into my room to tell me that he had invited her on a date. The day of the date arrived. My friend didn't want to be late, so she left her home in plenty of time. He sent an email stating, "I'll be there shortly. I'll let you know when I arrive." And my friend decided to wait in a cafe for him. The cafe was crowded, so she emailed him with her number and asked him to call her when he got there. And about 15 minutes passed and her phone rang. "It's him," she thought gleefully as she pulled out her phone. Stalker was displayed on the screen. Her heartbeat rose. Old familiar thoughts of fear crept forward from the back of her mind. She calmed herself and told herself that, "I'm okay. My boyfriend is coming, and I will be safe." And she decided to be brave and answer the phone. "Hello?" she said. "Hi, I'm here. Where are you?" It was the voice of the man that she had met at the party, her new boyfriend. There was no mistake. He must have been the one who put the letters in her bag on the train. She called me as she was leaving, and all she said was, "I have no luck with men." She escaped that letter stalker with the help of her friends and colleagues, and I don't know what they did, but they made him back off. I am shocked and somewhat in awe at the stalker's fascination and persistence with my friend. I wish that he had just left her alone. This happened when I was in my 3rd year of high school. I went with my family to a huge mall in the neighboring town. I went off to look around by myself, and I first went to the stationery department. I was enjoying myself looking at all the display cases and the new products. Then, on my left, a person approached. I moved in closer to the shelves to allow this person to pass. I am sure that you have all been in this situation. It's really just common courtesy, isn't it? But he didn't pass. I felt something bump into my back. It was him. Then he passed by. I knew I gave him enough space to pass without touching me. So why did he do that? I didn't really understand at that age, but I guess I do now. Either way, I felt pretty weird about it, so I just went to look at the CDs. I held the new CD by one of my favorite artists in my hand. As I was checking the track list, after a little while, I sensed a presence again. There was a guy to the other side of the CD rack facing me. You know those display cases? They are usually in music stores or video stores. And I thought the guy was just looking at the displays on the other side of the rack. He didn't move at all though. So, after a while, I looked up and that's when I realized that he was just staring at me. Even when our eyes met, he didn't look away. He didn't even blink. I couldn't maintain eye contact with this guy, and he was seriously weirding me out. My heart started to beat faster. What the hell are you doing? Why are you just staring at me? I couldn't bear it anymore. I had to move away. I pretended to look for another CD. I didn't want him to think that he or his creepy behavior had affected me. And after a while, He came over again and stood close by again. And there he was, staring. In that moment, I realized that he must have been the same guy who nudged into me in the stationery aisle. He was wearing the same kind of clothes, and it was clear that he was following me. I felt so gross. I remember standing by the CDs and shuddering. I didn't know what to do, but I thought that if I ran for it, this guy would run after me. So I decided to leave as calmly and quietly as I could. I kept going for a while and I didn't hear anyone following me. I did not dare to look over my shoulder to check. But still, as I continued to walk through the store, I didn't get the feeling that I was being followed. What was this? Did I make a mistake? Was this all a misunderstanding? I started to feel that it was all my fault. I was going up the escalator in search of my family, and that's when I saw that man again. He was going down as I was going up, and he saw me. Our eyes met, and he started running backwards up the escalator. It wasn't a misunderstanding. It looked as if he had been looking for me, and now he was running to get close to me again. I started running. I wanted to get back to my family. I wanted safety. There were people all around, but they didn't know what was happening. By some wonderful coincidence, when I got off the escalator, I saw my family there, and I have never been so relieved in my life. I didn't tell them that I thought that I was being chased by some weird guy who must have been at least 10 to 15 years older than me. I don't know why I didn't tell them. I guess I didn't want to cause a fuss. "Can we go home soon?" I said in a weak voice. It was great timing because it felt like they were heading home soon. I didn't want to see that guy. I knew that he must be somewhere on this floor. He could be anywhere, and I was incredibly anxious. Then, I heard a voice from behind as I walked along with my family. "You're lucky you weren't alone." And I guess I am lucky. About 7 or 8 years ago, I was living alone in the Chiba countryside, going back and forth to university. My apartment was on the second floor, and it was tiny, narrow, and dirty, but I liked it at that time. It was really fine for me. I met a guy at uni, and we started dating. It was a good time. About half a year passed, and I was living next door to a good-looking office lady. I noticed one day that someone had left a strange-looking note on the wall on the small window next to her front door. Let me explain. In the hallway of that building, at the top of the stairs, there is a frosted window that belongs to her apartment. At about the head height on the right-hand side, about 70 centimeters by 40 centimeters. My boyfriend said, "What's that about? Maybe we should ask her the next time we see her." I asked her about it, and she said that she didn't know who had put that on her window. She said late one night, she decided to have a little peek through that window, and the second that she looked out the window, a face appeared, and it really freaked her out. It frightened me too. She said that she stays at her boyfriend's apartment most nights now. I mentioned to her that if she ever didn't feel safe, or if anything happened, to knock on the wall and let me know. I told my boyfriend that too, and he said that he would come to help right away. I chatted with her in passing, time to time, and she said things had gotten worse. She was planning on moving out of the apartment block, and eventually she did. Then, things started happening to me. When I was home alone, in times where I would be doing nothing but lying on my bed, I would hear this metallic tapping sound against my door. Since my apartment is tiny, you can easily see the door from the bed, and once I was looking over, I saw the door handle gently turning as if someone was trying to quietly open the door. I didn't know who it was or what was going on. Huh? Keep calm, I told myself, and it was quiet. For some reason, I called out, "The door's locked." And I heard heavy thuds against the door that shook the glasses in the kitchen cabinets. Now, I was freaked out. The thudding stopped eventually. Was someone trying to break in? So I called the police, and they offhandedly told me to beef up my security. That doesn't solve the problem though. Something else happened again when I was on my own in there, and I remember that it was the end of January. Someone was trying to open the door, but this time, a lot more violently. My whole body went rigid, and thank God that I locked the door. Somewhere I found the courage to creep over the door. I wanted to get a good look at the person who was doing this, and someone was stood there. It was a guy. He had a bucket hat, pulled way down low to cover his eyes. My skin broke out in goosebumps, and I was terrified. I wanted to get as far away from the door as possible, but that wasn't easy to do in my tiny apartment. I ran to the other side of the room, and I called the police again, sobbing uncontrollably, just into the phone. "Are they still there? Can you go over to the door and check again? Are they angry, do you think?" the cop said. That really made my blood boil. "Are you for real? Can't you hear the banging?" I tried to keep my composure and not go off on him, and did as he requested. And I checked and he was still there, which sent me into a panic again. Even though there was a police station 5 minutes from my house, the policeman I spoke to told me that it would be out of his jurisdiction, and I pleaded with the guy, and he said that he would send someone to look over my place, and they showed up 40 minutes later. Luckily, I called my boyfriend, and he came from his part-time job, and he arrived long before the police came. He got me on the phone to them and asked the officer, "Does she have to be dead before you come and check it out?" I half smiled at this, but the reality hit home. The person trying to break into my room was long gone. It's true. In Japan, the police won't do a thing until someone dies. I hate the police here. I'm so sorry to say that, but that's how I feel. The third time something happened, my boyfriend was in my apartment with me, thankfully. We were washing dishes in the kitchen and also drinking tea, and he suddenly felt a chill, and I felt cold too. Then we both asked at the same time, "Are you cold?" He then asked me if the window was open. I looked in the direction of the window near my bed, and I saw it was open a crack. Then, I saw one human eye staring right at me. We must have stared at each other for about 10 seconds, and I tapped my boyfriend's shoulder, and I was too scared to speak. My boyfriend understood the message and ran towards the window, chasing after the weird guy. However, that creep had a mountain bike positioned ready down below my window, and then got away. We couldn't have got down the stairs quick enough to chase him, living on the 2nd floor and all, and I saw him speeding away as I looked from the corridor. One of the fences below my window had been broken, which was probably how he was able to climb up the window. By the way, my bathroom is near the door of my apartment, since it's a tiny place like I said before. I always had to make a short naked run to my dressing room across the hall, which makes me think that this is why this guy had broken a fence and fashioned the ledge to stand on and peer at me. Well, it's just my guess anyway. I applied for other apartments immediately after that incident. I didn't have a job though. Also, shortly after this happened, my boyfriend and I broke up. We didn't have a big falling out or anything. I just kind of fizzled out. I was glad that we were able to move on without any hard feelings, to be honest. We decided to split up over coffee one evening. He said that he had to tell me something before we parted ways though. He told me that he thought the stalker who had been messing with me had been doing the same to the woman who lived next door to me. I kind of guessed that already, to be honest. I was joking, trying to lighten the mood by saying, "Well, I lost a boyfriend, but I gained a stalker." And he went deathly quiet. "I was really scared when that guy was staring at us in your room that night. There was something I didn't tell you, but I probably should have told you. When I saw that guy getting on his bike, I noticed a huge knife in his hand. I'm so glad that he was there at that time that the creep came, because who knows what would have happened to me. I was able to move house, and my ex even helped me. He said that I could call him anytime that I was frightened too, but I haven't been scared once in my new place. What was the purpose of that guy messing with me? What did he want? To rob me? Was he a stalker? Or was he planning on doing something a lot worse? I think about it all the time. I don't ever want to be in that neighborhood again. Thinking now, that metallic tapping sound that I heard against the door could have been that knife that my ex mentioned. I don't like to think about that kind of stuff at night. In case you are wondering, the apartment is still there. So, someone was following me home yesterday, and now I don't want to leave the house. I'm a 15-year-old female, and I was walking home from the store yesterday, and I saw a black box car drive past me extremely slow, and the man in the car clearly was watching me. And when he fully passed me, I saw him watching me in his rearview mirror. I thought it was weird, and I slowed down my pace so that I could tell if he was waiting for me or he was just a slow driver. He was still driving extremely slow, but moved a little when he saw two guys riding past on bikes. He then moved to the edge of the short street we were on and then waited there. I was still towards the beginning of the street, so I acted like I forgot something and I turned around to get out of his sight. I waited and kind of peeked out to see if he had left. And when I saw he was gone, I continued walking. I didn't think that it would happen, but I made a mental note that if I saw the car behind me, it meant that he circled back around. After I continued walking, I made 3 turns and was 3 turns away from my house. When I was walking up a little hill and almost at the 4th turn, I looked back and I saw the man at the corner that I had just turned on, letting me know that he circled back around to find me. He sat there watching me continue walking until I got up the little hill and then turned the corner. Then as I had just barely made the last turn and was close to my house, I saw the man's car just turn the corner up the street, straight across from the way I was walking, just waiting there. I pulled out my phone to call my mom and I walked the other way, and he left soon after I pulled out my phone. My mom came out and walked with me back to the house, and I didn't see the car for the rest of the day. But I kept thinking, he knows what neighborhood I stay in. What if he comes back? What if the next time he comes back, I'm out by myself again? What if no one's home to call? What if he sees me leaving and then comes back when I'm the only one home? I'm so scared that he's going to come back and I don't want to go outside. I don't want to show him where I live, especially because I'm home alone very often. I have summer school and I have to go, but I don't want to leave the house in fear that he might be waiting for me. I am constantly looking out the windows to see if I can spot him, especially since if he was at the store that I was at, then he definitely stays somewhere near the neighborhood. Last year, I, an 18-year-old female, was living in a very rural town in the middle of the mountains. Most small western towns only have one road that goes into the big city. Our road in particular was about 50 miles of empty highway, surrounded only by cliffs, fields, and occasionally a farm. And at the very entrance to this road, once you enter the city, is a huge truck stop/gas station that's always packed. My mom and I were going back home after a midnight showing of whatever movie we had decided to see, and as per usual, we stopped to fill up on gas and get a drink for the long drive. As we were leaving, I vaguely noticed a dingy older Jeep pull out the same time that we did, but of course I didn't take much notice of it. It wasn't weird that someone would be leaving the same time as us. As we started down the pitch-black road, the Jeep kept a steady pace behind us. Again, not weird, until it came flying up past us before disappearing behind a hill. Mom and I just scoffed. We were going 60, but when people knew the roads well, they often drive them at close to 100 even at night. Eventually, we came up to the Jeep from before. It was pulled over, but the back half of the vehicle was in the road, and what was clearly a man's arm waving out the window, gesturing for us to pull over. Of course, we pass it. The man flies past us once more and then pulls over again. He does this once more and my mom and I begin to get very nervous. After passing him for the third time, he flies up and begins tailgating us. He's driving so close that we can't see his headlights in the rearview mirror, and he's honking his horn every so often, waving his arm for us to pull over. And he carries on with this for 30 minutes. Mom and I are terrified, and she's white-knuckling the wheel. I'm holding a pocket knife to make myself feel better. I swore at my own mom for the first time that night, begging her, "Don't you freaking dare pull over." If you've ever seen the movie Rest Stop, this is all that was going through my mind. The road is a dead zone for service, so we couldn't call the police or anyone. The picture of us dead, or worse, on the side of the empty road was the only thing that I could think about. But as soon as it had started, it ended. The man slammed on his brakes, he turned around and then went back. And the ride home was silent, and I ended up sleeping in my mom's room out of fear. The next morning, we had a discussion and came to the conclusion that he had seen two lone women traveling at night and thought that we would be easy pickings, which he would have been right. Some people suggest that he had seen us drop money or maybe a receipt at the gas station and wanted to be a good Samaritan. I think that's ridiculous. Nobody following two women home in such an aggressive manner has good intentions. We moved out of town a few months later for unrelated reasons, but just before we did, the same car was reported following a group of 4 men on their way to work. So, maybe he just likes to scare people. Either way, that night was easily one of the scariest of my life. This is one of those stories that honestly causes me a good amount of mental distress, but it's also one of those stories that I need to tell, either to an audience or a therapist, to get it out of my own head. This all happened back in high school. It was actually the second semester of my junior year. I was a bit of a loner back then and had never really had an actual girlfriend or relationship, and I was frequently teased by my friends for it. Like most high school guys, I had my crushes and girls that I wanted to get with, but none of them showed any interest in me. Until I met Cheryl. Cheryl was, in the best way I can think to describe her, the goth girl in our school that no one else screwed with. She had a clique of friends, and the popular kids would talk about her behind her back, but they never said anything to her face. She and I had spoken some before, and she seemed like a pretty okay person as far as previous experiences with her went. Maybe a bit abrasive, but easy to talk to. I'll never know how it initially happened, but someone gave Cheryl my Snapchat name, and I know this because one night, she randomly sent me a snap that was a picture of a dog, and it said something like, "What's up, loser?" I thought it was one of my friends at first, so I responded with a picture of my Xbox controller. I said that I was playing Halo, and asked who it was. I remember the person had their name set to something like Cherry Black instead of their real name. Immediately, she sends me a picture of herself. I was legitimately confused. I had no idea why she was Snapchatting me. I think I replied with something like, "Wow, you must be pretty damn bored to have to talk with me." And then a pic of myself, just in case she thought that I was someone else. Then she replies and says, "No, I actually want to talk to you." We had a decent conversation over Snap until I was too tired to stay up. She threw in her aggressive quips, calling me a loser every once in a while, making jokes at my expense. But honestly, I didn't mind. It wasn't anything my group of childhood friends didn't do, and she wasn't being malicious with it. From there, we actually spoke a few times at school. We sat together at lunch and started sitting by each other during American history, which was the only class we had together. Honestly, I think I was a bit in awe, because she was actually a really cool person, and she became a really good friend over the couple of weeks that we got to know each other. Then one day, I got a text from her that said, "Hey, you're my boyfriend now." I laughed it off and responded with, "Oh? Is there a guy that you're trying to let down easy and you need a stand-in?" I didn't expect it, but she responded with, "No, I'm telling you that you're my boyfriend now, and I'm your girlfriend. We're dating now." It was kind of an odd way of doing things, but I also wasn't going to look a gift horse in the mouth. She was telling me that she and I were together, and that was that. Obviously, I thought that this was going to be some kind of messed up prank at first, but when I got to school the next day and saw her, she immediately started to make out with me. And I think it was then that I realized that she was being serious. Again, she was obviously a bit more aggressive with it than I anticipated. But hey, I had a girlfriend, and I was no longer a lonely loser. Things went pretty well for about a week. Nothing crazy happened, and I was pretty happy. Then, the first red flag came into the picture. I posted a picture on my Snapchat story of myself and my older sister. It was a completely innocent picture that I mostly posted for family and friends for the fun of it. But about 10 minutes after posting it, I get a text from Cheryl with a screenshot of my Snap story and my sister's face circled in red. Like she loaded the picture into the editor on her phone and drew circles around her. The picture had a text with it that simply said, "Who's she?" I replied, "That's my sister." Then she responds, "What's your sister's name?" I was a bit taken aback about how aggressive she was being about a snap with my sister, but I relented and told her, "Her name is Amanda." And about 5 minutes or so later, she responds with "okay" and a smiley emoji. That same night, I got a random text from my sister that said something to the effect of, "Your girlfriend is so cute. You should have told me that you were with her." I asked how she knew, and she responds by telling me that Cheryl had added her on Facebook and messaged her, asking her if she was actually my sister. Obviously, I had a problem with this, so the next day I asked her why she did that. She responds by saying, "I had to make sure that you were serious about being with me. Plus, I'm your girlfriend. I should get to know your sister so we can do stuff together in the future." By the time this had happened, we had been dating for around 8 to 9 days, and she was being that aggressive about a snap with my sister. Again, this was my first girlfriend and I was 17, so while this was a bit odd to me, I just let it go because maybe that's how relationships just were sometimes. Overall, things seemed to go alright for another few weeks. Then, there was one day where I was at lunch and talking with my cousin, Anne. Cheryl walked up to us and basically grabbed me and forced me into kissing her. It was kind of strange, but I didn't do much to stop it. Afterwards, I kind of just laughed at how awkward the whole thing must have been for Anne. I cleared my throat and then said, Anne, this is my girlfriend Cheryl. We've been together for almost a month." Cheryl just kind of stared at her and then reached out to shake her hand, saying hi with a very stale tone. Anne could sense the animosity, so she excused herself, and after which Cheryl shifted her angry stare to me and asked me who Anne was. I explained that she and I had been friends since we were kids, and that her mom married my mom's brother, so she was my cousin by marriage. At first, Cheryl seemed to be accepting of my response. Then after school, I got a text from her that said, "I've been thinking about it, and you're not going to talk to Anne anymore." I didn't respond. Fast forward another week, and Anne, my cousin, that I wasn't supposed to be talking to, got a job at a sandwich shop that I was working at, which is what we had been talking about that morning. My boss was a really cool manager, and I was able to talk him into hiring her, and I told him that I would train her. I'd been there a few months, so I was basically assistant manager without the official title. That night was Anne's first shift, and after he got all of her onboard paperwork done, he told me good luck and to call him if I needed anything, and then left. We were about an hour and a half into the shift, and we were slow, so I decided that I would sit down at one of the tables and talk to Anne about how closing shifts work, how to fill out the cleaning checklist, and just the overall basics. We were talking for about 5 minutes before my phone went off, and it was a text from Cheryl. I opened it, and it literally said, "I thought I told you not to talk to her anymore." Obviously, I was confused. We were at work and working. 1, how did she know I was talking to her? And 2, was she really going to be so controlling that she didn't want me speaking with my own cousin, who was a coworker that I was tasked with training? I told Anne to take a few minutes for a break, grab a drink, and that I would be right back. I step out in the parking lot, and sure enough, Cheryl was sitting in her car facing the restaurant. I went over to her car and she rolled down her window. I asked her what the hell she was doing. She told me that she didn't want me to talk to Anne anymore. I told her that I didn't have a choice and that she was my cousin. After some back and forth and a short argument, I just gave up on the conversation and then went back inside. I thought that this was the end of this annoyance, but sure enough, it wasn't. The next shift that Anne and I worked, which was 2 days after this event, I walked in and my manager asked me to come to his office. I stepped in and I could tell that he was upset with me for something, though I had no idea what it was. I asked him what was going on, and he told me that apparently Cheryl had called him and told him that he needed to fire Anne because she and I weren't supposed to talk to each other. She told him some really messed up and elaborate story about how when we were younger, I had sexually assaulted her, that I was controlling her, Basically that I was grooming her since she was about 2 years younger than me. I was appalled at this. I obviously told him that it wasn't true, that I had no idea what the hell she was talking about, and that I would be willing to sit in with Anne and she could tell him that it was all a lie. He honestly seemed uncomfortable about this, which was really bizarre to me. He told me that he had temporarily suspended Anne, but that he hadn't told her the reason, and that she would be coming back in 2 weeks, and that I needed to sort it all out before then. I honestly had no idea what I was supposed to do to sort it out, but I agreed, and I just tried to get through my shift. I completely ignored Cheryl at school the next day. She tried to approach me and I completely shut her down. After class and before I had to be at work, I met up with Anne and I told her about what was happening. She was just as shocked as I was about this and asked what we should do. I basically told her that we needed to just ignore Cheryl and that it would help if she could talk to our boss without me around and explain the whole thing was a lie. And while after this conversation, when I was driving to work, I got a text from Cheryl and it said, "I thought I made it clear that I didn't want you talking to Anne." I'd had enough. I called her. The conversation was quick, but it was pretty much me breaking up with her and telling her to back off and to leave me alone. She then said something that actually gave me chills. She said, "You don't get to break up with me. I don't think you realize that I call the shots." I then told her that she was absolutely nuts and that she needed to get help, and I hung up on her. As I'm sure you can guess, especially with dealing with obsessively crazy people like Cheryl, this is where things started to get worse. That night, while I was working at the sandwich shop, I kept getting weird looks from customers as they walked in, and some customers that were walking toward the door would turn around and leave before they actually entered. Thankfully, one of my friends had decided to come by and get food. He got to the counter and asked what was going on with the woman outside, and I asked what he was talking about. He then proceeded to tell me about probably the most horrific thing that I had ever been told. Apparently, Cheryl was outside and telling people that a rapist worked there, and that no one should support a company that employed a rapist. She was literally telling people as they were walking up that I was a rapist and that I was free because no one believed her. She had been standing outside the entire shift and was saying this to people as they walked up, and I couldn't see her because she was just off to the side of the window. I told my friend to hold on and stepped outside, and sure enough, she was standing there. I asked her what she was doing and why she was doing it, and she started to scream. "Hey everyone, this is the rapist. This is the man that should be in jail." I told her to leave and she just smirked at me and said, "Make me." So I did. I called the police and told them that she was trespassing, and I called my manager to tell him what was going on. The police showed up and told her that she needed to leave, and they came in and asked for my information. And I gave it to them, then told me that she was advised to not return to the property or that she would be arrested for trespassing. Of course, just because she wasn't allowed on the property didn't mean that she couldn't continue to do damage. It was a day or two later when my manager once again called me into his office, thinking that I had taken care of the situation with Cheryl. I went in without thinking anything of it, and when I get in, he had my file on his desk and a paycheck in an envelope, as well as the Google review screen upon his computer. He then proceeds to tell me that he was advised by the regional manager that he needed to let me go. I ask him what was going on, and he then shows me the screen. The store's Google rating had been tanked, and there were a significant number of 1-star reviews that mentioned that the store was employing a rapist and that no one should support this business until they fired him. Some of them even mentioned me by name, and my boss basically told me that while he didn't really believe the whole thing, it was bad press for the business and that he had no choice. His boss was telling him to let me go to fix this problem. And in the end, I signed the document, gave them my hat and apron, and took my check. I think the hardest part of this was trying to explain to my parents why I had been fired. I had been working there for about a year and at this point, and was probably the only person that had stuck around for so long. So to tell my parents that I was fired honestly hurt me. I had to tell my mom that I was being fired because my ex-girlfriend was claiming that the store was protecting a rapist and that I was the one being called out as such. I, of course, told her that it was all a lie and that Cheryl and I were never even intimate, and that she was trying to just mess with me. Obviously, they weren't really sure what to do, other than possibly call the police and have them sort it out. But honestly, I'm not even sure if she was committing an actual crime. None of the reviews had her name on them, and she left the property when she was asked to do so. And unfortunately, there was a ton of plausible deniability on her side. My other thought was about whether or not she would be willing to lie to the police as well and have me arrested, then drag it all out into a horrible legal battle. In the end, I just told my parents that I was sorry this happened and that I would try to find another job. Obviously, they were telling me not to be sorry, but I honestly felt like this was my fault. I went to bed and just kind of sank into a bit of a low mentally. The next morning, I woke up to my dad coming into my room and asking if there was anything wrong with the car when I drove home from work that night before. We shared the car since he worked an early shift and was home by the time that I needed to go to work. I told him that everything was fine on the way home the night before and asked what he was talking about. He told me to come outside and see. I went with him and come to find out, both tires on the driver's side were flat. I was just standing there and staring at the car, thinking that Cheryl had to have done this. I obviously couldn't prove that it was her, and there was no actual damage to the tires. The air was let out to the valve system, but I had this hunch that this was more of her trying to get to me. I apologized to my dad, but I also told him that I had no idea because all 4 tires were fine when I was driving home the night before. He believed me, but I think my face was showing that I had an idea about what had happened. A few more days go by, and I'm basically just floating through the motions and trying to move forward with things. When out of nowhere, I get called to the guidance counselor's office. I head down and they sit me down. Then the counselor tells me that they got a report that I was suicidal and that I had supposedly told one of my friends that I was going to bring a gun to school in order to do suicide by cop. I, obviously, vehemently denied this. It was nowhere near true, and I would never have ever said anything like that. He then told me that even though I was a good student and even though I was denying it, they would have to send me home for a few days on suspension, and that they would have to go through my locker while I was gone, and that I would be required under policy to have my bag searched and walk through the metal detector every morning for a while until they believed that the threat was clear. Once again, I was in a position where I had to explain to my parents what happened, since my mom had to leave work to come pick me up from the guidance office. I told her that Cheryl was out to get me and that she was doing everything in her power to ruin my life. I think at first that she was a bit iffy on believing me, but then I literally burst into tears, and I think that may have been what hit it home for her, that something was going on. I told her that while I was dating Cheryl, she was super controlling. I told her about the red flags, about how she flipped out on me for talking to my cousin, and how she freaked out when I had a picture of my sister on Snapchat. I told her about what she did at my work, and how she was the one that filed the complaint with my boss, and most likely, the one that had review bombed the store. I pretty much just unloaded everything on my mom because I had felt like my life had just fallen apart over a girl that I didn't even like before she decided that we were dating about a month and a half ago. Looking back, It was all so stupid that it happened like it did, and it all happened so quickly, going from friends to dating to me feeling like everything was ruined. I could see why I was so upset. My mom ended up telling me to take the time off and that she would talk to the counselor about what was going on and that I should just take this as much as a needed mental health break. I agreed, and I decided that I would just sit at home and do nothing for a few days, just trying to enjoy time for myself. But first, for some reason, something in my mind told me that I needed to message Cheryl and try to get her to leave me alone. So I did. I literally texted her and said, "Look, I know that things got complicated between us and I said things to upset you, but could you please just leave me alone and stop doing all of this? I get your point. You're in control, but please just let me be and move on." She replied pretty quick, but it wasn't a good reply. She said something to the effect of, "Okay, I'll move to Anne then. How's that sound?" I immediately contacted Anne to tell her, and she told me that she would keep a lookout. I really didn't know how far Cheryl would take it since, while she hadn't done anything violent or aggressive toward me, she had still managed to really screw things up for me in a relatively short amount of time. And to be safe, I actually called my uncle and explained to him what she had done and that she was now targeting Anne. And honestly, this was probably one of the best things that I could have done. My uncle, my mom's brother and Anne's stepfather, is a bit of a security nerd. He has cameras all over his property and he knows how to protect himself. My warning actually put him on edge and led to what happened next. As expected, Cheryl started to go after Anne and trying to cause her problems. She started by trying to start a fight in school with her by talking shit on me. Anne just told her that she wasn't listening and walked away. When Cheryl tried to follow her, Anne made it to a point to walk toward one of the security guards and stand there, knowing that Cheryl wouldn't do anything. There were a couple of other things that she tried that I honestly cannot remember, but it's not really important. It's more important to know that she spent a few days trying to make Anne's life hell, and Anne wasn't letting it happen. But then, Cheryl made a huge mistake and decided to escalate. The night it all ended, Cheryl had decided that she was going to try to throw a brick through the glass pane on the front door of Anne's house. Unfortunately for Cheryl, when she decided to do this, my uncle was in the garage. And in the garage, my uncle has a screen that connects to all of his security cameras. So he saw her as she was walking up. He was already walking out the side door when Cheryl threw the brick, and he watched her do it, and was less than 20 feet away from her when she did it. My uncle, being the guy he is, immediately drew his gun and told her to get on the ground. He's not a police officer, but he is former military, and he's kind of intimidating that you don't want to mess around with. From what I was told, as soon as she saw the gun in my uncle's hand, she immediately got down on the ground and just stayed there. Apparently, he had scared the hell out of her, and she was terrified that he was going to shoot her. From there, Anne called the police and they came. My uncle told them what had happened and showed them the camera feed, and Cheryl was arrested and subsequently charged. I wish there was more of a happy ending for me, but there wasn't. I didn't get my job back, and I went back to school and went through a month of being searched every single morning. And after that, I moved on and just stuck to myself and those that I knew were close, like Anne. Honestly though, I didn't really mind that things didn't go back to perfect for me. Cheryl got caught doing something that was super illegal, probably got the scare of a lifetime from my uncle, and I honestly hope that this was the point where she decided to turn her life around. I have no idea what happened to her, and I don't want to know. I just hope that Cheryl and I never meet again. For context, I'm a 20-year-old female. I started OnlyFans account over the summer to support myself through school, and things were great until I posted my Amazon wishlist. Amazon doesn't release your address to people who gift you items, but third-party sellers can, and that's where I went wrong. By the way, I'm not trying to promote it here. This is a very frightening story, and I just felt like I should share it. In late July, I got a puppy. One night at around 2 a.m., I took him outside to go to the bathroom. While he was doing his business, I noticed a car parked outside my family home. I saw a figure in the car, and I could tell that they were looking at me, but I couldn't make out their face because it was pitch black outside. Feeling a bit uneasy, I picked up my puppy to take him back inside. And when I started to move, the car parked in my driveway. I sprinted back inside and locked the door, but they never approached my house. The next morning, I went to check the mail and there was an envelope inside to my OF name with $20 in it, but no note. I was currently still at home with my parents, who had no idea about my OnlyFans account, so I didn't mention it to them. A week later, I moved back to my college town to get ready to start school. At this time, I had stopped posting for the time being until I could figure out how they got my address. I've watched enough crime shows to know that there's a possibility that I could be in danger. I lived in a duplex with a gated parking lot for reference. One morning, I was planning on vlogging my trip to Target because I was planning on starting a YouTube channel in the near future since OnlyFans felt unsafe. When I got to my car, it had been ransacked and my vlogging camera was missing. I know, it's my fault for leaving it in my car, but I was using it the night before, and since I live in a gated area, I didn't think that I would be unsafe. It wasn't in plain sight either. I had it hidden in my glove box. I used the camera to film my content, and the SD card that was in there had all of my unreleased photos and videos. I know they stole it just for the SD card. Well, anyway, this is where the story gets weird. There are cameras outside in the parking lot, so we were able to watch this person break into my car and find the camera. And they didn't touch any of the 7 other cars on the lot. They just knew which car was mine, which suggests that they have been watching me for a bit. After they got the camera, they walked around the duplex until stopping near my window. My bedroom faces an outside street, and my blinds are broken, so it's very easy to see in. I have a curtain, but it doesn't really cover my window all the way. This person watched me sleep for an hour or so, and I have no idea why they didn't try to break in, but thank God they didn't. This person then sold the camera to a pawn shop, and since I knew the serial number, the police were able to find it. However, my SD card was missing. I believe the police are still trying to track them down, but I have broken my lease and I moved to a new place. So hopefully that will keep me safe. So to the guy who terrorized me at my home and my apartment and also stole my camera, let's not meet. I am a female, and I would like to tell you about an experience that I had with my dog at that time. English is not my mother language, so I apologize in advance for any mistakes. It's been about 11 years. It was autumn and night, and I decided to take a little walk around our housing estate with my dog Sunny. Sunny is a black and a big Labrador mix. She's a really good and cuddly dog, but she hates other female dogs. She also has a strong protective instinct and always snarls when she doesn't know or doesn't like someone or something. There were no streetlights inside the settlement. The only lighting was always at the house entrances. There was a small park with small playgrounds between the rows of houses. But, as already mentioned, everything was in complete darkness. That's why Sunny was not to be seen, only to be heard now and then when she is chasing a rabbit into the bushes. Then, it goes without saying that she wasn't on a leash. I only need this when the other female dogs are nearby. Sunny listens to my word and always comes when I call her. So, while I strolled comfortably through the dark settlement and froze my ass, Sunny ran happily through the area and the bushes. I always only guessed where she was because I couldn't see her. I only heard her from time to time. At some point, I noticed a small shadow that was whizzing around me. When I looked more closely, I could see that it was Sunny. She ran in large circles around me and the place where I was, and I thought that she was just chasing something. But the circle she drew grew smaller and smaller. She didn't make any noise, and I went on comfortably because I thought she was having her 5 minutes of being crazy. At some point, I didn't see her anymore, but I went on knowing that she would follow me. Then I heard a sound. Footsteps, but they were not my own. I was startled because they were so close behind me so suddenly. So I turned around, but I couldn't see anything thanks to the darkness. I really got nervous and I called for Sunny because it could have been someone with a dog. Sunny didn't come, and I easily panicked. But then, she suddenly stood in front of me out of nowhere and began to growl as violently as she has never done before. My blood froze because it couldn't be a good thing. And then she started walking straight ahead, growling about 2 or 3 meters, stopped, and at that moment, I recognized a figure completely in black. This person was shocked in front of Sunny and didn't move, and Sunny started barking like there was no tomorrow. The person slowly walked backwards towards the lighted house entrances. And then I saw Sunny bare teeth in front of a young man who was wearing a hooded sweater and probably started to experience the same fears as I did when I noticed him. Because as close as he had sneaked up on me, he couldn't have any good in mind. Since it was too dark, however, he could not see Sunny, and she must have surprised him at the right moment. Sunny started to jump, and at the right moment, the guy let out a scream, and you could hear something falling from his hand on the floor. He ran, and my dog followed. After I had released myself from my shock stiffness, I called out for Sunny as loud as I could. Until after a short time, she was standing in front of me again, wagging her tail. I took her on the leash and then went to where the guy had dropped something. And indeed, there was an arm-thick branch on the floor that he certainly didn't have with him to throw sticks. At home, it gradually dawned on me that my Sunny did not have her 5 minutes when she circled me, but that she had long since noticed and kept an eye on this piece of shit just to protect me. On one hand, that was creepy, but also a relief. And I was and still am so grateful for this great dog, Sunny. Okay, so last year around this time, it all began. Past circumstance. Last year on a Saturday night, shortly after 1 a.m., I heard someone creep up my staircase. I live in a 2-story home on the 2nd floor. I heard the cracking of the wood steps, and I paused my TV show, and I listen. I hear it some more, then I hear a long pause. Then nothing. But then, I hear my doorknob jiggling. I freak out, and I know it's not the woman downstairs because she's gone for the night. I went straight to the door. I have one of those doors where it's half-glass window. Because I live in a tiny town and my upstairs staircase is covered, so technically, no one can see inside unless they are standing right at the door. And even at that, all they can see is part of my doorway into the bedroom and my hallway. Nothing more. So I had the light on at that door inside, and the outside light was off. So when I went to the door, I couldn't see out of it. I couldn't see who was there. When I showed myself at the door, obviously the doorknob stopped jiggling. Because I made my presence known, and they could obviously fully see me because my lights were on. I shut the inside lights off real quick as an attempt to see who was out there. But it took my eyes too long to adjust, and as I shut the lights off, I simultaneously hit the second lock on my door. And that's when the person on the other side of the door started banging on it. I couldn't see who it was, and quite honestly, once the banging had started, I bolted, and so did they. So I tried to look out my windows to catch a glimpse of who it could be, but I couldn't see anything. The exit of the staircase is too close to the house for me to have a full view from the second floor, which is really a shame. So I called the cops, and I filed a report, and all was good in the world. I equipped my home with a wasp spray hidden in every corner. I did develop major anxiety over it though. Like major anxiety. I had never ever been afraid to live alone before this, but I have worked through it for the most part and have gotten better since this was last year. I even got a camera that I have at my door that streams to an app on my phone. Ongoing minor issues. In the last couple of months, I have been having issues though. I park in the little lot across the street. The little lot belongs to the church that I live next to. However, I am allowed to park there. I keep finding the sides of my license plates completely bent outwards at a 90-degree angle every morning. I know this because I put them back in place every day, so the plates are flat because you can't drive around with your plates like that. And pretty much every day of the week, I go outside to find my plates bent back. I know it's not the wind, and I know it doesn't happen while I'm driving because I check. My dad, however, has convinced me that it could be the car wash. I get my car washed at least once a week or two, and it's the kind where you just pay a machine and sit in your car. So I just pushed it off. But then recently, I came home to find 3 things on a little shelf that I keep outside my door. 2 small crystal bowls and a little flower pot with a golden retriever on it. At first I thought, my sister or maybe my grandma probably just left it for me. I texted them about it, and they both said no, that they didn't leave anything. They both live on my block, so I thought it would be probable for them to just do that. But then, both of them said that it wasn't them. Then, my next thought would be that it's my mom. See, anytime my mom gets me stuff, she leaves it on her front sunroom, which she calls her porch. So, she will always text me a pic of what she got me and say, "It's here on the porch. Get it when you stop by next, okay?" In the next year and a half that I've lived in this apartment, she has never left something on my porch. Also, my camera was dead, so I texted her about it and she didn't answer, which is really like her. If it doesn't pertain to her, she doesn't answer. Also, I'm slightly confused about the golden retriever planter because everyone knows that I'm a cat person, and that's what everyone who knows me gets me. What happened tonight? Tonight, at 1:19 a.m., I was in my bedroom texting my sister when I heard banging on my door again. The lady who lives downstairs is gone for the night again. This exact same thing happened a year ago too. a Saturday night right after 1 a.m. All the lights in my apartment were on, so they knew that I was home. If they wanted to break in, they could have. If they wanted my valuables, they have 60 hours out of the week every single week this last year to do so. So no, whoever is messing with me just wants to mess with me. I didn't know what to do, and my phone was on the other side of the apartment, and I couldn't get to it without going past the door. So I told my sister through text messaging on my laptop, and she called the cops for me. They arrived, and I knew because I saw them searching the property with their flashlights, and I met them at the door. I filed a report and I noped out of there, and now I'm sleeping at my sister's house for the night. But this is seriously freaking me out. Someone is messing with me in a very serious way. They know that I'm home, they know when I'm up, and they know the woman who lives downstairs is gone. They know the camera isn't charged, and coincidentally, these things keep happening when my camera is in charge, which takes hours to do, and I am so paranoid of leaving something charged while I'm asleep or not at home. I don't have any enemies in this area, and I don't really know anyone in this town except for a co-worker or two, my landlord, and my family, who is really new to the area as well. I don't have any ex-boyfriends that's trying to scare me, and I haven't fought with anyone who is trying to get revenge on me. But I should mention that about 9 or 10 years ago, I did have a bit of a stalker situation, in which a 55-year-old man who lived adjacent to my job, he came in every day for a year. We never spoke directly or had a conversation. He would leave me notes on my car, and the first one he left me was a 5-page letter speaking about how compatible we were with one another. He mentioned things in the letter that I would speak about with other customers in regards to our compatibility. He even mentioned that he believes that he could sexually please me. Something along the lines of how I am a special person and he has what it takes, and it's the kind of special that most people don't have what it takes. He would leave me crystal and tea cards on my car. Well, anyways, I got a restraining order on him, and he was no longer allowed to enter my job. He would occasionally stare at me through the cracks in his blinds, and that was about it. I moved out of the state and nothing ever happened of it. So, that could be a possibility too. This happened a few years ago when I was bartending in college. I was coming home down a stretch of divided highway at around 3 a.m. when I noticed a car heading towards me in the wrong lane. I doubted myself at first and thought the car was on the other side of the highway, but sure enough, a white Ford sedan passed me at a really high speed. It's worth noting for later that I also drive a white Ford sedan. I was used to drunk or idiot drivers in the middle of the night, so I just pulled to the side of the road and let him pass me. I had a moment of clarity and thought to call the police, thinking that this person could hurt themselves or somebody else. The dispatcher answered, and after telling them which road or exit mile marker I was at, they told me that they would send a car. The state police station was only a few exits away, so I figured that they would send somebody and I would just drive home. As I headed back onto the highway, I noticed some lights a few miles behind me. I live in a more rural part of southeastern Pennsylvania, and traffic at 3 a.m. tends to be truckers or cops. The car gained on me as I was getting up to speed, so I stayed in the right lane and waited to be passed. Instead, they flipped on their high beams, making it uncomfortable to drive, and rode my tailgate. At this point, I thought I was going to be pulled over by the police. I drove a white Ford sedan and had just called about a different white Ford sedan, so I grabbed my registration from my glove box. But suddenly, the car behind me audibly slammed on their brakes and stopped in the middle of the highway. They must have shut off their car because the lights went out and I saw what looked like the same Ford sedan from earlier. But still, I thought this may have been a police car. They had a roof rack, and it could have looked like I was reaching for a gun in my glove box. I panicked, and I called 911 for the second time, and I asked the dispatcher if they had sent a cruiser to investigate. The dispatcher was a little curt with me and assured me that they sent somebody out. Dispatcher said, "We have sent the trooper out to find the car, sir," they said. "I only ask because somebody is following me and they're acting weird. It could be a cop and I think I freaked them out by getting my registration," I answered. "Are you pulled over?" they asked. "No, but they didn't turn on their lights." And the dispatcher once again told me, "Let me try to get the trooper we sent out." As he was talking, the car again sped towards me and stopped inches from my bumper. Again, their high beams were on, and again, they slammed on their brakes. I told the dispatcher, "I'm pretty sure this is not the police behind me." And the car sped to my bumper again and turned their high beams on, this time laying on the horn. Hearing this, the dispatcher asked me what was happening. They said, "What's happening? Did you honk?" "No, that's the car behind me. I don't think it's a cop." "I'll try to get the trooper again, but I don't think that's them behind you," the dispatcher said. For some reason, this was what shook me. Before that, I was thinking that I would get pulled over and maybe get a ticket. Up until then, I was going to the speed limit and trying to avoid getting pulled over. I told the dispatcher, "I don't care if I get pulled over. I'm speeding, and if they get their lights on, then I'll pull over." I started to accelerate, and the person behind me just kept up with me. The speed limit was 55, and they kept on my bumper the entire time. But this time, they were swerving. I tried to signal for an exit and then bail on it, but they followed. And at the next exit, I took the off-ramp and then continued onto the on-ramp, and the car behind me followed the whole time. I thought about trying to go to Wawa, but the dispatcher and I thought that it would be unsafe. He was calm and talking to another person, trying to send police to me. The other person, maybe a supervisor, asked if I could drive to a state police station. Realizing that I was one exit away, I told him that I was coming there, and he said that he would have the troopers meet me outside. As I pulled off to the exit, the car followed me. I blew a few red lights trying to get to the police station, and the car tried to pull into the other lane to pass me or to pull up alongside me. Once the police station was in view, I put on my turn signal, and the car slammed on its brakes again. They turned off their lights and then turned into a parking lot. The story ends kinda anticlimactically, as I pulled into the police station and met the troopers. 2 of them went to find the car, and I stayed with the 3rd trooper. I thanked the dispatcher and her supervisor, and the state trooper escorted me home after taking a statement from me. I was never called to follow up or testify, so I can only assume that the person didn't get caught. When I was in 8th and 10th grade, I was extremely involved in this small building server. The average age was probably 15 to 17, and I joined a group of builders and I Skyped with him every weekend for hours. We all became close fast and trusted each other enough that we followed each other on Instagram. I became particularly close with one of the builders in my friend group named Peter. Peter was in the same grade as me, and we ended up texting quite a lot. I heard rumors that Peter might have a crush on me. He denied them, which I found laughable because it was the internet and I just brushed it off. Everything was fine for a while until something began to feel off when I talked to him. I was starting to constantly catch him telling small lies. This bothered me, so I figured that it was time to distance myself from Peter, and I stopped talking to him. Cut to a few months later of no contact, and Peter out of the blue texts me that he was going to be possibly transferring to my high school so he can get an in-state tuition for college. Peter's plan is to somehow live completely alone and support himself while in high school. My stomach drops when I read the text, and I know this feels very, very off. I try to be calm, and I tell him that his plan is crazy. I tell him that it's oddly convenient that he chose my random suburb. Peter insists that his plan will work and it's just a coincidence that he is going to my high school. I'm trying to call Peter's bluff and hoping that he is just screwing with me because I cut him off. Peter says that he bought the plane tickets already and is going to stay in my town and visit some high schools in the area. Fear washes over me, and I realize that Peter definitely has some very unhealthy attachment to me. Peter was not bluffing. To my horror, he posts a picture on Snapchat at the airport. Peter asked to meet up while he's there, and I of course decline. Later, I see on his Snapchat story that he is taking a tour of my high school. Peter is taking lots of videos and pictures, probably hoping that I can see. Luckily, I am stuck at home with pneumonia. I spent the next few days on edge, and I was afraid that he was going to ring my doorbell at any moment. Luckily, he was not smart enough to find where I live, and he flies home and does not follow his plan. The baffling part was, none of my old group on the Minecraft server thought that he was doing anything creepy. I felt like I was going crazy for thinking that this was weird. I thought my rejection for this meetup would be the end of it. But about 2 years later, and I just committed to my dream college, I still, stupidly, followed Peter on social media because I wanted some warning if he came to my area. And once again, Peter did. I see him posting in front of the library at my college with a caption saying, "Transferring here is definitely the move." And cut to a few months later, Peter finds out that I had a boyfriend and directly contacts me for the first time in 2 years. He starts asking strange questions like, "Well, will he protect you?" I shouldn't have answered, but for some reason I did. I finally blocked him, and I stopped following him on social media out of fear. He has not tried to contact me since. I definitely made some mistakes because I was young and scared, and I had others telling me that it was not a big deal. So Peter, let's not meet. To start, let me explain myself. I'm 5'7", 113 pounds, and I was 16 at the time of the encounter. And I'm a multi-sport athlete: track, handball, volleyball, basketball, and hockey. And I also have insomnia. This all happened around 2 a.m. on August 10th of 2019. I had been over to my best friend's place because she had just returned home from a vacation and she had birthday presents for me, hoodies and gummies if you're curious. I had spent almost an hour there already, and I wanted to head back home soon because honestly, my town is scary at night. Drug dealers, rapists, and murders. You know the deal. So I waved goodbye to my best friend, and I started walking down the street. I guess a party had just let up because behind me at the end of the road, about 20 or 30 yards from where I was standing, there were a couple of men walking across the crosswalk. They were both pretty tall, I'm guessing between 5'11" and 6'3". The two seemed harmless at first when I looked in their direction, but soon they came to a stop. They were both looking at me, and at this point, I felt really uncomfortable, so I just kept walking. That's when I overheard what one of them said. "Hey, that's a girl." At this point, I whipped my head around. They were starting to walk in my direction now, and one of the two men had moved over towards the sidewalk where there was no light. I knew at this point that something wasn't right, and I began to pick up my pace. They were still getting closer. I didn't know where the second guy was, but when I looked back, the first guy was still following me down the middle of the road. I think that they were planning to cut me off and try to trap me between the two of them. The minute that I was about 13 yards from the T intersection, I started to run, and that's when the yelling started. "Oh great, now she's running!" I hooked a sharp right and then a left, and I could still hear them behind me. And at this point, all I knew was that I couldn't stop moving. I had to lose them somehow. I was coming up to an apartment building with a small parking lot behind it. There were no lights, and I made a split-second decision to veer off into the parking lot, and I squeezed myself under one of the cars. I don't know how long I waited there. It could have been a minute, but it felt like a lifetime, and I watched the two men run past. They didn't bother to check under the cars, which was definitely in my favor. The minute that I felt that I was safe, I backtracked and I took a different route back to my home. I was too scared to take the main route in the fear that I would have bumped into them. I know, what I'm about to say is stupid, but I didn't go to the police. I wouldn't have been able to give a proper description of the men because I hadn't seen their faces. If there's anything I learned from my experience, it's that no matter who you are, you need to be extremely careful. You can think that part of the town or city that you live in is safe, but that really isn't the case. There is no protective barrier to keep out people with bad intentions. Please, whatever you do, watch your surroundings as if your life depends on it. If I had been listening to my music and not paying attention, I hate to think what could have happened to me. I hope that no one else has to experience the fear that I did. It was almost like prey being chased by predators. And to the men who followed me, let's never meet again. This story happens the end of last year. For context, I'm a 16-year-old female, and what you might guess from this story, I don't live in the best part of my town. Well, on to the story. I had met this guy while playing Overwatch. We'll call him Dave. Dave and I got along pretty well, so we exchanged our Snapchats, and clueless me left my location on. So, for a few weeks, we were just playing video games and staying up late texting on Snapchat. After a few months of this routine, things started to get strange. Dave would send me photos of street signs, starting with a street about a mile away from my house. I was confused, and I still hadn't thought to turn off my location, and I didn't think about it. But the next day, he sent a photo of a street sign that was closer. It went on like this for a while, until he sent a photo of the street a block away from my house. I started to become concerned, but still, I left my location on. A few days later, I got a series of photos. It was dark and late, and the photos were of sidewalks getting closer and closer to my house. Until there was a photo of my house. I ran down the stairs and I looked out the window, but I didn't see anyone. I hid in the bathroom because the last thing I wanted was a photo of me through the window. Nothing happened after this, other than one of those devil emojis were sent, and then I was blocked. If some of you are curious why I didn't tell anyone, is if you have Snapchat, you know that the messages are only open for a certain amount of time. I personally don't know how to do it, but I know that you can change the time that it will show. And he set it to like a minute after opened. And I didn't want him to know that I was screenshotting the conversations. So Dave, let's not meet. This happened a few summers ago. My friends and I threw a going away party for our friend that is going to migrate to Canada. We went to this island, and it was during their non-peak season, so that means that we were the only guests there. We arrived at the island just around after lunchtime. A few kilometers away from the resort, there's this small village just near the port. When we arrived to the said port, the resort service vehicle was not there. They alerted us that they were going to be a little late because their vehicle broke down. So, we decided to stop by this small store and bought some other necessities that we forgot to buy in the mainland. There was this group of men around their late 20s that were catcalling us. Our group consists of 5 girls and 4 boys, and one came up to me and asked for my number. I refused politely, and one guy friend ushered me away from him. And thank heavens, our service arrived, but he was still staring at me. And to be honest, it really creeped me out. When we arrived at the resort, it had cottages that were on stilts. You have to climb up a bamboo ladder to get into the room. It was also made from bamboo, just your typical hut. Even the floors were made from bamboo, and the bathroom is separated from the huts and is for common use. We partied, and I got tipsy fast because I'm a lightweight. I excused myself from the group and I climbed up the cottage to change into my swimwear. My friends really wanted to go island hopping. I was also planning to take a swim in the beach and island hop, just to lessen the buzz, you know. But I was not able to change. Since the room just started spinning, I decided to just snap it out. I told my friends to just go without me. It was a long debate because they don't want to leave me all alone, but I insisted that they should go. And after a few beggings, they went on the island hopping without me. When I woke up, it was already around twilight. The resort was quiet. It was a bit dim inside the room. The resort hadn't turned on the lights since the electricity only runs via solar and generator. They only turn on the generators around 7 p.m. I can already feel the hangover, so I used my phone's flashlight to help me see. But then I noticed that the door was slightly ajar. I was sure that it was closed when my friends left. When I was about to close it, the head of the guy from earlier popped out and he gave me that creepy smile and was still asking for my number. I told him to get out, but he was begging for my number. He even used his foot to stop the door from closing. I screamed, and he kept on saying in our language, which translates to, "Come on, ma'am, let's fuck." And I kept on screaming and I called my friends. and what he said made me shiver. He said that my friends hadn't arrived yet. He was standing there for hours and he was watching us. I kept on screaming for the caretakers of the island, and I screamed for help. And finally, I saw the beams of the flashlight running towards us. He quickly left, and he ran towards the forest just behind the hut. I was shaking to the point that I was not able to stand up. My friends arrived, and the caretakers told my friends about what happened. They asked for the help of the caretakers and the local chief of the island, and they went on a manhunt to look for the guy. Sadly, he was not seen. We left the same night and just transferred to another island with a much private resort. Three years ago, I was living with my then boyfriend in a one-bedroom apartment in a little mountain town. It was a half-basement unit, so the bottom of all our windows were level with the ground outside. It was also an older apartment, and not all the windows could fully lock. One day, my boyfriend comes home from work while I'm laying on the sofa and immediately runs up to the window near me and looks out of it frantically. He then goes out to look at every other window in the house, and then walks around the outside looking in the windows. When he comes back from this confusing exploit, I ask him what the hell is going on and why he's being a spaz. "I think I just walked up on a dude looking in the window at you. He took off as I walked up," he tells me. This was naturally very unsettling, but after discussing it and considering the time of day, it was about 2 p.m. and the number of people out and about around the complex at that time, we came to the conclusion that it was just a curious neighbor or someone passing by happening to glance in. And with that, we forgot about it. If only that was the end. For the next couple of months, odd stuff happened here and there. Someone would knock on the door occasionally, then when I went to answer, no one was there. I'd find things in my apartment that I wasn't familiar with, or things like clothing items would vanish, and I didn't really think twice about any of it until one night. My boyfriend and I were arguing around 1 or 2 in the morning, and we were being a little loud. We were standing in the kitchen face to face. His back was to an open window with the blinds up halfway, and I was facing it. Amidst our arguing, I glanced behind him at the window, thinking that I saw the reflection of my face in it. But the window was open, and it wasn't my face. There was a man with his face pressed almost against the window screen, watching us. Given the fact that we were arguing and it was late, I thought for a moment that it might have been a concerned neighbor walking up to the window to speak to us. A main walkway for the complex was right on the other side of the window, so I spoke to him. "Hello? Can I help you?" I asked a little aggressively, thinking a neighbor was intruding on our privacy. He responded to this by staring, unwavering and cold, right at me. His face did not change expression. He did not blink or move. He just looked right at me in a way that I have never been looked at before or since. In this instant, I also realized that because of the window being level with the ground, the only way this man's face could be where it was if he was laying on the ground outside the apartment or crouched and contorted to look into the window. My heart sank. I buried my face in my boyfriend's chest and I closed my eyes in fear. My boyfriend up to this point thought that I was messing with him. When I buried my face in his chest, only then did he say, "Is there really someone at the window?" I whispered yes to him, He felt my fear and took a moment before he turned around. But by the time he did, the man was gone. It was at this point that I started to think about all the little odd occurrences that I had been experiencing, and I assumed the worst. I filed a police report with his description, and my brother loaded my apartment up with weapons to protect me, or at least inform this peeping Tom that I was armed. After that night, myself, my boyfriend, and my brother were on high alert. There were a couple times when my brother came over that he saw a sketchy dude hanging around, and even one time, he saw him at my window. He tried to follow him discreetly, but the guy took off running as soon as my brother stepped in his direction. The last night that I had an experience with this man, I was sitting home alone on my sofa. My boyfriend was at work at a restaurant about 2 blocks away. He had picked me up from work an hour earlier. We had sat on the sofa together a little while when we got home. Then he kissed me and left for work, locking the door behind him. After he left, I continued to sit on the couch and on Reddit for a while in silence. After about an hour of me sitting there in silence, I hear a door creak open. It was a small apartment, so to see the bedroom and bathroom doors from the couch, all I had to do was lean a little to the left. I assume it was one of my cats coming out of my bedroom, so you can imagine my shock when I lean over and see the door that's opening is the door to the water heater or closet or small storage space. I look to my right and I see both my cats sleeping soundly at the other end of the couch. I look back to the door and it's still creaking open very slowly. It opens enough for me to see it. A set of fingers wrapped around the door, easing the door ever so gently to open it as quietly as possible. That was gonna be a no for me. I ran my ass barefooted out of the door and into the snow and down the street to my boyfriend's work. I called the cops. When everyone was back to check out the apartment, he was, of course, gone. After that, my boyfriend and I packed our shit and then went to stay with my parents, and 6 months later, moved 1,000 miles away from that town, and that was the end of it. I initially found this sub around that time as I was trying to find other stories similar to mine or people to talk to who had experienced something like I did. I had intended to write my story here eventually, and I figured after this week's events that I had to. I live 1,000 miles away from where all of this happened, so a part of me thinks that there's no way that this person could have found me. But last week, I heard a knock on the front door of my apartment. I was expecting a package, so I figured that it was a delivery driver and I didn't answer, that I just go and get the package later. Then they knocked again, and then again, and the third one made me feel uneasy, so I waited a good 20 minutes to check the door. And when I did, there was no package, no note, no nothing. Someone was just knocking. Although it made me uneasy, I didn't initially think back to my stressful experience in my last town. Then 2 days ago, I went out to get groceries. I have a little patio and I go out there in the mornings to just chill or check on plants a lot, and I've been known to leave it unlocked in the day on accident. I never thought of it as a huge deal, until I came home from the store 2 days ago and the deadbolt to my apartment was locked. The deadbolt can only be locked from the inside of the apartment, period. I assumed someone robbed me because I dumbly left my patio unlocked. I called my sister, I called my current new boyfriend, and I waited for people to be with me. And I went into my apartment through the sliding glass patio door. Nothing was out of place, nothing of value was taken. And at this point, my heart sank. Nothing was touched, nothing stolen. someone was inside my apartment just because they wanted to be inside of my apartment. I told my boyfriend about my stalker, and he is not taking this shit lightly like my past boyfriend. I filed a police report. We checked for recording devices and cameras, and he put Nest cameras up all over the place, and we are on high alert. I really truly hope that this is a coincidence, but if this man really followed me across multiple state lines, there is no one on this earth that I'm less interested in meeting. Hi, for the record, I'm a female. I'm turning 19 this year, and this story happened when I was 15. Oh, and also, I'm from France, which can explain my English mistakes if there is any. When I was a 15-year-old, I just got into junior year. I created my first Twitter account that I deleted because of this story. Some information. I didn't tell anyone my username, neither my family nor my friends, because I didn't have any. My profile picture was an avatar, so no pictures of me on the account, and as location, I said Paris because I have lived in the suburbs. I didn't have many followers, 20 or maybe 30, and I didn't follow that much people, so my timeline was not really interesting. One evening in October, someone sent me a quite strange direct message. It was a 200-follower account, and the message said, "Hi, my name is Rob. I just turned 17 and I wanted to know if you lived in..." He then mentions a certain place and then adds, "Because I will soon move in and I go to the town high school. I'm looking for friends." The town he mentioned was obviously the town that I lived in. I immediately thought that something was wrong because there was nowhere on my profile that said where I actually lived. But after some time thinking, I remembered of a tweet that I made weeks ago about buses, and I mentioned the city, so I told myself that he just looked it up and found my tweet. His age wasn't shocking because I'm 2 years ahead of my classmates. I was bored, and as he was polite, I answered him. I told him that I indeed lived in that area and I go to high school there. The discussion was natural, and we talked a lot that night, mainly about high school, about the food at the cafeteria, about the teachers, that kind of thing. But as it was getting very late, he tried to interpose some personal questions like, "Do you live far away from the school? Is it a house or in an apartment? Do you live with both your parents? There's 5 of you. You're not often home alone, right?" And I never answered because it was way too shady for me, and unfortunately, he didn't insist. Unfortunately, because if he did, then I would have probably blocked him. The next day, same thing. We talked a lot, and he was still asking personal questions to know me better. So I asked him some too, and he always answered with what seemed like honesty. I still didn't answer the questions about my house though, because he didn't need to know anything. It lasted 2 or 3 weeks, but it was enough for me to develop feelings for him. He was handsome, super kind, and it was everything I needed, because I have been bullied for years and even today. So I still developed strong feelings, but most importantly, blind trust in people who are friendly to me. In France, in October, we have a 2 weeks long vacation, and the day before back to school day, he finally told me that he was coming to my high school because he finally moved in with his mom, and he asked me a place to meet during the morning break. I was so happy and relieved to be able to meet him. I told him to join me in the hall. But when he understood that there would be people around, He said that he would prefer an isolated place because he was afraid that he would not recognize me and didn't want to spend the break looking for me. It was a good excuse for me, so I told him to meet me in the third-floor bathroom because we weren't allowed to stay there during the breaks and no one would disturb us. In my head, even though it was a little bit creepy, I still was in the school, so nothing could happen to me. Next day, back to school day, I made myself pretty, I wore my best clothes, and I counted down the minutes. And finally, when break time arrived, I ran to the bathroom and waited. And when he arrived, it was him. He was not a catfish. He looked quite like his profile picture. But I still noticed that he seemed a little bit older than he told me. I thought 20 years old instead of 17. We talked a lot, we got along well, and I was so pleased. And at the end of the break, he asked me to go to the fast food with him for lunch. I said no because I don't have any money, and I always refuse for people to pay for me. It's just my principle. He seemed disappointed, but offered to walk me home after classes. I explained that I have to take the bus, but that he could walk me to the bus stop. He looked disappointed again, but finally accepted. And that's exactly what happened, and it was so great that it quickly became some kind of routine. We met in the third-floor bathroom during morning break, and then he walked me to the bus stop after classes. Surprising fact, I never saw him in the hallways nor at the cafeteria, but I thought at that time that the building was huge and that there was over 1,500 students in here, so if our schedules didn't coincide, there was no way that we could meet each other. This little game lasted until December, so almost a month and a half. The 14th of December, a Thursday, I complained about how lonely I was going to be that evening because my dad was abroad for work, my brother was always at his friend's house, my little sister was on a school trip, and my mom had to work late that very night. Well, that was very reckless of me, but after weeks, I thought that I could really trust him. That evening, he walked me to the bus stop. We both waited and I got in the bus. I waved at him and put in my earphones, and I had 2 stops before my house. It was about 17:45 and in December, so it was already really dark outside, and as I got out the bus, I had a really bad feeling. There was that very uncomfortable sensation on my stomach, and I felt like being observed. I pressed pause on my music, but I kept my earphones on so that people thought that I couldn't hear anything. And that's probably what saved my life. I lived in a suburban neighborhood, very silent especially at night, with no visibility on the big road that the bus passed in. When I heard footsteps behind me, I understood that I was right. There was someone following me, and he was not well-intentioned. At least, I could hear that he was not accelerating, so he was not trying to catch me up, but I couldn't guess how long it would last. As quietly as possible, I tried to reach for my keys in my pocket, and when I finally pulled them out, I ran as fast as I could. That was the best sprint of my life. I don't know how it worked, but I managed to open and close the door before he could reach me. I then deactivated my alarm, which, by the way, confirmed that I was home alone. And I took a look through the glass panel on the door. It is not a peephole, it is a whole window, so if someone wants to see what's happening inside, they can. Well, it was Rob, a few meters away, looking at me with a really creepy face. He followed me to my home, probably with a car, and he was clearly not here for chit-chat. I still don't know why I didn't call the police. I was totally paralyzed, and we both stared at each other for a minute. And when I took back control over my body, I ran in the kitchen to get a knife and I got back to the door. He was there too, banging against the door, and I feared for a second that the glass would break, but it didn't happen. That moment, when I was pushing against the door, praying for it not to break while he was kicking harder and harder, it was the longest that I've ever experienced. After maybe 5 minutes, he stopped and got around the house, knocking against every shutter, and got back to the door. He looked very angry, but then my neighbor's car reached my house and Rob ran away, probably thinking that it was my mom coming home. On Twitter, Rob sent me 1,000 messages before I could block him. He then deleted his account, and I thought I was done with his story. But quickly after, some accounts which have just been created followed me. Their at were all a series of numbers and the first letter of his name, and as soon as I blocked one, another one followed me. So I just chose to delete my account because I couldn't make it stop. It was too hard to endure because they were sending me dozens of insulting messages. Later, I talked to the people who were supposed to be Rob's classmates because I haven't met him again in days, but not a single one ever heard about a Rob. This guy was never a student in my high school. That is why I have never met him apart from our daily meetings, and that is probably why he seems so old. I never heard about him anymore, and I'm still asking myself what he wanted and what could have happened that night. So Rob, let's never meet again. I was 22, and I was living on my own for the first time when this happened. It was around the mid-90s. I had just gotten off from work around 11 p.m. to reach my apartment building. I could either walk on the sidewalk, it was lit with street lamps, decently trafficked, or cut across this communal garden, which was pitch black and set back from the street. I saved about 1 whole minute of walking time by cutting through the communal garden, but being young and stupid, a lot of times I took the shortcut. Well, that night, I got that weird feeling not to take the shortcut. I kept to the sidewalk, but there's no one else around. When I got past the garden, all of a sudden, this large man pops up from its exit path. There was no way he could have been in front of me or just behind me as I was walking. I would have noticed him. The only logical explanation was he had been hiding in the pitch black garden. Was it a drunk who had been sleeping it off? No. My body was screaming at me to get the hell out of there. I began walking faster. My dad had taught me to always carry my keys in my fist, with a key pointed out in case that I needed to punch someone. So I had that. But I'm 5'4" and probably weigh 110 pounds. And this guy was tall and big. My only chance was to outpace him. I'm speed walking at this point, and I feel him matching my pace, getting closer. He's breathing heavily, and I feel this angry energy coming off of him. But my apartment building is right there, so I put on a burst of speed, and when I reach the entrance, 2 people are leaving and hold the door for me and him. I don't know why I didn't tell them that I thought this guy was following me. My mind froze, and I was just trying to get inside of my apartment. Plus, I was still trying to rationalize it. Maybe he was visiting someone in the building. Maybe it was all just a coincidence, that I shouldn't be this paranoid. Besides, it took only a couple seconds for them to be out the door, and I had missed my chance. I'm climbing the stairs as fast as I can. It's a 3-story building, and I live on the 3rd floor. He's climbing the stairs too, still right behind me. I get to my floor, which has 4 apartments on the right side where I live, and 4 on the left. I pass by apartments 1 and 2, and he is still right behind me. I stop at apartment 3, where I live, and he stops in front of apartment 4, where I know that he doesn't live. He hasn't said anything, just breathing hard, and I think there's no way that I'm going to open my apartment door and have him push me inside and rape me, or worse. He also hasn't knocked on the door of apartment 4. Worth noting is that the apartments are U-shaped, with mine and my neighbor's door being very close together. So, I bang on my own apartment door as loud as I can, but I yell my neighbor's name. "Hey, Kevin, let me in!" This startles the guy, even more so when my own apartment door doesn't open, but Kevin's does. Kevin sees the guy standing right in front of his door and asks what he wants. The guy starts mumbling something about the wrong apartment, but I have my own door open fast that I am inside my place in a flash, and then locking the door behind me. I grab my cordless phone to call the police, but I hear Kevin through the door telling the guy that he needs to leave, and the guy does. Kevin knocks on my door and asks if I'm okay. I thank him, say that I am, but inside I am still frozen, adrenaline pumping, and scared. I thank him again and I tell him to have a good night, and I lock my door again. I have my phone in my hand, ready to call the police, but then I start trying to rationalize it again. What exactly happened? A guy followed me home, but then said he had the wrong apartment. Are the cops going to care about something minor like that? I try to calm myself down, but I am also berating myself. Why didn't I run the instant that I felt him following me? Why didn't I tell the people we passed when the front door opened that I thought that I was being chased? And worse, why didn't I tell Kevin the second he opened his door and saved me? He could have let me inside his apartment and we could have called the cops together. But because of my stupidity, everything felt so ambiguous and I was questioning myself. A couple of weeks later, I am visiting my grandparents and my grandfather is reading the paper. He tells me that a woman was raped in the apartment building across the street from mine. It was the same guy. He had multiple convictions for sexual assault and had recently been released on parole. Wendell was a panhandler near my college. I always gave him my change when I had extra. Usually, I keep a hard rule not to give money to individuals because I give it to known local charities instead, where I can be sure that the money is going to a specific cause. This one panhandler, though, he always sang opera music, quite beautifully, all things considered. And even though it was clear that he was begging for money due to poverty and homelessness, and not really busking for tips, I always thought that it was admirable that he was trying to perform a service in exchange for the money. I don't like carrying coins, so I just gave what I could, which wasn't much, barely $1 each time. I would occasionally strike up conversations with Wendell, even if I didn't have any money for him. He liked to make students laugh with funny impressions or jokes, and he was a bit older. I'm an undergrad, and he was probably 40s or 50s. So we'd mostly have quick chats about the news or the weather or whatever, nothing really deep. Sometimes, he would randomly share something so intimate that I would feel obligated to reciprocate with something at least superficially personal. For example, he would blurt out that he almost went to college on a baseball scholarship, but then drugs ruined everything. And I would be like, "Oh, wow, I'm so sorry to hear that. I play volleyball, but not for a scholarship though." So I'll see you around, okay? Once, Wendell called me over while I was walking with a professor, or my advisor, and I didn't want to be rude, so I just went over to say a quick hello and I introduced my advisor. When we walked away, my advisor was pretty clearly horrified and asked why Wendell knew me by name. I explained our little friendship, and he said the homeless in the city weren't like the homeless in my smaller town back home. Well, I just figured that he was being an elitist, and I think he could tell that I hadn't taken him seriously, because after we dropped the subject and just before I left, he reiterated that I shouldn't forge friendships with the homeless population in the city or even give them money, because the chronically homeless, the ones on the streets enough that you could get to know them, tended to have a criminal or addictive history. I was surprised because my advisor is usually pretty progressive and compassionate, so I appealed to him with, "Wendell is a victim of a post-capitalist society," and all the other things that I'd learned in his very own classes. But he wasn't having any of it, basically saying however Wendell became chronically homeless, now he was, and I should act accordingly. So my professor strongly implored me not to continue even talking to Wendell at all. I just kind of shook my head thinking, okay, boomer. And if anything, I felt fortified by the warning. Like it was a confirmation that I was a radical doing the right thing, leading a new path, breaking down barriers, bettering the society. I got closer to Wendell and shared more about my life with him. But the very next time that I talked to Wendell, he was really irritable and distant, and I wasn't sure why, until he said, "So, your boyfriend, you two live together or what?" And I had no idea what he was talking about. I said, "What boyfriend?" And he said, "The guy I met from yesterday that you were walking down the street with." And I laughed, explaining that it wasn't my boyfriend, that it was just my academic advisor. Then all of a sudden, he wasn't irritable anymore. He was as chatty as he'd ever been. I probably should have taken that as a red flag, but I didn't think about Wendell much at all then. I only saw him once or twice a week, and only for a few minutes. It was around then that Wendell started bringing me gifts. I'd pass him, and he would have a flower for me, or a metal machine piece. I would never refuse, because I figured that it was a means of preserving his dignity when accepting money, like with his opera singing. One of my roommates did remark on the flower once. When I explained, she said that it was weird. I thought she was also just being an elitist, and I thought I was enlightened, bridging the class divide and superior to her neoliberal paranoia. I mean, come on, it's just a flower. My advisor clocked all this, so brought it up with me again a while later, saying he was worried that I was being manipulated. I tried to tell him about Wendell's opera singing and impressions, and how he even almost went to college. But then I remembered the reason that he lost his baseball scholarship, and I stopped short. Looking at it through that lens kind of made me reconsider the whole thing. I thought about what my professor had said, sparing the details because we did talk for like half an hour, and I finally connected the dots that Wendell did have a history of drug use, and he did sometimes mention how a previous girlfriend was overreacting to something he'd done and had derailed his life besides the drugs. So I decided that maybe I should think about distancing myself a little. But very shortly after, the pandemic hit, and classes went virtual. So to save on rent, I went home to my parents' house. It was still in the state, but not near campus at all. About 3 weeks into being home, I was watching a friend's Insta story when I heard Wendell singing opera in the background, and I thought, "Ah, I forgot all about him. Well, I hope he's doing all right." And that was that, and I kept watching different stories. Later that night, something about the story kind of stuck in my gut. It had popped into my mind a few times subconsciously, and I had ignored it, but it kept coming back, so I decided to go and watch it again. That's when I realized that my friend's video wasn't from our college town. It was from my much smaller hometown, which is nowhere near my college. That freaked me out a little bit, but I figured everyone moved around when the pandemic hit, and my town isn't that small, and it isn't that far from the college, so it was probably a coincidence. I really wanted to mention it to my parents, but they had always warned me against talking to homeless people, so I felt too embarrassed to explain the situation to them, especially since it was probably a coincidence, and I would sound so conceited if I were like, "He definitely followed me, because am I not so great that he's probably obsessed with me?" We have a type 1 diabetic in the family, so we took quarantining very seriously. I figured, I'll never see him anyways. I'm not going out anytime soon, so it really doesn't matter where he is. And nothing happened. Well, one thing. A girl from my high school, who also ended up at my college, called me, and in summary said, "Hi, this is going to sound really weird, but I feel like I should say something. I was downtown and a beggar asked me about you. Like, specifically you. He knew you were on the volleyball club. He knew your major. I didn't tell him anything, but I thought that you should know." I was pretty alarmed at first because how would he know that I know this girl? But once we talked, I learned she'd been wearing a sweatshirt from our college, so I thought about it and decided that he probably saw that sweatshirt and figured that she might know me from college since we were both from this town, and he was just trying to find out how I was doing. I thought that it was sweet, also a little weird, but he was a little weird, and that was part of his charm. I thanked her, but I told her not to worry about it. Besides, I wasn't in town much longer anyways. I decided to go live back near campus. It was impossible to get any of my coursework done with my whole family around all day. So, I went back to campus a while later, and I didn't think about Wendell at all. Until I saw him back on the same corner just a week after I returned to campus. Okay, even I knew at that time that something was wrong. I stopped giving him money, stopped talking to him, but I was so humiliated by how high and mighty I had been, insisting that nothing was wrong and everyone else was being paranoid, that I decided not to tell anyone what I had noticed. I was already barely leaving my apartment, never going on campus, and his usual spot was right by campus. I felt bad about potentially hurting his feelings or reading too far into the situation, but I figured that he would get the message, and better safe than sorry. After finals, I decided to visit my brother. He's in a different state, and his roommate had moved home, so there was an extra bed. So I drove up to his place to celebrate the end of the year and just get away from it all. About the 9th day in, I was woken up earlier than usual to the sound of my brother talking at the door. I got up to see what was going on. because we weren't seeing anyone. We stayed totally quarantined, and his state was being hit hard. My brother was talking nicely to someone outside through a crack in the door, but when he turned, he looked royally pissed at me, and he turned back outside and said, "Hold on here." Closed the door, despite the other guy protesting, but I couldn't hear what he said exactly. My brother immediately got in my face and whisper yelling said, "Mom and Dad are gonna kill you." I had no idea what he was talking about, but my first thought was the cops had come to arrest me for something. It was the only logical thought that I could generate first thing in the morning, and the only thing I could imagine being arrested for was my fake ID. So I was really in shock. But my brother was still going, and as best as I can remember, because I was panicked at this point, he was saying, "And I'm gonna kill you. That is so not cool. You didn't even ask? Well, I wouldn't have said yes anyways, but you didn't even think to ask." I realized that didn't align with being arrested, so finally I was like, "What are you talking about?" And he said, "You're dating a 40-year-old guy? Older? 45 maybe? Of all the people out there, I mean, Jesus, Dad's gonna kill you and then have a heart attack and die, which will kill Mom, and then you invited him to my house while we're supposed to be socially distanced? You two can go to a hotel because he isn't coming in here. I wasn't a dick to him out of respect for you, but if he doesn't leave now, that's gonna change." So I had no idea what he was talking about. None. I hadn't connected any of the pieces yet, because you've got to remember, Wendell was such a small part of my life until this point. I almost never saw him or thought about him, and my whole world had been turned upside down by a pandemic in the preceding few months. He was background noise, faint background noise, compared to all the other stuff that I had going on. So I just said the first thing that came to my mind. "Dude, I don't know why you're getting so mad at me. I don't have a boyfriend. I don't know what you're talking about. Someone's got the wrong house." My brother looked like he was ready to rip my face off. He said, "We're adults. Come on. Don't fucking lie to me. I'm not Mom and Dad. We can't deal with this if you're going to lie to my face." And I said that I wasn't lying, and I think he could tell from my expression and tone that I genuinely was serious. So now, he was as confused and irritated as I was, and he was like, "He didn't just vaguely say he was here for his girlfriend. He used your name. He rattled off a ton of very exact information. I think he said you, yeah. He said you guys had a fight or something, and that he was here to work things out." Now, I've been looking for a boyfriend for a long time, so I was half thinking, huh? Maybe dreams do come true. I might as well see who it is. But I was also starting to feel a bit sick, in the pit of my stomach, because it would be one thing if this happened on campus or back home. But I had changed states. My brother moved to this state for school, and I don't know anyone here but him and his friends. So I finally did the obvious thing, and I looked through the peephole. I almost didn't recognize him at first because he had showered, shaved, and changed into clean clothes, and for the first time since I'd known him. But sure as shit, it was Wendell, standing on my brother's doorstep, hundreds of miles from his original corner. I was so scared that I couldn't speak. My heart was pounding like I was slipping under deep water with my legs tied. I just backed away from the door, and I sat down on the couch and tried to collect myself. My brother thought this was my way of affirming that there was really some secret older boyfriend who had just made himself known, so it took a minute for him to cut off his ranting and his dramatic, what will grandma think kind of stuff. Finally, he realized that I was tearing up and he sat down. He calmed down and apologized and said we'd figure it out, and I whispered, still out of breath, "No, you don't understand. He followed me here." My brother still didn't get it. "What? You didn't want him to come here? What was your fight about?" he asked, still thinking the guy was my boyfriend. I managed to repress my panic enough to explain the broad strokes to him, but I don't think he fully grasped how creepy it was in the moment, because he was like, "You're shitting me. That's hilarious. I'll take care of this." He went to the door and called from behind it, "Hey, I just checked. She's not here. She must have packed out this morning, and you should do the same. I'm taking the social distancing real serious." And then he winked at me. That's when, as my brother says when he tells this story, that it got real. Wendell said, "You're lying. I heard her in there. Tell her I'm sorry. I don't know why she's been avoiding me, but I got cleaned up for her, and I'll take her anywhere she wants to go. Tell her that. Tell her. And don't lie. I will know if you lie." That rubbed my brother the wrong way, and he said back, "Bro, you're not taking her anywhere. Now get off my deck before we have a problem." And Wendell sounded like he was walking away, but instead, he was going over to the window. When I saw him staring, he looked different than I had seen him before, even than a few seconds earlier when I glanced through the peephole. His clothes were clean, but they didn't fit our match. Eyes bugged out of his head, white stuff caked on the corners of his mouth, and I hadn't noticed at first. Shaking, just kind of disconnected from reality. He started banging on the window, shouting things like, "That's my girlfriend. You can't keep her in there. You little bitch ass. Let her out, you bitch ass. Let her out. I'm coming, baby. I'm coming." I couldn't tell if it was meant as a threat or a reassurance. I was so scared, but I was too scared to run or even move. I think my brother was almost as surprised by the sudden outburst. He was rolling up his sleeves like he was preparing to go out there, and I was trying to make my voice work to beg him not to. But I was so anxious, scared, embarrassed, and sad that I had missed all the signs leading up to this and all the opportunities to prevent it. That our friendship was never the wholesome thing that I thought it was. I had so many thoughts swirling in my head, fear being chief among them, and all I could do was scream. Not words, just screaming, and I covered my ears to drown the whole situation out. Before my brother could charge out of the door, Wendell punched through the window. Nothing actually happened when he punched through, and there was an eerie moment of silence where nobody moved, and I think even I stopped screaming. But when he pulled his hand back, all hell broke loose. A fair amount of blood started spurting out when he pulled his hand back through the glass. The things he was shouting started to make even less sense, along the lines of, Look what you did to me. This is a test. I told you that I couldn't be stopped, bitch ass." And the look in his eyes got even more distant. I think the sight of the blood, which always made my brother really squeamish, made him realize that this was real, and he finally yelled to me to call 911. While he leaned against the door, which Wendell was now repeatedly running into. I don't even remember making the call, but apparently I did, because within 10 minutes, the police arrested Wendell without resistance, and he kept trying to tell them that his girlfriend was trapped in the house and that he came all the way here to save me. My poor brother was even momentarily handcuffed and had to explain that he hadn't taken me hostage. It was probably one of the most haunting memories of the whole event, as they carted Wendell away for a rest and he started singing opera music. I've learned a lot of important common sense and life lessons from this saga. But most of all, Wendell, let's never meet again. Hi, first of all, I just want to say that English is my second language, so please forgive me if I make any mistakes. As a backstory, I'm from Malaysia, and this story happened in one of the international airports there. I came from East Malaysia, and I was a student at one point of the local university in Peninsular Malaysia. You can't travel to Peninsular Malaysia by land because it is separated by the South China Sea, so of course, the fastest way to get there is by flight, and for some reason, I really like taking the last flight of the night to get to my destination. I usually traveled alone, and I mostly keep to myself as I am an introvert, and I don't really like talking to strangers. And before that night, I haven't really encountered any problems with weird people as the airport tended to be busy, and I always stayed in an area filled with other people minding their own business, and in flight, I would just read or listen to some music. I also tended to just ignore the person sitting next to me. One night, my flight was unfortunately delayed. We were supposed to reach our destination close to midnight, but with the delay, we would reach the airport close to 2 a.m. I remember being frustrated because I know that it will be hard to get an Uber that late. I sighed and then just decided that I would spend the night at the airport and then grab an Uber the next morning to my university. No big deal really, I thought. People do this all the time, so I just relaxed into my seat. I forgot to mention that during the flight, I was supposed to sit in the middle, but when everyone was seated, I noticed an aisle that was empty, so I moved there. This was when I noticed the guy sitting on the window seat was acting kinda strange. He kept looking at me, and he was trying to get my attention, but I just ignored him because I was just tired and I don't really want to have a conversation with a stranger. I just closed my eyes and I pretended to sleep. I remember it was really cold inside and I was thinking about turning the AC off, but I didn't really want to move because then the guy would know that I'm awake and I will be forced to engage in a conversation with him. It was a 2.5-hour flight after all, and I don't want to have a conversation during the flight. Then suddenly, I feel a whole lot colder than before, and I opened my eyes just a little to figure out what was going on. Then I saw that the guy was actually adjusting both the AC from the top of his seat and also the AC from the middle seat to face me. I got very annoyed, but I'm not actually someone who likes to confront people for anything, so I just sucked it up and closed my eyes, even though now I was shivering, and just sort of hugged myself, and I just continued to ignore this guy. I honestly don't know what the guy was thinking doing that to me. I thought he was doing whatever he was doing and wouldn't bother me anymore after that, right? After all, I didn't respond to whatever the heck he was doing, even though I am suffering in silence now from the cold. However, when the air hostess started to distribute the prepaid meals to the passengers, and he noticed that I didn't have any meal when he got his, he suddenly taps my shoulder, and I just tensed up and I looked at him in alarm because I really don't like being touched by people due to some childhood trauma. But this guy just doesn't seem to notice my reaction to him, and he just smiled at me. "Hey, I noticed that you don't have a meal. Aren't you hungry? You know what? You can have my meal," he said, and I was just looking at him before saying, "No, it's okay," and smiled uncomfortably. But he insisted, and he even got me to lower my table and forcing me to accept his meal. Then he ordered another meal for himself and started telling me that he can't eat alone after seeing me. He said he felt sorry for me and that it was in his nature to help people. And then he just watched me eating his meal with a big grin on his face. He didn't even touch his meal after I was done. Now, if the meal wasn't prepared by the airline and it was still sealed, I would definitely think that he put something in my meal. But then I thought, maybe I was just being paranoid. Maybe he was just really trying to be helpful, even though I felt extremely uncomfortable, and he was being a little forceful. He even moved to the middle seat to be closer to me. He then asked me what my name was, and he told me that his name was Sam and that he worked somewhere in the peninsula. I just nodded, and then he asked me where I was from and why I was going there. I gave him a short but honest answer just to be polite, and when I told him that I was a student at one of the local universities there, he then asked me how I was going to get to my university at this hour. I stupidly said, "Oh, I'm just going to spend the night at the airport. I'm used to it." "What? No, that's too dangerous for a girl as pretty as you," he said before continuing. "You know what? My brother has a place not far from the airport. Why don't you stay with me?" "Oh, don't worry. My sister-in-law is there. You wouldn't be alone. Don't worry. I'm a good person," he said, still with that big grin on his face. I immediately become afraid, and I quickly said no while shaking my head. "Oh, there will be a lot of people at the airport. I'm used to it," I said, but he ignored me and began to chatter happily, not caring whether I answered him or not. At one point, he even asked me if I was single and asked for my phone number, and I just gave it to him, but I was planning to block his number if he tried to contact me or something. He even made a few comments about my looks and how he found me so cute that I looked so lost that he just had to say something to me. At this point, I began thinking about my option. For some reason, I didn't think about approaching one of the air hostesses for help because, technically, he hadn't done anything wrong to me. But I felt scared anyhow. I decided that I would get out as fast as I can as soon as we landed and then ditch this guy. Just to be safe, I don't know, maybe I'm just being an idiot, but I have had several encounters with creepy people before, but it was so bad that my few friends and cousins called me the Weirdo Magnet. So, no, I'm not taking any chances. After all, I was a first-year student and had just started university, and I didn't have anyone that I can really call my friends yet. So, yeah, I'm very much on my own. So back to the story. The plane landed and I try to get out as fast as I can, but I have a hand-carry luggage and it was slowing me down. Sam was standing behind me the whole time, and once we get on the ground, he actually held my hand as if it was the most natural thing to do. I froze. I was really scared, and I honestly didn't know what to do. I absolutely hated it when people touch me. My family never hugged me, and my very few friends knew that I hated being touched unless I tell them that it's okay to touch me. And this stranger just holds my hand without saying anything. I know that I should do something, maybe scream for help or something, but I just stood there and I froze like an idiot that I am, and I just followed the stranger. Then we walked past the toilet, and I suddenly got an idea. I told Sam that I needed to go to the toilet. At first he said no, that there's no time because his brother is here and we needed to hurry up. But I insisted on going and I said that I really have to pee. And I wasn't lying either. So he sighed and said okay. I got hopeful. Maybe I can escape from this guy. So I started to drag my stupid luggage to the toilet, but this guy stopped me and told me that he can look after my luggage for me. I said no thanks, but he just grabbed my luggage from my hand and told me to hurry up. So I walked to the toilet and stayed there for a bit, panicking. I thought about ditching my luggage and just trying to escape without it. But then I remembered that my laptop was inside that luggage, and it has all the important documents that I needed for my study. I tried to call somebody, but my phone was dead. I started to tear up a bit, and I decided to just ditch my stupid luggage and run away somehow. But I must have taken too much time in the toilet because then I heard someone enter it and call my name. Yeah, it was Sam, and my heart dropped. I slowly got out from the toilet, fully convinced that it was it for me. I'm doomed. Now, you would think that I could ask for someone's help or just approach one of the staff for help. I know that I should. But as soon as he touched me, my skin crawled and I just got really scared again. And since it was already very late and we were really the last flight to arrive that night, there were very few staff around, and those that were working were engaged in something else or were surrounded by other passengers, probably asking for help about accommodation for the night or something. I just watched them helplessly, hoping someone might notice my distress, but everyone just ignored me. While walking towards his brother's car, he told me to tell his brother that I am his girlfriend and just to stay quiet and he'll do all the talking. Then I thought, maybe I could ask his brother for help and just send me to my university instead of going to wherever this guy is planning to take me. But then I started thinking that what if his brother doesn't believe me? I mean, between family and a stranger, who would you believe, right? Plus, maybe I am just being stupid, and Sam was really helping me, even though he was forceful and wouldn't let go of me. Maybe he was just overly nice. Seeing no other choice, I sadly got into the car with them. Now, I'm not good with cars, but I remember the car I got into with these strangers is a black double cabin Hilux, but I didn't see the plate number. So we drove for about an hour, and all the time I was scared, and this guy wouldn't let my hand go. I noticed the brother kept looking at me through the mirror, and I was even more scared and uncomfortable. Then they brought me to his condo. I was hoping that there was really a sister-in-law and that all of this was just a huge stupid misunderstanding. But then his brother told me that his wife is not home and that she was visiting some family member and will only be back tomorrow. I really don't know what to think about anymore. So, Sam told me that I can stay in his room and then tomorrow morning he would take me back to my university. I didn't really want to go in his room, but I don't really want to stay in the living room with the two men that I don't know. He showed me his room and then he handed me my luggage bag and I just locked the door. So I just sat in his bed looking at the door and my heart was pounding like mad. For a while, nothing happened. Then I heard a knock on the door. I tried to be quiet because maybe whoever it was will leave me alone, thinking that I had gone to sleep. "It's Sam. Are you awake?" he said in a quiet voice. "I just needed to talk to you for a bit." When I didn't say anything, I heard the doorknob being turned, but I locked it so he can't get in. Then it was quiet again for a bit, until I heard the jingle of a key, and my heart dropped when I realized that he had a key and he was trying to get inside. I hurriedly told him to wait, and I opened the door just a bit. Sam was there smiling at me again. "Oh, I thought you were sleeping. Why did you lock the door?" he asked. "What do you want? I'm tired and I just really want to rest," I told him, and I tried to shut the door, but he pushed the door and prevented me from shutting the door properly. "Sam, please, just leave me alone for now. I'm really tired," I told him, but he wouldn't budge. "Hey, what's wrong? I'm really a good person. You have nothing to fear from me. You can trust me," he said. At this point, I got another idea. I said, "Oh yeah? Then prove it. Give me your IC." That's a Malaysian identification card, if you didn't know, I said, and to my surprise, he said okay, and he really did give me his IC. "See, I'm not lying to you," he told me. So yeah, I got his card and I saw that his name was really Sam, but that doesn't really mean anything. The card seems legit, but he is still a stranger to me. Long story short, he got inside the room and locked the door behind him. So it was just him and me, trapped inside the room, and he tried to have a conversation with me and tried to get me to sit down with him on the bed, but as soon as he tried to get close to me, I just stood up and tried to get to the door, in which point he proceeded to grab my hand and I tried to get away from him, and I finally screamed and I told him to go away. I don't remember much about what happened next, but the next thing I know is that I heard his brother's voice calling for us and asking what happened, and he was banging on the door. Now I was crying hysterically and I was struggling to open the door while Sam just sat on his bed looking at me, seemingly stunned, as if he didn't do anything wrong. I finally managed to get the door open, and at this point I was sobbing, and I told his brother that I wanted to leave now and that I didn't want to be there anymore. Somehow, I convinced his brother to just drive me to my university. Of course, the gate was locked, and the security guard there told me that I had to walk to my dorm because he can't let any car inside after midnight. And I just said that it was fine, and I walked the rest of the way, but I didn't care. I didn't want his brother to find out where I stayed for fear that they might come back and search for me. I was exhausted, and I remember telling my friends back home about what happened the next day after getting some much-needed rest, and they dismissed it and saying that I was just being dramatic and it was actually romantic. Yeah, they actually thought that it was romantic and that I missed a good opportunity to find a boyfriend. And I was like, what the heck? Which part was romantic? The part where he practically dragged me to come with him even though I repeatedly said no, or maybe the part where he locked me in his room with him. What the hell? Oh, and I still had his IC, but I kind of forgot that I had it with me until I arrived at my room, and I just kind of lost it. I cried silently and I realized that I was still holding his damn IC, and I cried even harder. And because of that, I unfortunately woke up my roommates. I didn't know them that much, but they were kind and helped me, and I told them bits and pieces of what happened to me. But honestly, I just wanted to sleep and forget anything that ever happened. For a week, I lived in terror. I refused to go out of the dorm in fear that Sam and his brother might come back. Sam did text me and call me a few times, asking about his IC, and asked for me to hang out with him and his brother again, as if nothing happened and that everything was just fine. And then he told me that he went to my university looking for me, and I freaked out. I asked my roommates to drop his card with the security guard, and told Sam to just pick it up there, and he never came. I blocked his number after that, and I ended up dropping out of the university a few weeks later, but for a different reason, unrelated to the story. I then moved back with my family in East Malaysia. Now, I don't know if I'm actually being overly dramatic about what happened that night, and I don't really care if anyone believed me, but it felt good to finally let this off my chest. And I don't really know what would have happened that night if I didn't scream and convinced his brother to send me back to my university. But Sam, the supposedly good guy, let's never meet again. This all happened very recently. I'm a young woman who works late nights at a bar in a city, but I live in a rural area outside of town. It was a very slow night, so we closed early, and one of the bouncers walked me to my car. I didn't particularly notice anyone following me while I was on the main roads, just a normal sprinkling of cars. I first noticed them when they turned onto one of the super small roads that leads toward the area where I live. It was strange because people rarely pull off onto that road at the same time as me, as it isn't very populated. But as soon as we were on the winding and unlit road, they began to behave strangely. They would flash their bright lights at me, then they would ride my ass until they were practically scraping my bumper. And then, they would suddenly pull really far back. I tried speeding up and slowing down, but that didn't seem to matter. When we came to the first intersection, they turned on their signal to go right, but when I went straight, I watched them in my mirror turn the nose of their car to the right, pause for a few seconds, and then follow me straight. This continued for a while, and at the next intersection, I signaled left and I waited until they did too. But then I quickly turned right, and of course, they followed. I then called the cops and told them that I was headed towards a gas station that I knew to be open, and was the only place remotely nearby that might have people at it, since almost nothing is 24 hours right now. They said that they'd dispatch police to meet me there, and I just tried to focus on driving slowly so that I didn't beat them there. When I got to the gas station, I pulled into the little turn lane, which made the car pause, and then quickly step on the gas and squeal around the corner. I only really had time to glimpse the general look of the car and the driver's face. They were alone, and they were very strange looking. They were incredibly pale, like albino pale, with equally pale hair. They were completely androgynous, at least from what I could see, and they stared at me for a second before bolting away. The police took like 20 minutes to arrive after that, so I just sat in front of the gas station and watched the road for the cars with my doors locked. And then the police said that there wasn't anything that they could do. My original assumption was that it was a patron from work, but we had so few customers that I feel like I would have recognized them. I don't even know why they would have followed me the full hour, only to begin making themselves really obvious. So if anyone has any words of advice, that would be greatly appreciated. Okay, so for starters, this happened in July of this year, and it still freaks me out. I am currently 24 and 23 when it happened, and it was a hot afternoon, and I was going home from my boyfriend's house, who lives about a 15 to 20 minute walk from my home. Since it was a scorching heat, I was wearing bike shorts and an oversized tee and sneakers. And as I was getting about 10 minutes away from my home, I put my headphones on and I decided not to rush, as I didn't want to get there just yet because I was enjoying the fresh air. As I'm going to cross the street, a man in a truck, who was also across the street, began catcalling me, and I just ignored him. And I just waited for the light to change. But as I waited, he began getting increasingly more aggressive and overall just wouldn't shut up. The light changes, and I make my way across, but he then proceeds to honk his horn as I'm walking by, and then he says, "Hey, I'm talking to you. Why don't you come with me for the night, and I'll treat you real good." And I immediately told him to leave me alone, and I continued on my way. But as I am walking, he begins following me in his car and keeps trying to get me to go with him. I call my boyfriend and I tell him the situation, and he FaceTimes me to see the car and the person following me. He then tells me to go in a store and stay there. I do as he says, but not even 2 minutes after I walk in, the man walks in, and he was looking for me. He spots me and I immediately go to the person behind the counter and then tell her the situation, and she offers to let me in the back and call the police. I told her yes, and then I waited. He walked up and asked the lady if she had seen someone with my description, and she immediately says no, and if he's not going to buy anything, just to please leave as she had customers. He begins huffing and puffing that he knows that she saw me, and once again she says to leave, and that if he doesn't, she will call the police. Well, that got him, and so he left. About 5 minutes later, my boyfriend arrives and tells me that he's going to take me back to his, as he feels that it's safer. I don't really argue, and then we leave the store. As we walk out, the man is there, and then he looks at us and said, "Oh, so you're just a tease with a boyfriend." Typical. And my boyfriend immediately goes into protective mode and gets in his face and tells him, "If I ever see you again, if you even breathe in her direction again, you'll regret it." And he then proceeds to punch the man in the groin and walks me back to his house. Sometimes, I really hate being a woman. I'm an American currently living in Japan for a few months while my husband works here. I was in a shoe store at a mall all by myself, and this guy came up to me and asked how I was doing. By the tone, I could tell his intentions were gross, so I ignored, and I was going to pretend that I didn't speak English. He persisted and kept asking and asked what my name was. I ended up telling him that I was fine and told him my name, which I regret. Just my first name though, and he didn't tell me his. He asked if I was alone. Ew, I knew it was probably bad news when he asked that. I said no, that I'm with my husband. He looked around and said, "I don't see anyone. Are you lying to me?" Then I said, "No, he's around." Genuinely scared at this point, but I didn't want to make it obvious. I walked to the other side of the store and I pretended to look at shoes. I saw him still on the other side of the store staring at me. He wasn't even trying to make it subtle. He was just standing with his hands in his pockets, looking right at me. And then I noticed, when I move, he would move and never stop looking at me. So I stood near a group of girls in the store and looked back, and he had turned around and I booked it out of the store. I was on the 5th floor and I ran down the escalator to the 3rd one, and I stopped myself thinking that maybe I should act less panic. Maybe I should act like I'm not bothered. And then after a little while, I saw him on the same floor looking right at me and walking right at me again. That's when I went into flight mode and I got the hell out of the mall doing full 360s just to make sure that he wasn't around. And I didn't see him again. I know when you're being followed that you're not supposed to go straight home, so I went to another mall and I stayed there for about an hour. The whole time being super aware of my surroundings, and I didn't see him after leaving the first mall. I called my husband to let him know, and I described the guy to him. Apparently, it's a thing over here that this type of guy that was following me usually tries to kind of recruit girls to bring back to clubs to attract guys, and prostitution ties in with it. Apologies if I sound naive, because I am. I don't really know anything about this stuff. I am so grateful that nothing actually happened, but I am still freaked out and by the thought of what could have happened. I am confident that he didn't follow me out of the first mall, but I am still really scared and I am not planning on going out by myself anytime soon. I feel like I should clear up this detail for context. It was a Nigerian man that was following me, and I guess it's a thing over here that a lot of Nigerian men try to get girls for some of the things that I said above. Again, I apologize for being naive. I'm totally new to this type of thing. I did end up seeing him a few more times on the street that we lived on. There were a lot of bars/clubs on that street. A Nigerian one right next to our building. I don't think he ever recognized me, but we ended up moving apartments because I didn't feel safe there. Luckily, I never saw him after that again. A few years ago, when I, a female, was about 19, I got a job at a hot dog shop. With a phallic pun for a name, in a somewhat shady area, the shop was pretty well known and had some fantastically dark local lore. Rumors that the hot dogs were made out of horse meat and that the whole operation was a front for something less savory, or that we had been closed by the health inspector and reopened illegally circulated. But people kept coming back for our delicious hot dogs. I soon discovered that none of that was even remotely true, but it was fun to gossip. And we'd often give customers ambiguous answers to fuel their wide-eyed morbid curiosities. I got used to the quirky characters that would come by pretty quickly. Some older gentlemen, rumored to be involved with organized crime. The occasional nightclub owner, tourists, and many homeless and mentally ill people who we would provide food for too. The community was diverse and sometimes dangerous, but people looked after each other. One shift in the early hours of the morning, I was working the register when a man comes in. He has long dark hair and thick stubble covering over the lower half of his face. The shop is busy and he orders, steps to the side, and keeps chatting to me while other people order. I was used to this. In an area with a lot of nightlife, you get pretty comfortable with drunk ramblings, people hitting on you through slurred speech, and I felt okay as long as I was on the other side of the counter. About halfway through, after telling me his thoughts about all the other men in the shop being posers, but before he started telling me how beautiful I was, the man tells me that he is a chef at a nearby restaurant. Like I said, people look after each other here, so I was reassured, but I gave him a fake name just to be safe. I started seeing him often. It wasn't uncommon to have regulars, some even on the first name basis. But when my co-workers told me that he had come looking for me, asking after me when I wasn't there, I started to feel a little uneasy. Every time that I saw him, he seemed to be more intoxicated than the last. He would walk in and say, "Hey, beautiful," or "Hi, pretty girl." so casually as though it was really my name. It made me feel sick to my stomach every single time. And one night at 2 a.m., I finished my shift, only to step out onto the sidewalk and see him there, and on the other side of the road, waving at me coyly. I tried not to think about how long he might have been there, watching me through the shop's large neon sign cluttered windows, and my manager walked me to my car that night. Not too long after that, it was a Saturday night, and the shop was pumping. Anyone who has work hospitality knows exactly what I'm talking about. There was a 40-minute wait for French fries. The tiny shop floor was crowded with people who had rolled out of any one of the nearby nightclubs, drug-addled and starving. It was the 3 a.m. rush. A big, bulky man in his mid to late 20s started getting in my face. He had ordered fries and have been waiting for 30 minutes. I kept apologizing, but that just made him more mad. I was desperately trying to plan an escape from my position against the back wall and behind the counter to the front door where I could get a club bouncer's attention and have them come over and sort this guy out. But there was no hope. The store was too crowded. But that's when I hear a sloppy but familiar voice saying, "Leave her alone." My stalker emerges from the crowd. A mere 5'5", he fronts up against the massive man and they start fighting. Luckily, the commotion did catch the eye of a bouncer who ran in and swiftly de-escalated the situation. Shortly after that, I got a more stable job offer elsewhere, and then I moved on. But to my hot dog shop stalker, thanks, but no thanks. I, a 25-year-old female, have recently moved to a new city, which is something a lot of people from my home city are doing. Thus, there is a specific group on Telegram for people from my home city to find some housemates or rental buddies. Ben reached out to me after I posted my expectations in the group, saying that he is interested. He said he wanted to meet up first. I figured that it's a good idea to meet a few times before going house hunting together, so we set up a lunch meeting. During lunch, the only thing that annoyed me is him saying that he hoped that I can lower my budget. I felt like this was a waste of my time, as clearly our expectations weren't compatible. However, things went weird after our lunch. When walking towards the subway station, he kept tapping on my shoulder occasionally. Although I felt the frequency was weird, I convinced myself that maybe that's just how he is in general. Based on our previous chit-chat, I learned where Ben lives, and he is supposed to get off at Station A and then switch to another line, while I would get off at Station B, which is 2 stops after Station A, and then I switch lines to another one. Because I'm quite new to the city, I didn't realize that he had not gotten off at Station A until I had to get off myself. He followed me off and then switched lines with me while trying to start different conversations. One stop before the actual station that I live nearby, I told Ben that I had to get off of here to do some shoppings, and then ready to say my goodbye. But Ben followed me off again and went to the grocery store with me. I kept telling him that he could leave and that I was fine shopping by myself, but he insisted to stay. Every time that I turned around in the grocery store, Ben was standing really close to me, like if he had boobs, they would be in my face. I felt super uncomfortable, and I just grabbed 2 4-liter bottled waters and then went to the cashier. And when I was paying, Ben grabbed my water and offered to take those to the Airbnb that I was staying. I tried to decline politely, but he wouldn't hand me back my water, and I didn't want to have my buddy touch with him, so I didn't try to take the water back with force, and I just kinda let him take those water to my Airbnb. My bad, I know. Ben made his way into the common area of my Airbnb. It was a shared house type, and I didn't even invite him in. Then he kept trying to start more and more conversations with me. At several points, it was completely silent, but he still wouldn't leave. And in the end, after hours, I had to ask him to leave. Days afterwards, he still keeps texting me weird messages, which I didn't reply at all. And after that, I just blocked him, and I moved out of the Airbnb as I didn't want to trigger him when he still knew where I lived. When I was around 15 years old, I was very active in many Facebook art groups, and I got to meet many people online who were often my age and ended up making a lot of friends. They were never from my city though, not even in my own country. So when I finally found someone from my city, I kinda got excited. This dude told me that he was my age. Well, spoilers, he wasn't. He was at least 18 at that moment. And like the dumb kid that I was, I believed him. We talked for 2 months, and I think that he seemed chill. At least, until he started to ask for personal info and pictures of me. And let me tell you, I may be an idiot, but I'm not stupid, and I never sent anything. But my Facebook profile didn't have any, but sadly, my mom did have some pics of me, and I tend to stand out because I am very tall and have very recognizable features. Before continuing, I want to address the title of this story. Why Ronald McDonald? Well, he was very, very obsessed with Ronald McDonald. He had pictures of him everywhere and would share mostly old photos of the suit. But at that time, I thought it was just a joke or a weird aesthetic. And since I've always loved creepy photos, I didn't think much of it. At least until he started to show his clear devotion to the clown. He would say things like Donald was his hero and he wanted to meet him, something that wasn't probable since we don't have a McDonald's in my country. In his mission to get to know me, he asked if I was interested in someone and I said no, then proceeded to ask me if I wanted to be his girlfriend. I, of course, said no. He kept insisting, so I lied and said that I wasn't interested in anyone because I already had a girlfriend. I'm bi, and I was very open about it online at that time. Well, he quickly switched from be my GF to you're a sinner. And that's when I knew that this dude was religious and homophobic as hell. He even asked me if my dad or any man had done something to me for me to like girls more. And that's where I decided to block him everywhere that I could. He tried to contact me from different accounts, but the way he writes is very distinct, so I blocked them too. He would be everywhere. I would join a group for artists only, and he would pop out of nowhere. If I left the group, he would leave too. I would go to conventions with my cousin, and he would be there. I knew how he looked because he did send me pictures of him. I tried to pass it as a weird coincidence, but he didn't even like anime or anything about the conventions, so it was really weird. This went for a good couple of years, and I somehow managed to avoid a physical encounter every time. I'm guessing he could keep track on me because I was still very active in my city's art community. I never post about personal life or my face, but the times I did say something like, "I'm going to this place to help," and then he would be there. Fast forward some years, and I'm attending to an art-related class. One weird dude is my classmate, and I say he's weird because he would ship me with my friend who was also in the class. He would ask very NSFW questions to us like if we were a couple, so I just try to keep distance. One day, the McDonald guy comes to the building. I obviously fast walk to the other side of the building, but apparently, he was looking for the other dude, and of course, they were friends. It seemed that the weird dude would talk about me and my friend with the Donald guy, who clearly knew who I was and was still trying to get to me. The classes always ended quite late, and I had to wait for my mom to pick me up. I'm very calm and quite strong, so I didn't fear being robbed because I had already been in that situation and I know how to deal with it. But the knowledge of the Donald guy knowing where I was 3 days of the week late at night really gave me chills. I know I don't describe him like a dangerous guy, but he has been keeping an eye on me since 2016. I was still a kid, and I swear to Sky Daddy that I saw him walking on the street one night that my mom was late. And then I ran into a sandwich store that was in the opposite direction because it looked like he was approaching me. I finished the classes and I worked there for a little project, no more than a few days, but guess what? He was there. He didn't enter the building, but I could see him walking outside. Thankfully, those days my boss let me stay inside until my mom arrived, so I felt more calm. I see him around the internet from time to time, and I make sure to block him. Well, at least, I'm sure he doesn't know where I live, because I moved recently, so that's a little comforting. So yeah, there's a weird Christian dude obsessed with Ronald McDonald who has been keeping an eye on me for at least 5 years now. I currently go to a large university in Philadelphia, and my school isn't in the greatest part of the city. I'm a senior now, and I've sort of learned to just keep my head down, and most of the people in the area will leave me alone. The one exception that I've had to this was my freshman year. My roommate freshman year was an absolute mad woman, stealing my stuff, threatening to physically assault me, and spreading rumors about me. I generally tried to stay out of my room for the most part to just avoid any interaction with her until I was able to get a new roommate the next semester. As a result, I spent a lot of my time at the library or at other friends' places. A few weeks into my first semester, I think it was around early October, I was hanging out at a friend's place. He lived on the other side of the campus, probably a 15-minute walk from my dorm room, but my path from my room to his dorm never left campus. I had been warned prior to moving into my dorm room that campus was the safest place for students because the locals generally stayed off campus unless they were grabbing food from a food truck. Keeping that in mind, I really didn't mind walking back from my friend's dorm room late at night since the path was well lit, and the only people I saw there were other students. Regardless, it was getting late and it was a weeknight, so I told my friend that I was going to head out. He offered to walk me home, but I declined, saying that I would be fine, which was my first mistake. The walk back was perfectly fine up until I got to a block that my dorm building was on. For context, there was another empty dorm building on the block that I lived on. It was scheduled to be torn down later that year because there was black mold everywhere inside. But at that time, it was still standing, and there was absolutely no lights outside of it. There was a courtyard behind the building, which I used as a shortcut, which was my second mistake. As I entered the courtyard, I used my phone as a flashlight to kind of guide my way through the space. And as I was nearing the other end of it, I heard someone call out, "Miss!" Obviously, my first thought was, nope, and I just kept walking pretending that I didn't hear anything and I picked up my pace. But the voice called again and said, "Wait, miss!" At this point, I was nearly out of the courtyard, and there was some light coming from the windows of my dorm building, so I could kind of see what was going on without completely relying on my flashlight. I turned around to see who had been calling out to me, which was my third mistake, and I was met with a man. He looked so ordinary, except for his oddly wide smile and the fact that he was carrying a rather heavy-looking trash bag. "Hey, miss, I have something for you." Nah, I think I'm okay. I need to be getting home," I said. "No, I think you need to see this. Let me show you." He opened the trash bag and reached his hand in. I didn't know what to expect, so I bolted. I ran further from the courtyard and toward the ramp that led up to my building, thinking that I could outrun him, but I was sorely mistaken. Despite the fact that there was about 10 to 15 feet between us, as soon as I turned, his hand was around my wrist. "Miss, I have something for you. I really think you need it." Feeling trapped and unsure what to do, I sighed, defeated. I hoped to God that someone would look out their window and see what was going on, or someone else would be walking back to the building at that late hour and then see us. I wanted to scream, but I was scared that if I drew attention to us, that he would do something that would make me really regret trying to get help. Again, not the greatest part of the city. He smiled at me, like he knew that I wasn't going to try and call out and then let go of my wrist. I didn't realize how tightly he was gripping me until he released it. He took a step back from me and reached back into the trash bag again. My heart was pounding and I wasn't sure what to expect, but it definitely wasn't what he pulled out of the bag. It was a clock, an old digital alarm clock. That thing had to be at least 20 years old, and it was encrusted with dirt, like he literally pulled it out of a junkyard. I was stunned at the sight of the yellow and orange plastic, and after I realized that he was actually trying to give me the clock, I thought it might have been a bomb. "Here, this is just for you." "Oh, I really don't need one. I have a clock up in my room," and I said, gesturing toward the massive building behind me. "This one's different." "What the hell? What's that supposed to mean?" Miss, see, this one has a radio. Pretty unique, don't you think? I bet yours doesn't have a radio function." He smiled. "I mean, mine didn't, but don't most alarm clocks have radios built into them?" I took a step back from him, but as I stepped back, he stepped closer, mirroring my movement. He reached out, presenting the clock to me. I took another step back, and he took another one forward. I knew my back was literally going to be against the wall of the dorm building if I took another 2 steps back, and I wasn't sure where to go. I felt like I had no choice but to go against everything my body was telling me not to do, and just accept the clock. I reached out and noticed that where he had grabbed my arm, it was already bruising. With my hand now outstretched, he placed the clock in my hand. I felt so dirty having it in my hand. I don't know how to describe it, but I instantly felt that I just finished rolling around in the dirt. My arm felt like it was throbbing, and the clock was so heavy. It felt like it was getting heavier with every passing second. I knew it just felt like that because I was freaking out, but it didn't make the experience any less terrifying. I didn't know what to do, and the guy was still smiling at me, so I blurted out, "Oh, thanks," and I spun around gripping the clock. I took a step away from him toward the ramp leading up to my building, and he took a step back. I decided that this was my chance to bolt for the door. I spun around on my heels and took another few steps before hearing, "You're so beautiful. I love you," called out behind me. I turned back and the man was out of sight. I screamed. I didn't know what I got myself into, but I didn't want to be any part of it anymore. So I sprinted toward the door to the building, dumping the clock in the trash can outside on the way. And I still thought that there was a decent chance that it was a bomb, and if it was going to explode, I wanted to do so in a contained space. Nothing came of the man or the clock other than the bruise on my arm, and it healed completely within a few days. And soon after that, I had sort of forgotten about the incident. I think I just repressed the memories, and I didn't want to unpack what I went through. I still tried to not think about it, and the only reason I'm writing this now is because of my current, not crazy roommate had brought it up a few days ago, and the floodgates of my brain opened, and I felt like I needed to share what happened. Back when I was attending a university, I used to work on campus at one of the dining halls during the dinner or night shift. I lived in the next town over since it was really cheaper to live in a crappy little apartment out of town than to live on campus in the dorms. But I didn't own a car, so I had to take the bus. One night, I had just gotten off a shift at my work. My feet were killing me, and I was completely exhausted. And as I slowly made my way to the bus stop, I noticed a man much older than me sitting on one of the two benches at the otherwise empty bus stop. But I didn't pay too much attention to him. I simply sat down on the second bench, and I listened to some music while waiting for the bus to arrive. The first sign that things were starting to get weird was when I kept noticing out of the corner of my eye that he was staring at me. At first, I thought I might be imagining it, so I looked over and caught him quickly turning his head to look away. Okay, so he was staring at me. This wasn't completely out of the ordinary, since being a young college girl seemed to gain me a bit of attention from older men. So like usual, I just ignored him. That was a mistake. Again, out of the corner of my eye, I saw him look at me. But instead of just staring this time, he got up and walked over to sit next to me instead. I continued listening to my music, hoping that he would see the earbuds and take the hint that I wasn't interested in having a conversation. Instead, this man literally took the earbud out of my ear. "Hey there, sweetheart," he said, as my head snapped to look at him in shock. I should have told him off for touching my things and demanded that he leave me alone, but I was sort of frozen and I didn't want to make him mad. Hi," I replied quietly. He started introducing himself as Mike and telling me that he lived in the area and that it was always nice to see pretty girls like me at the university bus stop. He explained that he was a real man, unlike the boys that I went to school with, and that I should go home with him that night. I was a shy, scared virgin who had never had a man be as bold as this to my face, and I say to my face because I had certainly gotten my fair share of unsolicited private pictures online, but I digress. I didn't know how to respond, so I didn't. But that didn't stop Mike from continuing to explain to me all of the fun things that he wanted to do with me at his place that night. He really got into graphic detail about it. The things he described started out with basic things you'd expect and escalated to him asking if I liked being choked until I turned purple and passed out in bed. I wish there was anyone else at that bus stop, but it was just the two of us, in the dark alone, as I counted the seconds until the bus would arrive. Then Mike took things to a different level of shock by telling me, "Listen, the demons want me to ask for your phone number, and they say you should give it to me, or you won't like what happens." He actually had the audacity to start stroking my hair. His hand was gentle, but I didn't want him touching me at all. This was shocking for a number of reasons. The demons? I wouldn't like what would happen. Why was he touching me? What the hell is this guy talking about? As though he could read my mind, Mike went on to explain. "My therapist knows the demons are real. I told her about them, and she says that I'm not crazy and demons are real." He laughed and then abruptly stopped. "Now, give me your phone number like they said," he demanded. And as his hand stroked my hair for the last time, he stopped and gripped the back of my neck, still gentle, but even more terrifying. I was scared and obviously didn't want him to have my phone number, but he was taking out his phone and I knew that he was going to call the number that I gave him to make sure that I wasn't lying to him. And also, he still had his hand on the back of my neck, so I reluctantly gave him my real phone number. Stupid, I know, but I was right, and he immediately called to check. All I could think about was not making this guy angry long enough to get away from him, and then I would block his number. And thankfully, the bus came moments later. I sat down as close to the front of the bus, near the bus driver as I possibly could, since the bus was basically empty. Mike decided to sit directly across from me. At this point, I had tried listening to music again, hoping that being on the bus and him having my phone number would signal to him the end of our conversation. However, he decided to reach over and unzip my sweatshirt, revealing my work shirt and also the name tag, which I had unfortunately forgotten to remove in my haste to leave work that night. I hadn't told him my name yet. "Abigail, what a beautiful name. Our daughter will be named Celeste." I shouldn't have been in shock at this point, but I was. I'd stopped listening to music again, and I zipped my sweatshirt back up, which made him laugh. He said, "You won't be needing that soon anyway." And then he winked at me, implying how he'd planned to undress me even further that night. At one stop, Mike tried to convince me to get off the bus with him, and I told him no, that I was tired and I just wanted to go home. So he said okay and stayed on the bus. I knew that that had been his stop, so the fact that he was staying on the bus worried me. I was sure this meant that he was planning on coming home with me instead. "Baby," Mike whispered to me, and I tried to ignore him, but he repeated himself louder. "Baby." He had the most unsettling smile on his face, and I asked, "What?" He laughed and told me, "The demons say you smell nice." I was terrified, and I felt like I was going to throw up by the time that the bus stop arrived. I lived in an apartment alone, and I didn't want him to know where I lived. Despite my body being exhausted and sore from work, adrenaline kicked in, and I bolted off the bus and ran straight home. I made it inside and I locked the door, and I looked through the peephole and I didn't see him. So I went to carefully peek out of my window and saw him standing near the bus stop looking around. He took out his phone, and sure enough, I started getting a call from an unknown number since I hadn't saved his number, and I ignored it. When he hung up, I started getting several texts asking where I'd gone, how he didn't like hide and seek, and how the demons just wanted to have fun, but I was being a little bitch about it. I was so scared because he knew which apartment building I lived in, where I worked, where I went to school, my phone number and my name. And the only good thing which made me feel slightly relieved was that he didn't know which specific apartment number I lived in. But that's when he started yelling outside. There were no specific words said, just wordless yells of what I can only assume were frustration and anger. I blocked his number and kept all the lights in my apartment off as I cried with my back to the front door. Maybe I should have called the police, but my brain was so frazzled that I didn't even think of that until the next day. And by then, all I knew about him was that he was a mentally unstable man, probably named Mike, who hadn't actually done any physical harm to me, so I didn't think it was worth it. In hindsight, I know that I made a lot of stupid mistakes during this experience, and I ended up moving away entirely at the end of that term of school for unrelated reasons. But until then, I switched to day shifts at work, and I was paranoid every night. Thankfully, I never saw that man again though. So Mike, the scary guy from the bus stop who tried to follow me home, I never want to meet you or your demons ever again. The story takes place around 2009, and I just moved to South Carolina from the PNW region. A little bit of a backstory. I just turned 21 and I was working a full-time job in the medical field, and I had absolutely no friends since I was new to the area. One night, I really got bored, so I decided that I was going to put myself out there. I drove from my tiny town, then to Columbia, SC. It's about a 40-minute drive away, but I knew that's where all the good clubs or bars were. I was specifically looking for a gay-friendly spot. I found myself downtown looking for a club that was no longer there, though earlier when I searched, the internet said that it was. Well, disappointed, I talked with this lady outside a club across the street, and she told me about a chill, laid-back bar with a karaoke in West Columbia. Sounds great, I thought. She gave me directions, and then I headed that way. I passed by a gas station on my way to buy a soda, and I asked a lady if she knew whether or not I was in the right area. Well, it appears that I was, so I drove about 5 or 6 blocks until I made it there. Now, I'm not the life of the party, and I'm somewhat introverted, and was quite nervous my whole time there. I talked with a couple for a bit that was from the area, and I ordered a margarita and smoked my cigarettes watching a Katy Perry drag show. Well, this man walks in. About 5'9", roughly 200 pounds, dark skin, goatee, wearing a white hoodie, jeans and also a red hat. He sits next to me and winks. He orders his drinks and then asks me for a cigarette. Sure, I said. I asked him how he was doing and if he was from around the area. His answers were short and I'm feeling kind of awkward at this point, so I just take it as he's not too interested, and then I turn my stool and I continue watching the drag show. This is when the vibe completely changes. I feel his warm breath in my ear whispering, "Meet me out back my car." And with that, he gets up and then leaves. Now, I'm not very sexually experienced at that point in my life, and certainly not going to blow some stranger in his car inside a parking lot. He didn't even have much to say in the first place, so I stayed for about 20 more minutes. It seemed like there wasn't much of anyone else there my age, and I didn't seem to be making headway as everyone there seemed to be with someone, and I was just alone. I figured that that was about as much as a night out as I was going to have. As I'm leaving the bar and entering my car, I see headlights flash from behind me. A figure arose from the car, and it's that guy. He throws his arms up and he starts running towards me. And I'm not messing around. I put my 1992 Corolla in drive and I sped it on out of there. I remember all the lights were green, which I thought was great, seeing as I was able to get away from that area fast. But oh no, he was right behind me. He continues to follow me. I come up upon that gas station that I was at earlier in the night, and I see a cop car parked outside of it. So I pulled in and I parked. Of course, the dude at the bar did too. He parked right beside me, and I got out and I went inside to tell the police officer that he followed me from the bar and I was feeling uneasy from it. He went outside and found the guy start to pull out of the parking lot. He waved him down, and as the police backup car pulls up in the gas station, they walk over to get a statement. Turns out, the guy had an expired license and a warrant out for his arrest, and when they frisked him, he had a hunting knife on him. I remember the disturbing look he gave me as they cuffed him. I couldn't believe it. I just left, and I was completely lost again. This time, I'm distraught, so it took me forever to get home. Had I got in the car with him, who knows what could have happened. So, guy at the bar, let's not meet again. This happened about 4 years ago, and I was 20 at that time. The first time I met the guy who would become my grocery store stalker. He was standing outside the store, collecting money for the Salvation Army Christmas time donations. I'm a fairly friendly person, so I like to say hi to people who work at places that I frequent to just to be nice. This guy was a kid around my age, very tall, with a mild resemblance to Lurch from the Addams Family. Dark circles, under dark eyes, short black hair, kind of a vacant look in his eyes. I chatted with him for maybe 2 minutes, just idle chit-chat about the weather and whatnot, nothing particularly memorable or interesting. I then waved goodbye and then went home. But little did I know that that single moment would be the start of something that would have me genuinely afraid. About 4 or 5 months passed and I hadn't seen him again. Then one day as I was grocery shopping with a friend, as we were chatting, she suddenly got really quiet and kind of recoiled backwards, looking behind me. I turned around to see this guy who had to be at least 6'4", towering over me, not even 8 inches from my body. He said hi and told me that he remembered me from that December that I had talked to him. He then proceeded to ask for my number. I, being young and never having experienced this type of interaction before, I told him that I didn't have my number memorized, but that I would write his down and that I would text him later. I kind of half waved my phone at him, pointing out my at the time boyfriend, whose picture was my wallpaper. I made it a point to say, "Oh, look, this is my boyfriend," to the guy hoping that he would clue in. But no luck. He told me his number, which immediately upon getting, I blocked without letting him get my phone number. However, what really made my blood run cold was what he said after I put my phone away. He leaned in really close and in a low voice, he told me, "Whatever I text you is for your eyes only." At this point, I started to feel genuinely uncomfortable, and I said, yeah, sure. Nice talking to you, but we gotta get back to shopping." And I grabbed my friend and dragged her off, shooting a panicked look at her and asking why she didn't bail me out. Apparently, he scared her too with his getting so close to me, and she didn't know what to do. I want to make it clear, I'm not exactly a small girl. I'm 5'8" and solidly built, and I can certainly handle myself, and I very rarely feel intimidated or small in the presence of anyone, either male or female. But this guy made me feel tiny and scared. And in the months that would follow, he would make me feel truly frightened. I had hoped that creepy interaction would be the last time that I saw him, but that was unfortunately not the case. After that initial meeting with him saying that creepy thing about his text being for my eyes only, it seemed like I would run into him every single time that I got to the store. No matter what checkout lane I was, he always seemed to appear at the end of it when I was finished shopping, and every time that I was in a store, I would notice him out of the corner of my eye watching me, no matter what area I was in. One time, I even caught him following me out to my car. And at that point, I got scared and I decided to say something to the managers. After letting the managers know what was going on, they assured me that they would tell him not to talk to me anymore. After that, he wouldn't speak to me, but I would continue to see him following me around the store at a distance every time that I went up there. It got so bad and I felt so frightened that I started to be afraid to go to the store at all. But I am one of those stubborn people who refuses to be intimidated by someone to a point where I will stop doing something. I had just hoped that maybe it was a coincidence that he was following me. After all, it was a big store, and maybe he just had things to do that just happened to be in the area that I was shopping in. So I started to pay close attention to my surroundings. Once I started really paying attention, I realized that every single time I was up there, I would constantly notice him in the areas of the store that I was in. During my last encounter with him, I went up to the store to grab just 2 or 3 items that I needed for dinner that night. I first saw him standing outside the store when I got there, and with his back to me, I quickly ran inside, hoping that he didn't see me. Unfortunately, a few minutes later, I saw him at the very back of the store, and items in hand, I immediately made a beeline towards the front. As soon as I got near the checkout, I ducked behind one of the shelf displays, and I watched carefully at the front of the store to see if this creeper would appear, and he did. I watched as he looked up and down in the checkout, and when he didn't see me there, I saw him step out. At this point, I quickly ran into the nearest open cashier. I rang up my items, and I stuck my head out of the door to look for him. I didn't see him there immediately, so I started trying to make my way back to where I was parked. I was parked a ways away, near the side of the store, where a bunch of other small stores and restaurants were lined up. And as I was walking towards my car, I realized that I saw him standing by the entrance that I had first entered the store through. I ducked behind a pillar immediately, hoping he didn't see me. I watched carefully from behind the pillar, and as he scanned the parking lot, he obviously couldn't find me. After a minute or two, he started to walk out towards the direction of the parking lot in front of the store. And so I took that opportunity to make a run for it to my car as soon as he was far away and that I felt safe. As soon as I got into my car, I locked the doors, and to my horror, when I looked up, he was standing there about 15 feet from my car with a shopping cart in front of him. I knew he followed me, and he knew that I knew. I fully believed that he had chased me after, and when I made it to my car, he grabbed the nearest cart to make it look like he was collecting them. I remember just feeling absolutely terrified at that moment. I went home, and I immediately told my grandfather what had happened. I began crying and shaking, and my grandfather told me to get into the car and that we were going to settle this. He and I drove up to the store in his car, and he walked me into the store and demanded that we spoke with the managers immediately, both of them. When the managers arrived at the customer service area, he then asked me to tell them what had been happening, and he demanded that they ensure that he left me alone or that he would involve the police. The managers swore up and down that they would take care of it. And as far as I know, he wasn't fired immediately, because my friend who first encountered him with me when this whole thing began, she told me that she would see him from time to time when she was there by herself, but that any time that I went with her, she would never see him. I fully believe he knew whenever I was there, only this time, instead of stalking me, he avoided me. Eventually, everyone who knew the situation stopped seeing him there, so I think he may have gotten fired or moved on from that store. Either way, I haven't had any issues since, but I have never in my life felt so afraid of another human being as I did that day, seeing him make eye contact with me in that parking lot as I locked my doors. It still creeps me out to think that he was watching me so closely every single time that I would enter the store, and that he could easily avoid or follow me whenever he wanted. So, to the guy who stalked me every time that I went grocery shopping for 4 months straight, let's never meet again. To set the stage for the story, we must go back to the far-off year of 1988. The location is the Cascade Mountains of Oregon. I was 10 years old, and with me was my mom, dad, best friend, and our golden retriever, Amber. We were very much an outdoor family and had many camping trips before this and since. But to this day, when I think about it, I still remember the terror that I felt that weekend so long ago. After a brief talk with my father recently, it kind of came back to the front of my mind. He also was able to fill in a few details that I had forgotten. This holiday was like many others. We packed up the station wagon with everything we would need for a hike into one of our favorite lakes to camp at. To make this trip even more exciting for me, the fact that it was my birthday weekend and I got to pick this lake. After we arrived at the trailhead and got our packs on, my dad got his sidearm out and then strapped it on his belt. In Oregon, open carry was permitted in national forest, and my dad always had a gun on his hip while in the woods, which always added a sense of security to us. Because we had a close call with a bear one time, in which it came in handy. The lake was about a 4-mile moderate hike in through some thick forest, but the trail itself was well maintained and was never busy, so it was going to be a very pleasant hike in. We started off on our hike, and back in the 80s, it was not uncommon to have your dog off leash on the trails in the forest. So we let Amber run and do her thing. She was a good dog and never ran off for too long or even jumped on people. She did love people though, and speaking of people, we had not seen anyone else on the trail after about 2 miles in on the hike, which was really nice since it was just all of us talking, laughing, and enjoying nature. My best friend and I start to hike ahead of everyone else because we were so energized and excited about finding the first and best tent spot once we got to the lake. Amber was bounding ahead of us and having a great time too. We were about 20 yards ahead of my parents when Amber stopped dead in her tracks. I thought she maybe saw a chipmunk or something, maybe a bird, but her hackles came up and she let out the lowest of growls. She never growls, so we stopped walking, and I thought that maybe it was a bear or maybe a deer or something was just off the trail and she saw or heard it. We immediately started walking backwards and my parents got up to us. My dad asked us what was going on, and I told him that Amber is up the trail and is growling at something. He tells us girls to stay back with my mom, and he walks ahead to where Amber was at on the trail. My dad gets up to her and looks around, and I hear Amber whimper a bit while looking off the trail. My dad comforts her and calls her back, and she walks back to us. He says that it must have been an animal, but he did not see anything right off the trail or ahead of us. He says to let him take the lead, and then we continued to hike. It didn't take long before it was forgotten, and Amber and the rest of us were all having a good time again. We arrived at the lake, and much to my delight, there was no one else there camping. The water was clean and blue, and the shade from the trees made the whole scene just perfect. My friend and I found the best spot to set up our tents, and my parents followed suit. After we had camp set up, my folks went off to fish just down the hill, and my friend and I took off with Amber to walk around the other side of the lake to catch salamanders. We only made it about 1/8 of a mile when Amber stopped and started to growl again. We stopped and looked around and heard brush rustling. Then right in front of us, a man walked out of the trees. Amber stayed right by our sides and started to bare her teeth. He was taller than my dad, so at least 6'4". He was very skinny, but had very broad shoulders. He was clean-cut and was wearing black jeans and a white polo shirt with loafers. I mean, he did not look like he had hiked at all, or was even dressed for the outdoors. He almost looked like he came out of church. We just stood there, trying to process the situation, when Amber began to bark. The guy just stood there, not moving, and he smiled, like the creepiest smile. It felt like someone who thought that that was what a smile was supposed to look like. Amber kept barking, and this got my parents' attention, and they looked up to us and called out to us to come back. We complied and started to walk back towards them. My dad met us halfway and told us to go back to the campsite and that he was going to talk to this guy. We got back to our camp and my mom sat with us. I could hear my dad asking the guy if he needed help or was a fellow camper who had just set up a camp away from the lake. My dad was being polite and calm, but I could see that he was on his guard and trying to feel out the situation. Now is the time to mention that my dad was an ex-army and can be very intimidating when needed. The conversation continues. The guy told my dad that he was just on a walk and did not mean to intrude on us, and the guy says goodbye and walks back into the woods. My dad walked back to camp, sat down, and then told us that he thinks the guy may just be a yuppie camper and does not know much about the outdoors. But my dad said that he got a weird vibe off of him and would be keeping out an eye for him. And Amber stayed by our side and was calm, yet she kept looking towards the direction that the guy went. A bit more time goes by, and we have a nice campfire going, and the sun was starting to set. We cooked some dinner and made s'mores afterwards, and my friend and I decided to go to our tent and read some books and tell each other some scary stories. Amber followed us to the tent and laid right outside of the door. My parents walked down to the lake to sit, have a beer and just chill, and they were never more than 50 yards away. But not long after my parents walked away, I hear Amber start to growl. Then we hear footsteps coming from the woods behind our tent. My friend and I turn off our flashlight, and I go quiet to listen. The footsteps stopped at the edge of the woods, and we then hear heavy breathing and a grunting sound. Amber starts to bark, and we then hear the footsteps retreat to the woods. Amber whimpers a bit, and I then hear my parents walking back to the camp. I go out and tell them what happened, and my dad said that he heard Amber barking, and that is why they came back up. I asked my dad what we should do, what is going on, and if that strange guy was the one creeping around. He tells me that he will see about moving camp in the morning, and since we still have 3 days left on the trip, and nothing has happened to warrant just leaving. But he said that we will play it by ear and just be a little more vigilant, and if something changes, we will decide what to do next. He then tells us to try to get some sleep, and we all turn in for the night. The next morning, we get up and have breakfast, and after breakfast, we head down to the lake to fish. It was a beautiful day, and we were having so much fun that the events from the prior day were almost forgotten. We decided around lunchtime that we would go for a short hike to the waterfall that is up from the lake. We were gone for only about an hour, and when we came back, we found our tents opened and our sleeping bags dragged out on the ground. My dad tells us to hang back with Mom, and then he goes to investigate. He comes back and says nothing is missing, but it was not an animal that did this. He says that we should break camp, hike back to the car, and find another spot to camp for the next couple of days. I could tell my dad was not wanting to frighten us, but I heard the urgency in his voice. I was very disappointed, but if it meant that we could enjoy the rest of the trip and not worry about some creep messing with us, then it was worth it. We broke camp and started our hike back. Dad was in the lead, and we were double timing it, and then we made it back to the car in record time. As we walk over to the car, we see that one of our tires was flat. Not a big deal, we always had a spare, but when my dad bent down to start taking the lugs off, we swore it was not just flat. Someone slashed the tire. Dad changed the tire in record time, and we threw everything into the car, and he goes to turn the car on, but it wouldn't start. Dad swears, gets out of the car and pops the hood. He says, "Shit." It turns out, someone took our spark plug wires. Old cars like the Chevy wagon did not have internal hood releases, so you could just pop the hood from the outside. Dad slams the hood, says some very colorful words, and then kicks some rocks. We were stuck, and no one else was at the trailhead. We were stranded. My parents are calm under pressure, and after a few minutes of discussion, it was decided that Dad would start walking down the road until he could hitch a ride to town and then go to the auto parts store. Mom and the rest of us were going to have to wait in the car and look for someone to hopefully pull into the trail and then help us. A few hours go by and no one has come to the trailhead, It was getting hot, and we are hungry and tired. My mom makes us lunch and we go to sit under a tree to cool off. Amber is by our side and was calm. But then we hear a voice. Amber leaps up and starts to whimper. The creepy guy from yesterday comes down the trail and is asking my mom if we need help. My mom tells him that we are fine, that it's being settled, and that my dad will come back soon. The creep then tells her that his camp is closed and he is parked on the old fire road that is near the lake, and asks if we would like to come back to his camp and wait until my dad returns. Mom sternly tells him no, that we will just wait here and thank you anyway. He does not like this. He tells my mom that it's not safe out here for a pretty lady and two young girls. My mom, like my dad, is no pushover and asserts herself again that we do not need any help and to please just leave us alone. The guy just stands there, smiles wide, and then just turns around and leaves. My mom is visibly shaken, and us girls were just a bit scared, and my mom comes over to us and tells us that we need to stay close, to not wander, and that we will be okay. My friend and I are really kind of freaked out, and that we were just hoping that my dad will make it back soon. After about another 30 minutes, the creepy guy comes back. This time though, he is not alone and has a slightly younger guy with him. The other guy is dressed as a yuppie camper and had a very stern look on his face. My mother stands her ground as they approach. Amber starts to low growl and her hackles go up. The two guys flank us, and one of them flashes a gun tucked into his belt. The older guy tells us that we need to go with them, and that they were not asking. My mom backs up next to us, and without taking her eyes off them, reaches to her belt and pulls out her Bowie knife. My mom said that we will not be going, and that they need to leave now. The two men did not even flinch at this, and said that we will come with them, or they will hurt us. At this moment though, Amber goes from just growling to barking and puts herself between us and them. This makes the guy stop. My mom yells that they need to leave now, and they start backing up, and at that moment, we hear a truck pulling into the trailhead parking lot. At the side of the truck, the guys start to walk away fast and then disappear into the tree line. The truck was a forest ranger, and he had my dad with him. My dad jumped out of the truck and ran over to us, asking if we were okay. The ranger came over and asked who those men were and if we were okay. My mom explained everything while my dad hugged us girls and told us that we will be okay. The ranger then takes off to go looking for the men. My dad tells us that he was about 5 miles from the town when the ranger picked him up and then took him the rest of the way to get the part of the car. He then drove him back to our car. And after hearing what happened, my dad was pissed and wanted to find the guys who tried to kidnap us and that had been terrorizing us for the past 24 hours. The ranger came back and told us that he had almost caught up to them, but they sped away in their truck with a camper in tow. They had been parked behind a small ridge behind the lake on an old logging road. He did not get a plate, but he did radio a description of the men and their truck and camper to the local sheriff's office. He also took our information and said that he would pass it on to them. He waited with us until my dad had the car fixed, and we were able to leave. We just decided to not continue camping and instead drive a couple of hours to spend the last 2 days of the trip at a beach and stay in a hotel. A few days later, a deputy called my dad and told him that they never did find the men. He said that it was most likely a crime of opportunity after seeing a woman with 2 girls in tow. He was sure that they had been watching us from off the trail and had messed with our camp to judge how my dad would react. But my dad seemed to be too big of a threat. They sabotaged our car, hoping to put us in a position where we would be vulnerable. He said they would follow up with us if they find out anything else. But according to my dad, nothing ever came of it. Years later, I tried to do some research on crimes in the area of Oregon during the 80s that might have involved something like we experienced. But all I could find was a few reports of campers being robbed and a few cars broken into. There was one case of a young lady and her dog going missing from an area near there, but it was never determined what happened to her, or even if it was something bad, or if she just ran away. I can tell you that we did go back to that lake a few years later and had a very uneventful camping trip. It was nice to go back and find some joy in a spot that was so special to me. I really hope those creepy guys never hurt anyone, and maybe were caught for other crimes. But I will never know though. I just hope to never run into a situation like that again. I can say that having a dog along with us helped our situation. She was the hero and she kept us alert. Amber went on to live until she was 12 years old and passed with her favorite people around her. Remember to stay safe, stay watchful, and it never hurts to have a sweet, brave dog with you. This happened tonight, and I'm not sure how to process the whole situation. I was driving home from a friend's house, and I was taking a freeway, but I was driving carefully since it was raining pretty hard. Driving home was going to take at least 30 minutes, but it turned to almost an hour ride just because of the rain. I was about 10 minutes away when I noticed this gray Chrysler van acting off. We were at an intersection, about to turn left, but the light was red. I was behind him, and the thing is, at this intersection, there are 2 lanes that allow you to turn left. We were both on the second lane when all of a sudden, he awkwardly decided to slowly change lanes to the one beside me and almost ran the red light. I could tell that he hit his brakes pretty hard, and I thought that it was weird or that maybe that dude was drunk. When the light turned green, I proceeded with caution because he was giving me a weird feeling. I was about 6 minutes away from home at this point when all of a sudden, he turned on his emergency light on. I could see that he was pulling over to the shoulder, so I slowed down, and since we were driving on one lane, I proceeded with caution and then slowly passed him. Keep in mind, it was nighttime and raining a lot, so not a lot of cars were around us. And as soon as I passed him, I looked at my front view mirror and I saw that he turned off his emergency lights and then started to follow behind me. I really felt off about it. And while driving, I saw he was flashing his lights and thought that maybe my lights were off. But that's not possible because I could still see the light projecting from my car onto the road. At this point, I'm thinking that he is just messing with me. But that's when I noticed that he started to tailgate me. He almost hit me like 3 times, and then I started to panic. At this point, I knew that I had to get away from him. And for a second I thought that I was being dramatic, but every time that I would change lanes, he would change lanes too. I managed to speed off and take the exit off the freeway. I was less than a minute away now, but I didn't go home yet. I parked by a construction building near my house and then decided to wait a bit to see if he would follow me off the freeway. Thankfully he didn't, and I waited at least 5 minutes just to make sure. After that, I was able to go home safely. I told my boyfriend what had happened, and we double-checked that my car was okay. The lights were in fact working, and so did my taillights. There was nothing wrong with my car, and nothing for that dude to have any reason to flash his lights at me. I was really freaked from this whole situation. I'm not sure what I did to make him act the way he did, but I just hope that no one encounters that crazy man out in the streets. So this is my first post here. It's kinda long, but a scary experience from 15 years ago. By the way, I'm a 29-year-old female now. So anyway, I'm not from the US and I'm from a smaller country. And when I was 14, I got a missed call off a number that I didn't recognize one day. And being 14, I never called, I only texted. So I asked this number who it was. The reply I got was that they had called the wrong number by mistake. No big deal, except they started to try and text me every single day, little things like how are you and etc. I was naive and I played along when I was bored. I made up a fake name and even sent him a fake photo of some random girl off the internet just because he bugged me so much. And I didn't want him to know me because, stranger danger and all of that. But I did tell them that I was 14. He never called me again, and I had no intention in calling him, so we just texted here and there, and he told me that he was 17. He was very intense in terms of telling me how I was too nice for him and he was so lucky to text me. I was never the mushy type, and it always seemed like a cheesy film scene when he went on like this. But he was very persistent. I could get up to 100 messages a day, and I might reply to 20 of them. I have seen no reason to be worried, until one day I told my friend about this guy that I was texting, and then we decided to prank call him. And this guy answered, and he sounded at least like my father's age. We freaked out and I stopped texting him. He figured it out that it was me who called him because of my sudden ghosting, and he put 2 and 2 together. To this day, I don't know how. It's not like today where tracking is somewhat easier, especially since I gave this guy a fake name and my phone number wasn't attached to any of my social medias back then. I told him the part of the country I lived in, but not what town or any other details. He kept calling me, and of course I ignored him. But then one day in school, me and my friend who did the prank call on him, we got several messages. When she prank called him, we forgot to put her number in private. There were missed calls and text messages asking us where we were, did we like him, telling her to tell me to come meet him, and it was very intense. She obviously freaked out as much as I did, then even more so when he sent us both a picture of our school, and we lost it. There's 6 schools in our town, and how we got the right one, I will never know. We stayed after school to study in fear that he was outside. My math teacher was a family friend, and I waited for her to come around just to ask her for a ride home for us. We went to my house, turned on our phones to a crazy amount of messages, all saying that he would meet us one day and that he loved me. He told us that he traveled 4 hours and then couldn't understand why we didn't come out to say hi. I was petrified to tell my mother, so we decided to ditch our phone numbers and get new phone numbers and never utter a word of it again. For the next few weeks, I lived in a world of constant fear and anxiety. I couldn't walk alone, even though I knew it was probably impossible for him to know who I really was. But in the end, I told my mother, and then we went to the police because I knew that this guy had bad intentions. The phone number I had for him was a burner phone basically. I think that's what it's called in the US. It had no details attached to it, and it was impossible to really look into it any further. Nonetheless, we made a statement, and that was it. So yeah, the man pretending to be a 17-year-old boy who drove 4 hours to meet a 14-year-old girl. Let's never, ever meet. So I lived in a pretty nice area with my husband and some family friends. We lived there for a few years with nothing bad happening around us, and it felt like a very safe neighborhood. And now for context, I'm a very short white female and I am considered disabled, even though I look fine, but I could never really beat anyone up since my disability has limited my activity severely. Anyways, on to the story. This happened about a year before we moved. I had some stories pop up on Facebook of some traffickers that were targeting both women and children at a local store that we lived right behind. I was freaked out, so I made it a point to not go to the store without my husband. I still got the news articles about people being followed, grabbed, and kidnapped from the store, but I felt pretty safe as long as I didn't go anywhere without my husband. I was going to work one day, and I worked about 15 minutes away from my house. It was a call center kinda out in the middle of nowhere. There were fields every which way, and I worked the afternoon shift and was one of the last people to leave at night. I had to stop and get gas, and I was a little freaked out because I was scared to go anywhere without my husband. But I wasn't going to make it to work and back home, so I had no choice. I stopped at the station and was slightly relieved that it was super busy. I got out, I started pumping my gas, when this big van pulled up in the spot next to mine. A guy got out and started pumping his own gas as well. Then he walked around the pump and got in between my car and me. He smiled and said, "Wow, your car is so clean. How do you get it so clean?" I was flabbergasted at the question. My car was a mess. It was dirty with bugs and stuff on it. "Why don't you show me how you get it so clean?" He reached out to touch me, but I jerked back. Another car then pulled up behind me, and a guy got out. I think he freaked the other guy out because he walked back to his van. I quickly finished pumping my gas and I got into my car. I locked the doors, and I sped away. A few minutes later, I look out my window and the van is behind me. He was riding my bumper pretty much, and I could see the guy smiling and laughing with some other guy. I was pretty freaked out, but I figured that he was going to the freeway. We passed the freeway, but he kept following me. Now I was very freaked out. The only place on this road now is my work. I called my husband, but he didn't answer since he was also at work. I was freaking out, so I picked up speed and I continued going to work. I kept looking back and the van was still there, just a little farther back. I made it to work, and it was a large building with lots of cars in the parking lot. I parked right in front of the doors in a handicapped spot, and then I ran inside. I looked back through the locked doors, and I saw the guy stopped in the front looking pissed. I ran up to my department, and I went right up to a friend who was an ex-military. He carried multiple guns on him at all times, and I cried as I told him what happened. I got to work, but I was still freaked out all day. We closed, and I was walking down to my car. I peeked out the windows and saw the white van. I couldn't see anyone in there, and I wasn't even sure if it was the same van. I ran back to my department, and I told my friend what was going on. He pulled out his gun and walked me outside. The van had moved now. It moved right behind my car. My friend walked me to his car. We then got in, and he drove me right up to my car. He then followed me all the way home and sat outside until I was inside the house. I could see the van following us, but once we got past the freeway, he turned onto it. The next afternoon on my way to work, I passed the same gas station as before, and the van pulled out. Again, they followed me to work, but they turned away once I got to the parking lot. This went on for about a week. They would follow me to work, leave, then be outside when I was leaving, and my friend would walk me out. My buddy told me that they were probably trying to learn my schedule so they could figure out a time to jump me. He insisted that I take one of his guns, just in case he wasn't there at work to walk me out. I didn't want it though, as I was afraid that if I had it, then I would get pulled over for something, and then get in trouble for having a gun not in my name and not having a permit for it. I was telling my husband that evening about how this van was still following me, and he suggested that I should call the cops and let them know. I honestly don't know why I didn't think of that. So the next morning when I was about to get ready for work, I called and I told them everything. And then I left for work. Just like clockwork, the van pulled out of the gas station and then started following me. We were on the long stretch of the road that nothing was on when I spotted a car parked off to the side of the road. I passed, and then the van passed, and then the lights on the car came on, and then the van was pulled over. I later found out that the men following me had several warrants of rape and attempted kidnapping. The back of the van had knives, rope, gloves, mask, chloroform, and some kind of other sketchy crap in it. The cops believed that I was going to be their next target. And when I got to my work, my friend wasn't there. He was sick. I am so glad that I called the cops that morning because I don't think I would have made it home if he wasn't there to walk me out. Anyways, that's my creepy story, and I hope you guys liked it. It's 100% true, and we have since moved out and lived in a not-so-nice area, but so far, I haven't noticed any creepy people around me. But I always carry pepper spray whenever I go out. I'm a 24-year-old female, and I'm not sure if I'm being irrational in my fear, so I thought that it would be best to post about it and see if others agree or not. I love going on walks by myself. I struggle with mental health issues, and my walks alone, especially on sunny days, have been one of the only things to help alleviate my spirals and such. About a week ago, I had gone on one of my walks like normal. I started it, and then I noticed a guy on a motorized bike passed by the street in front of me, and had the thought of, that's the same guy that was hanging out at the gas station, the one who was eyeing me the last time that I went on a walk. But other than that, I was also like, I'm sure he's just going on a ride. Don't think too much about it. I walked down a few blocks just listening to my music and enjoying the sun, when I saw him again 2 blocks down, crossing the street. But this time, he had stopped in the middle of the road, mid-crossing the street, and I saw him just looking in my direction. This set an alert off in my head, so I took my headphones off while continuing to walk so I could be a bit more aware of my surroundings. I decided to turn right on the block that I was on because I was not wanting to meet up with that guy. And as I got down towards the end of the block, I heard his bike again, so I turned out to see if he was in eyeshot. He was. He was at the church on the next block over, on the same street, parked, and he was looking in my direction again. I only looked for a couple of seconds because I was scared that if he saw me looking at him, he would think that I wanted to talk to him. The road I was on leads directly to an isolated road where there is a large field and not many houses there. That is the usual path I take on my walks, but I had a very strong gut feeling telling me not to go that way this time. So I had turned the corner onto the street that takes me directly back to my house. It felt almost as if he was waiting to see which direction I was going to take, because as soon as I turned, I heard his bike rev up again. I was starting to feel quite panicked, so I started to rapid-fire text my boyfriend, just as someone needs to know my location kind of thing. And as I got to the block in front of my house, ready to cross the street to head home, I saw him a block down to my right yet again, crossing the street, and he was looking around him as if he was searching. I quickly crossed the street before he saw me, and I ran inside my house. Am I being irrational in my fear? I will say that I have PTSD and deal with quite severe hypervigilance because of it, but the gut feeling was so intense. It was almost like a weird intuition thing. I haven't gone on a walk since it happened, and I keep pepper spray on me everywhere I go. But I am of small stature, and I feel as though that I don't have much strength to be able to fight off an attack, so I'm just spooked right now. But I thank you for listening to me ramble. My parents are divorced since 2 to 3 years now. They had a pretty good couple life, till I was 13, and then big fights happened at least once a month. I never had a good relationship with my dad, mostly because we had different opinions and points of views, so it was a miracle if we said good morning to each other. When my parents got the divorce, my mom decided that she didn't want any contact with him anymore. So, he started to talk to me to try and get a new start, but it was all just an excuse to try and manipulate me to reach my mom, so I didn't want to speak to him again. Now, every time that I go out, I feel like he's spying on me. I really feel like someone is watching me all the time. One time, I was walking my dog, and he was just next to me, and he tried to scare me with his car, like he was acting like he was going to push me with it. And today, he was there on the same street as me, and I started to walk super fast so he couldn't follow me. But after that, I saw him in his car, going around my house. I'm so scared of him showing up at my work and trying to speak with me. He doesn't know where I work yet, but what if he follows me there? I don't know what to do, because I've been seeing him a lot now, and it's impossible that it's just a coincidence. I moved a lot growing up, and by the time freshman year of high school came around, I had moved 7 or so times, and I was about 1.5 years into my most recent move in this story. I had found a pretty close group of friends in middle school, and we all went to high school together. I met them through one of those close friends. They were in a band together, and even though he was almost 4 years older than us, we welcomed him into our group. Sam was easily twice my size, tall and heavy-set, and originally kind of intimidating. Although, I was never afraid of large men before him. Well, that's a lesson learned. I kinda had a bad home life, so I would spend as much time as I could at school, sometimes hanging around the school campus until 6 or 7 at night with this same friend group. The 3 of us lived in the same direction, and we would walk the half-hour trip together until our paths split. One slightly colder evening, Sam offered to walk me home since the others had gone home already. I just thought that he was being a gentleman. Then, he mentioned something from a previous move when he lived in California. He said that he didn't walk a friend home once and something horrible happened. He then left it at that and I let him walk me home. We got a lot closer after that. We bonded over both living in California and then exchanged numbers. He would message me late into the night about his depression and also his self-harm, and I just wanted to help him. A few months later, he tried asking me out. It was this big romantic gesture. He learned a Disney song on the ukulele and then sang it to me in the cafeteria. But I was already dating someone, and when I turned him down, he got angry. A freaky, quiet, twitchy kind of angry, and I felt so bad. I then started seeing him everywhere. We were still friends, we still hang out in groups, but I would pass him on the street walking somewhere, and a few minutes later, I would see that he changed directions and then had started to follow me. He would walk me to classes by following me in passing period at a distance. I started to minimize the group time that we spent together, and he would follow me more. I had friends meet me at each class and walk me to my next one because I didn't feel safe, and he knew where I lived. Then, he started to talk, not to me, but to my mutual friends about that one girl in California who he tried to walk home. At first, he just shared my name, some crazy coincidence. Then, she had the same brown curly hair and blue eyes, and every time he rambled about her, she became more and more like me. And then he said what happened. Over literal weeks, this fantasy evolved. They were walking home, and they were jumped by some guy with a knife. It was a robbery gone wrong on her birthday, January 24th, which was coincidentally also my birthday. And then she died horribly, and he couldn't react in time. She bled out in his arms. Sarah, who has brown curly hair and blue eyes, my name, my birthday, and sounds just like me, bled out in his arms. Each retelling added more and more detail, and this guy with a sick fantasy about my death would follow me around and knew where I lived. My boyfriend was abusive, mentally and physically, but I stayed as close to him as I could whenever I could, because if the worst happened, I know for sure that he could throw a punch. I never felt safe at our school or in our little town walking home from school. One day at school, he had a breakdown. He freaked out and ran out of the school in a panic. I was sent after him, and I found him curled up on the floor. I got closer. I knew about his anxiety and depression, and my safety aside, I wanted to make sure he was okay. It was then that he told me this horrifying story that I had been hearing from my mutual friends, with added details. We had been walking home from a concert in California. We passed a dark alley and a homeless man came out with a rusty knife and then asked for anything valuable. I fumbled for my phone. I didn't have anything else on me, and he thought that I was calling the cops. Then he stabbed me. Once, twice, again and again. And Sam just stood there horrified. He then told me that he saw red and grabbed a broken glass bottle near my body and attacked the homeless man. He killed him with his own knife. He told me he killed someone. My stalker killed someone. It didn't matter how messed up he was anymore. I didn't care if it was a fantasy or real. I didn't care how it would affect his mental health anymore. I wanted to go to the police. I was scared for my life. My friends convinced me to go to the school counselor first. And the morning we went and told them everything, The stalking, the stories, how he admitted to murder, and that he was the reason why they moved from California. How I was afraid for my life and I wanted to call the police. The counselor didn't take us seriously. She went to the principal. And the principal, which is not a mental health expert, called Sam in to talk about the accusations. The principal then informed me that he did not think that Sam had any kind of mental illness or that I was in any danger, and then that was that. I lost faith in adults, and I gave up on going to the police. I stayed with my friend walking me in between classes and hiding behind my abusive boyfriend. I was looking behind me every single step of my walk home that year. The counselors ended up gaslighting us to the point where this all feels like a fever dream now, and that I would think that it's made up if it weren't for my journal entries recording the events of my growing panic and the similar stories from my friend group. So, Sam, let's not meet again. Honestly, my story is not too bad, though I would still rather never meet this person again. I was stalked, but not because they were into me, but because they were into my best friend, Emma. Emma is gorgeous, like to the obscene level, and has always had guys and girls fawning over her. And she had a friend named Mike, and Mike is who this story is about. I met Mike through Emma, and it was clear immediately that Mike was obsessed with her. She was actually into him too for a bit, but she wanted something not serious. Mike came on hard and heavy, so Emma distanced herself from him. And she distanced herself even more after he made some shocking comments about his opinion on sexual assaults mostly being fake. When Emma and I graduated high school, we had planned to move into together, but due to a family situation, she only stayed at our place about 2 days a week and never on a set schedule. She also could not keep a job to save her life. Her family life was chaotic, and it made it where she would have to leave at a moment's notice. Emma also had several places that she crashed at, either family, friends, my family, and it depended on her situation and any odd jobs that she was working. She did a lot of odd jobs, babysitting, yard work, elder care, catering, and etc. Nowhere stable, and often she wouldn't even know what she was doing until that day. After Emma distanced herself from Mike, I started to realize that he was at my work often, like 3 or so times a week. It would not have been too weird, except my work was a department store for women and children. No men's clothes at all in the store. At first, Mike would just come in, do a lap, and then leave. It was really weird, but I honestly just thought that he was walking the mall. Lots of people do that, as my town has practically no entertainment. But then, Mike started hanging out in my store and talking to me while I worked, always talking about Emma. How is Emma? Why is she avoiding him? Those kind of questions. I was evasive, going one-word answers, trying to tell him that I needed to work. My manager even scolded me for having friends hanging while working. When I explained that I did not want him there and that he wanted to know about my friend, my manager asked if I wanted him to talk to Mike. I said yes, feeling relieved. And after that, Mike went back to doing a lap and leaving until my manager eventually stationed a big loss prevention guy at my register as a deterrent. And it worked. No more Mike at work. I had won. Except, I had not counted on Mike being extra creepy. he started showing up at my house instead. A couple of points. Mike did not have a car. I lived in a different town than Mike. My family and my job is about a 20-minute ride by car away. No public transportation in my town or in his. And Uber did not exist in this area then either. And Mike didn't have a job as far as I knew. Mike knew where I lived because when I first moved in, we had a housewarming party and accidentally made the Facebook invite public. Mike started coming over at random times, sometimes early in the morning, sometimes in the evening, always asking to speak to Emma, and I always told him Emma wasn't there, even if she was. For her safety, I advised her not to come to the house anymore, and to tell Mike that she wasn't interested, which she did, bluntly no more distancing and blocked him. And this time, I moved in a new roommate, a coworker who, while also female, had a gun and a big boyfriend. Mike started coming by less frequently, and any time he did, I would tell him that he wasn't welcome. Now, I know I should have called the cops, but there were two things preventing me. One, I was from a not-so-grand family who avoided cops for the most part. And two, my new roommate was a criminal law major, and she was already concerned about how that would appear for her career. Not great reasons, but for a 19 to 20-year-old, it was enough reasons for me not to mention it. Eventually, I stopped seeing Mike, but I would still occasionally spot him in places where I was in. The mall, my town's grocery store, and my dog's favorite park. I stopped posting on Facebook around this time, because even though Mike was blocked, he was clearly still able to see my posts. I also got the creeping suspicion that he was coming by my house sometimes. My stuff on my porch would be moved, and at night my motion sensor lights would go off, and I kept finding Mike's cigarette butts. At least, it was the same kind that he smoked. My roommate had been there for about 4 months, when one night, she had her boyfriend over when someone started pounding on the door. When her boyfriend answered, he saw someone who looked like Mike running away. The next day, my roommate and her boyfriend went out of town for a concert. She gave me her gun, even though I felt safe because she had gotten a dog that she was training as a guard dog. I started watching a cooking show in the living room, and at some point I fell asleep. And in the middle of the night, I woke up to my dog and the guard dog losing their minds, barking like mad at the window. And there was a tall figure that bolted as soon as I sat up. I grabbed the gun, I opened the door, and I yelled, "I know that's you, and I have a gun, and I'm calling the cops." Which I didn't do. I just locked me and the dogs in the bathroom, and then I called my dad, who luckily was not angry about being woken up in the middle of the night. He drove over and advised calling the cops and filing a restraining order. We called the cops, but they said that since nothing was broken and there was no evidence, there was nothing to be done about it. Luckily after this, I heard through the grapevine that about a week after the incident with the dogs, Mike's family sent him to live with a relative in a different state. He did come back a couple of years ago, but he was wise enough to only contact me once. When I got to tell him that Emma was not only happily married, but not at all interested in talking to him. I reminded him that I was willing to call the cops if he ever came near either of us again. And he never did, and I don't see him anymore. Though, he did try to befriend my husband on Facebook, and all it took was another block for him to go away. So, it's been about 5 years since I last saw you. Mike, let's not meet. I'm a female, and this happened to me when I was 19. I fled the nest when I went to university, and I wasn't very streetwise. I lived in a nice area of a city, which unfortunately backed onto a very rough area. You could cut through the rough area as a shortcut, but my friends and neighbors always warned me of walking through this area even in the day. It did also have a terrible reputation in general. The last conversation with my neighbor should have made an impact on my way of thinking. She said, "You should be careful walking through there. You can buy guns and knives from the tower blocks, and every year, a girl has gone missing while walking through." I just brushed this off with that immature attitude of, I know best and it won't happen to me. So, to set the scene, I used to go out partying and clubbing a lot while I was at university. One Christmas, I met my friends in the city and I got very merry, and after, I staggered out of the last club at 3 a.m. and I decided to walk home. My friends begged me to get a taxi, but as a tight student, I said that I would just walk it. They said their goodnights and then told me to let them know when I got in. I remember it being very cold. There was some ice and snow about, which was hard to navigate in my skate trainers. And then I got to the rough area to take my shortcut. It would shave around 10 minutes off my time. I started to walk down the road past the tower blocks when this white transit van slowly drives up behind me. I turned around and they slowed down, and as soon as I turned back, they started to creep up to me faster than before. When they were level to me, I turned and looked at them. There were 3 middle-aged men staring at me. They started shuffling and looked like they were getting ready for something. Initially, I just assumed that they were lost or that they lived in the area. But all of a sudden, they ripped the van around in the road, doing a U-turn up towards me. I've never run so fast in my life, and I don't know how I did it. I didn't slip, I didn't fall, and I managed to get away safely. And when I got into my house, I locked the doors and I hid in my bedroom. I messaged my friends to say that I got in okay, but I didn't mention the night's events until the following morning. I spoke to my neighbor again, the one who warned me about the area, and she said that she wasn't surprised. The girls that went missing disappeared in the early hours of the morning, presumably after being at a party or clubbing. I learned my lesson that day, and I never walked down there on my own again. I also became a lot more street savvy, and I listened more. I had a few let's not meet moments when I was a student, which, I might add, at a later date. This happened to me in my junior year of high school, and I had almost forgotten about it until my dad brought it up a couple of days ago, and I figured that I would share. So, I live really close to a shopping center, like 3 minutes away, and before school, maybe once or twice a week, I would stop by to grab donuts or orange juice. I go to the store a lot, so I recognize a decent amount of the employees there. One day before school, I decided to stop by and grab donuts. The layout of the entrance is important. As you walk up to the doors, there's a huge set of shopping carts that an employee is normally working at by collecting carts from the parking lot. And as you're walking away from the entrance and out of the store, if you turn left, you go into the main large parking lot. You can walk straight instead to the side of the building where there are around 20 parking spots. And there's an exit on the side of the building that's closer to my house and less crowded than the main road. And I drive a truck, so I used to park on that side. It's very well lit, it has cameras, and it's next to the store and etc., so I've never felt like isolated. Anyway, I park on the side like normal, and I walked into the store. And as I passed the grocery carts in the front of the doors, there's an employee there who I don't recognize. He says good morning to me. I say it back, nothing weird, right? I go into the store and get my donuts, I pay, and then I walk out, and I see the guy again and he's just staring at me. Okay, that's kinda weird, but I just kept walking to my car. I get to the driver's side of my car, I open it, and then I hop in. I set my food down on the passenger side, and then I turn to reach out and close the driver's door. And as I put my hand out, another hand stops the door from shutting, and the employee from earlier steps in between my door and I. Alarms were going off in my head. He asked what my name was, and I, stupidly, gave him my real name because I was panicking. My name is super common, such as Sarah, and not my real name, but is equally common. He asked for my phone number, and I said no. I told him that I had to get to school and that I'm running late. But he wouldn't take no for an answer, and he would not move. I gave him a fake number, and he finally backs out of my door. I shut it immediately, and then I take off. I go to the parking lot of my school, and I called my dad to tell him what happened and what the guy looked like, and he went down and reported it for me. I thought that this was the end, but it got weirder. A couple days pass and I get a direct message on Instagram from this guy. No way he knows my last name. He just knows my first name, which is again super common. I got this DM during my history class, in which we sat in groups of 4. I tell the people at my table what happened, without bringing up what he looks like or his name. A girl at my table, also named Sarah, pulls his Instagram page up and asks if it's him. It was, and I asked how she knew. Apparently, he had DM'd her as well, and another girl in our class also named Sarah. I had 1 or 2 other friends with the same name, so I asked them if they got a direct message from this guy too. And sure enough, they did. One of the girls with my name works at the store with him and said that he was insanely creepy around her all the time, like following her to the break room anytime that she would go in. He would find excuses to be around her. He would switch shifts to work at the same time, asking her out every other shift. She tells us that he was 21 at that time, in which we were all 16 or 17, making it even creepier that he's going for all these high school girls with the same name. During lunch, I stayed in my history teacher's room with a couple of the girls who got messages as well, and we explained to him what was going on. And then he says to go to campus security and tell them, just to make sure that he isn't around the school. The girl who works with him went to report it, and that was that. My dad said the manager said that she would take care of it when he reported it, and the girl who worked with him said that she talked to her manager as well, and the guy ended up getting fired, and a police report was made. But nothing could really be done since he hadn't done anything. I had no clue how he found my Instagram, but our guess is that he was just messaging a bunch of Sarahs who all happened to be underage. So, creepy guy at the grocery store, let's not meet. The college I attended was in a very tiny town in eastern Washington. So eastern, in fact, it was only about 10 minutes from the Idaho border. But that's not really important here. There was not much to do in Pullman, other than drink and go to parties, and I had never really been much of a party goer myself, so I was one of the few not spending every single weekend just getting hammered. One of those weekends, I had spent pretty much the whole day in my dorm room, and I was antsy for some social interaction. I hadn't done much that day other than study, and I wanted to at least get out of my dorm. So I texted my best friend at that time, and we decided that we would go to the football stadium to look at the stars. The football stadium at that time remained open 24/7, and at the time we left, it was around 12 a.m., so the stadium lights had shut off, and we had a beautiful view of the stars. We walked to the stadium in great spirits and had a wonderful night talking and laughing. On the way back, everything changed. By the time we were leaving back to our dorm rooms, it was a little after 2 in the morning. We were walking down the main road when we see a jeep approaching, and nothing too unusual. However, the lights were off, so my best friend, not knowing how to stay sexy and don't get murdered, or SSDGM, used her hands to make a flashing signal at them, telling them that their lights were off. And as soon as she did this, they got only a short distance past us when we heard them slam on their brakes and then turn around, driving up the wrong lane of traffic to come back. We were right by a sky bridge at that time that this happened, which had stairs leading up to the bridge. We ducked behind the stairs, but the jeep was driving back and forth looking for us. We ended up having to play a sick game of duck and hide on the stairs until the jeep finally parked. And when they did, we had gotten to the top of the stairs and laid ourselves flat on the sky bridge, hiding in the shadows. We had a clear view of them, and as soon as we were flat on the ground, we see 5 men get out of the jeep, and not just that, but they each had a baseball bat. These men were checking the bushes in the surrounding areas, again, looking for us. I called the police and quietly explained the situation, and after about 10 minutes of the men searching, whistling, and swinging their bats around, they finally left. And not long after, the police showed up, but there wasn't much that they could do but offer us a ride home in their cruiser. I have no idea what those men's intentions were, but I'm so glad that I never found out. So, to the creepy 5 men on the stadium way, let's never meet again. Hi there. I've lurked for a long time, and I've decided that it's time to share my own story from about 4 years ago. I was around 15, and when I wasn't too busy with schoolwork, I worked at a news agency, mainly selling lottery tickets and newspapers. And while I had my fair share of creeps, stalkers, and loonies, this one for me has to be the scariest. Among my regular customers was an older woman, perhaps in her late 40s or early 50s, although she definitely appeared older than she was. She had scraggly hair that was bleach blonde and wore extremely bright, gaudy makeup. No one knew much about her, but she was often seen around different shady men, and from the way she acted and spoke, it was understood that she was most likely on drugs. She spoke to me and my co-workers of angels and heavens and fairies and demons. But I simply brushed it off as an older lady going through a midlife crisis, dabbling in some sort of new age spirituality. From the very first shift that I served this woman, when I was around 13 or 14, she was mesmerized by me. From the moment she saw me, she was enthusiastically running up to coworkers and even other customers, telling them that I was an angel. And from that shift onwards, every time she saw me, she wouldn't stop talking about how beautiful I was, that I was pure and innocent, and that I was an angel. Accordingly, she said that I should return to the angels. I didn't see it as anything sinister, even though I got extremely uncomfortable vibes from her. I was extremely friendly to customers, and I've always been a naturally talkative, bubbly person. In addition, I was still young, naive, and eager to please my boss with my customer service, even though I thought that this lady was kind of weird. I would often just smile politely as she raved on about whatever fantastical thing she thought up. Over time, she became fixated with me. She slowly began to learn my shifts, and if I was away or my roster changed, she would ask coworkers where I was, and whenever I was at work, she would appear. I told my boss this, and how her obsession with me was starting to make me uncomfortable. He told me that I should put up with it because of the extra income it gave him. Because of her fixation with me, this lady would spend hundreds of dollars at a time on lottery multiple times a week. And once again, I was young and didn't have too much of a backbone, so even though I felt uncomfortable, I just accepted that this situation couldn't be changed. I needed the money, and not many places in my town were hiring, let alone interested in taking on a high school student. One day, as I was going to the spot that I would meet my parents, they usually pick me up at a nearby road. This lady appeared seemingly from thin air. I was so startled that I didn't even notice when she grabbed my arm and asked, "Would you like to return to the other angels? They're missing you, darling." I was freaked out, but her words didn't mean much to me, and I simply saw it as a strange woman with wacky spiritual beliefs. Luckily that day, an older coworker walked by, saw this, swiftly yanked me away, and stayed there until my dad arrived. I wish I could say that this was the last time that I saw that customer, but it wasn't. Even though I didn't see her waiting for me again, I often felt uncomfortable arriving at work, leaving, and at work itself, as though someone was watching me. This lady kept coming in and kept spending hundreds of dollars from God knows where. However, unlike when I first started, she didn't come in with a different man each time. She came alone or with one particular man who I hadn't seen before. I always felt extremely uncomfortable around him, but I couldn't quite put my finger on why. The lady's ravings got even crazier than ever, and in addition to her usual talk about angels, she started to try getting me to follow her to places by claiming that the government had tried to poison me just then, and she saw them slip cyanide into my food, or that they infected my toothpaste with something that would kill me, so I had to follow her now. I never did. One time, when I was busy serving other customers, I noticed her in the corner of my eye, lingering around my drink bottle with something that I couldn't see clutched in her hand. Needless to say, I moved my drink bottle very quickly, and I was extremely unnerved, more so than ever. I told my boss everything, but he continued to say virtually that I would lose my job if I didn't just put up with it, as she brought in a lot of money. This all came to a climax one day at the end of my shift. I just learned how to cash up the registers and close the shop, which was an exciting responsibility for me and made me feel very accomplished. To close up, I would have to lock the roller doors at the front and exit through the back door, which led to a pretty shady concrete area that never had anyone around. It was like a huge concrete jungle with heaps of twists and turns and tall concrete walls. It was always completely silent and empty, and I'd never seen another person in that area outside the back door. As I exited work and locked the door, I felt incredibly uneasy, and I thought that I could hear breathing behind me. However, seeing no one when I turned around, I told myself that it was just paranoia. As I checked my phone to see if my dad had left yet to pick me up, I felt a hand grasp my shoulder, tight. My whole body froze. Before I even looked, I knew who it was. Sure enough, when I turned around, this customer was standing there with a huge grin and her eyes sparkling. She engulfed me in a hug, which I wriggled free from. I could tell something was very wrong, so I tried to run, but she grabbed my arm. She was stronger than she looked. She tried to distract me and start up random conversations, sprinkling in comments about how the angels were so excited to be reunited with me. I had no idea what she was trying to do, until I heard something pull up around the corner. A white van, all its windows blacked out, and it slowly crept across the gravelly road towards us. And I'll never forget the way that lady's face looked like when she said, "Let's go. The angels have been waiting. You'll be with them again soon." To this day, I have no idea how, but I gained some type of superhuman fight-or-flight strength, and I tugged my arm free just as the van was slowing down beside me, and then I ran. The lady followed, but thankfully her physical strength didn't extend to running. Thankfully, I knew the twists and the turns of this area quite well now, so I sprinted through this concrete labyrinth until I reached a pillar that I knew of to duck behind. I didn't move. I had a metal keychain which made a lot of noise, so I clutched that in one hand, and I held myself up with my other hand, ready to launch from the ground and run as soon as I could. I could hear the woman and someone else, a man. I didn't know who, but he sounded like the man that I'd seen with her recently. They were running around, checking crevices and corners, searching for me. And after about 15 minutes, they gave up, and I heard the van roll away. After a final check using the van, they didn't know that I could see them, but I saw them pretend to leave, then turn it off, and then wait. I think they thought that I would emerge from hiding, but as I could see what their trap was, I continued to stay still. After what felt like forever, they eventually left. Not knowing if this was another trap set up to coax me out of my hiding, I cautiously peered around my corner. Unsure if they were gone, and knowing that I wasn't safe if I stayed or left, I ran. Thankfully, my dad was parked where we'd agreed to meet, and I raced to his car. I got scolded for getting to the car late, and then we went home. I took an extended leave after that, and when I eventually did go back to work, the lady was gone, and I never saw her again. So, to the lady who wants to return me to the angels, let's not meet. Hello, you can call me Evie, and I wanted to tell you my story because it was absolutely terrifying at that time. It all started in the morning of February 14, 2018. I was in middle school, and the campus was buzzing with life. And guys were running around with gifts for their girlfriends. Girlfriends gave gifts to their boyfriends, and friends exchanged candies. All in all, everything seemed normal. I wasn't popular per se, but I knew everyone, and everyone knew me. But I preferred to hang out with a small group of close friends, because being around too much people made me anxious. During lunch, I was hanging around my usual group of friends, which consisted of 2 girls, Alex and Mia, and 3 guys, Nico, Adrian, and Elijah. Valentine's Day of all days made me even more anxious because a lot of people would join our group because my friend Adrian attracted a lot of girls, and my friend Mia was such a sweetheart and a lot of guys wanted to date her. I began to feel overwhelmed, so I slipped out of my group and then headed to a secret hiding place, which was just a bench that was way out in the field, sort of hidden by some trees. No one really went there, so it was a good place to catch my breath. And as I was reading my book, I hear someone getting closer, and I look up to see this guy Emmanuel. When I saw Emmanuel, I instantly started to freak out because he always seemed to have this sort of infatuation with me. Every day, he would force himself on me, randomly hugging me, trying to kiss me, telling me he liked me. And believe it or not, I would often see him around my neighborhood, and he didn't even live near there. I decided to play it cool and then continued reading, when he suddenly just grabs my book out of my hands. "Hey, what the heck, man?" I yelled, and he simply responded with, "Sorry, I just wanted your attention." I was still angry, but I tried to calm myself down. "What do you want?" I said. "I really like you, and I want you to be my girlfriend. I swear, I'll treat you like a queen." After he said that, he handed me a box of chocolates and a cute stuffed bear. I thought it was a nice gesture, but I really felt uncomfortable whenever he was around, so I told him that even though it was sweet of him, I was already in a relationship, which wasn't true. When the words left my mouth, he turned from being nice and calm to angry. He yelled at me saying, "How dare I date someone that wasn't him?" I tried to get up and leave, but he tightly grabbed my arm and forcefully kissed me. I tried pushing him off, but he was stronger than me, so I yelled for help at the top of my lungs, and he quickly covered my mouth. So I bit his hand and I kicked him in the balls. And while he was shocked, I broke free and ran to my friend group. He yelled behind me saying how he would rape me and then kill me. Obviously, the duty guards heard this and immediately took action. But I just wanted to get to the safety of my group, so I kept running until I bumped into Adrian. The rest of my group had separated in order to look for me when they noticed that I was absent. I hugged him and I cried my eyes out. He only comforted me until I was ready to talk. I then told him everything when I was suddenly called into the principal's office. They wanted to know everything that had happened, and then the police were called. It was a long day, and I just wanted to go home. After I told them what had happened, I was allowed to leave for home early. I later found out that in his house, there was a shrine built for me with pictures of me doing various different things, walking my dog, eating in my living room with my family, even of me changing. It was horrible and traumatizing. So Emmanuel, let's never meet again.
This happened to my friend Simone a while back. She got into a relationship with a guy who she adored. He constantly doted on her. He had money and came from a line of it, but that didn't make their relationship any more stable. After the honeymoon period of about 3 months, things start to go off the rails. She couldn't come hang out with the girls anymore. There was always an excuse. She was always busy. We would often go to the movies together, just us two, but even these would be cancelled, and I was her best friend. She started telling me that she didn't want to speak to me that much anymore, that her boyfriend was consuming a lot of her time. Non-stop texts, asking where she was when she was at school. It became really infuriating. She even had to quit her job as a nanny of these 2 adorable children because the guy became concerned that she may just fall in love and sleep with the husband. Really messed up stuff. After a while, I actually went round her house and spoke to her mum about it. I felt like it was the best thing to do. She wasn't in a good place. And after a good chat and staying over for dinner, crying and falling asleep together on her bed, we agree that the best course of action would be to tear off the band-aid and let this guy go. It took her about a month, but she dumped him. She finally saw how manipulative he was being and how it's not normal to try and control your partner's life. But then the stalking began. He started sending her gifts, all of which she refused. Then, following her. She got a new job working at a supermarket. She'd be followed home in her car by her ex. When she got home, he'd usually just drive on, and she began to get really annoyed. She had ceased contact with him about 3 months ago at this point, and she started messaging him again, demanding why he was still following her, that they were broken up, and that he should just get over it. He said that he still loved her, and that he would not relent until they were together again. He didn't stop saying this, and said that he needed to make sure she got home safely. It was his number one concern because he loved her, that she was his soulmate. As you can imagine, this went down really well. So well, in fact, she ended up getting a restraining order, which didn't do much until they tried to get further police involvement. At which point, he finally got the memo that perhaps it's best to let sleeping dogs lie. And that's how the story ended. But it was a very challenging year. Thankfully, Simone is now with a lovely guy.
I'm 19 years old and I'm living far from home in a studio room. I'm often up late, and last week I was just doing some laundry at around 11 p.m. I saw a man sitting in the lobby. I saw him around a bit at night, but I didn't think much of it. I'm in the laundry room and I just put my clothes in the dryer, and I hear the laundry room door beeping, and it meant that someone was coming in. There was the man, standing there with no clothes to wash, just staring at me. I maneuvered around him and headed to the lifts, and he followed me quickly and cornered me and asked for my Snapchat. I was tired, and I just wanted to get back to my room, so I stupidly gave it to him. I figured that he would message and try to flirt, and that I could just say, "I have a boyfriend. Sorry if you thought this was anything else." And that would be the end of it. I'm about 5'4", very long red hair, and I'm half Indian/English with Afghanistan descent, so I'm white passing, but kind of exotic. But people tend to stare at me. Well, anyway, he starts messaging me, and it's kind of normal. But then he starts saying weird stuff like, "I saw you a month ago and I was impressed. I've been visiting a friend and staying here. And also, I've been watching you. I noticed that you come out mostly at night." And he told me that he was Saudi Arabian and only visiting for 5 more days. But then it gets worse. He says, "I love you. I can't help it." And then I say that I have a boyfriend. And then he answers, "I only want you," and continues to completely ignore that. He asked to come to my room and I said no, and that he wanted a hug. He asked me if I was living alone and if I was a virgin, and he kept saying he loved me and that I was perfect for him and that I impressed him. At that point, I recorded all the messages on Snapchat, spoke to him a little bit more to gather evidence so that I could take it to reception in the morning and tell them that he's been watching me for a month. I got my guy friend who lives on the 2nd floor to walk me down to the laundry room, and we sat in the student lounge area, and my friend calmed me down. I was shaking with adrenaline and fear. We saw him around the laundry room again looking for me, but luckily, I'd already picked it up. I run back to my room and my friend says that I can't stay in his room. But I said it's okay and that I'll just lock my door. It's about 1 a.m. and I hear someone outside my room trying to get in. I asked my friend if he's outside my room and he said no, so I just froze. I didn't want to make a sound and I felt sick to my stomach and helpless. Eventually, it stopped and whoever it was went away. And in the morning, I reported this to reception and then went to stay a few days with my boyfriend. Then after went to London to visit a friend. And last night was the first time that I'd spent the night in my room since this happened. I'm very paranoid now. Sadly, I should probably be used to this. It's not the first time that I've been sexually harassed. One guy tried to kiss me in a club by grabbing my head and a bunch of other things have happened, but I won't go into there. But anyway, I'm terrified to go outside my room after dark now. I'm constantly looking over my shoulder and feeling paranoid. I just keep blaming myself for being too nice, and I know it's my long thick hair that attracts people's eyes to me. I just want to cut it all off. Has anyone else had a similar experience? How did you deal with it? Reception still hasn't updated me on if he is still in the building. To start, I'm a female in my early 20s and I work as a cashier at a grocery store. I talk to hundreds of people a week and I should have known something was off when you first came through my line about 6 months ago. But my job is to be friendly to people, so I treated him like every other customer. He was obviously down on his luck, and when I asked the usual question of, "How is it going today?" he proceeded to tell me a whole sob story. His wife, or possibly ex, had apparently kicked him out of the house. In his words, apparently because she was having a psychotic breakdown. Which should have been my first red flag. He was houseless, lonely, and hungry, and I felt bad for him and I attempted to sympathize. He was trying to buy a hot roasted chicken, but our government programs in the state don't cover hot food for some reason. So I did some cashier magic and I changed it so his food stamps would cover the chicken and he'd have a hot meal that night. Well, this was my first mistake, and although he was extremely grateful, this was also apparently a defining moment for him. Every Monday, he proceeded to come through my line and buy a hot chicken. I genuinely thought I was just doing something nice for someone that's going through a hard time. He always ended up trapping me at my register with conversation. And at first, it was to complain about his ex's psychotic behavior. He called her names like narcissistic and crazy. And I listened because I had nowhere to go and I was at work after all. But after a while, he got over it and he moved into a hostel of some sorts. He was somewhat more stable, but also obviously depressed. He always told me that I cheered him up and he enjoyed talking with me, and I told him that I did as well. Maybe that wasn't the right thing to say, but I really did at that time. He would also occasionally ask what my shift was or when I got off work, but I was too naive at that time to see the harm in the question. Eventually, he was very excited to tell me that he got a hold of a used keyboard and was excited to be playing or writing music again. I told him that was awesome and that I also play the piano. Well, something must have clicked in his brain because now he had something to relate to me about, and every conversation we had from there on was him encouraging me to play the piano again and telling me that I'd be a great music teacher, even though he'd never heard or seen me play. But I just nodded and smiled and did my job, and I really thought that conversation topic was innocent enough. Then one day, he asked for my email. This is where I really messed up. Even though it was a burner email and I never planned on responding, I gave it to him. He was sending me music he liked and music he wrote, and I never responded to him. I knew it was upsetting him, but at this point, something felt weird, and responding would have been opening another line of communication with him, and I kind of had my fill at work already. At some point, he also asked for my number, but I declined giving it to him. He said that he finally wanted to have a real conversation with me, even after never responding to his emails once. I should mention too that my co-workers always thought that the interactions he had with me were a little too personal and lengthy. Someone even called him a creep one day, but I brushed it off. I was just being friendly to someone who was down on their luck, so I thought. Eventually, everything my co-workers were saying were starting to ring loudly in my head. I found myself avoiding him. He was sending me emails at least once a week and I never replied. I knew he'd come in on Mondays and about what time, so I'd take an extra break then. I just didn't want to see him anymore. I didn't want to talk, and to be frank, he was creeping me out a bit. Last week, one of the busiest weeks at the grocery store. It was the week before Thanksgiving. I couldn't avoid him, and he came through my line. He only bought a bag of chips, and very clearly just wanting to talk to me, and waited in line for 5 minutes, instead of going through the express registers. I gave him short answers, and tried not to engage too much. And he told me that I had saved his life, and had somehow helped him completely turn it around, just by being his cashier at the grocery store. This is something he has said before, but this time, he told me that he had wrote a song for me to return the favor. I didn't know how to react, but in that moment, I said I'd let him know what I think. I think I saw it in my email, but I never gave it a listen. And I never even read the email. This interaction made me feel icky. It told me everything that I needed to know. He was thinking of me after he left the store. He was thinking of me while he was home. He was thinking about me while writing music, and the only thoughts I were having about him were on Mondays, because I knew he'd be coming in. My thoughts about him were filled with dread and anxiety, and today was absolutely my breaking point. I got back from my last break and I just saw him getting off the bus. At this point, my co-workers know that I try to avoid him, so I ran up the stairs to the break room, and I was obviously panicking. 15 minutes later, one of my co-workers come in and lets me know that he did 3 laps around the store, just looking for me, and then left without buying anything. He was clearly seeking me out. I told her that I was gonna wait 10 more minutes and I would be back on the floor. So I did. But when I got back to the floor, I was just filled with anxiety and clearly looking around for him. Thank God my coworkers had my back because I didn't notice him coming in again. But he suddenly beelined to my register and I started having a panic attack. One of the other cashiers was very inviting to him. She said, "I can help you right over here." Because at this point, I was running away from the registers and the other cashier had stepped into where I was at. He ignored her and followed me. And I didn't say anything. I was also clearly panicking and running away, and he followed me to the steps yelling, "Wait! I'm sorry. I'm sorry." I had just made it to the break room and the store manager opened the door. I just had a conversation with him about this guy, and he told me that he would handle it the next time he was in, and he will tell him that he needs to leave me alone. I didn't realize it would be in the same day. I blurted out, "He's back. He's following me." Management ran down the stairs to try to catch him. He was gone. He still didn't buy anything because he only does this if I'm the cashier. I had a full-blown panic attack in the break room, and I was crying, and I called my boyfriend to come pick me up because I didn't want to be alone. His apologies rang in my ears, and one of my coworkers pointed out, he wouldn't be apologizing if he knew he wasn't doing something wrong. That really stung. She was 100% right. My coworkers comforted me, and they told me that it wasn't my fault and that I don't need to be sorry. I just can't help but feel so sorry. Sorry I didn't have the guts to set boundaries with him sooner or tell him how uncomfortable he was making me. The store manager said that his behavior was completely inappropriate. Coming once a week when he knew that I was working and only buying something if I was his cashier. He said that that was stalker behavior. Everyone did. I ended up going home early and calling out for the next day because I am genuinely scared of seeing him again this week. I am still in shock and complete disbelief, but old man, let's not meet again, especially not next Monday.
I work night shift at Walmart. My shifts are always from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m., except in the first few months of the year when they're cutting back on hours, and I sometimes start at 11 p.m. and leave at 6 a.m. Late last year, around September, when the weather was still nice outside, I went into Walmart during the day to buy some groceries. I had a few things in my basket and was walking out from the back of the store towards the self-checkout area. I noticed, out of my peripherals, that a man, probably in his mid-20s, a little taller than me and wearing a baseball cap, was approaching me from the other side of the features, those promo displays that sit in the middle of the big aisles. When he was done, he started talking to me like we were acquaintances. I see people I know here all the time when I'm here. Oh? I asked, assuming he'd seen me in the morning while I was working. Yeah, it's weird how every time I come here I see the same people all the time. He kept rephrasing himself, and I didn't really know what to say. It was pretty awkward. He kept making small talk, as I didn't stop walking to the self-checkout, and was kind of just going along with the conversation like you do when some random person is talking about the weather. Now that I look back on it, when he told me he sees the same people all the time, I thought he looked a little familiar and assumed he was a vendor and worked some mornings there, and I mistakenly mentioned I worked there and also see the same faces. Then he told me to have a nice day and I checked out and went to my car, dismissing the interaction. A lot of fellow employees greet me at Walmart when I go there during the day, so I didn't think much of it. Then it got super weird super fast. I was just leaving the parking lot, and the exiting road splits into a left-only lane and the other a straightaway. I was turning, stopped, when this white Ford Explorer pulls up next to me and beeps loudly. I was already turning, but looked in my rear view and sure enough it was the guy from earlier. I recognized his face and baseball cap. He sat at this stop, watching me pull away. Alright, a little weird, but he's probably just being friendly. When I got home, I told my boyfriend, and he immediately thought it was strange, and then said I was wrong for even engaging in conversation with this man, because sometimes some guys can get the wrong idea. My boyfriend also works with me on my shift, but his car has a blown head, so we've just been using my car to commute back and forth from work. So one nights I don't work, my car is still there if he works. Keep in mind that as employees, we aren't allowed to park close to the store. We are limiting the parking at the far end of the lot or in front of the other stores in the shopping center. I have a typical spot. I always park in front of the AT&T place, which is next to the gym, which is next to Walmart. About 2 months ago, my boyfriend said he went to walk out the car on break and saw a white Ford Explorer parked next to it. with a guy sitting within it. When he saw my boyfriend, he left. This happened again in the same month, except my boyfriend was sitting in the car, and the white Ford Explorer drove up to Walmart, then past my boyfriend staring at him. Then last month, I was driving home from work. It was barely 7 a.m., still pretty dark outside, and I was cruising down the highway towards the exit for my town. There was a car following 2 lengths behind me. We were both doing the speed limit, nothing abnormal, and suddenly this car begins to speed up, gets in the fast lane as if to pass me, but slows down so that we are neck and neck. The driver turns on his interior lights, waves at me and then speeds off. It was the guy in the white Ford Explorer. I just stared at him bewildered. I didn't know what to think. Then it dawned on me. He knows where I work. He knows what my car looks like. It's pretty distinguishable even from the back. I have shark fins along the top, decals, mud flaps, etc. He probably was waiting for me to leave work and then followed my car when I left. Thank God he didn't follow me home because I never would have realized it. I was totally unsuspecting when I walked out to my car alone. Now, what happened a few days ago is why I'm even sharing this. I think this is when it started to escalate. It was a typical night. Both my boyfriend and I worked along with our co-workers and friend called Mark. When Mark works, we always park next to him, so we can talk on lunch and breaks with the windows rolled down. Mark parks further away from the store, pretty much in the middle of nowhere. We finish up for the night, clock out, and Mark heads out to his car while my boyfriend and I buy some stuff to make for dinner. We check out and head to the car. Mark is still there, which is unusual for him since he books it out of there like a bat out of hell every time his shift is up. "Hey man, did you get my text?" he calls out, smoking a cigarette. "No, let me check my phone." My boyfriend pulls out his phone and I see a pretty long unread text from Mark. Pretty much, this weird guy came out of nowhere and was touching and looking at the inside of your girlfriend's car, Mark says. My immediate thought was, some randomer likes my car enough to come up and touch it. Weird but okay. Like he just walked up and started touching the fins and looking inside. Then when he saw me sitting there, he asked me about the decorations. I told him I didn't know anything about them, and he told me to have a nice day. We immediately started checking for damages, slashed tires, etc., but there was nothing. We get in the car, and the 3 of us just sit there, contemplating the reasoning behind this. The Ford Explorer guy had almost slipped my mind. His encounters were a month or so apart, but then I started thinking about him again. There were 2 cars parked near us. A white 2010 Pontiac G6, and surely enough, a white Ford Explorer. Up until this point, I didn't know the make of the car he drove, but I knew it was definitely a white SUV. Mark said he came from the direction of those 2 cars, so unless he walked to Walmart at 7 a.m., one of those cars was his. The Explorer was facing the opposite direction and I quickly wrote down the number plate. I started asking Mark what the guy looked like. "About your boyfriend's height, kind of a gangster-looking guy." Keep in mind I've only seen this guy once when he wasn't in this car, which was 4 months prior. The height sounded right, but I didn't really know. We decided to sit there and wait until this guy came out and confront him. Just as we were about to give up and leave, the guy starts walking our way out of Walmart. He was wearing a black hoodie, dark jeans, and a camo bandana. When he saw us, he put on sunglasses. Both of us looked towards Mark. "Is that the guy?" No, that's not him." Mark shook his head. The guy walks into the Explorer, sits in the driver's seat and lights a cigarette with the door open. After he closed it, I looked back at Mark. "Are you sure that's not him?" "Yeah, it's him. That's the guy," Mark nodded. Explorer guy starts his car and looped around our car, staring at us, then looped again to the exit of the parking lot. Mark said he didn't want to tell us it was the guy because he didn't want my boyfriend to lose his job. I'm pretty sure Mark would have told us if it was the guy, then some stuff would have gone down. I'm pretty positive now that this guy has been stalking me. For how long, I don't know. I'm starting to think the guy drove to Walmart. I want to assume to buy something, since he walked out with nothing. Saw my car, parked next to it, then realized while he was casing my car that Mark was sitting there. So he asks Mark about the shark fins to try and make him think he was just interested in how it looked, and not being completely shady. I'm creeped the hell out, but I have his plate number. The morning before we left work, my boyfriend bought me pepper spray, and I'm now parking elsewhere, and I'm going to start asking co-workers if they'll take me to my car in the mornings when I'm alone. I don't know what I can do, or if anyone would take this seriously, because he hasn't tried anything yet. Sadly, I'm a pretty dainty girl, too brave for my own good, and I couldn't fight my way out of a wet paper bag. But I don't think this is over yet. Last night I was stocking yogurt alone at around midnight, when I hear, "Excuse me," from behind me. Thinking it was a typical customer question, I turn around while politely replying, "Yes?" When I fully turned, it took me a moment to realize who was approaching me. Stalker. I know that my facial expression probably spoke volumes about my fear for a little while, but I didn't want to alarm or upset him, so I kept calm and spoke to him like I would any other customer. "I'm not a stalker or anything," he prefaced, "but I was just wondering where you got those decorations for your car. I see it a lot and I'm curious." "I got them off eBay." Before I could finish, he interrupted me, trying to keep the conversation going. "Do you know what they're called?" "Pretty sure they're called diffusers, because they're meant to diffuse airflow on the car. I got them off eBay for $20 the whole set." "Oh, okay, thanks. Have a nice night." He smiled and walked away. What the hell? I'm not a stalker or anything. Yeah, dude, you are. I think I was in shock because there was no way I should have been that calm and nonchalant while talking to him. I know for a fact he was just trying to cover his ass, since we pretty much caught him red-handed that day. I really hope I never see him again, because he knows we're on to him.
This happened to me when I was in my mid-20s. I was loving my life. I had my own place, a laid-back job, and I partied a lot and had my fair share of short-lived relationships. Sometimes, you just don't vibe with someone in a relationship like you thought you would, but you work just fine as friends. That was typically what happened to me. I kept telling myself that if the right person came along, I would be willing to give it a try, but I couldn't see myself with them long term. But it looked like my luck was changing after meeting a girl at a party I went to. I'll call her Alyssa. Alyssa was basically a friend of a friend. I went to a party, and my friend immediately was pushing me to go talk to this girl. He said that she was currently in college studying psychology. She was a year younger than me, but loved partying and was at nearly every one they went to. She was quiet at first, but quickly loosened up to talking and playing some of the games they had set up. We were there pretty late, just drinking, playing games, and hanging out. And I was starting to like it, and she seemed pretty cool, so I mentioned that we should actually go on a date sometime. Her reaction was different than what I normally get. She was ecstatic. I remember she hugged me and said she would love to. No one's ever that excited. And that same day, she had already started texting me and wanting to set up a time to see each other. We ended up going out sometime the same week, and just as I hoped, it was a fantastic time. I had learned a lot about her schooling, and that she was very passionate about it and what she wanted to do. I thought it was fantastic as I didn't go to college, and seeing someone dedicating so much time to it and still having fun was refreshing. And this started the longest 6 months of my life. Everything started great for probably the first 2 months or so. We went on normal dates, and we continued to go to parties together, and she started to practically live with me. I was fine with this as she was an incredible cook and I ate out too much. She cleaned a lot and it made me realize how much I didn't. And she was just all around a good person to be with. Our lives were a lot of normal though. We worked, she had school, we had dinner together, and she even met my mother at one point. We were like a normal couple, and it was a refreshing feeling. But little by little, things started changing. I think it was about 3, almost 4 months in, and she was starting her semester finals, so she was studying a lot. Her job also had 2 people quit, so she ended up working more, so she was definitely under more stress than usual. I tried to give her her own time while she was doing schoolwork, so I would go to my living room and play something with my friends. A few times she would walk into the living room to see what I was doing. And one night though, she stood by in the doorway while I was playing and told me that she needed to talk. I was playing with a headset and talking to my friends, so I didn't hear her at first until she repeated. I quit the game and asked what was going on, thinking maybe she needed help with something. When she started asking me who I was playing with and what I was playing, I named off the 3 guys. One of them she didn't know, so she immediately started berating me with all these questions about who he was. I tried explaining to her that it was the brother of one of my friends, but she didn't believe me. I had her put on the headset and had them say hello to her real quick, and I guess that satisfied her. But then she started bawling. She apologized, calling herself crazy and explaining how her ex cheated on her, so she had trust issues. It wasn't the first time that I've dealt with that, so I wasn't upset or anything. I just tried my best to assure her that I wouldn't do that. I told my friends and I was done for the night, and I ended up spending the rest of it with her, and she was fine. This, however, became a normal occurrence. I would get ready to go somewhere or do something, and if they didn't involve her, she always had something come up to make it to where I didn't go, or she would tag along. I used to have dinner Sunday nights at my mom's, and since my father died, my sister and I promised to make it a regular thing to do with her. No one else, just us 3. I took her with me once to meet them, and then she expected it every week. My mother didn't seem to be upset by it, but I could tell my sister was. I tried talking to Alyssa about it, saying that it was supposed to be a family thing, and that she was always welcome to any other gathering we had. Well, she didn't like that. She was mad at me that Sunday, but when I came home, I brought her flowers and her favorite candy, and again, she seemed better. From then on, Sundays are the rare occasions us guys were able to hang out. Something would come up. She'd say she wasn't feeling well and needed me to take her to ER. She would say that she needed my help with something that would normally take a few minutes and drag it out for hours. If none of these worked, she would always go back to accusing me of cheating. This got to a point that I just gave up. I hardly went anywhere, and if I did, she was with me. Some people were allowed over, but not often. And somehow, we managed to go out to dinner with our mutual friends, which was a nice change. At one point, she had left to use the restroom and asked for my friend's girlfriend, Heather, to go with her, so it was just us guys left at the table. And once they were out of sight, he had asked me how things were going with Alyssa. I played it off saying we were good, when he told me that Heather was thankful Alyssa had found someone because she didn't take her previous breakup too well. He said she started staying at home a lot, not going out, and started having a lot of suicidal thoughts. That was all news to me, because that was definitely not something that I had seen. I didn't mention it to him, but I was a bit concerned about us being home more. The rest of the night was fine afterwards, but that had just stuck in my mind. I tried being more understanding and involve her in more things, but it seemed like it only made things worse. When she would go places that had other women there, she was glued to my side and always had her arm or leg or head resting on me. Then, when we would go home, she would go right back to accusations. I couldn't keep up with the differences and told her that she either needed to learn to trust me more or we were going to need some time apart. She, of course, took this the wrong way. She ended up leaving that night and stayed at her apartment. I tried calling her to make sure that she was okay, but she never answered. I drove to her apartment and saw her neighbor outside saying that she had been gone all day, so I drove around to a few areas that I figured that she would be at, but I never found her. I ended up going back home to wait to see if she would contact me, and when I walk in the door, I see her sitting on my couch. I ask her what happened and where she was, and again, she was back to being cheerful. She said she wanted to call me but instead decided to wait on me to get home to surprise me. I was confused at what she meant by this, but that's when she dropped it on me. She said that she was pregnant and that she was dropping out of school so she could move in and spend more time with me. She said that this would prove to her that I was serious about her. I didn't know how to react at this that time. I hadn't even thought about having kids, and now here we are. And to drop out of school when she was so close to finishing was insane to me. There was a lot going on within that time and a lot to take in. And the next couple of weeks were a blur. She had me take her to get vitamins and other prenatal stuff. She was already talking about names and how we wanted to change the office to the nursery. My life was changing right before me, and I didn't know what to do. And sure enough, I was definitely home a lot more taking care of her. I finally had to tell my mom and sister since I had missed a few dinners. When my sister started questioning things, she had mentioned how this all started when we got into a fight that almost ended our relationship, and how it's held me back since then. She asked me if I had seen the test or went to any appointments with her, and I told her no. She told me to pay attention to things and to go to the next one. So I brought it up to her and she refused. She said that I couldn't go because men aren't allowed at that clinic, and then said because of the things they did that I couldn't be there. I wasn't a woman, so it all made sense to me, and I let it go. A few very long weeks later, I went to take out the trash from the cans in the bathroom and the bedroom, and I found some pretty compelling things. There were 2 tests in the can in the bathroom. I thought it was odd that they were there since it had already been a month, and I certainly had taken the trash out since then. So listening to my sister, I checked them. The tests were negative. Alyssa was sitting in the living room, so I had brought them out to her to question her. The fact that the color in her face left told me all I needed to know. I was confused and furious and asked why she would lie. She explained that she knew if she was, I would stay around more and she wouldn't have to worry about me leaving, but every time she checked, it was negative. But this time she said she felt it was wrong. She even admitted to tampering with our contraceptive items. I told her that I was done. I had tried too many times to help her, make her feel better about things, but this was too far. She had stolen the life that I had. I told her that we were done and that she needed to leave. Thankfully, she still had her apartment and just brought over some clothes. I slept on the couch that night, but the next morning, she tried to act like everything was fine, minus the fake pregnancy, and that we would get back together. This time I put my foot down. I couldn't keep at this. I helped her get the last of her stuff back to her place and gave her a hug. I told her that I knew she was a good person at heart and that she just needed some help. She asked if she got better and fixed herself if we could try again. I didn't want to make things worse, and I did care for her, so I agreed. which seemed to cheer her up some. And with that, I left. She still tried to call and text me on a regular basis, and I didn't really want to talk to her, but I almost felt obligated. So if I did respond, it was always short answers. But then she would try to make plans for us, and I would have to ignore her at that point or tell her that I was busy. But that also didn't stop her. She started getting mad because I wasn't spending time with her, so I ended up having to tell her that we are not a couple, that we are not together, and I have no intentions of being with you at this point in time. I told her that she needed to focus on herself and move on, and if it was too hard with me just being a friend in her life, then maybe we need to cut ties altogether. She lost it at that point. She screamed on the phone. She said things that I wouldn't repeat, so I told her that we were done and I hung up. However, me not responding to messages and phone calls wasn't enough to make her stop. She would call my mom and ask her about me, and my poor mom didn't know what to say, thinking we were just fighting, and would tell her that she would have me call her. She would show up at random places, conveniently, at the same parties that I would go to. She would be over at my friend's house saying that she was there to see Heather, but would immediately try to latch on to me so I would leave. I've seen her parked outside my work and outside my apartment. I work as a mechanic fixing big trucks and semis. So unless the truck belonged to you, there was no reason for customers to be there. Yet, she would show up and even go in and ask for me, so I would hide in the back and they would tell them that I wasn't there. She always begged them to let her stay and wait for me, but thankfully, they always told her no and that there was nowhere she could wait safely. But instead of just leaving though, one time she demanded to speak to me because she was having my kid and it was important. I did not tell my work about any of the pregnancy stuff, so they were pretty surprised when they heard that, and I was furious. I tried calling her to tell her that we needed to talk, but she didn't answer. However, by the time I got home, she was sitting there in her car. She got out smiling and I came unglued. I went off about her following me and showing up at my work. I told her that she had no right talking about the pregnancy to people at my work since it was fake. She claimed that she was actually pregnant this time. I told her to show me proof, and show me the test, and show me something from the doctors, anything to let me know if she was being honest. And again, her response was she just knew. I probably shouldn't have, or rather, I knew I shouldn't have, but I told her that she was crazy. I told her that I wanted her out of my life, and I never wanted to see her again. And without saying a word, she left, and I didn't hear from her for a few days. I thought it was finally over. Her friend, Heather, had tried contacting me, asking if I had heard from her, as she hadn't heard from her either. I told her what had happened and that we no longer spoke, but that was about it. The following Sunday, I went to my mom's for our normal dinner, and while I was over there, I got a text from her that said, "I loved you. It's all on you now." I ignored it at first, but it was starting to eat at me. So I left my mom's place early to try and talk to her. I called her, but she didn't answer. I went to her place and her car wasn't there. I caught her neighbors outside who said that she had left around 5 p.m., which was about the same time I left for my mom's. My only thought was that she went to my place to wait for me to talk or beg me to get back together because she still had a key to my place. I know it was stupid, but I didn't really think about it that time. And when I got home, I noticed my front door was unlocked and I heard music playing. It was the song she claimed was ours because we listened to it on our first date. The music was coming from the bathroom. I knocked on the door to ask her to come out so we could talk, but there was no response. I continued trying to talk to her for several minutes, and I didn't get any response. So I pretended to leave, opening and shutting the door, and just sat in the living room waiting for her to come out or something. When she didn't, after 10 minutes or so, I went back to the door and told her that if she didn't come out, I was going to come in. I should have done it sooner. I opened the door to find her hanging from the built-in shower door. I had to try and hold her up as I was struggling to untie the sheet, and the rest of the night was a blur. The cops came and pronounced her dead, and there was an investigation, of course, to make sure that I wasn't a suspect. It felt like an eternity. I couldn't bring myself to go to her funeral as I felt like I was to blame, but I did bring flowers to her grave afterwards. I moved out of my apartment too, and I stayed at a friend's place till I found a new one because, who could stay there? It's something that still haunts me to this day, but I've also learned from it, and I take mental health a lot more seriously today. Just take care of yourself, and if friends or family say they have any feelings like that, get them help. It will affect more people than you think when you're gone.
I met Carter at a convention. Right off the bat, he scared me. I heard rumors that he'd nearly been removed from the extremely liberal convention, but he seemed nice enough and lonely, so I decided to befriend him instead. Then I noticed that he was always nearby. When I was walking to my hotel, he was there. When I was eating lunch, he was there. When I was in my private group, he waited outside the door. When I went to meetings, he was there too and sat beside me. He usually either walked up to me and started a conversation, which ended in an awkward silence, or just stared at me from 50 yards away. I couldn't believe he was really following me. So I went to my hotel, disguised myself, and went outside to see if he was there. He was, literally lurking in the trees nearby. He pressured me into giving him my number, so I gave him a fake one. He found my professional information and begged me to look over his work, to which I declined. He asked me if I'd be at a party. I lied and said no. He showed up anyway. Somehow he knew I'd decided to go. He always talked about how lonely and depressed he was, and how I was a lifeline, until, on my way home from the convention, I had no service during the flight. He freaked out and spammed 49 messages until ending with, "Okay, fine, I'm gonna end myself now, just so you know," strongly implying that it was my fault for not answering him immediately. I told him to call 911 and then blocked him. He contacted me through Instagram, Hangouts, email and more, but I never replied. I asked the convention security to speak with him about his creepy behavior, and I was told to just switch off my phone. Fast forward a few months, I get an email from James asking me to look over his work. Not a big deal. I run a program specifically for this sort of thing. I agreed, since his email was very polite and well worded, but he seemed pushy in a way I couldn't quite figure out. I ignored it, reviewed his work, and ceased communication. You know where this is going. A little while later, he confessed that it was Carter all along. He put all the blame on me and apologized in a horribly manipulative way, begging me once again to review his work. I never replied, and here we are. James/Carter, let's never meet again.
I like to play a lot of MMO games, and I can get pretty competitive in them, so I've made some enemies, but also made quite a few friends. And after talking to some, I ended up meeting up with them, and we hung out to play games together, see a movie, and even went to some conventions together. This was pre-2020, and shamefully, I've even gone on a few regrettable dates that went nowhere. And this story is about one guy that just couldn't take no for an answer. A few years ago, I was heavily into playing a popular MMORPG. Sometimes, I like bringing smaller level people into places that they wouldn't normally be able to take on so they could get better rewards. I took a group of people, and after a few rounds, people were happy and thankful, some more than others, and I had one person stick around after the others had left, and he was talking to me, asking how certain crafts and skills work. Nothing unusual, and I was okay with helping him out. He added me as a friend, and we moved on from there. I had to work some longer shifts the next few nights, so I didn't play for a couple days. And when I finally got a night off, I decided to play some. Not long after logging in, this guy joined the same server and came over talking to me. He was excited to see me because he had managed to grind to the point that he was up to my level. I thought it was pretty impressive at that time because he was nearly half my level. And because of this, we ended up playing a new map together and took it out pretty quickly. It was pretty fun, and the guy was really funny. He had plenty of quips he would throw out, so it was amusing. We also talked a lot throughout playing about what we did for work, and I found out that he actually lived and worked at a warehouse about 2 cities over from me. And after playing, we've had to have stayed up for another hour just talking. We seemed to have a lot in common, so I was excited about it at that time. I ended up just giving him my email so we could talk more, and we really started to hit it off. Other than games, we had a lot of similar interest. For about a week, we emailed each other and then decided to video chat. He looked like a pretty normal guy, and definitely not someone that looked intimidating. After about a month of talking, we decided to meet up. It was all in public still, and we went to dinner, then to a local arcade, had ice cream, and then we parted. It was actually a great night. He seemed super nervous at first, but I figured it was just because he was shy. And we both agreed that we should get together again, and then we parted ways. At this point, we had traded our phone numbers as well, so we called and texted regularly, and I was feeling really good about this one. I was honestly excited to spend some more time with him, so we set up another date. But this time, it did not go as well. It started out fine. We got to the restaurant, sat down, and as I was holding the menu or going for a drink, he would reach out and grab my hand. It wasn't a big deal at first. I thought it was a sweet gesture. But as he continued, he would make it more and more difficult to pull away from. I know I ended up mentioning that his hands were cold or something to try to get him to stop, which deterred him for a bit. But as we ate though, he started saying things that were really off-putting. We started talking about our plans for the future, and I mentioned that I have been saving up money so that I could visit my brother who was living in Japan, and that I wanted to travel abroad. He seemed visibly surprised or upset by this at first, which I've seen people react like that before, so I tried explaining my reasoning, and he cut me off to say something like, "Well, it would be pretty difficult to travel like that with kids." I was confused by this comment because I certainly didn't have any kids, and as far as I knew, he didn't have any either. So I just laughed and mentioned, "I agree. Thankfully, I don't have any, so that would not be an issue for me." Without as much as a smirk, he said, "Well, not yet, but when we do, it wouldn't be doable." I first started reiterating that I didn't want kids and I wasn't planning on having any when it registered in my head that he said when we have kids. So I questioned him about it. He went on about how we were required to reproduce, and that was what we were born to do. I was blown away by this, because this was completely different from what we talked about prior. So, being friendly, I just told him that he can definitely have kids of his own someday, but I had bigger plans in life than to be tied down to a diaper bag. His reaction told me that that was not the right answer. He started going on about how it was all part of the plan, how we were destined to be together and have these genius kids that would save our country. I was in shock and incredibly disappointed as he came off as a great guy, but very quickly I knew that whatever was between us was now beaten, dead, and buried. So with that, I acted like I had a call to take, and I walked off to gather my thoughts. After pacing in the restroom for a few, I went back out. I put money on the table for my meal, and I told him that I had to go. He tried stopping me and asking me what was wrong and to stay longer, but I told him that I had an emergency, so I started walking out. By the time I got to my car, he was hollering for me, so I stopped for a second, thinking he may be just trying to say goodbye, or just maybe apologizing. But that was dumb of me. No, instead, he was saying he was sorry about what he said and rushing it, and that he could wait a few more months before we started having kids. At this point, I told him that I had to go, and I left as he watched me drive away. A little disappointed in the outcome, I ended up going back to work the next day and tried to find a way to let him know that I didn't want to see him anymore. And that night, I sent him a long email telling him that since we didn't really have mutual feelings and thoughts, that it was probably best to cut ties. It hadn't even been an hour when he tried calling me, and I ignored the first one. But then he called again, so I answered it. This guy was literally pleading and begging to not end it. I explained to him that his whole thing about the kids was way out of line and quite frankly creepy, and said that if he wanted kids, then I wasn't the person for him, as my mind was not going to change. And then he started crying on the phone, apologizing for his actions, and for a minute I believed him. Not to the point that I would try again, but that he seemed genuine. But he just kept making it worse. He then calmed down and said that if I would feel better about it first, then we could get married and then start having kids. At that point I told him that he really wasn't getting it. I don't want kids at all, and I don't want to marry him at all. And at this point, I don't want him in my life at all. I told him to stop calling and texting as I would not be answering anymore, and then I hung up. He tried calling many more times, but I just ignored him. However, since he kept texting me too, I ended up just blocking his number. However, that didn't help for long. This guy went through 2 more phone numbers within 2 weeks, and each time I just kept blocking it. But he was persistent. One day while I was at work, I worked at a department store. I got a call on my walkie that someone was asking for me by my name. I found this odd because I was a department manager, so customers didn't really see me. So there would be virtually no reason for one to ask for me. So as I head to the front, there he is. Creepy guy holding flowers, waiting for me. I hadn't told him where I worked, just that it was a retail store, so I have no idea how he figured it out. I asked what he was doing there, and again, he went on about being destined and babies and everything, and at that point, I had had enough. The kind and cool manager everyone knew at my work snapped, and I went off. I called the dude a freak. I told him to leave me alone and to get out of my life and never come back here, or I would call the cops. His response was to drop the flowers at my feet, said that I would change my mind, and then left. Thankfully, my staff was supportive and put up alerts in case he came back so that they knew to call the cops. And fortunately, that wasn't the last of him. I saw him in other random places like the grocery store, at the park where I jogged, and at a restaurant. And mind you, he lived a few cities over, so why would he be at some of the places by me? I did end up calling the cops and asking about a restraining order, but frustratingly, they said they couldn't really do anything unless he actually tried something. So on the brink of giving up, I changed my number, tried to limit who I told where I was going, and was pretty much non-existent in social media or other public forums I would go on. It only got worse though. On a particular hot day, I ended up helping some people out at my work in the lawn and garden section. So as soon as I got home, I decided to get food delivered and I would hop in the shower before it arrived. After I got out and I was brushing my hair, I heard a knock and then someone yell, "Hello?" I thought this was really odd and it startled me at first because I knew I didn't have any windows open because it was so hot. So I ran to the living room and I noticed a lady standing there, holding my food with the door wide open. And before I could say anything, she immediately apologized but said the door was open when she approached but didn't know what to do, so she just hollered. Nothing else seemed out of place or missing, so I just chalked it up to me not shutting it right. My house is old, and if you don't make sure to hold the doorknob a certain way, it won't latch and could swing open. So I just thought, being as tired as I was, that I didn't shut it right. I paid for my food, and the lady left, and I sat the food on the counter to start opening it, when I went to reach for a knife to cut the bag open. There was a knife missing. I looked around to see if I had used it and set it down somewhere, but my sink only had a coffee cup and spoon in it, and my dishwasher was empty. I didn't know what to do or what to think, so I just let it go for a moment, and I headed to the living room with my food. I noticed that my phone was pretty low, so I went to my room to grab my charger, and as I reached down to unplug it, that's when I found the missing knife under my bed. And that knife was being held by someone's hand. I was internally freaking out, thinking, how do I get out of this without letting them know that I was aware of their presence? So I grabbed my phone and I immediately called 911 as I walked out of my room, slowly. However, I pretended to call my work, and the conversation was something like this. 911, what's your emergency? Hey, Francis, can you do me a huge favor? It's very important. Ma'am, are you aware you called 911? Yes. Are you unable to talk? Yes. There's an envelope in my office with my address on it. 123, my address. Could you drop it in the mailbox for me? I forgot to, and it needs to be sent today. Do you need me to send someone to that address? Yes, please. They're on their way. I did not expect this to work, but I was beyond thankful it did, and that operator caught on quickly. I went out to the porch to wait, pretending to be doing something on my phone, all while watching inside for movement. When they finally arrived, they moved quickly into my house, and after a lot of yelling and commanding, the guy was finally dragged out. And to my horror, it was the same guy. I never told him where I lived, but I suppose, since he saw me so many times around town, that he must have followed me home one night. They also found zip ties and duct tape on him, and thankfully, that was enough to not only file that restraining order, but also was enough to press charges and put him in jail. and since then, I had my door replaced, and even so, I always make sure to lock it. I also rarely see people in person that I meet online. There are definitely good people in this world, but there are also people with bad intentions. Listen to your instincts though. It's usually not wrong. And also, never be afraid to call for help even if you can't outwardly say it. Just listen carefully too, and they will understand. It can save a life. When I started high school, I feel I had some pretty close encounters due to my naivety. I'm a female and had very poor self-esteem, so while I did have some close friends, I was also quiet and reserved. However, as I was going into a new school, I wanted to put myself out there more. I wanted crazy memories with my friends. I wanted to try new things and maybe get my first boyfriend. So, in order to do this, I wanted to change myself so I could be happy with who I was. My birthday was over the summer, so I saved up as much money as I could and finally convinced my parents to let me dye my hair a deep purple and black, and even started doing some of those makeup tutorials. I know, it may sound stupid to some, but I know there were a lot of girls that felt the same way as me at that time. I know it sounds stupid now, but it really made a difference to me. I walked into that school for the first time feeling like a different person, except I was still the quiet, smart girl in the back. The first few months were not unusual. My friends and I hung out between classes. All four of us were able to dye our hair, so we had a bit of an ego boost, and we did have some people notice too. There was one girl in particular, Shelby, that was on the choir team that complimented my hair, which made me feel great because she was one of the more charismatic girls. She wasn't the mean and popular type because she was genuinely friendly with anyone, and she had a lot of friends, but she just never really talked to me except for in passing. That's where things started changing for me. While my friend and I were leaving PE, we were singing some stupid song when Shelby complimented me on my voice. She was in the same class so she could hear us. She said that I should try for choir next year, which I never would have thought about being the person I was. From there, she began talking to me more. I would help her on assignments in class, and she even brought in her makeup once to do mine before first period started. We started hanging out outside of school and became pretty close friends. Me hanging out with Shelby also meant that I was around more guys than just my brother and his friends. The ones she hung out around started paying attention to me, and I didn't dislike it. It was different and something I wanted out of high school. One night, Shelby was staying over at my house and helping me dye my hair again. While we were waiting, we started messing around my laptop. She showed me her Facebook page and a few other sites she would go on, and showed me another website that I have never heard of before. To explain it the best that I can, it was supposed to be like a blog, targeted towards teenagers as a safe place to talk about concerns and fears. You could vent there or just share your creativity. It was all text-based, so you couldn't send or receive pictures. Shelby posted a lot of lyrics to her favorite songs or poems she wrote. She said there was a private message option, which was like an email, but still no media could be sent or received. She said she used this a lot since her parents monitored her email a lot. So, I followed and set up an account too. She helped me set up a personalized wallpaper and bio, and pretty quickly, I had a lot of supporters, which were like friends or followers, and I started using this daily. I would post music lyrics, poems, or songs that I wrote, little tidbits about my day and so forth. I even tried helping others that were not in a good state of mind when I could. It almost became like a job for me. That was a problem though, I do admit. I had been told by my teachers on a few occasions to put my phone away, and once had it taken away by a teacher. It was my English teacher. He was weird in a sense that he was always cheerful to talk to, especially when we first got into class. If you needed help with something or needed more time on a project, as long as it wasn't abused, he was willing to help. But if you interrupted him in even the slightest during lecture, he seemed to come unglued. He would slam his hand on the desk, do that ear-piercing whistle, things like that. And I unfortunately got caught on my phone and he took it from me. I had to get it back from him at the end of the day, and I was more careful with having it out, especially in his class. And going back to the site, other than what it was intended for, some people use it to set up fights. It unfortunately was not blocked on the school's network, so when one larger fight took place, they were able to check the history under their logins and see the site. Because of this, the site was blocked from the school network, and the teachers were not very well aware of this too, and started monitoring harder for phones that were out. I was not a fighter, so I never used it for that, but I did on occasion have a few guys on there that I talked to and flirted with. There was even a new section on it where you can give people virtual hugs for points, which you earn for doing certain tasks, such as logging in, making a post, and things like that. The gifts can be left with a name or you can send it anonymously. I got a few from people I knew, but then I started getting ones weekly that were anonymous. I thought it was cool, and I showed my friends to gauge if they were doing it. They claimed they didn't, and were just as excited and curious as myself to know who it was. I figured if not them, maybe it was a mutual friend, or maybe I really did just have an admirer. So I made a post about it saying something about how I appreciate them. The next day, I got a response from a username that I wasn't familiar with, saying it was them and that they were happy I liked them. My friends didn't recognize their name either, so me being me, deduced it as someone who did actually like me. So from then on, they would reply to all my posts with a compliment on it, then would call me beautiful, gorgeous, and etc. I really didn't mind it for a while. I started getting private messages from the same person saying that I was perfect for them. I tried asking who they were, but all they would tell me was that they went to the same school but were too scared to approach me. I tried to convince them too, but they always refused. But the messages didn't stop. Hello, beautiful. Good morning, princess. I hope my goddess had a great day. I remember the messages like that because they kind of creep me out to this day, and I have troubles with hearing it now. This went on for a while, but it started getting old. That's all they ever did, so I started ignoring it. I don't think they liked that though, because they began to beg for me to acknowledge them, and they finally got that when the messages started becoming more explicit and vulgar, talking about my body and what they would do to me. I still didn't have a boyfriend, so I didn't even know how to react to that. So I just decided to block that person. After about a week or so, I started getting the same type of messages from a new name, so I immediately blocked it too. Thinking they may have gotten the hint, I moved on as normal. Towards the end of the semester, PE then had swimming classes, and since it was my last period for the day, sometimes I would just walk home in my swimsuit and cover up. By the time I had gotten home and showered, I had a message from a new person that specifically mentioned my swimsuit and something along the lines of how it was hard to resist not snatching me up from the name of my street. Now, this made me panic a bit because now I really am being followed and they know where I live. I just sent them a message saying to leave me alone and then I blocked them again. They didn't stop. I can't tell you how many more this person made and how many more messages I would get where they just got worse and worse. They would describe what I was wearing or where I was when they saw me, or what they wanted to do to me, and even kept saying they were going to take me away and kept putting the date and counting down the days. April 17th. I hate that day now. There's always something there that makes me think that I need to watch my back on that day. This all started to crash down when we were in study hour, and Shelby asked me about going to her birthday party, and it was going to be the weekend of April 17th. I lost it. I felt horrible, but part of me thought it was her screwing with me this whole time, and I started yelling and crying. The teacher walked me to the counselor's room where I told her everything that was happening. My parents were called in, and they called the cops to have it all reported. They were so upset that I hadn't told them about it, but were more concerned about finding out who would do this to me. Since they thought it was a fellow student at first, and they knew the students had access to the site at school, they began trying to trace back the usernames that were messaging. So I had to go back in and unblock those names as well. And to my surprise, they were eventually able to find out who had created those and who was messaging me. It was our English teacher. This sick freak was messaging those explicit things to me, and after checking his computer, they found out that I wasn't the only one. He was definitely arrested, and he is in prison now. The website is gone too. It only got worse from there and ended up being shut down, thankfully. I wouldn't wish that on anyone. Feeling like you have to look over your shoulder everywhere you go is just an awful way to live. And parents, no matter how much they may hate you for it, monitor what your kids do online. You have no idea some of the things that can and do happen right under your nose.
Just over a year ago, I split up with a very abusive ex-boyfriend, Kieran. He would be physically, verbally, and otherwise aggressive, and seemed constantly paranoid of being emasculated. This progressed to being paranoid about me even earning as much as him. I tried to be clear that I saw him as an equal, but it didn't matter. He fell further and further into the philosophy that women are the root of all evil. If ever there was a living, breathing caricature of genuine misogyny, he was it. I'm not a fighter, and he hated it. As he put it, the silence, the open void, hurts me more. He wanted me to fight back, but I never would. So, he would go to greater and greater lengths to assert dominance over me in one way or another. One incident was so extremely violent and calculated that I eventually reported it to the police, and with the help of an off-duty cop, due to the nature of the assault, it went straight to Crown Court, which is reserved for the worst offences in the UK. Nothing came of it. No eyewitnesses. It wouldn't have gone anywhere. I pressed it no further. I just wanted it marked up to help any future partners build a case that puts him away, if it ever happens again. This was the incident that tipped me towards making the decision to leave Kieran. It took some months, but I eventually did it. He made so many attempts to contact me that even the officers on my case raised an eyebrow. It was getting beyond borderline harassment. Long story short, this guy was not happy that he had lost me. He didn't care about my well-being. He cared about having me. I don't think I understand why to this day. Kieran kept vying for attention. He likes women of my political persuasion, and as I was known as an outspoken activist at the time, he began name-dropping my messages to other women, in the same political circles. I thought that maybe he didn't think we knew each other at first, but then he started messaging friends. I tried to be cordial with all former partners, including him, so when he messaged me asking if another activist we followed was still online, I told him she was. Big mistake. Within the hour, she DM'd me. She received aggressive messages from him demanding photos and then demanding an explanation as to why she wouldn't oblige, because Kieran was my nice ex. I quickly told all other young female activists at my university in my hometown and my local party associations. Almost all came back to me saying they had indeed received messages from him. He was hounded off Twitter by a friend's boyfriend and deleted his account. I know how that feels, and I feel bad for it, but I don't regret the act of warning my friends, especially the more vulnerable ones. But then a new account was made. Kieran Mate 97. I only noticed because the first notification I remember getting the morning after was that this account had followed me. It had a photo of Kieran and a few sunny tweets shared by my fellow followers about how he was new to Twitter and wanted some friends. I spread the warning to some people and blocked the account, but before long there was another. I did the same and blocked them too. My mother started messaging me in confusion, sending me screenshots from her own Twitter. Kieran had found her anonymous account and was asking her about beans she had bought the other day. Knowing the things Kieran had said about her to me, and possibly others, she was upset and creeped out beyond compare. I advised she blocked him and he would tire himself out eventually. But there's one thing that I need to mention. One night I was messaging friends, having a nice night in with the housemates. Then my WhatsApp pinged. All of my family are on there, as well as a few busy activist groups, so I didn't think anything of it. Because of all the activist groups too, I wasn't alarmed that it was an unsaved number that had messaged me. It was probably a colleague. I opened the message. The only thing there was a dark photo of a house with an upstairs light on. I squinted to try and see if there was a joke in the photo. Why would someone send me this? I could see a figure in the window hunched over, something small in their hand. I could see the end of the terrace, the hedges, the shape of the gate, the pebble dash, the light car out front. It was my house. I forgot my merriment and messaged my friends. The conversation completely derailed, understandably. We scrambled to figure out who sent this to me, but by the time the second picture came in, I already knew. I didn't even look at it. Most of my uni friends at the time were competitive weightlifters, and they offered their house as safe refuge until I figured out what was happening. I sent a frantic, "What are you doing?" to Kieran, and he began typing immediately. He had been waiting. "Peeking," he replied. "It was a joke. Can you see that shadow? I'm not a bloody peeping Tom. I thought it was a joke when you first scared me crapless, but now I can't make sense of it. Oh no, that was just me actually watching my neighbor's shadow eating a pot noodle for entertainment, as if I'd come for you. You know how I think better than anyone." I examined the second picture closely. It wasn't mine. It looked very much like it. He hasn't messaged me since. No communication at all. I still don't understand what the purpose of that whole exercise was. I stayed in my house and left in the early afternoon for a friend's place the next day. For months afterwards, I was very careful about letting my landlady, neighbors, and friends know I was coming home. The doors and windows are always locked. I really don't know how he thinks. I hope I never see him again.
Stalker for over 10 years. This happened in the late 90s. I, Catherine, female and 43, and my friend Rose, female and 42, met him together. My stalker was a guy Rose and I met on the bus one day, coming home from my volunteer work after school as a candy striper at our local hospital. We were on the bus going home, laughing and talking, and this guy just randomly sits by us and starts talking. He tells us his name, and then we laugh thinking he said his name was Gay. Yeah, stupid teenage girls. He corrected us and said his name was Jay. We talked a bit more and innocently gave him our names, and he asked for my number, but I said no. He was like 7 years older, and kinda strange the more we talked to him. He got annoyed, but whatever, right? So we thought that was that. A few days later, maybe a week later, me and the same friend run into Jay while switching buses downtown. I was going to her house like I did a few times a week when we run into him. He asked for me to hang out and watch him play hockey that night. I said no, that I was going to my friends. And he got weirdly annoyed. He kept trying and bugging me, telling me about how much fun it would be and trying to get me away from my friend. He really didn't want her to come to this hockey game either. He just wanted it to be us. It was so weird. Our bus finally came, and we got out of there fast. Over the next few weeks, I kept running into him downtown. It was like he knew my schedule. Every time I tried to be nice, but get away as fast as I could. And every time, he would get annoyed because I wouldn't hang out with him. A few weeks passed by and I'm at school, and in walks Jay. I was so mad and frustrated that I snapped on him. Why was he here? And how did he know what school I went to? Did he follow me on the city bus? He tried saying that he was there to see his friends, but he wasn't with anyone. Just a 25-year-old guy wandering around a high school. And after that, I would randomly see him on my bus, and he would always try to sit across from me and watch. He would still ask for us to hang out, and I would still say no. As time went on, he would still find me on the bus and sit across from me, who I guessed was his girlfriend, or a girl he was trying to make me jealous with. He would look at me while making out with her. He would do everything he could to make me feel uncomfortable, but I would just turn up my music and do my best to ignore him, or just move to another spot. But nothing ever seemed to deter him. He never did anything bad enough to call the police, but he knew it was wrong, and he knew it bothered me, and he knew that I would have a panic attack, and I'm sure he got off on that. As the years went on, I would see less and less of him. He would randomly pop up and make me uncomfortable. He started standing really close to me and trying to talk. I would have a panic attack and do my best to ignore him. I would still walk away and he would just get more pushy. Every time that I would run into him, I would text my friend that was there when we first ran into him and get her to calm me down. It's now 2023, so 24 years since it all started, and I haven't seen him in the last maybe 8+ years, and I'm just praying that I never see him again. I'm 43, so he must be going on 50, and I'm still scared to run into him. I have thought that I saw him a few times and I panicked, but it wasn't him. I hope that I never see him again.
How this all began was me being nice to the people who come to my local community library. I was a casual worker, although people probably thought I was a part-timer, as not only was I spotted behind the desk checking in and out books, but also on my laptop abusing the Wi-Fi. This guy nicknamed Chesney was probably an influencer for the young adults, as he mainly skateboarded around and did whatever. He was never alone. I was a natural when it comes to customer service speaking and acting, so chances are I must have spoken to Chesney kindly enough he thought I was interested in him, or he became infatuated with me. I don't date anyone in or from my community. I explained to many people before that dating here would be full on Alabama. Chances are they could be my cousin through marriage or blood. It's disturbing as I'm Native American and can't even go west or south to date another guy, because chances are they might also be a long-distance cousin. While my time at the library was long, just to gain work experience, it did not last when Chesney asked me to hang out with him. I declined the first time, but it didn't stop. One day he asked for my phone number, and I refused. I don't give out personal information like that. I have a low friend count. I'm not close to anyone who isn't within my immediate family, and my family can see BS as soon as it comes into their line of sight. Chesney then asked my supervisor for my number to give to him. How I came to know this is by the end of the day when we were closing out the library. My supervisor tells me that she'll keep an eye on him and that I should get home safely. I continue every day as normal, very ignorant to the situation that was now starting to build. One day I was sitting in my cubbyhole, as the patrons like to call it, and I started to notice Chesney would find a spot to sit where I would be in his line of sight. I ignored this until one day he came up to my cubbyhole and hands me this Magic the Gathering card. He didn't say much, but I was disturbed. I'll be honest, something about him didn't seem right. The card had an octopus on it, and then, right then and there, I placed the card down and gather up my things and leave. I didn't return to the library for 3 months, maybe even longer than that. This had taken place 2 years ago. I told my eldest sister about the incident, and my family were worried. They wanted to know the guy's name. However, I did not want to know his name. I didn't see him being important to remember. I didn't see him again until a year later. I'm doing more casual work at the library and basically forgot his face until one day he comes in and was working at a computer. I never gave him a second thought. I was busy reorganizing and stacking the bookshelves. Then he printed off a paper and came up to me and asked, "How do you get a job here at the library?" My reply was blunt. "You'll have to speak with my supervisor." I overheard my supervisor telling him he couldn't hand him his resume here, that he needs to hand it in over at HR at the band office. Never saw him again, as I got a job elsewhere. 2 years later, about 4 days ago, I'm living my life as normal when my mum texts me. "Hey, some guy's calling you and would like to speak to you. Is there no number to call back?" Not my time. Didn't call my number. Not worth a call back, Mum. I just answered the phone. I said I'd just pass the message on. She gives me the caller ID. But, like an arse, I text her back saying the ID isn't familiar and there's no number to call back from. If someone wanted to speak to me, they would call or text me through my cell. Otherwise, it can't be important. And I ignore it. I was sitting at my local Timmy's when my eldest sister calls me and tells me that I have a stalker. It shook me a bit, but another part of me was amused, since I do have a tendency to think dark thoughts, and that this could be a joke. My sister explained to me that my stalker wanted to meet with me and take me out to dinner, that he wanted to hang out with me. She wasn't saying this seriously, which is why I thought she was joking. I didn't know who this guy was, and I tried to place a name and face to whoever this person was. Things were starting to get a bit annoying when my mum and elder sister started to accuse me of giving out my brother's number to a stranger. Why the hell would I do that? I barely have a social life. Whose number would I be giving it out to? When I went home, I went over to my brother's house. My mum, who was staying there, said he just called. Now my family's on high alert. By reverse number searching, I got an address where the number was coming from. I wasn't taking this seriously. Whoever they are, they lived outside the res. Me and my elder sister went to the address and did a drive-by. My sister enlightened up the mood by making jokes, pointing out to random guys who were walking down the road saying, "Oh, that must be your stalker. No, that one." Just saying, these guys walking around the road looked like your typical druggie or tweakers. Once we returned home, my amusement ended, as the accusations started up again. If I gave out my brother's number, being the concern. My elder sister asked, and demanded to know, but of course I had not done that. Then how did your stalker get it? She asked. Well, he either got it from someone who knows our brother's home phone number or looked it up in the phone book, is what I concluded, as I know for damn sure I never gave out anyone's number. Once I got home, I was annoyed, immediately grabbed my brother's handphone and went outside to call this guy. My sister was walking to my other brother, filling him in on what was going on. It didn't take long for the guy to pick up. You can guess who it was. Chesney. Chesney was the one calling my brother's home and asking for me. I immediately started to tell him my family isn't amused and that I wasn't interested. Even when I said no, he kept on trying to ask me out. So I asked for his full name, which he gave, and told my siblings who it was. It's not my fault for living under a rock. Turns out this guy's an addict, if not a loser. And I told my parents and they told me to not even think of dating him and to just go and leave him alone. Thanks, Mum and Dad. I don't date anyone from the res. I did do a Facebook search and of course he had to be a wannabe thug. Honest about doing hardcore drugs in his post, and I love that he has German blood, saying he's a Nazi and a descendant of the Führer. Nice. Getting up, I went to my brother's house who was home, annoyed, and I couldn't find the phone on the cradle. I asked my brother, who went to the incoming calls, pressed the number and handed it to me, which I immediately pressed call. And this guy didn't wait to pick up the phone. Chesney? Speaking. I was pissed and didn't use my customer service voice, that was gone. You will cease and desist from calling this number ever again, or I will get the police involved. This is a form of harassment. Okay. I hung up, furious. My mother said something about calling the cops, but he was calling my brother's phone, not mine directly, and he hadn't done anything threatening yet. But still, I really hope not to meet that guy again.
I'm a 17-year-old female working as a cashier at a popular thrift store. I've been there for approximately 8 months, and I love my job and my coworkers. A common thing that I've noticed is that unfortunately, anytime a new younger female cashier starts working, we've had quite a few since people quit or fall through, she will be hit on by plenty of older guys, and I was no exception to that. I've never had to deal with creepy or weird customers until this job, and I work in the food industry before, so maybe that's why. We, of course, get a handful of regulars, and while I've had a few creepy older guys hit on me before, one even looking me up on Facebook for my name tag and messaging me, there's a regular that comes in all the time. I want to say he's in his late 40s or something, and while he's always nice, my manager has pointed out his obsession with me. I was called in the office the other day so she could show me how he acts and such with the surveillance cameras. Just a list of what's been pointed out to me that I didn't really notice before. 1. He comes in at roughly the same time that I'm working every day, and apparently doesn't show up on my days off. I work closing most of the time, so he comes in around 6 p.m. 2. When he comes in, he will immediately look at the register I almost always work at and will do a double take looking for me. 3. He usually buys one bullshit item, spending about 15 minutes in the store usually. My manager has pointed out that he needs to buy something, or else he knows it will look weird. 4. Every time without fail, he will go to my register, and even when I was on the floor doing recovery, he asked me to check him out because I'm his favorite cashier. If there's a shorter line, it doesn't matter to him. He will stay at my register waiting and watching me. 5. He lingers around after buying something just to talk to me, showing me things on his phone, making sure there's no one else in line. And my manager said he approaches me when I'm alone so he can talk to me without holding up a line. 6. He commented on my hickeys that I failed to cover up before on my neck, making weird remarks here and there. He says he usually checks because there's always about 1 to 2. 7. He said I would look good as blonde, which isn't inherently weird, but paired with everything else, I guess. 8. When I wasn't wearing makeup, he would say something like, "You seem out of sorts recently." I've started wearing makeup again recently, and he's commented saying that he likes that I'm back to my old self. 9. I've noticed weird flirty remarks with him, but I've always brushed it off because customers are always kinda weird, and I deal with that often anyway. 10. He will lean over the register counter to talk to me closer, just his body language in general. And 11. He does a double take when he leaves too, keeping his eyes on me. These are just things that have been pointed out to me by my manager. She's like a protective mother with me, and says every time he comes in, she watches the cameras just to keep an eye on him. I watched the surveillance with her, and after all of that piled up, I'm starting to be more wary. For now, all we can do is just sit and watch. We have no reason to kick him out of the store or anything, and my general manager, being the dipshit that he is, wouldn't care anyway. It's just another customer to him. He wouldn't let me change my name tag after I told him about a customer looking me up on Facebook, saying it's policy, and in general making me feel like an idiot, like I'm overreacting. I'm opening tomorrow morning, so I doubt that I'll see him. He probably came in today, but I requested today off, so he's probably confused with my schedule right now. Well, I don't know. The donation guys and I are pretty close, at least with 3 of them, and I'm told to call them up front if he starts being weird. Kinda using a code phrase that's inconspicuous enough that the guy doesn't even realize. Thank you guys for following the story. I have more information, and here's what happened tonight. My stalker came around 1 p.m. today, an hour and a half before my shift started. Apparently, he bought one thing and asked if someone quit, because I wasn't there. And after buying the item, he walked out, then came back in a few minutes later. He walked around the store looking for something or someone, and then headed to the back. He looked around some more and went to the restroom. Our public restroom is in the employees only area, so it's not unusual. What is unusual is him coming back in and looking around. An hour before the store closed, he came in again. I freaked out because I wasn't expecting to see him. So I headed to the back, told my manager, and also the donation attendants. The manager told everyone to go out on the floor, have a few pretend to be shoppers, and also keep watch. She kept watch in the office. I needed to stay at the register to get his phone number and to record our conversation. I'm 99% sure that he knew he was being watched. He actually tried to leave my line and get in the other cashiers, but since my manager was watching, she called her to the office before he got checked out. So, he checked out with me, talking as he usually does. But I'm sure he was uncomfortable since I was obviously anxious, and we had a co-worker's girlfriend out front to take a picture of what he drives. I have 2 separate voice recordings. The first being him grabbing a cart and making small talk with me as he walks by the register, and next, me checking him out. The co-worker's girlfriend took a picture of his car, and he parks in the parking lot of the store next door. I'm assuming to stay out of the camera's view, but I'm not really sure. She said that he circled the parking lot 4 times before leaving. Not really sure why. I went home and told my parents everything that's been going on, and I gave my dad his phone number to find information, and he found an address. He drove about an hour to get to the car and see it lined up. Lo and behold, the cars he took pictures of matched what a co-worker's girlfriend saw. The one she saw earlier had a back license plate, no front one I'm assuming. We have his license plate now, and even know his address. His address is actually about an hour away from my job, so I'm assuming he works nearby. Nothing pulled up on the sex offender registry with his name, but everyone's being watchful now. Latest update. I'm sorry for not updating on how everything turned out. I'm happy to say that he hasn't come in for the past few weeks now, and I hope I won't have to see him again. I would get really anxious when he came in. I would hide in the back, take my medication, and stay away from the register. I think he realized that we were watching him, so hopefully that's the end of that, and he's not in business or something. Thank you to everyone for all the great advice, and thank you for telling me your personal stories. I feel much safer at work now. This could have gone horribly wrong, but I was so happy his behavior was pointed out to me, so I could take precautions. If you are facing a similar situation, take all the necessary measures. Don't skip out on your safety, 'cause you never know what could happen. This literally just happened, so I'll try not to ramble too much. I work an evening shift, so I get home at about 10 p.m. most nights. Tonight, about 2.5 blocks from my house, I'm at a stop sign behind a big red truck who's turning left. It's late, we're on a 2-lane 20 miles per hour limit residential street. So when it takes the truck a long minute to turn with no cross traffic, I'm wondering, what the heck? But I don't really care. I'm not a fast driver, or ever in any real hurry on the road. He creeps through his turn really, really slow, and now I'm more alert. And now he's out of the way enough, I see that he's going slow to watch the car in front. It's a little black car parked on the road, and not on the curb. The passenger door is open, and a guy is standing there yelling at somebody but couldn't see who. The car was on but the lights were off, so I assume they aren't driving and go around in a wide arc, slower than normal, but nowhere near as slow as the truck that turned. Half a block later, I see headlights behind me. They don't speed up on me or give any indication that anything is wrong. They stay about a half block behind me. I've got no more stop signs and a straight shot home, so I'm not even thinking about the car behind me. I turn the car off, open my door a crack, and shuffle around for my phone, my bag, and etc. But then, they freaking stopped in front of my driveway. I slam and lock my door fast, and then the passenger door opens and the same guy gets out. At this point, I'm debating whether to call my husband, who's inside but probably asleep, or maybe the police. And I settle on the police when the interior light turned on, and I see it's 2 not-so-small men looking my way. The one who got out said out loud for me to hear, "It's right here, man. The door just shut. I'm telling you, it's right here." He sounds drunk, and I've got 911 dialed and ready for as soon as he takes a single step closer. But instead, he gets back in the car, and they sit there a minute longer with the interior lights on, and I swear we locked eyes. I'm shaking. I can't figure out if I'm going to start crying or yell at them. And they zoom off way faster than they pulled up. I sit in the car for 6 whole minutes, waiting to see which way they go and to be sure that they left, which they did drive off all the way out of my sight, but back towards the way they came. Then I went in and I cried. When I realized that they stopped a few feet short of where our security camera would have captured faces. This area is known for petty crime, vandalism, and bike thievery, not violence towards strangers. I don't want to drive anymore. I don't want to know what they wanted. Though, I do want some pepper spray on my keychain now. My name is Rebecca. My family and friends call me Becky for short. I will not use my last name for privacy reasons, but I am a pretty 21-year-old blonde female with a voluptuous figure. I have a habit of turning heads wherever I go, which is not always a good thing, because sometimes creepy guys follow me too. I go to a community college and I work in a diner as a waitress to make ends meet. Well, this all happened a few months ago. It was a very cold winter evening. I have a 5-minute walk from my bus stop to my apartment building. Usually there are plenty of people moving about, but this evening I was walking to my apartment alone, and I see a huge man walking towards me in the other direction. He wore a black mask over his head where you could just see his blue eyes, and he wore a black leather jacket. This guy was huge that it was intimidating, and I mean huge, 6 foot tall and built like a professional bodybuilder. I kept my head down as to not make eye contact as I wanted to walk quickly past him and back home again. I just had a 5-minute walk to my apartment building. If I walked fast, I could get there in no time. Unfortunately, things did not work out according to plan, because as soon as I walked past this huge man, I was painfully aware that he stopped and slowly started to follow me in my direction. Alarm bells of panic and goosebumps hit me, but I kept telling myself that I am overthinking. But just when I was thinking of outmaneuvering this hulk of a man, I felt my lights go out as I fell to the sidewalk unconscious. He hit me hard with those big hard fists of his, immediately knocking me out. And when I woke up, I found myself in a strange room. It looked like a child's dollhouse. What's worse, he dressed me as a little toy doll tied to a chair. I could see, but the room was dim with a swinging lantern light overhead. I saw that I could not even yell for help since all the walls were padded and soundproof to prevent such things. I was tied to a chair, true, but my mouth was free. Soon, I saw the door slowly open up and the muscle-bound man came in. He was still wearing a ski mask over his whole face and head, but he was wearing only bodybuilding posing trunks. I must say he did keep his incredibly muscle-bound body in tip-top shape. But this guy was a true psycho, stalking and kidnapping females and having them dress up like little toy dolls in a dollhouse for his kinky fetishes. He had a plate of chopped beef franks mixed with pork and beans as he fed me and talked. He talked about all the horrible acts he would do to me before he killed me. And when I asked him why he was doing this, he just looked at me and laughed. After I finished eating, he left the room saying he had to go to work first at his night job. What job he did not say, but when he came back, he told me that he was going to enjoy me. And what was disgusting is that he made me call him Daddy, which I did out of pure fear of the vile man. When the man closed the door and left, I started to panic. I didn't know what to do. Then I saw a telephone in the corner, and I decided to move my chair towards it. I reached it and I pushed the receiver off with my nose as I dialed 911. I saw this kind of thing done in late-night movies a lot, but it did work for me here. The police dispatcher was very good at her job, and they managed to trace where I was being held captive, and got to me and freed me within 12 minutes. This stalker bodybuilding psycho's dollhouse dungeon was not far from my apartment building actually. When the psycho stalker got home from work, the police immediately arrested him. It was found out that this guy was a serial killer of young females who looked like his ex-girlfriend who left him for another man, similar to what the serial killer Ted Bundy was doing with the females he was killing. And by the way, he also worked nights as a security guard. Soon later, the police told me at the station house, where I was met by my parents, that this psycho stalker bodybuilder should be in jail for a very long time and may even get the death penalty for all the females that he had murdered. I was relieved to hear this. I was very lucky. I was the only female to escape this stalker. So, to this psycho bodybuilder stalker, let's not ever meet again.
I was accused of being a stalker. Did I do what I was accused of? Yes. But let me take you to how this started. I was home making dinner. The only 3 other people that were in the house were my 5-year-old son, his friend, and our foreign exchange student, Tina, who was 15 and extremely shy and didn't like talking because she didn't think she spoke English very well. I'm making dinner, as I said, and have my hands buried in a meatloaf and the phone rings. I wipe my hands and answer the phone and some lady's yelling at me. I can't understand her. She keeps yelling. And I got the words son, police, kick, ass. She hung up. And I was standing there with the phone in my mostly wiped hand, very confused. I resumed my meatloaf when the phone rang again. It was the same lady who was a little calmer and said, "Stop calling here. My son doesn't want anything to do with you. I already called the police." And I said, "You've been calling me. I didn't call you. I don't even know who you are." "The police will contact you and throw you in jail. I hope you rot in there." I didn't know what this lady was doing or where she was getting her information from. I was making dinner, my son was playing with a friend in the next room, and Tina was studying. Later the same day, the police department called, asking if they could come over and speak with me. We set up a time and I'm almost in tears. Keep in mind I'm in my mid-30s and didn't even pull pranks when I was young. I was one who always followed the rules and taught my kids the same thing. And now I'm being accused of being a stalker? This may not seem scary, but I was terrified, thinking this lady is going to have me thrown in jail without so much as an explanation from me. Not that I had one. I was confused. 2 officers pull up and I open the door. They asked me to lock up my dogs as I had 3 Great Danes at the time, so I lock them up out back and come back to the door and tell them to come in. The kids were at the neighbor's house because I didn't want them to see me being arrested if it came to that. We sit at the kitchen table and I get them each a bottle of water with them asking about who lives here and where they are, and I'm sitting there shaking visibly. I'm so nervous, my mouth is dry and I can't swallow and I can barely speak. Just then my husband comes home. He's the one who can talk anyone calm and practically could sell oil to Saudi Arabia. He's so smooth. He's talking to the officers, and even though he wasn't here, he knows I'm not stalking anyone and that these accusations are ridiculous. They say the person said I called them and hung up. I said I was making a meatloaf and answered the phone with meatloaf residue on my hands, and some lady began yelling at me. And I only understood some police, kick and ass, and she hung up. And then she called back, and I understood her better, and she said that I was going to jail and her son didn't want anything to do with me. And finally the officer says, "Well, I don't think you had anything to do with this, but she has your number, so someone called. Do you think your kids have anything to do with this?" I told him my little one was playing with a friend in the dining room, which I could see at all times, and my foreign exchange student was studying at the time, and she's quiet and there's no way she would stalk someone. Plus, I was right next to the phone. There was another phone in my bedroom and no one ever went there, so it couldn't have happened. They gave me the phone number I was supposed to have called and didn't recognize it. So they asked if they could speak to Tina, who was 15. She was shy, and I didn't really want to scare her, and they said they would just calmly speak to her, so I said okay. She came out, sat at the table with us, and they were asking her name, how she liked it there, and if she made any friends, and if she called any friends today. She said that she didn't, but then she said that she tried to call Jamie, but went over there instead but came back home because everyone was upset about someone stalking their son. We came to find out she plugged an old phone into the jack in her room, and it worked, so she called from there, and she hung up after 2 rings because she decided to walk over there since they live 4 houses away. My neighbors were getting calls from one of their son's ex-girlfriends, and Tina just happened to call at the same time, and they hit *69 and called my house thinking that I was the stalker. Now *69 was very new and I didn't know about it at the time. We had a huge laugh when the police called and told them that I was not the stalker. It was their neighbor, who they knew, and we were cool.
This happened yesterday after I finished the night shift at around 3 a.m. I work at a store of a big fast food chain to pay for my university. Our staff changes frequently because of a lot of students and migrants working at our place. So you don't get to know each other very well. Everybody has their own social life, and it is very, very rare for coworkers to establish friendships outside of working hours. But still, you know the people on your shift, and the night shift has particularly few workers. One of my co-workers, Jasir, started to get interested in me. Not that I noticed. I am young and dumb. I like being friendly, and which is something important for later, I have a hard time saying no. In December of 2019, our store threw a Christmas party at a pub. I went and I had a great time, but I also made plans for later that night. Because of that, I wanted to leave early, which made Jasir also want to leave early, despite the fact that he neither needed nor planned it beforehand, which made me so uncomfortable. Unfortunately, he didn't know how to get to the train station, and I did. So I couldn't say no, and I just let him tag along. When we arrived at the train station, it came to light that there was no train that he could take to get home. None. He did not check beforehand. He did not ask me, and he just wanted to tag along with me. I was super uncomfortable, and instead of taking the train to the main station, he got into my train and only got out when I insisted that he change his trains at another big station. In January 2020, Jasir asked me out for coffee and I agreed. I thought, he just wants to be friends. He doesn't have any and can only rely on his coworkers. If something happens, then I can just help out. And so I went. First, it was okay-ish. We mostly talked about work-related stuff because we don't share any hobbies. We are not the same age and we don't have the same mother tongue. Jasir didn't like talking about work and nothing more. He started talking about how different I was from the other coworkers, and how nice of a person I am and how good my charisma is. Then, he asked if we could get to know each other better. I genuinely didn't want to, and still don't. Jasir is not my type, neither as a person nor from his looks, especially his looks. Even if I sound superficial, while I am in my early 20s, Jasir is at least in his early 30s. I have no problem with age gaps, which is a story for another subreddit, but I am not attracted to men that dress like teenagers. Instead of telling Jasir a straight no, I told him that I was not interested in having a boyfriend. He didn't take that seriously and told me that I would change my mind. I told him that I wouldn't, and he again was not really on board with that opinion. so I elaborated my opinion 3 times in German and 1 time in English to get it very clear. He always changes to English if he does not get something or thinks he misunderstood. And even though he heard it clearly, he just doesn't like it. I mean, obviously, my opinion is gonna change if I explain it in English rather than in German. We left the conversation with him still not convinced, and me being really not interested in a second meeting. He quit soon after, and I foolishly assumed that I was free. But whenever he came to my workplace to place an order, he would ask me out to eat something, and every time I would postpone whatever I said the last time. Maybe because of finals, because of travel, because of anything I could get my hands on. Then came COVID-19 that hit Germany in March, and I didn't see him anymore. I blocked him on social media in April, and I hope that that was the last thing to happen. But oh boy, that was not the case. Today, I finished my shift at 3 a.m. and left with my female and very Asian coworker Wei to catch the next train. We take different trains, so we decided to wait in the main lobby until I need to go to my platform. In that time, Jasir appeared. He just finished his shift and was on his way home. Wei asked him which train he needed to get, and he said that he was walking home. And while the conversation went on, I got closer to Wei to get some space between me and Jasir. Wei did not grasp how uncomfortable I was in this situation, and then she just walked away. What did Jasir do? He placed himself between me and Wei, right in my vision line, and every fiber in my body felt how he barged into my personal space. I decided that I could not take a private conversation with him, and I just said, "Oh, look, I need to get to my platform," so I could end it. But then Jasir followed me, through the main lobby, through the train station, and into the elevator, and into the train. I was internally screaming and walked through the train until I saw another passenger. I sat down in the row of seats next to me. And then Jasir followed. As if every bit of luck had just left me, the other passenger moved seats and went away, so I was back alone. Jasir talked, and I showed clear signs of not wanting to continue the conversation. I hoped he would leave before the train departed, but he didn't. Mind you, the train goes in the opposite direction of his house and is 1 hour walking distance to my workplace. There is no way in hell this man could get anything out of taking that train except following me and continuing the conversation. I was freaked out, and I told him in English that he was acting very weird. Maybe I should have used a different word, but English is also not my first language, and at that point, I only thought about escaping. I could not let him see my station, or he could easily find my home. I don't live rural, but at 3 a.m., there is nobody on the streets, so him following me home was terrifying. I thought about getting off a station earlier, but then I would need to get a cab, for which I did not have cash on me. Or I needed to walk the rest and he could still follow. I decided to get up at the next station, let him get out of the train first, and then just stay inside while the doors close. And it fortunately worked, but only after telling him clear that this was not my station. I would not get out and he would not get back in. I even held my hand out to stop him from coming back, and he stayed outside after the conductor shouted at us to let the door close. So let's rewind. He is way older than me, but does not get the concept of me not wanting to be in a relationship with him. Whenever he does not like an answer, he switches to English, because it just might be me misunderstanding. He followed me 2 times into my train and almost home, without ever thinking about how creepy that behavior is. So, Jasir, let's not meet again. Hi, I'm a 12-year-old female named Anna. I will not tell you my last name due to privacy reasons. And I live in New York City. I love to go to Coney Island Amusement Park in Brooklyn, New York, especially with my best friend Sally, who is really my only friend. One Saturday, I was walking through a large New York park on my way home when a man beckoned me to come to him. He was a stranger with a nicely trimmed white beard sitting on a park bench. He looked very Victorian-looking in dress, wearing a derby hat and black suit and spats of the period on his feet. This stranger looked nice, but strongly out of date in 2020 springtime New York. My mother told me to never talk to strangers, but he had a pleasant face and asked me nicely to come to him, so which I did. My mom told me to never speak to strangers, I said rather coldly to him, not really meaning to sound this hard to him. This strange dapper man looked me up and down and replied smiling. Smart mom you have, young lass, he continued. My name is Mortimer Johnson, and what's your name, sweetie, if I may ask? He said in his English-sounding voice, which was quite pleasant. It had a ring to it. I'm Anna, as I then gave him my last name. The stranger then laughed and said, You see, I know you, and you know me. We're not strangers anymore. I then looked at him and said, Knowing each other's name is not knowing, I said quickly. You are correct, my fine young lass, he answered me, still smiling. I then looked at him and smiled back and thought, if this guy is Chester the molester, he is sure a pretty nice guy so far. The stranger then looked me up and down as he continued smiling at me. As then, I started to really think that he may actually be Chester the molester. I bet you are not satisfied with your appearance or life, he said concerned. What do you know about my life? I asked more polite this time. I see things, my young lass. You are on the plump side, and many mean girls make fun of your appearance. Except your pal Sally, of course, and your dear old widowed mother is having trouble in paying the rent, he continued. Am I right about any of this? He asked me as I nodded my head. But how do you know all about me, sir? I asked in my sweet voice. I see things, girl, and I want to help people like you, he replied smiling. Mortimer Johnson then took from his pocket a shiny gold coin that was actually larger than a silver dollar. He then handed it to me. Take this coin, lassie. You have 2 big wishes, but only 2. Choose wisely with them. I will be watching you from afar. He spoke. The choices you make in life are up to you, but these 2 wishes, when you flip the coin once, can make your life a whole lot better and easier, he said. But why give me this coin for 2 wishes? I asked. The stranger then put a hand gently on the side of my right cheek. I told you, young lady, I like to help people like you, he said. And before I could ask another question, the man got up from his bench and got on the bus that just stopped. Remember, honey, you only get 2 wishes with your coin. Make your choices wisely, he said happily as the bus took off down the New York street. I then looked down at my big old coin. I just get 2 big flips and 2 big wishes, and that's all. Well, it's better than nothing, I thought to myself. I then looked at the bus till it disappeared down the street. The next day, Sunday, I showed Sally my gold coin and about my day with a stranger named Mortimer Johnson. Sally was a good friend, but she did not believe a word of it and then started to laugh. But it was a pleasant laughter, and it wasn't mean at all, and it made me laugh too. "Have you made any wishes yet?" She then asked seriously to me. "No, Sally, not yet," I replied, but I knew I would soon. That night alone in my room, I made a wish that my mom would get a higher paying job and make our lives easier in our New York apartment, as I gave the big gold coin a flip. Then, I decided to make another wish and wish that I could lose all my 12-year-old fat and then blossom into a lovely young girl, as I quickly gave the gold coin another flip. When I did this, I did not feel any different, nor did the coin glow in my hand after each flip. I almost decided to throw the coin out of the window, but decided to hold on to it and maybe spend it later. I wasn't really sure yet. The next year though, in 2021, things started to happen. My life and my mother's life started to change for the better. My mom got a good business job in the center of New York and could make ends meet for the both of us. And through exercise, I lost all my baby fat, and not only that, I blossomed very happily into a blonde, beautiful 13-year-old girl with a large bosom and curvaceous figure. I even noticed quite a few boys giving me excited looks that they thought I was good looking as well. My friend Sally, who was a true friend, was not jealous at all now that I was a beautiful teen girl with no money problems, which I was thankful for. And one Sunday, I was flying my kite and saw Mortimer Johnson walking up to me. I thanked him greatly because the two big wishes from the gold coin did come true for me. And number one, my mom got out of money problems. And number two, I lost all my plumpness and then blossomed into quite the beauty. Mortimer just smiled at this and said that he was watching me from afar. He then told me that we could become good friends if I wanted to be. Friendlier than we were now with each other, as he then laid his hand around my waist and started to pull me close for a kiss. I then pulled away from him and ran away. Stupidly, I did not call the police right away, but did manage to point him out in the park when he was looking the other way when I was with my mother. Once my mom looked at him, she turned as white as a ghost and told me that that man was a child molester named George Thompson, not Mortimer Johnson like he said. She told me that I was lucky to escape with my life since this man murdered a few kids already. Plus, the gold coin story was all a lie to get me to like him better so he could be friends with me and later on molest me and probably murder me once he gained my trust. My mother went on to say that the gold coin was actually a fake coin from Coney Island amusement park to fool young children who didn't know any better like myself, who fell for it. Sadly, some kids with their very lives. My mom then quickly called the police and had George Thompson, the child pedophile and stalker, arrested. I was very lucky to have a smart mother like this. I guess the gold coin did give me one more lucky wish in having this predator and stalker arrested, hopefully for a very long time, so he could no longer prey on young children. I can cut the intro to this short by saying that my parents were busy looking over my sick sister when I was young. I got social media around the time when I was 9 and often wasn't wearing enough clothes during videos and I wasn't monitored. I was always looking for more attention, and when my account didn't take off, the next thing I asked for was to download a live stream app. This particular app, if you provided your location, it would show in the corner of the screen for the viewers. So anyone who watched my stream knew the name of my town and my country. And I often wore my school uniform in videos too, because I wasn't really educated on internet safety. A few people came over for my account, but a stranger took interest in my life and started watching my videos. One thing led to another, and I was being groomed by this man. Over the months that this occurred, I only saw his face once, but it kind of made everything clear to me, and I ghosted him completely. I didn't touch any technology for nearly a year, and I didn't tell my parents until the next year. And when I say groomed, I mean emotionally manipulated into sending explicit pictures, which he then used to blackmail me into sending more. You know, the classic 2000s child predatory stuff. Around the time that I ghosted him, an old white car would show up on my walk home, which is actually me walking to a friend's house. Let's call it Anne's house, which he may have thought was mine. The windows were tinted and the plates were messed up that you couldn't make out more than 2 letters. The car would be there every single afternoon, parked near the curb, and it would then start as we reached the crossing, speeding at us and nearly hitting Anne on a few occasions, but mostly I was the target. The car even followed us to her house one day with the driver's window halfway down. I got a look at the driver's face and it was 100% the man that I have been talking to online. At this point, my parents weren't even aware of the grooming, but I confided in Anne, who threw a brick at the car, something that I do not condone, so I told her off for it multiple times. The car was always around for most of my 4th and 6th year, until I went to high school. We moved houses nearly 2 years ago, and we've had a lot of new neighbors moving in as the young couples who built the houses around us moved out. I was talking to one of our new neighbors this morning as our paths crossed on our morning walk. She's an older woman, maybe in her 60s, and for her privacy, we'll call her Deb. Deb is an absolute sweetheart, and she was telling me about her grandkids visit all the time, and that there would be plenty of chances for me to babysit or help with the garden for money, seeing as her and her husband are old. We got busy talking, and I walked her home, seeing as it's just down the road from me anyway. She asked if I wanted to run home and asked my parents if I could come in for coffee and some banana bread, but I immediately refused when I saw the car. It was the same old Toyota Camry with the tinted windows. It was the one with the messed up license plate and the dent on the driver's side door from the day that I told my friend, and she pegged a brick at it. I used to be employed as a child protection worker. A report came through about a stepfather who was being abusive to his children. I was given the investigation by my team leader. When I interviewed the oldest child with the police, she had very visible physical injuries and told me exactly what had happened. I will spare the details, but it was really horrific. As the children were in his sole care, we knew that they needed to be removed immediately. We sent a team of 2 workers out to the children's school, while myself and a colleague called the stepfather into the office. I led the interview, and it was horrible. He didn't even try to deny that he had hurt his stepchild, basically saying, "Huh, that's my kid, and I'll do what I want, and you can't stop me." When I served him with the paperwork, he absolutely lost his mind. He was swearing and screaming and said, "If we were outside this building right now, I would freaking kill you." We ended up running out of the interview room, pressing our emergency alarm, and I even had to make a police report about the whole thing. It got really messy. The next day we had court for the children, and my manager decided that I shouldn't attend due to everything that had happened the previous day. My colleague who attended told me that this man was at court and yelled several times something to the effect of, "Where is that worker who took my kids?" I remember feeling a little freaked out, but it's not uncommon to hear things similar to this when you have to remove a child. It's understandable that the emotions are very high. You build a bit of resilience working in this field, and overall, I mainly felt relieved that those children had been placed with an aunt and were safe. But about 2 weeks later, I had to stay back late at the office on an unrelated job. It was about 9 p.m. when I finished, and I was the only person there. I walked out to the back of the building to my car. It was really dark, but when I got close, I thought that I saw a shadow moving at the front of my car. Just for a second, and then it was gone. I was about 20 meters away at this point, but it startled me. I stood there for just a second, looking at my car, wondering if I was just being paranoid. While staring into the darkness, I started hearing tiny rustling noises, and whether imagined or not, all of the true crime horror stories that I've ever heard just flashed into my mind. Well, safe to say, I freaked myself out and I sprinted back to the building. I called my boyfriend to come and pick me up, explaining what had happened. By the time he drove up to the front doors, I had convinced myself that I was being silly, and I asked him to drive me around to my car. He circled around with the headlights shining on my car, and I could very clearly see that all 4 of my tires had been slashed. I was an absolute mess that night, and I called the police immediately. I was pretty sure that this man was responsible, but as I hadn't seen him, I couldn't say for sure. I then took a few days off and I came back to a meeting with my manager, who had put together a safety plan for me and the other staff. She organized to have a security guard escort us to our cars and said very clearly that no one was to stay in the building after hours alone. Then about a week later, a letter was delivered to the office addressed to me. Any mail that comes into the office goes through our reception staff. Our lovely receptionist opened it, and it was a note that said, "You're good as dead, bitch." The words were typed and printed. She was an older woman and burst into tears when she read it. It didn't say who had sent it, but I am convinced that it was the same man. Over the next few weeks, letters kept coming in, each one getting longer. They addressed me as bitch, a home wrecker, saying that I kidnap and abuse children. It was just horrible, horrible stuff. The threats in the letters were the worst. The person writing them threatened to rape, torture, kill, find out where I live, and to burn down the entire building. To be honest, the police were less than helpful. They basically said that given the nature of our work, they couldn't conclusively say that it was this man, although they had questioned him. To me, it all seemed like a pretty massive coincidence. I'd never had anything like this happen before. They did say that they were taking the letters very seriously and tracking down where they had been posted from, but I never heard anything back about that. My workplace took the threats very seriously too. All of the security was bumped up across the building, and all staff completed refresher training on emergency management. One day, on the way home from work, I noticed that a car was following me. At first I thought that I was being paranoid, so I drove down a bunch of little streets. I doubled back onto the same route in a way that would make absolutely no sense. And even after all that, a dark green Camry was still paced a little way behind me. I freaked out, but I had already planned in my head what I was going to do in this situation. I headed straight to the police station. I was planning to pull right up to the front of the building and beep my horn until I had someone's attention. The second that I pulled into the police station, the green Camry drove straight past, and disappeared down a nearby side street. I sat there for a good 20 minutes, too scared to get out of the car in case they come back around the corner. It dawned on me that in my panic, I had forgotten to get the license plate, and that upsets me to this day. I told the police what I knew, but they told me that the man didn't have any car registered in his name. This was the final straw for me. I was a nervous wreck. I was looking around constantly at work and at home, and I knew that he lived relatively close to me, so I even stopped going grocery shopping in case I ran into him. I stayed on stress leave for a month, and I heard from colleagues that the letters kept arriving. I was very honestly ready to quit, but then COVID happened, and it really changed everything. Everyone went into lockdown, and all access to the office was restricted. I started back working from home, driving a work car to and from appointments, and I didn't go into the office regularly anymore, only allowed in small working groups when absolutely necessary. Over the next year, the letters slowed down and eventually stopped. By the time we were allowed back in the office, there hadn't been any sign of this man for almost 7 months. And about a year later, I left child protection. I don't know what happened with those children, but my hope is that they are happy and safe with their family. And as for the man who I believe stalked and threatened me for just doing my job, let's not meet ever again. I never told this to anyone, but I want to hear your thoughts about this. One day, I was free from work, so I went to do some errands on foot since it would be close to home. While I was getting to the first corner intersection, I'm not really sure if that's how it's called. English is not my first language, so I do apologize for that. I noticed a red car was slowing down. I thought that it was because he was about to turn right in that corner. But while I stood there, I noticed that he was unsure on making the turn or to keep going down the road. I kind of grew impatient, so I just decided to keep walking. While crossing the street, I noticed that he changed his mind and then started following me. I was starting to feel uneasy because he was basically going at my side and at my pace, all by having his windows up, and I was all by myself, and I couldn't see anybody else coming down or up the street. I started to walk faster, and I tried not to look at him. And that's when he started to go faster too. I was pretty sure that I would be abducted at this point. I crossed another intersection, and he did it as well. I knew that I was getting closer to some businesses and a school down the street, which is usually very crowded at that time, since it was around like 1 or 2 p.m. So I was praying to God to allow me to reach there, so if he tried to do anything, at least I could scream and someone could listen. But before getting there, he decided to roll down his windows, and I saw a guy masturbating. I acted like I didn't see him, and I started to walk even faster, and until just before I reached the front of the school, he then sped up and drove off. Obviously, this guy was definitely a creep, but sometimes I think I could easily get abducted. Or not? I don't know. Let me hear what you guys think. When I was 12 years old, I got an unusual opportunity. I was able to be involved in a study abroad program where I would live in England for several months. I'm from a very small town in the US originally. The program was run through my middle school, and I went over to England with a group of around 15 other 12-year-olds. Before we went to the homes that we would be living in for the next few months, we ended up staying in London for about a week to do some sightseeing. When we get there, we were staying in a small hostel downtown, and my school had essentially rented out the entire hostel for the kids and for the adults that were chaperoning the trip. If I remember correctly, there were 2 adults with us. Every day, we would have a scheduled activity, and then we would have a significant amount of free time where we were allowed to explore the city as a group with just the kids and no adults. Well, the second day we were there, my friends and I were out together, and we ended up stopping to look at some kiosk that had some souvenirs. It was just about a block from our hostel. I was around the backside of the kiosk, and it would look like I was alone. But then I feel someone grab my arm. I turn, and I see a middle-aged man, most likely homeless, looking at me, and he says, "Hello there, pretty little girl," in the creepiest voice that I have ever heard. I immediately darted around the other side of the kiosk, back to my friends. But before I could even tell them what happened, he came around and got super close to me and said, "You can run, you can hide, but I will find you." And then he walked away. I immediately grabbed my friend and I started pulling her back towards the direction of our hostel. I was crying when we got back there, and we told our chaperones what happened. They essentially brushed it off and didn't do anything. Every day we were in London from then on, I would see him 1 to 3 times a day when we were out. He would never get close and never say anything, but he would always be smiling while watching me. Every time that I would see him, I would point him out to either of the chaperones or another kid in our group. And on the last day that we were there, we were getting ready to leave, and we were catching the train from London to Leeds. And while we were waiting at the train platform, I hear, "Bye, little girl. I will see you soon." And I turned around, and sure enough, he is there. He quickly leaves, and again, no one in my group really does anything. Except for the other kids, since they were all completely freaked out. I never saw him again after seeing him on the train platform, but I still remember his voice, and every time I think of it, I get a shiver down my spine, and I think about how close I was to danger. So this happened a long time ago, but I've never forgotten it, as it was one of the strangest encounters that me and my family has ever had. One time as a child, I went with my family to the grocery store. It was our monthly trip to stock up on groceries, so we were going to be there for a while. I was about 12 at that time, so by the age that I had a good understanding of how to read people. We went to the produce aisle, and suddenly, a strange man caught my eye. He was standing awkwardly close to us, sort of fake browsing the vegetables. But his body language seemed off. He was standing with his back to us, but something seemed strange about the way he was positioned. As we slowly moved down the aisle, he would also slowly rotate, so his back was always facing us. As we got a little closer, I could tell that he was wearing those see-behind glasses. Those gimmick sunglasses that have hidden mirrors on the inside of the lenses, so you can see behind yourself. He had a dirty gray zip-up jacket on, and long dark messy hair, and he had to be in his 40s. Our shopping went on, and wherever we went, I would see him standing there staring at me from across the store. He would keep his distance from us, but he was always within eyesight no matter where we were in the store. About 30 minutes in, and my mom still hadn't noticed it, but he was starting to really creep me out. My mom didn't believe me at first. Eventually, We got to the refrigerator aisles, and this is when it got weird. Whatever aisle we were in, he would quickly pace past us occasionally. At this point, he wasn't even trying to look like he was shopping, and my mom and sister were starting to notice this and also seem concerned. At one point, we were grabbing something off one of the shelves, and I could see him just standing on the opposite aisle, peeking through the shelves at us. His sunglasses were on still, but now his hood was up. We started to walk faster, and we did some random zigzags around the store to see if he really was following us, and we tried to lose him, but he would keep up, all in a very sneaky way at that. He would always be at the opposite end of the aisle, but he kept up with us the whole time. By this point, my mom was concerned, so we pushed the cart up to the customer service area to talk to the manager about it. And by this point, we lost him. We informed the manager and she was very helpful. She actually went to go find the guy and talk to him. We waited at the counter until she paced back to us with a confused look on her face. She walked up to my mother and told us, he said you're his mom. And by this point, my mom and sister were concerned. The manager rang us up and said that we should leave, and then they will escort the strange man. We walked out to the car staying close to our mother when we were met with a horrible sight. The man was just standing across the parking lot, across from our car, with his head slightly tilted and a big grin on his face. We floored it out of there, but we could still see him, just standing there, watching us leave. So whoever that guy was in sunglasses, let's not meet again. So for context, I grew up in the suburbs, and outside of the occasional play park or sports field, there was nothing to do. Me and my neighbors used to play knock and run, or its other name ding dong ditch. For context, I have a sister who is a year younger than me, and my neighbor James was the same age as me. His older sister was 14 at that time, and she also played with us from time to time, although I think she just wanted to hang out with my sister, whom she thought was very cute. I was admittedly the biggest coward in the group, and to this day, my flight instinct is significantly stronger than my fight instinct, so I would never ring the doorbell, as I would always find a way to wiggle out of it. I always found watching it more entertaining than doing it. On this particular afternoon, my cousins came over. One of my cousins was my age, and the other was a few years younger than me and couldn't play with us. And the other was a year older than me. But everyone treated him like he was an adult, even though he was only 11. Or at least that's how I perceived it. Let's call this cousin Daniel, as he is somewhat important to the story. I am not a reliable narrator, as it has been almost 10 years since these events, but I will try my hardest to remember them. Anyway, I'm getting off topic. My cousins came over, and we were banished outside to play, and we all decided that knock and run was a good idea. We usually just played around our immediate street, never venturing further than the next street over, out of fear of getting lost in the copied and pasted suburban streets. We made our way up the street to the play park on the top of the hill, and it sat where a house could have been, and someone could cut across it onto the next road. As we sat on the play equipment, we decided that a vote should decide who knocked first, and of course, I was picked. I remember getting myself out of it and getting my older cousin to take my place. I am thankful that he was and is proud as he is. It did help me get out of a lot of situations. We decided that our first target would be the fanciest looking house in the area. A white marble house with a fountain in the front yard and a curved driveway. I remember sitting next to a car. I was small enough to look under it from the curb, and I had a clear view of my cousin sneaking up to the door and ringing the doorbell 3 times in order to get the attention of whoever was inside. And then he bolted down the pathway towards the street to hide behind the cars. But before he got to the fence, an older man in a black leather apron with what I assumed was paint came sprinting after him. I immediately knew something was wrong. This wasn't the usual response to a knock and run. Sure, we have encountered some angry people before, but this was something very different. He practically flew down the walkway towards Daniel and threw his hand out to grab him. This didn't feel like anything someone his age could do, and it scared the shit out of me. I think I might have been the only one with a clear view of what was going on, which meant that I was the first to see what was happening. And it wasn't until the man was practically on top of Daniel that he noticed that he was being chased, and the scream that he made when he realized this will always stick with me. As I said at the start of this, Daniel was, and still a very proud person who will always try to prove himself, so hearing the scream of pure terror struck at my core. Everyone was clued in at this point as to what was happening. Daniel didn't open the waist-high gate at the end of the path. He just jumped it, which I think ultimately saved him from getting hurt, as the man had to take a second to open it. And Daniel was sprinting down the street as fast as I had ever seen him. "Stop, you little shit!" the man shouted with a deep, angry voice, which did actually stop Daniel in his tracks. They were both standing in the middle of the road at this point, reminding me of an old Western movie when 2 cowboys would be standing at either end of the main road. The man marched straight up to Daniel's face, and I could finally get a good look at him. His skin resembled rough leather, and the few strands of hair on his head had long since grayed. He was clean-shaven, and he was wearing white pants and a white button-up and a black leather apron that had what I rationalized as red paint on it. After he was maybe half a foot from Daniel, he started to berate him, and I could only make out the words, "Sick people in there!" Everything about this man threw me off, and I could see my neighbor and my other cousin who was hiding in the bushes felt the same. My neighbor's older sister, whom I will call Tay, screamed out at him from the other side of the road, which gave Daniel the opportunity to run as fast as he could away from that old man. We all ran at that point, and I don't think that I or anyone else knew where we were running off to. But I found myself in the car park of the shopping center across the road from me. I waited there for maybe 30 minutes, just watching cars come in and out, feeling safer with a large group of people. I had no idea at that time if he chased one of us or not, but I knew that I was safe. I made my way back to my house, and I found that I was the last one to return. My cousin Daniel ran straight home, and Tay followed him. My other cousin and neighbor ran around the suburbs for a bit before deciding to go home. My mom was missing when I got home, and I realized that she had been told what had happened. My mother is someone who isn't afraid of protecting her own, and she is one of the strongest people that I know. So I felt pretty safe that she was aware and was off telling him to fuck off. But when she got back, she seemed off. She didn't want to talk about it or anything, and any color from her face had completely drained. We slept at my neighbor's house that night because my mom wanted to talk to my dad about something serious, and I think we all knew what it was about. Nothing happened for a while after that. Not for a while, but my mom was a lot more protective of what we did outside. We were no longer allowed to play knock and run or go up the road without a parent. It really bugged my sister who loved to play outside, but I don't think she fully understood what happened. I have a lot more stories about this guy, and I probably will write more, because this has helped me to get a better grip on everything that happened throughout that year. But I hope you enjoy the very first event in one of the worst periods of my life. Part 2. Okay, so before I get into the next few events, I think that it's important to address some things that I've read in the last post. I know that we were the ones who originally disturbed him, but I thought that it was important to dedicate a post to that event as it kind of kicked off a lot of stuff. I will probably update this post with a few more stories just to get it all out of there. But I just wanted to say that I fully understand my and everyone else's part to play in part 1. But I believe that the issue really began after that, which is what I'll show you today, and I am sorry if I upset anyone. First things first, I promised a few of you that I would ask my mom what the old man had told her last night at dinner, and I did manage to do so. She was surprised that I remember what happened and tried to sweep it under the rug, but I kept pressing her for answers. I'm not proud of pressuring my mother into talking to me about something like this, but curiosity got the better of me. I know that that is not an excuse, but I feel that it somewhat justifies my actions, as a lot of you wanted to know as well. And after I pressed her for more answers, she grabbed my arm and led me to my room before placing me on my bed. She sat next to me and told me not to repeat anything of what she says to my sister, my cousins, or anyone else who was involved with this man throughout that year. And she finally opened up about how she was sitting at home watching TV when she heard a loud knock on the front door. It was my cousin Daniel and my neighbor Tay, who looked terrified and exhausted. After letting them in and grilling them for answers, my mom was rightfully pissed that someone had spoken to them in such an awful way, and so she got up to go and confront the man. And on her way out, my other cousin and neighbor arrived, whom she also sent inside. She was concerned about where I was, but Daniel made it clear that I ran in the opposite direction of the man and that he would go out looking for me. My mom made her way up to the play park and saw the man pacing back and forth up and down his driveway. He didn't seem angry or upset. He apparently didn't seem like anything besides someone marching back and forth, which took my mother's mood from enraged to confused. She walked up to the front gate and let herself in, which made the man stop almost immediately and stare at her. I am surprised that she didn't turn back and go home at that point, because that's what I would imagine anyone would have done. But as I said in part 1, I am a coward. The man marched up to my mom and started to berate her about trespassing on his property, which she met by berating him about terrifying some kids. This apparently went on for a couple of minutes before he said something that terrified her. My mom didn't say exactly what he said because she said that she was trying to forget it, but he said something along the lines of, "I will show both of you what it feels like to have somebody on your property when you don't want them there, and then I'll shut those fucking kids up forever." He tried to grab her at that point, but she quickly moved away and left his yard, and then swiftly went back home. This really affected my mom, but that was the answer I got from her. I gave her a hug, and I apologized for pressing her to tell me, and then we got back to dinner shortly after. I don't regret her telling me, but it just feels like knowing the end of a movie and seeing all of the hints leading up to it. It had been about a month, maybe a month and a half, since the first initial incident with the man. We hadn't seen him since, and I was forgetting about it, until I went to the shops one day. For context, My parents had started to let me go to the shops by myself to grab little things for them. I was young at that time, and the shops were across the road from me, so getting there wasn't an issue. One day, my dad asked me to go and grab a loaf of bread for him. He gave me $2 coins and then sent me on my way to the shop. I was getting used to doing this on my own, and I was enjoying my independence. I grabbed the bread, which was on the far side of the large supermarket, and made my way towards the registers. I stopped by the toy aisle, and I took a look at the low-quality mass-produced action figures that I desperately wanted. This was really part of my routine even now. If I wanted something, but I didn't have money to get it, I would just look at it. But on this occasion, I wish that I had just continued to the registers. I felt 2 hands push me to the ground from my left. I was shocked for a moment as I didn't fully know what just happened. The sticky and dusty floor beneath me hurt, and it took me a second to look at my attacker. And when I did, I immediately knew that this was very wrong. It was the old man from up the road. He had found me in the place that I had hid from him just a month prior. He started to shout at me, but I couldn't understand what he was saying. I don't know if it was the adrenaline ringing in my ears or his rage just taking over, but the tone in which he was shouting shook me. I tried to get up to run, and when I planted my foot on the ground to get up, he kicked it out from below me, which made me fall back on the ground. Thank God a staff member arrived at this point, and they must have heard his shouting from across the store and came to check on what was happening. I didn't get a good look at the staff member, but I am thankful for them. As I got up to run with a loaf of bread in my hand, I could hear the man reacting to me getting away, and it took everything in me not to look behind me to look at him. But I knew that he was furious. I ran straight out of the store with the bread without realizing it, and I almost threw up from all my emotions. I told my parents when I got home, and they both made it very clear that I wouldn't be going to any shopping trips by myself from here on out. They didn't think about how me and my sister walked together to school, which, in hindsight, should have been something that they thought of. The trip to my school wasn't a long one. It was just over 1 kilometer long, or just over half a mile, but the trip was still tough on small legs. There were quite a few hills which added time to our trip there, and the path went along a creek with nothing around it. It was nice and isolated, which helped relax my mind after school. But not long after the supermarket incident, me and my sister were walking home from school and just made our way to the beginning of the path along the creek when we saw an SUV that had been parked there for what I assumed had been a while. I thought that it was empty, but as you could probably guess, it wasn't. We turned to enter the creek when the SUV car door opened, and we heard someone shouting to us, "Hey, do you guys want to drive home?" It was the man. My sister, who was always trusting of others, started to walk toward the truck, but I quickly held her back. "What's wrong?" the man said in a cheerful tone. This was very different from the unintelligible screaming from just the week before, and I obviously wanted nothing to do with this man. I quickly started to lead my sister towards the creek, and the man quickly scooted over towards the door and said, "Wait up, I will walk you home." I should have just run up the hill towards the school, but instead, I started to sprint down the creek. Looking back at this, I feel stupid. Daniel was faster than me, and the man had been able to catch up to him in seconds, but for some reason, he didn't leave his truck. All I heard was another unintelligible scream and his truck driving away. My sister was beyond pissed that we didn't get a ride home and that we had to walk, but I didn't care. She and I were safe, and so we continued walking along the path. Thinking back to it, the path was beautiful and connected on either side to small, quiet streets, the perfect in-between of isolation. Sadly, my young mind didn't realize that the creek opened to two quiet streets, and so when I saw that same silver SUV on the street at the end of the path, I froze. What could I have done? I felt powerless, and I had to take care of my sister, who was only now figuring out that this man may not have good intentions. I decided that the best course of action was to cross the creek and walk through the bushes to the other side. This was beyond a dangerous idea, as there were slippery rocks, animals, and running water. This very easily could have injured or killed us, but somehow we managed it. We climbed over logs of wood and under tree branches through prickly bushes and through large plants, but we managed to do it and crossed over to another road that we followed towards the main road, which eventually took us home. Obviously, those two SUVs could have been different, but at that time, I was certain that they were the same. And even now, I am not 100% sure if they were different. I only found about this later, but my parents got the police involved at this point. But based on the fact that more stuff happened, I'm going to say that they probably didn't do much. There were a few other things that happened throughout this time, like mail being stolen, our bins being pushed over, and the front door knocking at the early hours of the morning. We knew was him, although we had no real proof. The last thing that I will bring up before I end this post is something that I am not 100% sure was a dream or not. For context, my dad used to have campouts with me and my sister, where we would sleep out on the couch, and my dad would sleep on the mattress on the floor. The couches we would sleep on was right next to the front door in the living room, and we would watch movies with pizza or some other type of takeaway. It was really fun, and I remember those nights. But one particular night will stick with me. Everyone else went to sleep, and Naruto was on. I hadn't watched the red Naruto at that point, but I recognized the characters. I was sitting directly next to the large window that looked out onto the driveway. I was enjoying doing nothing when I saw some movement out on the driveway, and so I looked out. And there he was. He was walking to our front door, wearing his white pants and a white button-up t-shirt. He was staring directly at our front door with such focus that it felt like nothing would break it. But something did, and it was me. He looked at me, and I could see in his eyes that it was funny to him. He simply held his hand up, waved at me, and then placed one finger on his mouth as if he were telling me to shush, and then he jogged away. I surprisingly fell asleep not long after, and for the longest time, I thought that it was a dream until I read all of Naruto and recognized the scene. It was then that I realized that it might not actually have been a dream, and that he might have been attempting something. And after what my mom had told me, I think I know what he was trying to do. Part 3. So, it's been a while since I've given you guys an update. I've been really busy with school, and digging up these memories is a little distracting for me. I would like to thank you all for all the incredibly positive responses to my post. It makes me feel better about all of this. But without further ado, let's just start the story. It was summer, and the local council decided to have a fair. The local council hired a few clowns, some face painting stations, food trucks, and bouncy castles at the local football field. Of course, me and my sister were beyond excited to go. For a young child, this was the hottest ticket in town, and my parents were happy to take us as it was just down the road and for free. I remember the field being beyond busy, and the crowd was difficult to walk in and even harder to see through. but we managed to find ourselves right next to a giant blow-up bouncy slide. As it was summer, the actual balloon of the slide burned to the touch, and the sun made me feel like I was slowly melting. But regardless of this, I must have spent at least 40 minutes going up and down that slide. I was having too much fun, and I didn't notice that both my parents and sister had gone missing in the giant crowd of people. I got down from the slide, put my shoes and socks back on, and I started to make my way through the crowd. I didn't actually know where I was going, and I remember feeling incredibly anxious as I waddled around the fair. It wasn't until I felt a hand on my shoulder and then on my forearm that I felt a little safer. It was my dad, I thought. He had found me. I couldn't actually tell whose arm it was, as the angle at which it was holding my arm made it difficult to look out in the crowd. The whole day was overly stimulating, and I wasn't thinking clearly. I should have known from how hard the hand was gripping me, or the fact that it was leading me to the parking lot, that something was wrong. I only really felt terror when I saw my parents running towards me, running faster than I have ever seen them run. Adrenaline immediately coursed through my veins, and I pivoted my body around, and I immediately saw the leathery hand on my arm in the white pants. The link was connected in my mind as to who this was, and my mother's scream was the first thing that I heard, and the angry or annoyed grunt of the old man followed it. He started to jog with me towards his truck, but I had started to fight back against his grip. He may have been old, but he was stronger than any elderly person should be, and he was faster too. Everything about this man was wrong, and it may have been my young mind making it all up, but I still believe that something was very weird about him. No elderly person should be like this. At this point, I was only a couple of feet away from his car, and as he opened the door, I felt two hands on my right arm that pulled me hard against the man's grip. The man's grip held on before my dad came out from behind me and slammed the old man's head into his car, which loosened his grip on me. At this point, my mother grabbed me and ran, and then we went straight home. Apparently, they didn't notice me slip away on the bouncy slide, and they ran into some family friends who offered to take care of my sister while they searched for me. I don't know what type of person it takes to do something like that in such a populated area, but this man was not normal, not in the slightest. My dad returned later that night, and he looked really roughed up and drained of all energy. From what I had gathered over the years, they got into a pretty brutal fight that ended with the police breaking it up. My dad didn't get into that much trouble, considering that he had called the police on the man before, but they still took him to the station to give a statement. When he sat down on the couch, he looked exhausted, bruises forming all over, and a cut on his lip and upper eyebrow still leaking blood. But he had a smile on his face, and I could hear him telling my mom that it was over. They were both hopeful, and so was I. A couple weeks later, my cousins came back over, and Daniel wanted to know everything. He felt like he was the main victim and deserved to know everything because he was the one that the man shouted at and the one that the man wanted to get the most. I don't disagree that the man would probably try to hurt him on sight, but it felt weird to me, almost like he was trying to take credit for something that to him sounded like a creepy story, but to my family was real. Anyway, we decided to go out for a bit. My parents trusted us because we were with my older cousin. We went up to the usual play park, which was across the street from the man's currently vacant house. Daniel was telling us all about how he swore that he saw him near his house. Keep in mind that he lives almost 3 hours away. I'm not saying that he's a liar, but I am saying that he wanted to be part of this. Anyway, we were playing hide and seek, and Tay, our neighbor, was seeking. She had only started to count down from 60, and I always tagged along with Daniel because he always found the best spots. We ran across the road towards the man's house, and Daniel jumped the fence, which I immediately stopped at. "Come on," he said from the other side of the waist-high fence. "No one will find us." The house felt like a void that we would get sucked into, and I had, up until this point, refused to even be near it. But for some reason, I agreed. I joined him in the man's yard, and to my shock, Daniel wanted to go deeper into his home, not just his yard, and I made it clear that this was a very bad idea. Even if he was in custody jail or whatever, we would be breaking into someone's home. Daniel didn't seem scared by it though. I think the whole idea of being in the man's house seemed too attractive to him, and we went around the side fence into his backyard. It was overgrown, almost like no one had been living there for years. I made my way towards his back window and I looked inside. From what I could make out, he was a hardcore minimalist, only having a TV, chair, fireplace, and a shelf that housed some photos of a much younger man and some medals. He was a veteran. It changes nothing to me, but it explains his above-average speed and strength, especially for his age. The sound of a door sliding open almost made me yell in fear. Daniel had found an unlocked sliding door and wanted to venture inward. I ran around to find him, but he was already inside before I could stop him. At this point, I was also curious to find out more, but I understood the risk of this all. But it didn't matter if I understood it, because I went in with him. The rest of the house reflected the living room. The kitchen had a fridge and a stove, and the dining room only had a small table with one wooden chair. There was no decoration on the walls or signs of life besides these sad reminders of how lonely the man had been. As I said, this changes nothing for me. I hate this man more than anyone can know. We made our way upstairs and found two completely empty rooms in one bedroom. A single bed with a bedside table filled with different types of weapons. A hatchet, a knife, and a knuckle duster. I had never seen a knuckle duster before, and I successfully fought the urge to take it and put it on. This was something that Daniel failed to do so, as he almost immediately grabbed it, which I almost hit him for. We continued searching the house, and Daniel had the idea that he must have something weird in his wardrobe. And when we opened it, he gave a disappointed sigh, as there was nothing inside except a few white button-ups and white pants. This especially creeped me out, as he never wore anything else. We made our way back down the stairs and into the living room, and to our surprise, we missed the table that sat next to the couch. It was just out of view and only had one drawer. Daniel opened it and struggled to get it out fast, but when he did, we found something profoundly strange. It was a single photo. Neither of us could make out what it was, but we knew that it looked familiar. Daniel sat down in the chairboard, and it was only then that we heard Tay scream out that she had given up. Daniel shot up and sprinted back out the backyard. We had both completely forgotten about her, but as I put the photo back into the drawer, something stood out to me about the photo. The fence was navy blue. This was something unusual in my area. I only knew of one navy blue fence in the suburb, our side door entrance fence. This realization made the photo seem so much clearer. The white pebbles on the ground leading to the backyard, the cream color of the garage next to it, and the green bush at the end of the path. This was my home. He had a photo of my home. I quickly met back up with Daniel and Tay, and then we went back home. I should have told my parents, but I was scared that I would be in trouble if they found out that we were in his home. And I understand why we would be, but I still didn't want to live up to it. About a month after that, we were having another campout with me, my dad, and my sister. Both my sister and my dad had fallen asleep while the TV was still on, illuminating the room. It was one of those weird situations where you're both really comfortable and really uncomfortable. Well, that was my situation. And on most nights, I love this feeling, but that feeling will always be tied to this night. I was drifting off to sleep as well, but I heard the sliding back door open slowly. I peered up above the couch, and I saw a silhouette of a man standing in the doorway. I froze with fear, and I started to cry. My dad woke up at this point, and I'm not entirely sure how. Maybe it was a parental instinct, but he knew almost immediately that something was wrong. He got off the bed and crouched towards the dining room, which is where the back door was. The other man had begun to walk slowly through the house at this point, murmuring to himself. To my horror, I recognized the pants, the bright white pants. So many questions went through my mind, and the most prevalent one being how he was in custody. But none of that mattered because there he was, standing in my dining room, holding something. My dad charged him from around the corner and tackled him into the wall. The old man punched him in the arm, and my dad immediately dropped that arm. It was the knuckle dusters that Daniel was wearing. It was at this point that the lights turned on, and I don't know if it was my dad or the man, but they came on, and my dad made a noise of pure horror. Both men were fully healed from their last fight, but my dad took a real beating. I had always expected that the old man had his ass kicked, but now I'm not so sure. My dad was standing in the doorway to the living room, shielding us with his body, and my sister was awake and crying at this time, as was I. And my mom also ran down the stairs and immediately saw everything that was going on. The man had lunged at my dad with a thing in his hand that I could see was a hatchet. My dad threw himself to the side, and his other arm got grazed by the hatchet, drawing blood. My mom at this point leapt towards the old man and pushed him into the kitchen bench, which made him scream. But he was up almost as fast as he was down. He slashed at my mom and missed her, and my dad ran to the other room and started to call the police. My mom was dodging his slashes while also throwing things at him, and once she got to the knife block, she armed herself with 2 knives and threw one of them, and the handle hit him in the face, knocking him back, and my mom took the opportunity and drove the knife into his shoulder. This made him scream again. He fell to the ground and didn't try to get up until the police arrived. After this happened, we moved, not too far away, maybe just half an hour away. And even though we live so close to that place, we have never returned. As much as I have been tempted to go back and relive some stuff, for the time being, I am pretty comfortable staying here. Apparently, he paid bail and was staying in the hospital for a while before staying at somebody else's house. I know that he made his way back to his house before making his way to my home. It creeps me out to think that I could have been in his home at the same time as him. Well, anyway, it's been 10 years, and it's been something that has been on my mind for a while. I want to thank you all for hearing my story, and I think that it's tradition on this subreddit to say this. But to the old freaking creep up the road who terrorized my family, let's not meet again. Two or 3 years ago, I met this girl through mutual friends. She seemed like amazing. She was so kind and eager to be friends with me. She would give me presents and compliment so much. Well, too much almost. Now, in this friendship that I was developing with her, she would talk about kidnapping me and having me all to herself. Obviously, if you tell a traumatized, naive 16-year-old that, she will think it's a joke, which is exactly what I did. After a while, she then started to get oddly sexual with me. I was in a very committed relationship at that time, but she would ask if she could fill me up when we met because she didn't know what boobs felt like, or saying how her truck bed was perfect for sex under the stars in a field. Mind you, she's a year and 11 months older than me. I eventually moved to be with my friend group, unaware that she also lived here, but went to school with my friends. We were all friends with her, and they all have their sides of what happened that I won't recount as it's their story to tell. Once I moved here, she would try and come to see me every day, even after she turned 18 and I was 16, almost 17. She even bought me 3 pairs of booty shorts for Christmas with a note that says, "I can't wait to see you in these. I picked the perfect colors." I had been uncomfortable with her advances from the start, and I had even told her on multiple occasions that I was feeling uncomfortable, but it didn't stop her advances, even trying to manipulatively convince me to leave my partner at that time. Once I started to pull away emotionally from her, she chewed me out, threatening to kill herself or shoot up her school if I didn't want to be friends with her. Once New Year's rolled around, and I couldn't handle the constant harassment at this point that I was getting from her, I finally told my friends what was happening. They told me that I was actively being groomed, the gifts, the compliments, the unwavering obsession with me, and it made me sick. So me and my roommate finally decided to cut ties with her, blocking her on everything and having one of my parents tell her that she was not welcome near me or the house again. She was pissed. She started to drive by my house or near my street almost every day after school when she got out of it, even at one point deciding to do a burnout very loudly at my friend's house because she knew that I was at their house. She would ask my friends about me and ask if I'm done ignoring her. And once she found out that I got told that I was groomed by her, everything switched. She hated me, said that I ruined her life, led her on, forced her to smoke weed. She even started saying that I sent her nudes and I started to sexually flirt with her first. All of those not true in any way. She was telling these and so many other things about me to complete strangers at her school. She was so mad at me that even on my 17th birthday, tweeting that she wished that I would just die already. All her anger or anything that she had said about me would come back to me obviously, as she was actively talking to or engaging with my friends. It had been months since I heard about her or anything she had said about me, and I was finally content, but that paranoia I had is still strongly there, and I am terrified. I was going to a concert for one of my favorite bands ever, and I was even happier about it because they were playing in a city near me. I had tweeted about getting tickets and just how excited I was about it. Me and my roommate go to the concert, and we were having such an amazing time during the openers. I then go out to get a cup of water, and out of the corner of my eye, I see her. She hated this band. She even bashed me for liking them so much. Knowing that, I just brushed my worry off and I went back into the concert venue. Once the openers left and the band started playing, me and my roommate were having such a good time. Then during the 3rd and 4th song, I turn around and I see her so close that it was uncomfortable. My body threw me into a panic attack on instinct, and me and my best friend had to leave the concert immediately. It was horrifying, and I'm still petrified to go to concerts in my state, honestly. I haven't heard anything about her or her whereabouts since then, besides hearing that she got admitted into a mental hospital for saying some messed up shit to a friend of hers. Thank you to anyone who listens to this story, and to that girl, I truly hope that we never meet again. This story kind of creeped me out. It happened about 9 years ago, and sometimes it still comes to my mind. So, I was on an adult dating site, one of the fetish types. I know. Don't judge me, I was just looking for some fun. Anyway, I was stupid and I gave out more information than I should have. I was chatting with a guy, and he had asked me at some point what I did for work. At that time, I was working at a McDonald's, so I told him. He asked which one, and I stupidly told him which one. We chatted off and on, and we hadn't been chatting for too long. I also stupidly gave him my phone number at some point. He would talk about how he wanted to meet me on my break and have some fun on my break, but I told him no thanks, that I don't bring my lifestyle to my job. Anyway, so I checked my messages just before I was due to clock out of work, and luckily I did. He mentioned that he was at my job and then told me what he ordered. I think it was a Big Mac meal. I was like, okay. Well, don't expect me to do anything with you. I'm not interested. He then got upset and wasn't accepting that I wasn't interested. I was also scared because I sent him a face picture of myself, but I had never received one from him. I really wasn't too interested in him, so I decided that I didn't need a face picture since I likely wasn't going to meet up with him. His interests weren't what I was looking for, and I also have a hard time straight up saying that I'm not interested, and I just slowly start to ghost whoever that I had no interest in. Now luckily, I hadn't told him my work schedule, so he didn't know that I was about to clock out. So, after clocking out, I told one of my managers that I was on a dating site, and some guy just showed up to my work, and I had no idea what he looks like, and that I was going to hang out in the back in the break room for a bit. Luckily, she didn't judge me and was just like, "Oh, okay." So I waited about half an hour before I left. I didn't have a car at that time, and I had to walk home, and I was so afraid that he would see me and try to pick me up in his car. Luckily, no one followed me, so I was in the clear. I don't think he ever messaged me or I ended up blocking him or something. I don't know if this really is all that creepy, but it creeps me out that some random person just decided that he would show up to my job and then expect me to want to meet up with him. So yeah, now I just give a vague response as to where I work now. I don't work in the same town I live in, so it would be hard to pinpoint my exact location. This opened my eyes and made me more aware of the information that I give out to strangers. So, creepy guy, let's never meet. I am in university right now, but I'm staying with my parents at their house for the summer. I was hanging out with one of my friends, and we decided to go to a party. I met this guy around my age, and we were talking and having fun, but it was nothing too serious, or so I thought. We exchanged phone numbers, and we hung out a couple of times. But he became incredibly clingy right from the start, so I decided to just distance myself in the hope that he would get the hint and then back off. Well, he didn't. When I stopped responding, he sent me over 100 messages, with each message becoming increasingly more aggressive as time went on. Keep in mind, it had been less than 2 weeks since we first met. Well, I finally responded and told him that he needed to chill out. He appeared to calm down a bit after I responded, but he then asked for a phone call. I agreed, and then we talked for a while. He told me that he couldn't stop thinking about me, and that I was the best thing that ever happened to him. Just a bunch of stuff that is way too intense to say to someone you barely know. I tried to let him down gently, reminding him that I was only home for the summer and I wasn't looking for anything serious beyond a fling. But this only made him angrier. He started yelling at me, insulting me, calling me a slut, basically a complete 180 from what he had been saying mere minutes ago. Then all of a sudden, the phone went silent. After a pause, he said in a quiet voice, "Bitch, you better get ready, because I am coming over for you." And then he hung up the phone. This was very frightening because he knew my parents were out of town for the week and that I was just staying at their house alone. However, he didn't know where my parents' house was because I was always the one driving, and he didn't know my friend either. So I thought that he had no way of figuring it out, since, again, I am normally living at school in another state. I locked all the doors and I shut the blinds just in case. After a while, maybe an hour or so, I fell asleep. When I woke up, I looked at my phone and saw a notification on my lock screen. It was from the Ring app, indicating that there had been movement on my parents' camera. It was him. If you watch the video, you can clearly see something in his hand. When he notices the camera, however, he left. I immediately blocked him on everything and I reported the incident. I have no idea what he planned to do once he got here, and it was terrifying to realize that he had come over when I was asleep and defenseless and completely unaware of his presence. As I would later find out, he was able to get my address from my phone number. Apparently, he Googled it, and it returned my dad's name as the owner of the phone number, along with my parents' address. Since I am on my parents' phone plan, I guess it shows up that I still live here. This revelation is horrifying, as I never knew that my phone number could reveal my home address. I'm still extremely upset that this kind of private information is on the internet for anyone to find, as it is incredibly dangerous that websites will just give this away to anyone. Please learn from my mistakes and do not give anyone your phone number unless you can trust them. I found out that you can get a free Google Voice number to text and call people, and that number can't be traced back to you so easily. My advice is to use a disposable number for anyone you're talking to that you meet informally or online. I still can't sleep at night. Hopefully, this never happens to anyone else. And here's the video of the guy that I mentioned. This story happened a while ago, but it still messes with my mind. A side note, I live in a quiet countryside where usually nothing happens. I'm an 18-year-old girl, who can easily walk around my hometown alone without even being scared because it's really safe here. Basically, no crimes. So, as usual, me and my dog went out for a walk one evening. It was a nice weather outside, so I decided to go for a nearby field. So I usually let my dog out of her leash there, so it was fun for both of us. She's a nice dog and always comes when I call for her. We get to the field and everything is going really well and nothing seems off. Except, I have this kind of odd feeling in my gut that I never usually have. The last time that I had the same feeling was when I was 8 years old and we were driving at night with my family. I had the same feeling then and I told it to my parents. I feel like something is wrong. You should be careful. I said something like that, and they slowed down because I was oddly serious at that moment. And a minute after I said it, a deer came out of nowhere and we would have crushed it if we had gone by the same speed as a minute before. We were all shocked and my mom thanked me, and I still remember it like it was yesterday. However, in the field, 10 years later, I get the same gut feeling. Whatever, I think, and I just kept going, completely ignoring it. We roll around the fields and a nearby forest until the sunset starts to set. I put my dog back to her leash and I decided to leave from one of the tiny paths that go through a small forest. It's not a popular way to go, but it's quick. And as I'm walking along the path, I suddenly spot a silhouette in the end of the road just before the forest starts. I think nothing of it at that point, and I just kept walking. But after just a little while, I have a strong gut feeling and I stare at the silhouette for a while. It's then that I notice that the silhouette is staring at me without moving. I just think that maybe they were waiting for someone because at first, the silhouette looked like a child's. But as I got closer, I noticed that it wasn't a child, but a grown man who was riding a child's bicycle rather difficultly. It was a blue-green boy's bicycle. His legs were way too long for it, and his whole body looked like he was forcing himself to ride it. It was really an unsettling sight. Still, my dumbass didn't want to turn around and have a couple of kilometers waste of time. And even though it was creepy looking, I still thought, maybe he's waiting for someone that comes from my way. But every step that I take, he follows me with intense expression. I'm only like 20 meters away from him when he starts to do a weird jump on his bike, smiling the ugliest and the most unsettling smile that I have ever seen. He's just staring at me with wide eyes. He kinda looks like he was expecting something and is so excited about it that he needed to jump. He looks like he is in his 50s or something, with very long and thin legs and arms, bald, and that creepy unsettling smile. That's when my alarm rings went on. I glanced behind me and no one was there. It was just me, an 18-year-old small girl with her fluffy dog, definitely not a guard dog. I turn around 360 and I start to jog where I came from, just in case. And I glanced at him and I sighed in relief and I noticed that he wasn't following me or anything. I thought that maybe he wasn't waiting for me after all, and I called myself stupid and a scaredy cat. Well, I was so wrong. My adrenaline starts slowing down again as I'm in the middle of the fields, and I still see no sign of him following me. I let my dog out of her leash again, and she starts to run around. I'm nearly at the end of the field when my dog spots a rabbit or deer or something interesting and then flies towards it. I panic because she has never done that before, and I yell for her. I yell plenty times for her loudly, and then she finally comes back. I'm relieved that nothing happened to her. But as I put her back to her leash, I notice something from the corner of my eye. The freaking bald long legs is biking towards me, and he's not looking at the ground or the bikes, but at me. Freaking out wasn't enough to express my feeling in that moment. I have never seen a human being who looked so crazy, more than crazy. And what surprised me the most was that he was biking through a field, and I can tell you that it's not an easy field to even walk sometimes. It has muddy ponds that you need to jump over, but that psycho just biked through them. He was struggling a lot to bike there, but somehow managed to still do that. I didn't watch for another second behind me because I started running. I ran so freaking full speed that I saw black and nearly collapsed. Well, I have asthma, and my lungs hurt so bad that I thought that I was dying, but the adrenaline kept my blood running and my legs too. Once, I glanced behind me and he was there, struggling badly to keep up his full speed on the field grounds with that ugly white smile and the way too little bike. After that, I just ran like crazy until I found a house. I hid in their yard without even minding that I was in someone else's yard. It didn't matter to me at that moment. I waited a while with my breathing stuck in my throat, but he didn't come. I was planning to yell as loudly as I could if he found me, but he never did. At some point, the adrenaline started leaving my system and I left my hiding spot. I ran again until I reached an area which had multiple people in their yards so that I would have help if I saw him again. But I didn't. I typed 911 into my phone, but I couldn't bring myself to call, mostly because I had no proof and I didn't want my parents to find out because they are overprotective, so I wouldn't probably be able to leave my house anymore. I've been paranoid after this incident, and my dog was frightened too. I guess she noticed something was really off too. I swear to God that I will always listen to my gut when it's telling me something from now on. I'm still scared of him, and I've expected to randomly spot him in some area and what he could have done to me. I can't forget his awful smile, and I feel like he's gonna jump on my window one night and do what he wants to me. I feel paranoid, and I feel helpless, and I'm still thinking about calling the police.
My Stalker's Grudge, translated by J. Nightmares. I am in a band, and over the last few years, my band has enjoyed some relatively big successes. It meant that we could leave our small town and start playing some major shows in cities. In the last year or so, I have taken up permanent residence in Tokyo, and I am loving it. Trust me, I am not living like a rock star. The opposite. I am staying in a tiny apartment, but hey, a small room in a big city ain't too bad for me. The rent is cheap too. For about a year and a half now, I have suffered with insomnia. The reason is because someone has been messing with me in the dead of night. Someone opens the mail slot on my apartment door when I am in bed. If it is not that, there was always someone standing outside my kitchen window peering into my room. Before you ask, I have tried many times to see who it is, but I can't ever seem to get a good look at them. And to be honest, at first I thought it was a hallucination or some kind of dream. Around this time, I managed to scrape together enough spare cash to buy a car. It wasn't anything fancy. One night, I heard a huge bang come from outside the apartment block. I went down to see what had happened. I walked out into the parking lot to see my driver's side window had been smashed. Not only that, someone had thrown milk all over the seats. It was the height of summer when this went down, and it was already starting to smell awful. I was completely dumbfounded. Why was I a target? Maybe the guy who lived here before me had some enemies. Pranks getting out of hand with kids nearby. Whatever it is, I needed police intervention. I called the cops right then and there. A police officer came out and interviewed me. He swabbed for prints and inspected the car. He didn't find anything. I went back to my room after filling out a report. I was exhausted at this point. I just wanted to sleep. I found the room doused from wall to ceiling in milk. There was a note lying on my bed which simply read, "Next time, it will be gasoline." I called the police and the same officer came back. More reports were made, but this time the officer asked me some more probing questions about my friends and family. I mentioned the fact that someone had been staring at me through the letterbox and the kitchen window. He looked at me annoyed, perhaps because I should have mentioned this sooner. He said that he would be on patrol over the coming days and nights, and he would do his best to keep an eye on my apartment. After he left, I tried to clean a little, but I just decided to get some sleep. I put my mattress and pillows by the door, the only area of my tiny apartment which wasn't wet, and tried to get some sleep. Someone banged on the door. I woke up angry thinking, what now? "It's the police," a voice said. It was the voice of the officer from earlier. I hoped he wasn't going to ask me to fill out another form. I opened the door and he stood there with a woman. He had her arm behind her back. He was obviously restraining her. "Do you know this woman?" he asked with a stern look on his face. I took a good look at her and said, "Nah, I don't know her." The moment I said that, she tried to attack me. She bared her teeth at me. I have never seen eyes so hateful in my life. According to the police officer, this woman was poised with a lighter in hand, trying to set my mattress on fire via the mail slot. After he interviewed her, I finally found out why I was being harassed. She was super crazy about my band. She had come to a bunch of our shows. I, hooked up with her one night after our band played a gig. I was drunk. She had seen me not long after that night with another woman, and this is where this resentment and hatred started. As it was kind of my fault, I didn't press charges. Still don't know if I did the right thing there. Anyways, humans are far scarier than any ghost story.
So this just happened. Well, it was yesterday evening, and I can't sleep. I'm really freaked out. I, a 28-year-old female, lived in an apartment with my boyfriend, 25 male. The apartment is a half basement. That means that we are half underground, but still high enough to have big windows and have some sunlight. We are comfortable in this place and we like it. We feel at home, so sometimes when we get out of the shower or something, we are comfortable walking around naked. This is our home, so we do as we please. We have blinds, but sometimes, since our cat enjoys looking outside through the windows, we try to keep it a bit open. It's a calm and serene neighborhood, not many people passing by, and a big empty space with a transmission tower on the other side of the street, so no one is facing us. We felt safe here, until yesterday. As always, after a late meal, we jumped in the shower, talking, laughing. It was late, and we were trying to prepare quickly since we have to wake up early in the morning. Once out of the shower, I realized that we forgot to pack our lunch. Not caring, I went in the kitchen and started packing, naked, and my back at the window. I'm not sure if I heard something or if I simply turned around, but as I checked briefly at the window, I saw it. Right outside, almost touching the glass, a man, butt naked, jerking off in my window as he was looking at me. I only saw his legs and junks. I jumped, and I quickly moved out of sight, screaming at my partner that someone was masturbating in the kitchen window. My boyfriend saw red. He quickly got dressed and got out, looking for the pervert as I called 911. We didn't catch him. He ran away, but we saw no one outside. We heard no doors in our apartment building, but my boyfriend heard voices in the building next to us. The police says that we must have scared him, but the only one scared now is us, and shall I say, mostly me. We are busy people, but most of the time, I am alone in this apartment. I take the bus alone, take the trash out alone, and my boyfriend is at work a lot, and it's okay, he needs to. Now, I'm just scared. This pervert knew when and where to look, and we already caught him doing it. It was a few days back, and I just saw legs outside my window, and I just jumped, but I didn't see what he was doing. So, he's been looking for quite some nights inside my home, just to see me naked. What if instead of frightening the pervert, we pissed him off? What if he comes back when I'm alone? Or when I'm walking outside? I can defend myself, but this shit is scary. I have been sexually assaulted in the past, and this is not helping with the healing process and also the paranoia. Our landlord knows, and he lent us a surveillance camera. I just hope that it's enough. This happened in the early to mid-1980s. I was about 12, and I had a group of friends that I hung out with regularly. I lived in Kenner, Louisiana, just to mention. Anyway, there was this fad back then to open these teen nightclubs. There was no alcohol, but had disco music and the same vibe as the cocaine-induced frenzy of adult disco clubs. Anyway, one was opening up. My friends couldn't stop talking about it. I really hate crowds, but I was a follower in my group, so I agreed to go with everybody. One of our parents dropped us off, and we paid our $2 to get in. I can see that it was super crowded, shoulder to shoulder. I kinda just hung out around from the front door, debating whether or not that I was gonna stay. After 10 or 15 minutes pass, I got this feeling that someone's watching me. It was just an eerie, creepy vibe. So I start looking around. There's a lot of people, so it's like a blur. But then I noticed this middle-aged guy, short brown hair, striped-collared shirt. He's just staring at me like he knows me or something. Well, I didn't know him, and that was my cue to leave. It was about a 5-mile walk down a well-lit, semi-busy 2-lane highway, then right, and another couple miles down a 4-lane road, and then into the subdivision. It's only about 8 p.m. that time, and I don't have to be home till midnight, so I definitely had time to walk it. So, I take off walking. And I guess about halfway home, this car pulls up on a side road that I was crossing, and it's the same guy from the nightclub. My heart then starts pounding out of my chest. He creeped me out at around 200 people, and I was really creeped out on an isolated side street by myself. He then yells at me and asks if I want a ride. It's pretty far, but fuck that. I said no and I kept walking. Then he yells at me and says, "You want to make an easy $20? And I'm dumb, so I stop and ask, how? And then he says, "Well, get in the car and I'll tell you." Nope, I just bolted. I took off, and I don't think that I've ever ran that fast in my entire life. I ran the last 3.5 miles full speed, without stopping, and without looking back. I then made it home, ran inside the house and straight to my room. I didn't even think to look back to see if he was following me, but if he came here, at least my dad was in the living room. I never told anybody. I really think that I was one dumb move away from being on a milk carton or worse. This happened when I was around 12 years old. Me and my family lived in a small apartment, but it felt cozy to me, and we knew some of our neighbors and would sometimes even invite them to our house. They were great people. At that time, I used to sleep next to my brother's bed, and I felt safe with his presence, like nothing bad would ever happen to me. The only thing that I can say was bad about the apartment was that our bedroom was next to the bedroom of our neighbor, which was a little higher than ours. If you wanted to see their room, you could do so by getting on top of a chair, while they could see almost our entire bedroom with no effort. Despite it being freaky, I didn't really think much about it, since, like I said, I had my brother sleeping in the same room, and I felt like nothing could go wrong. Oh, how innocent I was. The day everything started, I had barely finished my dinner, and I decided that I would go to sleep early. So my brother was not in the room at that moment. Everything seemed fine until I woke up and I saw something that still gives me chills to this day. What I saw was a silhouette of a person right next to the window, and while I could not see their face at all, I knew that they were staring at me. I remember screaming as loud as I could and running desperately to the living room where my mom was watching TV. I explained what happened to her, and she didn't seem bothered at all. She was like, "Oh, okay," and then continued watching TV like nothing happened. A few days after that event, I was feeling way better about it, but even then, I decided to keep the curtains closed just in case. Until one day, I woke up in the middle of the night, and for some reason, I had the idea of opening the curtains. And as you already expected, she was there staring at me once again, and like the first time, I couldn't see her face at all, just a black figure. I don't know how many times she did that, but for the following days, I would wake up 2 to 3 times every single night, and while the curtains were always closed, I would have this feeling that she was there, watching me sleep. A few days later, I decided to tell my parents everything, and that's when things get creepier. They said that right next to our apartment lived an elderly woman who was sick and had her son taking care of her. They said that they would leave to take out the trash, and she would sneak behind them and smile, while patiently waiting for them to turn around. I tried telling them how I felt paranoid, that she was always watching me, and they said something like, "She's a sick old lady. Scaring people is probably the only highlight of her week, so just ignore her and just keep sleeping." Well, nowadays, I don't care much about that, but I remember being very angry with them, because why weren't they helping me? So I did exactly as they said. I just ignored her every night while keeping the curtains closed. It took some time, but I was finally starting to forget about the experience, until a few weeks later, and that's when things took turn for the worst. From my mother's perspective, our family was always different from others. My mom was the one working all day, while my dad would be at home with us. So he would always bring me and my brother to school, and then go pick us out when it ended. One day while I was at school, waiting for my dad to arrive, a friend came up to me and said that she could bring me home with her dad's car. I completely forgot my father was coming to get me, so I said yes and I went inside. When we got back home, I knocked at the door, but other than my 2 dogs barking, there was no response. I really started to get anxious, so I kept knocking over and over until I heard a big sound coming from the old woman's apartment. And that's when I realized that I made a big mistake. As soon as I heard the sound, I ran to the elevator and clicked the buttons as many times as I could. Our elevator had a window at the center, so I was terrified that she would show up in it, but thankfully she didn't. After I left the building, I decided to lay down on the street, just trying to process what had happened. When my friend saw me and then invited me to their house, I was watching cartoons while her dad was calling mine, explaining why I was not at school. When my dad came back, I ran to him and I gave him a big hug while crying, and he just said, "Shh, it's okay now." My brother's class usually ended 30 minutes after mine, so we had to go back to school and get him. The entire time, I was expecting my father to scold me, but instead, he was very calm and told me that he was thinking of buying a cell phone so I could message him if anything happened. After that experience, I was even more terrified of the old woman. I just kept the curtains closed like usual and just kind of got used to it. Eventually, we moved to a different house and I never saw that woman again. Not that I would be able to recognize her, since every time I saw her at the window, her face was completely black. And that's how my story ends. Thankfully, I didn't get to see how she looked like, but I realized that my story was not as interesting as some others that I have read. In any case, I hope you enjoyed it, and I'm sorry if some things don't make sense, since English isn't my first language. This happened about a year ago, and I still have yet to return to the store without my husband. So last July, I took my then 4 and 6-year-old sons to Target to back-to-school shopping. Since having kids and hearing all these horror stories, I am very observant of my surroundings when we are out. Anyways, while at Target, like most women, I looked through all the sections, and while in the women's clothing, I noticed 2 older men close by that kept looking over our way. I thought maybe I was just being paranoid, so I kept going about my business but keeping my boys super close. We go to the baby section, they pop up. We go to toys, the same thing. We go to makeup, and they are there. I was really feeling uneasy because they seemed to be everywhere that we were. And they never had a cart. One guy was just holding one little thing. I go check out, but then I wait for a big group of nurses leaving Starbucks to walk out with. I threw the boys in the car without buckling them, and I then locked the doors. But as soon as I look up, the 2 guys walk out empty-handed looking around. I didn't think they saw me, so I started to leave. But when I looked in my rearview mirror, I saw them behind me in a truck. I stopped right there, and I turned and took a photo so they could see me. They turned like they were going back to the store, and I park over a couple of stores down where they can see me, and I then call the cops. While I'm on the phone with them in a full-blown panic attack, I watch one of the guys change his shirt and then go back inside. I waited until the police got there so that I could make sure that they were taken and they had the right guys. I don't know what their plan was that day, but my mama gut told me that it wasn't anything good. I am so thankful that my babies and I are okay. My friends and I were at the store. The whole time that we were at the store, there was this car just sitting in the parking lot. But as soon as we left the store, the car began following us. We ended up walking to a park near one of our homes because the guy started driving the opposite way of where my friend lived. We get to the park and we see the same car just parked there. But now we notice that he had two other men with him. We waited a while to see if it was just someone parking or if it's the same car. We ended up hiding behind my friend's car because he lived right next to the park that we were at, and we stayed there to see what the driver was going to do. He then turned his car on and ended up on the other side of the street. But then he turned into the apartments where my friend lived, and that's when we knew that he was looking for us. We ended up running across the street and going into multiple alleyways until we saw another house and then hid in their driveway behind their cars. The whole time I was running, I saw the car following us. I was genuinely terrified. When I turned, he turned, and all four of us were panicking. When we hid, his car continued to circle the house that we were hiding at, so we stayed there for like 5 minutes before I had texted a close friend to just come and get us. And because of that, we got home safely. So, thank God for that. But I'm just scared that he might come to look for us again, especially because I'm a girl on the smaller side, so if something happens, I'm done for. And just a small update, a girl who goes to my school went missing, and she was found drugged at a hospital. Hello everyone, it's your creepy sister here. Thank you so much for watching the video. I really appreciate each and every one of you. But I would also like to thank my amazing patrons, my top tippers, and my dearest channel members. Thank you very, very much. I really appreciate it with all of my heart. If you want to support the channel further, you could also choose to become a patron, a tipper, or a channel member. But remember, it's appreciated, but never a requirement. I would also like to announce that we have merch now. The link is in the description of the video, along with all my other social media links, like my Discord server, Twitter, Instagram, and others. You can connect with me and send your stories there. And don't forget to like and subscribe if you haven't yet, and comments are highly appreciated. And remember, your fear feeds me.